Transcending the Nine Heavens Chapter 363 to Chapter 419. Han Buchu heaved a deep sigh. This matter isn't just a joke. It's a big joke that involves 2 buying clans and 2 billion people. It was just that this joke hinted at too much of a fishy situation. Han Buchu sighed. Then, he put Diwu Qingrou's words together. He was horrified to find that Diwu Qingrou hadn't gone out of his own free will. In fact, he had been forced out by King of Hell Chu. King of Hell Chu didn't want to force Diwu Qingrou. But, Diwu Qingrou should be proud of his impressive achievements. King of Hell Chu has always been scheming. But, he has pushed the 2 buying clans to a dead end. Since this battle was started by him, how can he not pay a price? Diwu Qingrou smiled. Han Buchu vaguely understood. Sir, are you talking about the matter of chasing King of Hell Chu for thousands of miles? Yes. Diwu Qingrou nodded approvingly. King of Hell Chu has been hit by my destroying soul and breaking heart palm. But, he's still able to escape thousands of miles in one day. This is a very frightening situation. I feel that he's likely to escape this time. Therefore, I didn't relax my pursuit of King of Hell Chu. But, I was also preparing for the eventuality that King of Hell Chu could escape. That's why I immediately gave the order for the reinforcements to change their direction. At the very least, they have to deviate from their original route by 800 miles. On the surface, it seems that their ultimate goal is to go to the main battlefield. But, I only need to give the order if there's a change in the situation. And, those 3 armies can immediately attack the heaven-splitting mountain pass. Of course, there's a precondition for this. And, that is, the general of the heaven-splitting mountain pass must come out to fight. Diwu Qingrou slowly said. Therefore, I arranged for 500,000 Bayan soldiers to go. Han Buchu sucked in a cold breath. I didn't intend to let Bai Chong Tian and his 500,000 Bayan soldiers go back. It is the same here and on the main battlefield. Diwu Qingrou didn't conceal his thoughts in front of Han Buchu. He said in a heavy voice, but, these 500,000 demonic beasts aren't enough. They aren't enough to make the heaven-splitting mountain pass break. If you want to achieve this goal, you have to establish a prerequisite, King of Hell Chu's importance in Tai Butian's heart. The weight of King of Hell Chu in Tai Butian's heart, Han Buchu's heart shook. Today, Diwu Qingrou had said this sentence twice. Moreover, he had not changed a single word. Why was this so? Rumor has it that Tai Butian has already gone on an expedition, and is currently in the middle of the month. Diwu Qingrou said indifferently. Han Buchu really wanted to ask, so what? But he didn't dare to ask. For Tai Butian to lead the army on an expedition, the boost to the morale of the soldiers is incomparable. But there was also one great disadvantage: Tai Butian was in a very dangerous place. Moreover, it would be obvious that her heart would be the most vulnerable to my attack. Therefore, Tai Butian's safety had become Tai Longcheng's biggest headache and worry. Tai Longcheng wanted to ensure Tai Butian's safety under such circumstances. Moreover, the morale of the army couldn't be slack. So, the best thing to do was to send Tai Butian to another front line. And that was the heaven-splitting mountain pass. Tai Butian would be absolutely safe there. With the heaven-splitting mountain pass there, my army wouldn't be able to break through the pass even if it were 10 million soldiers. So, I wouldn't be able to catch Tai Butian. Diwu Qingrou spoke with a strong sense of self-confidence. Yes, Han Buchu agreed. Therefore, I concluded that Tai Butian, the Iron Cloud Monarch, is already in the heaven-splitting mountain pass. Diwu Qingrou narrowed his eyes, and a sharp cold light flashed in them. Diwu Qingrou had only miscalculated one thing: Tai Butian hadn't gone to the heaven-splitting mountain pass because Tai Longcheng had sent him there. However, such initiative and passivity had no effect on Diwu Qingrou's Jirong. All roads lead to the same destination. Han Buchu would have had to knock his head against the wall if he still hadn't understood by now. He smiled and said, King of Hell Chu is important enough in Tai Butian's heart. Then, Tai Butian would have come to his rescue as long as he knew that King of Hell Chu had escaped to the vicinity of the heaven-splitting mountain pass. Yes, Diwu Qingrou nodded. But, Tai Butian can't act on impulse. He must have a good reason to come to King of Hell Chu's rescue. Han Buchu said, therefore, the prime minister had sent by Chang Tian to deliver Tai Budian. And that was to give Tai Budian a good reason to come to King of Helchu. Moreover, Tai Budian would have advanced again after this great victory. But no one would have said anything about him since he had such a glorious victory. Moreover, our army isn't in the vicinity. Yes, Diwu Qingro smiled. Therefore, the prime minister had sent a letter to king-level expert Jing to burn down the mountain if necessary. In fact, it wasn't just to burn down King of Helchu. It was also to inform Taibu Tian that the Golden Horse Riders Department's pursuit of King of Helchu has arrived here. Taibu Tian continued. Yes. Tai Budian would have led the others to help him in order to save King of Helchu. But, King of Helchu is still an iron cloud at the moment. So, Tai Budian can't make a move before the situation is settled. Therefore, he has no choice but to come himself. Han Buchu was so shocked that he opened his mouth wide, so, the prime minister's plan is here. Tai Budian would have come to rescue King of Helchu. And, our three teams could have changed their direction at any time. They could have attacked him head-on. Or, they could have cut off Tai Butian's escape route. Or, they could have pursued him from behind. And, they could have seized the heaven-splitting mountain pass in one fell swoop. And, king-level leader Jing and the others would have been there at that time. And, they would have gathered all their experts to chase King of Helchu. Perhaps, they would have been able to kill Tai Budian in one fell swoop. In that case, the situation would have been settled in one day. Han Buchu was really shocked. Diwu Qingro had actually laid such a big trap. Yes, that's why I've ordered the three teams to get close to that place. They must be within 1,500 kilometers. Tai Budian would have been alerted if they got close. But, they wouldn't have been able to catch up if they got too far, Diwu Qingro said. However, 1,500 li is still quite far. It would have taken 3 days for the teams to travel on foot. Wouldn't it be too far? Han Buchu asked worriedly. Not far. Jing Menghun would have tried his best to stop King of Helchu. And, Tai Budian would have had to wait or look for King of Helchu's whereabouts. This entire process would have taken at least one night. And, once such a situation occurs, only the cavalry would have been able to move for the entire night. The army would have followed closely behind. The elite cavalry would have been able to cover 800 kilometers in one night. Tai Butian's side would have been able to find the person or the body. Then, they would have had to retreat. And, this would have taken time. The army wouldn't have been able to catch up with them. So, it would have been impossible for everyone to rush back at once. 4 to 6 hours wouldn't have been enough. Jing Menghun's experts would have been able to delay Tai Butian's army by 6 hours if they hadn't been able to kill Tai Budian. And, that would have been more than enough. And, our cavalry would have been able to get within 300 kilometers during this time. What we're fighting for is the time within these 300 kilometers. Diwu Qingro tapped his finger on the table, and, the generals of these three teams are the Gold, Silver, and Jade Tiger generals. I've specially selected these people. Han Buchu immediately understood. Gold Tiger General Jin Nang Kai, Silver Tiger General Long Ao, and Jade Tiger General Yuqing Long, these three people were relatively young. The oldest one wasn't more than 40 years old. And, they were all cavalry experts. They were especially good at leading the enemy into battle. They dared to take risks. These three people were the kind of people who would have risked their lives to seize such an opportunity. Diwu Qingro had specially selected these three people to lead these three teams. And, this was because he had seen their drive. Diwu Qingro would have never used these experienced and prudent generals in this kind of operation. After all, this was a blitzkrieg. And, this opportunity might have been lost in the blink of an eye. And, which of these experienced and prudent generals didn't plan before making a move? But, if you plan before making a move, then, you won't be able to catch up with the real opportunity. It was absolutely necessary to be impulsive. An ordinary general wouldn't have been able to get within 300 kilometers. And, they wouldn't have been able to fight for time. But, these three people would have been willing to risk their lives to seize this opportunity. Diwu Qingro had thought this through thoroughly. It was just an assumption and a conjecture. But he had taken every conceivable possibility into account. And he had decided on a brilliant plan for Iron Cloud. If they didn't seize this opportunity, then Iron Cloud might really lose this war. Another piece of invisible information flew over while they were talking. Diwu Qingro took a look at it. Then, he smiled and handed it over to Han Buqiu. Han Buqiu took a look at it. Then, he couldn't help but smack his forehead. What a brilliant plan. Sure enough. The information said, after the Iron Cloud army invaded my 500,000 soldiers, they advanced 100 kilometers along the slanting valley. They're currently outside the slanting valley. They're close to the mountain range of beyond the heaven sect. Diwu Qingro chuckled and said, the key lies in the word slanting valley. The terrain here is narrow and difficult to traverse. The soldiers must be in good order to pass through. Once they're chased or attacked, they'll be squeezed together. It'll be difficult for them to move even an inch. The enemy doesn't even need to expend much effort to break the morale of the entire team. Diwu Qingro's brows twitched. He said sinisterly, Taibu Tian, I sent 500,000 soldiers into the slanting valley for you to defeat. You should be satisfied, right? However, I, Diwu Qingro, am not so easy to take advantage of. Even if I purposely sent them out to be attacked by your army, it's still the same. You defeated my army head-on. Then, I'll chase after you and kill you, the leader of Iron Cloud. The sky had already darkened. Taibu Tian was taking a nap in the commander's tent. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside. Someone shouted, Fire! Fire! Then, a soldier came to reporting to the emperor. The entire mountain range of Beyond the Heavens sect suddenly burst into flames. The mountain range of Beyond the Heavens sect? Burst into flames? Taibu Tian's heart skipped a beat as he sat up straight. His eyes shone with a dazzling light. Yes. Earlier, only the main peak was on fire. Thick smoke rose everywhere. But, with the wind, the entire mountain range of Beyond the Heavens sect has turned into a sea of fire. Moreover, the fire is spreading to the surroundings. The scout replied respectfully. I understand. Taibu Tian felt his heart beating wildly. All the fluids in his body rushed to his head. He even felt a little dizzy. Why did Beyond the Heavens sect suddenly burst into flames? There was no doubt that someone had set it on fire. But, why? Taibu Tian's body even trembled slightly. Chu Yang had returned. This fire must have been set by the Golden Horse Riders department. They had chased after Chu Yang until here. They had lost track of Chu Yang. But, they weren't willing to let Chu Yang escape. So, they set the mountain on fire. They wanted to burn Chu Yang inside. Even if they couldn't burn Chu Yang, they could still drag him out. No one could survive in a burning mountain. I'm here. Wu Kuangyin jumped out with a puff while covering his buttocks. The last time he was beaten, he still felt a dull pain. He was lying in ambush at His Majesty's side to prevent the Emperor from coming up with a new battle plan. Organize the troops and set off immediately. Let's go to the place where the fire is burning the mountain. Taibu Tian made a prompt decision and hastily ordered. This won't do, Your Majesty. Wu Kuangyin was startled. Then, he shouted as if his buttocks were on fire, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. He followed closely behind Taibu Tian. His buttocks were sticking out. He was so anxious that his hairy face was dripping with sweat. Your Majesty, please reconsider, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, please wait. Your Majesty, you can't do this, what? Taibu Tian angrily turned around and glared at him. Your Majesty, it's already very difficult to stay here. The slanting valley is too narrow. In case the enemy attacks, we won't be able to retreat in time even if we are 300 miles away. If we go to Beyond the Heavens sect, we will have to go another 400 miles. Your Majesty, if the enemy attacks us from behind, it will be a matter of life and death. Wu Kuangyin remembered that his mouth was already foaming. How could Taibu Tian not know that his decision was too rash? But, he thought that Chu Yang had already trekked for thousands of miles, fought hundreds of battles, and was being blocked 400 miles away. His heart was in sharp pain. He wished he could grow wings and fly over there. There must be great Zhao's army there. There must be a lot of experts there. If he didn't have enough people on his side, he wouldn't have a chance. He thought that Chu Yang would be burned alive if he didn't go and meet him. His arduous escape of 13,000 miles would be in vain. Taibu Tian felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. It seemed that nothing was more important than Chu Yang at this moment. If Chu Yang didn't exist in this world, what would be the use of having the 4 Cs? Taibu Tian's heart was in pain. I don't want the country. I don't want the common people. I only want you to come back safely. No need to say more. The nearest army is 1,000 miles away. It will take 2 days and 2 nights on a fast horse. We will go and take a look. Then, we will come back immediately. Nothing will happen. Taibu Tian urged, General Wu, let's go. Take? Who are we supposed to meet? Wu Kuanyin asked in a daze. In any case, we're here to provide support. Tai Budian said furiously, do you dare to disobey orders? I wouldn't dare even if you beheaded me. Wu Kuanyin was on the verge of tears. His tears really did fall out. His whole body was sweating profusely. Your Majesty is responsible for the country. You mustn't risk your life so easily. Are you going or not? Tai Budian shouted angrily. Your Majesty, please wait here. This general will lead the troops. Wu Kuanyin clenched his teeth, stuck out his chest, and said in a heroic manner. You are going? Do you know who we're supposed to meet? Tai Budian cast a sidelong glance at him. Wu Kuanyin wanted to say, won't I know if you tell me? But he didn't dare to say it. Quickly pass down the order. Your Majesty, please kill me. Wu Kuanyin solemnly said. You think I don't dare to kill you? Tai Putian was anxious. He kicked out and shouted, men, pass on my imperial edict. Wu Kuanyin disobeyed the imperial decree, and conspired to rebel. Arrest him. After he returns to the capital, his entire family will be executed. His entire family will be exterminated, all his wives and concubines will be sent away to serve as. Don't. Your Majesty, don't even think about my wife. Wu Kuanyin was so scared that his hair stood on end. He had been lying motionless on the ground like a dead dog. But now, he jumped up, and repeatedly waved his hands. He clenched his teeth and stamped his feet. I'll go, okay. I'll go, okay, imperial edict, this is no joke. The emperor's words are like gold and jade. I won't be able to cry if they are taken seriously. Still not going? Tai Butian's face was cold. This guy's wife is really his favorite. He doesn't care about the others when he says that he will confiscate his family's property. He only cares about his wife, yes. Wu Kuanyin got up, and quickly ran out. Then, he heard the voice of a commanding officer. If you want to go, then hurry up. The sooner, the better. Wu Yi. You stay here. I'll leave 200,000 troops for you. The most important thing is to guard the gate, and guard the camp. Wu Kuanyin shouted at a tall general with a square face and big ears. This was his deputy general. His name was Wu Yi. The two of them had cooperated for more than 10 years. Wu Kuanyin was very confident in his work. Wu Yi had a big frame and a big head. But, he didn't have any meat on his body. He was as thin as a chicken, and his tongue would run out in a gust of wind. He hadn't finished speaking when Wu Yi grabbed his sleeve. You, what are you going to do? You, this place is very important. Wu Yi turned out to be a stutterer. His face turned red, and white foam started to come out of his mouth. In a moment of desperation, he spat a lot of saliva on Wu Kuanyin's face. Fu *K. Wu Kuanyin wiped his face. I have something to do. Wu Kuanyin. Wu Yi shouted and looked at him sternly. He pointed his finger at his nose and said, *T. If something happened to you, Fu *K, you stupid stutterer. Let go, let go, let go of that hand. Wu Kuangyan slapped his hand aside. He was burning with impatience. He had heard Wu Yi stuttering nonstop. So, he had become anxious, and had started to stutter as well. However, Wu Yi didn't let go of his hand no matter what he said. His face turned red, and his lips couldn't stop trembling. He kept shaking his head. It was obvious that he wanted to say something. But, the more anxious he got, the more he stuttered. And, the more he stuttered, the more anxious he became. So, he couldn't say a word. Supreme Commander. The troops and horses are ready. A messenger reported. Tai Ji Tian had already finished his preparations on the other side. He shouted loudly, Wu Kuangyan. What are you doing? Wu Kuangyan still hadn't managed to break free. Wu Yi was still holding on to him, and wouldn't let him go no matter what he said. Wu Kuangyan's struggle was futile. Wu Kuangyan suddenly knelt down with a plop sound. Uncle, please let me go. My pitiful beautiful wife is about to be banished into the army. Wu Yi was stunned. He subconsciously reached out and scratched his head. What? What? He tilted his head and opened his mouth, rolling his eyes anxiously. Otaku. Otaku? Wu Kuangyan suddenly felt relaxed. He suddenly broke free from his other hand. Then, he rushed out like a whirlwind. He jumped onto his horse, and clamped his legs. Then, the horse flew out. He cursed loudly, You're just a windbreaker for your wife. The messenger at the side shouted, The marshal has given the order. Charge. 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 Charge his wife. Thousands of soldiers and horses roared together, Charge, charge, charge. Charge his wife. Their morale was immediately boosted. Wu Kuangyan's face was suddenly filled with tears. Wu Yi, who was at the back, was so angry that he rolled his eyes. He tilted his neck and opened and closed his mouth. More and more white foam came out of his mouth, but he could not say a word. He opened and closed his mouth for a long time like a gill fish that had come ashore. Finally, he cursed angrily, Go, your wives. He spat out a mouthful of saliva. But, the army had already gone far. Wu Yi muttered and cursed. Then, he suddenly sang loudly, Wu Kuangyan, you son of a bitch. You deserve to be hacked to death. I'll kill you if you imitate me again. I'll kill you. As the saying goes, a slob can dance, and a stutterer can sing. These words were true. Wu Yi didn't stutter when he started singing. He would sing and curse Wu Kuangyan every time he couldn't win a debate. And, this time was no exception. The army rumbled as it moved forward. Tai Bu Tian spurred his horse and rushed to the front. I hope we can make it in time. Chu Yang, you must hold on. I'm coming to pick you up. 1,500 miles away, in 3 different directions, 3 armies that were marching in parallel to each other blew their horns almost at the same time, giving out the same order. All cavalrymen, gather immediately. Our target is the mountain range of beyond the heavens sect. Go as fast as you can. Even if you die of exhaustion on the road, you must arrive within a day and a half. Tens of thousands of armored cavalrymen rushed out of their formation as soon as they heard this order. And, a big flag was fluttering in the front. The commander-in-chief had already led his personal troops to shoot forward like sharp arrows. Quick! Catch up! Continuous whistling sounds and urging sounds were heard. The 3 huge streams of iron rolled up crazy smoke and dust on the ground. They rushed into the dark curtain of the night like angry dragons. Rear army, keep up with them as fast as you can. Hundreds of thousands of troops from each direction changed their direction with a crashing sound. They followed the hoof prints, and ran as if their lives depended on it. Chu Yang was in that cave. He was deep underground. But, he suddenly felt that the entire earth was slightly trembling. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. Could it be? A big army is coming? He couldn't care about anything else, and immediately drilled out. Only when they came out did they realize that it was already night time. A choking smell assaulted their nostrils. The moment they came out, they almost fainted from the choking smell. Looking around, they saw that the entire forest was on fire as far as their eyes could see, he was in a sea of fire. He faintly heard someone shouting, "Withdraw! Withdraw to the passage. Iron Cloud has already arrived to pick us up. We only need to guard the passage. We won't let King of Hell Chu pass. Then, everything will be settled." It was Jing Menghun's voice. This voice was very far away. Chu Yang frowned. This is clearly meant for me to hear. They must be plotting something. But, it's not a plot anymore. It's an open plot. They must have set up an ambush for my team. Chu Yang was aware of the enemy's plot. But, he still felt anxious. How many people in the entire Iron Cloud are worthy of such an arrangement? It must be an important person in Iron Cloud. Who could it be? Miao Qianqian? Impossible. Tai Longqing? It's possible. Wu Kuangyun? It's also possible. But, it doesn't matter who it is. Iron Cloud can't afford to lose these people. I can't afford to lose them for my sake. Anyway, I've been saving my strength. I'll rush out. Chu Yang instantly made up his mind. Chu Yang's clothes were as black as ink. He fiercely rushed out of the blazing fire. The whistling sound of the wind made the flames around his body crackle. In this sea of flames, he was like a mad dragon that was overturning the seas and rivers. Wherever he went, the flames would roll outwards. The flames seemed to have a mind of their own as they didn't even dare to get close to him. Jing Menghun would have been shocked if he had seen this scene. Chu Yang's current cold energy was too overbearing. The 17 cold energy nourished by the mysterious ice jade ointment was completely absorbed by Chu Yang. Moreover, the mysterious ice jade ointment was also swallowed by Chu Yang. This kind of extreme cold could even freeze a stone to pieces, let alone this little flame beside him. Chu Yang jumped all the way towards the place where Jing Menghun's voice had come from. The flames were almost blazing white. They were making hissing sounds. There was a strange movement in front of him. The smoke was strange. The smoke from the burning flames was black or yellow. However, the smoke in front of him was blue. Moreover, it was very light. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and sneered. He didn't hesitate to pass through. He passed through with a whoosh. Bursts of corrosive smoke attacked him. Chu Yang didn't hold his breath. He swaggered and flew out. The corrosive smoke went into his nostrils. It was useless. Chu Yang was no longer afraid of the corrosive smoke. The smoke entered his body and became a tonic for the sword point of the Calamity Sword. Chu Yang rushed down the main peak in an instant. He rushed into the sea of fire and into the purple bamboo garden. He went all the way north from the purple bamboo garden. He jumped over 3 valleys like a sea of fire. He jumped like a meteor on the only way to Iron Cloud. There were mountains on both sides of the road. The flame soared to the sky. There was a dense forest. The sound of crackling could be heard. There was a canyon ahead. It was the most dangerous place. Moreover, the terrain was dangerous. There was no other way to pass through it except by force. Jing Menghun must be waiting for him there. He didn't know if he would face 1,000 people this time. 2,000? 3,000? Or more. However, Chu Yang's eyes were as cold as ice. He didn't waver in the slightest. He tried his best to regulate his breathing. The Calamity Sword moved back and forth on his arm. The biting cold killing intent was waiting for the moment to explode. The closer he got, the calmer he became. In his mind, dozens of scenes of being besieged by enemies appeared. In every scene, he chose a path of escape. Even if there are tens of millions of people, I will still charge through. Jing Menghun was in a terrible fix. With Di Wuqing Ro's permission to set fire to the mountain, he didn't have any psychological pressure. He followed the wind, and lit the fire again and again. Soon, the mountain forest that stretched for 2,500 miles was burned into a candlehead in the blue sky. King of Hell Chu, let's see how you'll hide this time. Jing Menghun had arrived at a safe place. He was waiting for King of Hell Chu to come knocking on his door. He was feeling very proud of himself. Looking at his right arm that was missing half of his arm, an indescribable anger rose up in his heart. There are cliffs on both sides. King of Hell Chu, you'll have to step over my body if you want to cross. As long as you have the ability. However, the fire had been burning for half the night. It was almost dawn. But, King of Hell Chu still hadn't made the slightest move. Instead, the fire was spreading, and was gradually sweeping towards the ambush area. Jing Menghun led 3,000 experts to force the fire back with great difficulty. Then, they invisibly advanced several thousand feet. Naturally, the effect of advancing several thousand feet or retreating several thousand feet was the same as long as they were guarding this place. Therefore, Jing Menghun didn't care. However, something unexpected happened when he didn't care. The mountain forest at the side was extremely steep, and even the sky was burning red. Suddenly, an extremely mournful and shrill cry was heard, followed by a rumbling sound. Suddenly, dozens and hundreds of house-sized fireballs, mixed with scattered flames, smashed down from the cliff with earth-shattering might. Then, a bang sound was heard from the middle of the cliff. Countless pieces of rock fell down like a meteor shower, and smashed towards Jing Menghun and the others. This must be King of Hell Chu's movement. Everyone, be careful. Don't let him escape. Retreat for the time being. Jing Menghun shouted. Everyone flew back. Rumble, 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 the falling stones pushed up a small hill in front of the crowd. Jing Menghun heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, the cliff hasn't collapsed. It has only collapsed from the belly. The same situation hasn't happened elsewhere. It's a natural stronghold. King of Hell Chu doesn't have the ability to fly over it, but why did the belly of the cliff suddenly collapse? Isn't this too unreasonable? However, Jing Menghun turned pale with fright when he heard screams. What's going on? Then, an incomparably fishy smell suddenly spread with the wind. Jing Menghun smelled this smell, and suddenly felt dizzy. Then, he felt a faint burning sensation in his lower abdomen. Jing Menghun opened his eyes to look. He was scared out of his wits. His scalp went numb, and his back was covered in cold sweat. My mother! What's going on? He saw that 4 or 5 experts of the Golden Horse Riders Department were floating in the air not far from him. But, they hadn't jumped up. There were 2 huge monsters in front of him. They were as thick as half a house, and nearly 300 feet long giant snakes. These 2 giant snakes had a shining horn on their heads. Their watermelon-sized eyes were flickering with a faint fluorescence under the illumination of the flames in the dark night. One of the snakes stretched out its body. Its blood-red forked tongue was more than 10 feet long. Its mouth issued a strange hissing sound. The other snake's entire body was rolled up into 4 fried dough twists. Each of these fried dough twists had a human body that was screaming and struggling. It was sending the highest one into its mouth. The 4 people who had been rolled up screamed loudly. They struggled with all their might, but they couldn't move. They used their swords and hands to stab the big snake's body. But, they only created sparks from the collision of metal. They couldn't even cut the snake's skin. Everyone who saw this cried out in alarm. Where did these 2 monsters come from? Everyone stared blankly. They trembled from head to toe as they looked at these 2 monsters. Their complexions were deathly pale. No one dared to move as they watched their companions being swallowed into the belly of the big snake. The giant snake had already started to devour the second person. It rolled the person up and threw him into its mouth. It didn't care if the person was still holding a sharp sword. It just threw the person into its mouth. With a gulp, everyone could only see a slight rise and fall from its neck. Then, the rise and fall continued downwards until it reached its abdomen. It was no longer that obvious. Then, the third, and the fourth. Everyone stared blankly. They were scared out of their wits. These people were experts of Jianghu. But, when had they ever seen such a terrifying phenomenon? When had they ever seen such a terrifying monster? Was this a Fu * king snake? Pay attention. This is a spirit beast. Jing Menghun regretted his actions. He had seen that these 2 strange snakes were the result of his burning of the mountain. It seemed that their home was in the precipitous cliff. So, they usually wouldn't come out. However, they would need more space in the cave as their bodies grew bigger. His fire had not only burned countless birds and beasts to death. It had also made these 2 huge guys extremely uncomfortable in their cave. Their cave had been exposed to the wind from 8 sides. Now, the smoke had risen from the bottom to the top. And, a large part of it had drilled into the snake's cave. How could these 2 snakes endure this? They had been living like princes for many years. How did they suddenly catch fire? The cave was full of smoke, almost choking the 2 snake ancestors to death. Moreover, even the mountain wall was getting hotter and hotter, and slowly, the snake skin was burning. If they didn't go out, they would be burned alive into snake meat, and the kind that would be burnt to a crisp. The 2 huge snakes rushed out in desperation. They didn't dare to rush out from the side of the fire. They would have rushed into the raging fire if they had done so. Therefore, they could only rush out from the side of the cliff. They rushed out, and fell down with a loud rumble. Their scales were extremely sturdy. But, they still felt dizzy from the fall. After all, the cliff was too high. They had fallen down from a height of several thousand feet. So, they should be proud that they hadn't turned into a pile of mud. One of the snakes unconsciously coiled around 4 people. This was a very nutritious food. Therefore, it didn't loosen its grip even though it was temporarily dizzy. It calmed down a little, and began to gorge itself. Jing Manghun was about to cry. How can this be? Spirit beast? What's the level of this spirit beast? Someone asked with apprehension. It's too big. Look at its appetite. I wonder if it can finish half of us after eating all 3,000 of us. Ugh. Who cares if it's half full or not? Anyway, we can't let it eat us. Another person held a steel saber in his right hand. It's the lowest level. Jing Manghun slowly retreated step by step. His complexion was calm. But, he couldn't wait to turn around and run away. Even if I go to the upper 3 heavens and the upper 3 heavens, I won't be able to see such a terrifying beast so easily. How can I encounter such an existence at the top of the food chain in the lower 3 heavens? However, he didn't know that the upper 3 heavens and the lower 3 heavens were in a state of chaos. So, such a thing had become a common occurrence. Everyone was startled and scared. But then, they saw that the snake that was more than 100 feet tall had already fallen down. The other snake that was lying on the ground shook its head vigorously, and raised its head. For gloomy and cold eyes looked at Jing Manghun and the others. They didn't conceal their desire to devour them. One of the snakes suddenly arched its body, and jumped forward. It flung its head, and its tongue flew out of its mouth with a schwa sound. It flew 100 or 15 feet, and stuck to a martial great master's body with a paw sound. It coiled around his body, and shook its head again. That martial great master screamed in fear. His feet left the ground, and he flew away like a cloud. He fell into the snake's body. The other snake also jumped up and flung its head. But, it had obviously chosen the wrong target. This snake had come for Jing Manghun. Jing Manghun roared loudly. He jumped up, and held a shining sword in his hand. He exhausted his entire body's strength, and fiercely chopped down. With a swoosh, smelly bird black blood with some green color splattered everywhere. A section of that long snake's tongue was actually chopped off by his sword. The severed tongue fell to the ground and actually twisted and rolled around like a living thing. In the blink of an eye, it was covered in dust. That snake had suffered a heavy blow. It issued a hiss sound from its mouth, and its huge body rolled on the ground in pain. The other snake hissed strangely. It opened its big mouth, and sprayed a pink smoke into the snake's mouth. Slowly, the bleeding stopped, and the snake stopped writhing. Although it was a little sluggish, it had obviously recovered a lot. This isn't a snake. It's an ancient spirit beast, lust dragon. Jing Manghun saw the pink smoke, saw the strange healing method, and looked at the silver horns on the snake's head. He finally understood what these 2 monsters were. He suddenly covered his nose, and retreated at lightning speed. He then shouted, "Quickly retreat. Don't smell that pink smoke." Everyone didn't dare to be negligent. They retreated at full speed for thousands of feet. King-level expert, what's a lust dragon? A command horse rider asked. A lust dragon isn't a thing. It's a strange creature. Jing Manghun's spirit was shaken. It could be seen that he felt relieved after knowing that this creature was a lust dragon. This lust dragon looked scary. But, it's not difficult to deal with. That's because it doesn't possess any offensive power. It doesn't have any other means of attack apart from the common engulfment and entanglement. Moreover, its speed isn't very fast. But, its defense is frightening. Its scales are harder than iron. Take note that their weakness is a white spot the size of a bowl below their head and above their neck. As long as that area was damaged, he would die without a doubt. Also, under the horn on its head, there is a similar white spot, which is also a fatal spot. Most snakes have a weak point at 7 inches. However, this kind of lust dragon has 2 vital points. Jing Menghun quickly said, "Everyone, be careful. We'll be rich if we kill these 2 lust dragons." After the lust dragon died, its skin would rot and become worthless. What was valuable was its blood, its poison sac, a spring sac, an inner core, and a crystal core. The eyes of the lust dragon were rare pearls, and its blood could be used as medicine. It can be said that every part of his body is a treasure. The more Jing Menghun spoke, the brighter his eyes became. It seemed as if this pair of lust dragons had already become his. Then, that pink smoke, what's going on? One of them asked. This lust dragon is the most obscene creature in the world. That pink smoke is secreted from the spring sac inside its body. It has a strong aphrodisiac effect. Even a poison-resistant body wouldn't be able to resist this aphrodisiac. Jing Menghun warned, "Everyone, you must be careful. If you don't find a woman to engage in sexual intercourse with within 10 hours, your body will fester, and you'll die. Moreover, there's no other way to cure it apart from sexual intercourse. Brothers, it's difficult to find a village girl in this desolate place. So, don't suck it into your stomach." Everyone sucked in a breath of air. This thing was so overbearing. In fact, its blood can also be used to make an aphrodisiac. It can also be used to treat this, man's unspeakable pain. Impotence. It's effective in one mouthful. Jing Menghun didn't want to speak so clearly. But, the eyes of several people lit up as soon as he spoke about this matter. Their faces also turned red. He suddenly realized that these dear friends were afraid that there was something that a man couldn't talk about. Moreover, even if there's nothing wrong with it, it'll become more powerful after taking this blood. It'll at least double in strength. Think about it, how much blood do these 2 big snakes have? Jing Menghun sighed. Everyone's eyes lit up. Who didn't want to be more powerful? Its inner core, spring sac, crystal nucleus, poison sac. Jing Menghun said, "In fact, all of them can be used to make this. But, the effects are different. Cough cough, even its pearl-like eyes will turn into a super-concentrated aphrodisiac after being soaked in the wine for 2 hours." Everyone's expression became strange. It seemed that these 2 snakes, no, lust dragons, were all aphrodisiacs. They were like 2 aphrodisiac storehouses. Apart from that, they had no other use. No other use? That's the biggest use. Jing Menghun angrily said, "This kind of thing is more important for a man than increasing his martial power. It can be said that as long as you have one, you'll become a hot commodity in the upper 3 heavens even if you don't have the strength to truss up a chicken. Think about it, brothers. There are so many people in the lower heavens continent. On average, there's 1 in 100 people like this. It's like a moving gold mine." As he spoke, he looked at the group of people around him with gratitude and revealed a smile that no one knew the meaning of. For example, among our 3,000 people, there are 70 to 80 people like this. Suddenly, many people looked at their companions with mocking expressions on their faces. The meaning in their eyes was very obvious. Well, it was very profound. It was as if they were inquiring. Suddenly, many people's faces turned red. They angrily cursed in their hearts. You can't casually say this even if you're a king-level expert. How could such a F***king thing be done so casually? Brothers, you must know that these 2 lust dragons will also leave if we leave. But, King of Hell Chu will also pass by. Then, all our efforts will go down the drain. So, it's better to make a fortune first. Then, we'll wait for King of Hell Chu to make a big contribution. Wouldn't that be great? Jing Menghun waved his hand and said, "It's settled. Get ready to slaughter these lust dragons." Wah wah wah, the two lust dragons rushed over with hissing sounds. These two guys obviously hadn't eaten their fill yet. They had easily swallowed 5 people. They felt that these strange creatures in front of them were easy to deal with. One of them had lost half of its tongue, but that was only a minor injury. It would recover in a few days. Therefore, the two lust dragons rushed over in an imposing manner. Who would have thought that these strange creatures, which had been like a flock of sheep in front of them, would encounter such a crazy and intensive attack? It seemed as if they had eaten an aphrodisiac. They were attacking their bodies. Moreover, they were jumping up and down. They were using all kinds of tricks one after another. The lust dragons could be considered agile. But they were still far inferior to these people. One of the lust dragons finally received a fatal blow after it had swallowed 7 or 8 people with great difficulty. Jing Menghun used a long sword to spin it. The sword carried the king's vital energy, and sent it into the white spot on its lower jaw. The king's vital energy suddenly exploded in the vital part of the lust dragon's body. Blood gushed out like a fountain. The lust dragon issued a loud hissing sound. Its entire body stood erect in pain. It was more than 100 feet tall. Then, it fell down with a bang. It rolled over with a loud rumbling sound. Some of the burning trees were uprooted wherever it went. The mountain rocks were sent flying in all directions. It could be said that the rocks were piercing through the clouds. The other lust dragon didn't care about eating people anymore. It only cared about guarding its vital parts. It was already badly battered. However, its 2 vital parts were already dripping with blood as it guarded against the incoming attacks. Suddenly, the dying lust dragon turned around. It opened its big mouth, and started to roll backwards at lightning speed. The other lust dragon hissed loudly while covering the rear. Then, it followed closely behind. It's running away, the wind is tight. Retreat. Jing Menghun and the others had killed one of them with great difficulty. How could they give up when they saw that the fruits of their labor were about to fall into their hands? They rushed forward to catch up with the lust dragon. They didn't relax at all. The lust dragon issued an angry hissing sound. It turned its head, and spurted out a large mass of dense pink fog. Jing Menghun and the experts of the Golden Horse Riders Department held their breaths. They hastily dodged behind. You're running anyway. Jing Menghun was full of confidence in the speed of these 2 lust dragons. These 2 lust dragons are mine today. They can't run away. The lust dragons continued to turn their heads, and fled with whooshing sounds. A mountain forest was burning fiercely in front of them. The trees were burning with strange crackling sounds. The whistling sound of the wind and the whistling sound of the flames completely covered the sound of the fight. The 2 lust dragons didn't hesitate to drill into the raging flames. They were afraid of fire. However, they wouldn't die immediately if they drilled into the flames. They would be fine as long as they could pass through the flames quickly. However, they felt that the strange creatures outside were much more terrifying than this fire. The 2 lust dragons went into the fire. Minister Chu's black robe flew high up in the air. He forced the flames away, and passed through them like a lightning bolt. Then, he came face to face with the 2 lust dragons who were fleeing in distress. Their eyes met. The 4 eyes of the 2 lust dragons were as big as watermelons. They stared blankly at the strange creature that had suddenly rushed out of the sea of flames. Their brains were almost petrified. They would have exclaimed in surprise if they could speak. Fu*K. Why isn't this strange creature afraid of fire? Obviously, the creature that came from inside was the same as the ones outside. Moreover, this one seemed to be more powerful. This pink mist is very dense. It is almost condensed into a solid substance. The lust dragon was so anxious that it spouted half of its spring sac. Too despicable. Too shameless. A group of people is intercepting us from the front. And there's someone who isn't afraid of death waiting here? Do you think that the lust dragons are your prey? Chu Yang hadn't met any enemies along the way. He knew that the situation was extremely urgent. So, he had been very anxious all the way. So, he had flown through the cluster of raging flames. But, he hadn't expected that he would run into 2 big snakes as soon as he got out of the sea of fire. How can there be snakes in a place of fire? Minister Chu's brain short-circuited. He opened his eyes wide, and didn't understand what was going on. Then, the enraged lust dragon opened its mouth, and spouted a mouthful of pink gas. The two sides were very close to each other. Minister Chu was startled. He hastily held his breath. However, his body was already shrouded in the pink smoke. This is an unexpected disaster. Qi Yang might have been able to take advantage of the chaos and kill his way out if he had arrived a little earlier. The two lust dragons would have attracted most of the enemy's attention if Qi Yang had arrived a little later. Then, it would have been very easy for him to escape. However, he was neither too late nor too early. He had appeared in the path of the two lust dragons at this critical juncture. The two lust dragons regarded him as their mortal enemy. So, they spouted a mouthful of poisonous gas at him. Ah, that aphrodisiac, it hadn't been inhaled directly. But, the pink smoke had shrouded Chu Yang's entire body. It was no different from swallowing it. In fact, it was even more serious. It was because the lust dragon had used almost half of *its spring sac in this puff of pink smoke. In fact, it wasn't stingy at all. It had used the entirety of its spring sac on Minister Chu. Fu*K. What's this thing? Qi Yang angrily shouted in his heart. He waved his hand, and his sleeves fluttered. Then, he dispersed the remaining pink smoke. Then, the lust dragon ferociously pounced on Qi Yang. It opened its big mouth, and ferociously tried to swallow Qi Yang. Qi Yang was extremely angry. Fu*K. Did Jing Menghun raise this thing? It knew that it was waiting here to intercept me. It didn't know how to avoid the fire. It's too damn loyal. Anger rose from his heart. The calamity sword appeared in his hand with a clang, and he mercilessly slashed down. How could ordinary swords and sabers compare to the might of such an earth-shattering divine item? How could it be described as resolute and decisive, cutting through iron like it was mud? What's more, Minister Chu's anger, his 7 shades, and his elemental energy, Qi Yang's sword chopped off the lower jaw of the lust dragon with a swoosh sound. Blood spurted out of the lust dragon's mouth and half of its neck. Qi Yang's body was once again covered with blood. The sword light flashed again. Minister Chu didn't hesitate. Instead, he chopped off the other lust dragon's chin with a schwa sound. This wasn't a fatal blow, but a direct and fatal one. Jing Menghun and the others had also contributed greatly in this matter. In fact, Jing Menghun and his nearly 3,000 experts had already beaten these two lust dragons to the point of exhaustion. One of the vital parts of the lust dragon was broken, while the other two were bleeding. The defensive power of the lust dragon had been greatly reduced by over half. Moreover, the unparalleled might of the calamity sword had been unparalleled since the ancient times. The two lust dragons started to roll over violently. They seemed to be on the verge of death. This wasn't an attack on their vital parts. Instead, it had chopped off their vital parts. How could they not die? They would have died even if they had 2 lives. However, the sword spirit in Chu Yang's mind screamed and rushed out. What did you provoke this time? Why are they so overbearing? Overbearing? Qi Yang didn't feel anything unusual. So, he couldn't help but ask. Fu*K, lust dragons. These are treasures. The sword spirit's voice was somewhat excited. However, it was also somewhat helpless as it said, hurry up and take these 2 guys in. Qi Yang complied. The 2 lust dragons were still rolling over. However, they had lost their lives. Qi Yang's mind moved, and the 2 lust dragons disappeared from their places. Only the raging flames were left in the surroundings. You can go about your business. Outside of the fire, it's your business, the sword spirit said and disappeared without a trace. Qi Yang smiled mischievously. He felt that his blood had started to burn. But, he didn't care. He brandished his sword, and the 7 shades cold energy gushed out of his body like a surging tide. The fire was stifled. Then, Qi Yang's figure shot out like a meteor. This battle couldn't be avoided. But, Qi Yang didn't intend to avoid it. He had already made preparations for it. His sword flashed as he rushed out of the sea of fire. He then saw Jing Menghun and the others rushing over with big strides. Qi Yang laughed out loud. Jing Menghun, you haven't died yet? Come, let me send you on your way. The sword light flashed and emitted 10,000 cold lights. Chu Yang's gloomy voice resounded. It seemed to have the tone of hell. One cold light. 10,000 fathoms piercing light. Jing Menghun and the others were truly depressed. They had seen that such a rare treasure was about to fall into their hands. So, they had followed suit for fear of losing it. Even if there was a sea of fire in front of them, they had rushed forward without any hesitation. But, who would have thought that everything would change in the blink of an eye? The lust dragons' bodies were still outside the fire. So, they weren't in a hurry. But, who would have thought that they would disappear into the raging flames with a whooshing sound? Fu Kami. Could it be that the eastern side of the fire has melted? Otherwise, how could it disappear so thoroughly? How could Jing Menghun be willing to let such a rare and miraculous thing disappear? He impatiently rushed forward, and wanted to enter the sea of fire to take a look. But, he hadn't expected that he would be greeted by a shining sword light as soon as he got close to it. And, it turned out to be the target he had been chasing for more than 5,000 kilometers, King of Hell Chu. King of Hell Chu had drilled out of the sea of fire in a high-spirited manner. He didn't run away when he saw Jing Menghun. Instead, he rushed over with even more vigor. King of Hell Chu? Jing Menghun almost died from anger. Why didn't this enemy come out earlier or later? Why did he come out at such a critical moment? Why does this bastard always spoil my plans? Is there anything that he doesn't want to meddle in? This guy has appeared at such a critical moment after I had chased him for more than 5,000 kilometers. He has ruined my beautiful dream. I can go to the upper three heavens if I have the lust dragons. Which clan wouldn't want such a treasure that can increase the chances of their clan's reproduction? Wouldn't I become a delicious cake? My grand dream of the upper three heavens has been shattered by King of Hell Chu's sudden appearance. I will have to give up on the lust dragons once he comes out. And, I will have to deal with him with all my strength. But, how can I give up on the lust dragons that I have already obtained? What can I do if I don't give up? A thunderous voice resounded behind Jing Menghun. The troops of Iron Cloud have arrived to meet King of Hell Chu. It will take them at most half an hour to arrive here. Killing King of Hell Chu has been going on for nearly a month now. The arduous task of traveling a distance of 11,000 kilometers has only been left for a little more than half an hour. So, this task has been going on for nearly half a month. I won't be able to stop King of Hell Chu from returning to Iron Cloud even if I don't go all out. Not to mention the lust dragons. Diwu Qing Ro alone can peel off my skin. Jing Menghun became anxious, angry, frustrated, helpless, and sad. Thousands of emotions welled up in his mind. Sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty feelings welled up in his heart. Coupled with the sea of fire that covered the mountains and plains, and King of Hell Chu's sudden appearance, it was as if there were clouds in his mind. Thousands of knots appear in my heart. The sea of fire scissors the wind. King of Hell's sword flashes. King of Hell is furious. King of Hell Chu. You motherfu *cur. Give me your life. Jing Menghun shouted, kill this bastard at all costs. The sooner the better. King-level expert Jing hadn't forgotten to kill Chu Yang as soon as possible. He wanted to chase after those two lust dragons. Jing Menghun shouted. He held his sword in his left hand, and faced Chu Yang's 10,000 fathoms of cold light. Dozens of experts in the surroundings rode their swords, and brazenly rushed forward. They turned a blind eye to the formidable lethality of Chu Yang's move. Chu Yang shouted, what harm is there in slaughtering the entire world? At the same time, the sword chi blocked the countless weapons with clanging sounds. At the same time, a murderous aura surged out. Between the heavens and the earth, a stream of light that suppressed all the flames suddenly appeared. It shot through the air with an unstoppable force, and rushed towards the countless weapons and enemies that were coming in disorder. Chu Yang's eyes were ice-cold and calm. His lips slightly bent down, and presented a cruel arc. His heart was calm, and filled with murderous intent. Countless weapons hacked down on that perfectly round beam of light with a loud bang. Even Jing Menghun's sword in his left hand hacked down with all his might. The sword light scattered a little. Chu Yang spat out a mouthful of blood. But, the sword light still condensed, and rushed into the crowd of the Golden Horse Riders department behind Jing Menghan and the others. It plowed a path of blood and minced flesh like an iron plow. King of Hell Chu left a trail of minced flesh and blood wherever he passed. However, his momentum had been exhausted. He finally fell down after he had rushed for a distance of 15 feet. He was immediately surrounded. Chu Yang looked up to the sky, and laughed. He had suddenly unleashed his ferocious nature at the most critical juncture of his escape. He didn't know what was going on. He had completely ignored the fact that he had been injured. The injuries of others were still manageable. But, Jing Menghan's all-out attack wasn't easy to deal with. However, he clearly felt that his blood was boiling. He had an inexhaustible strength. He only wanted to kill, he wanted to kill to his heart's content. Chu Yang had never experienced this kind of situation since his rebirth. His mind had been affected by the tribulation sword in his previous life. That was the only time he had experienced this kind of crazed killing. But, it was clear that he was controlling the tribulation sword now. It wasn't the tribulation sword controlling him. So, how could this situation occur? More than a dozen enemies had died under Ku Ren's sword. The tribulation sword's ability to devour living beings had been activated. So, his body didn't feel tired. Chu Yang roared. All the evil tendencies of his previous and current lives were suddenly aroused from the deepest part of his heart. He felt like he was going crazy with killing. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to vent his anger if he didn't kill. He dashed left and right in the crowd like a mad tiger. Wherever the tribulation sword went, the sound of weapons breaking could be heard. The tribulation sword's tip flashed with an amazing light. The sword's edge was dark red. It seemed as if a demon was baring its fangs and smiling ferociously. The sword's blade was ice cold. It didn't get stained with blood after killing people. It was like a cold and emotionless executioner who was indifferently taking countless lives. The 3 fragments of the tribulation sword had also been aroused by this crazy killing. These 3 fragments of divine weapons had existed since ancient times. They were sharp killing weapons. The meaning of their existence, or the meaning of the tribulation sword's creation, was to kill. Now, they had officially returned to their original profession. The murderous aura was getting thicker and thicker. Jing Menghan was startled as he looked at Chu Yang's figure dashing left and right. This dreadful king of hell Chu hasn't only recovered from all his injuries, but has also recovered his strength. Moreover, it seems that he has made a breakthrough in his cultivation. More than one. The most frightening thing isn't that King of Hell Chu has made a breakthrough, it's that King of Hell Chu is a completely different person compared to before. King of Hell Chu has always fought when he could, and fled when he couldn't. But, it's completely different this time. King of Hell Chu is besieged in the center. But, he's crazily slashing and killing. He doesn't seem to care about the swords and sabers. It seems that his only thought is to kill. It seems that his goal is to kill all of us at all costs. Jing Menghan was startled. Then, he sneered in his heart, even if your martial power is sky high, how can you kill 3,000 of us by yourself? He soared and joined the battle. Hundreds of corpses had fallen within a radius of 400 feet around Chu Yang in a short quarter of an hour. Too many of them had been crushed by the tribulation sword, and were scattered on the ground. The pressure on Chu Yang became unprecedentedly huge once Jing Menghan joined the battle. However, he did his best to hold on, fighting to the death as he charged out. Fortunately, even though he had already fallen into a state of frenzy, he still remembered his original intention, which was to charge out, get out. Chu Yang and Jing Menghan's sword collided with a loud bang. Jing Menghan was holding his sword with his left hand. Moreover, he couldn't display his full strength with his left hand due to his recent disability. However, his peak king-level expert strength was still much higher than Chu Yang's. The difference between the two sides couldn't be measured. Chu Yang's body shook, and he abruptly drew back. Blood spurted out from his nose and mouth, and he staggered. 2 bang sounds were heard. It was the sound of 2 revered martial artists of the Golden Horse Riders department taking advantage of this opportunity to fiercely hit him on the back. Chu Yang felt a chill on his leg with a schwa sound. Then, he felt a sharp pain. A sword had slanted across his right leg, and left a long and deep cut. Blood was gushing out. Chu Yang let out a loud cry. Suddenly, he flew into a rage. His long sword trembled and made a hissing sound. Suddenly, he swung his sword in a circle. The first 3 parts of the Calamity Sword and the 12 moves were all sent out at the same time. There was no pause. Then, Chu Yang didn't stop there. He launched the 4 sword moves that he had created himself at the same time. Suddenly, a volcano of sword energy erupted within a radius of 300 feet around Chu Yang's body. Countless sword lights poured out, one by one, 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 one by one. They spread in all directions with an invincible power. It seemed as if countless demons had suddenly appeared in the sky. Each of them blinked their shining eyes. They were bone-chilling, and their murderous aura soared to the sky. A loud bang sound was heard. Everyone wanted to take advantage of Chu Yang's injury. So, hundreds of people surrounded him with a rumbling sound. Everyone attacked with their swords and sabers. But, who would have thought that King of Hell Chu would launch a full-blown explosion of sword energy at such a moment? Suddenly, countless people bore the brunt of this attack. Those who were close to him didn't even have time to scream. They didn't even have time to reveal a frightened expression on their faces. They were torn to pieces by the omnipresent sword energy. 200 people died at the same time under this attack. Jing Menghun's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably as he looked at the dismembered limbs and body parts all over the ground. The corners of his eyes were also twitching. What kind of sword technique is this? Even a king-level expert like me can't achieve this kind of power. Fortunately, I didn't go forward. Otherwise, I wouldn't have died here. But, I'm afraid that I would have been injured. The entire place was silent. King of Hell Chu's black clothes were stained with blood. His body was slightly swaying, but he was still standing proudly. His eyes were still as cold as before. They were still as cruel as before. His murderous aura was still as before. His sword was in his right hand. It was flashing with a cold light. A large amount of sticky blood flowed from Chu Hengxing's body onto the sword. Then, it slid down to the ground. The sword was spotless, bright, and ice-cold. The rest of the people stared blankly at the bloody mess that King of Hell Chu had created with his outburst of sword energy. The corners of their eyes were twitching. Their hearts were filled with fear. Yes, the enemy has suffered serious injuries. He's already swaying. It's obvious that he won't live for long. But, no one dares to fight like a cornered beast. If another outburst of sword energy like this happens again, then, the lives of 100 or 200 people will be buried in this bottomless pit. But, I don't know if I'll be among these 200 people. The sound of the army coming from behind was getting closer and closer. The entire mountain forest seemed to be trembling with the sound of the iron hooves. Even the flames in the mountains and plains seemed to be flickering. It seemed as if they were intimidated by the momentum of the galloping horses. Ironclad's reinforcements are about to arrive. Maybe they'll arrive in the next moment. Dripping blood battle technique. Jing Menghun shouted. Everyone secretly curled their lips. King-level expert Jing had shouted the words dripping blood battle technique 7 or 8 times today. But, he hadn't rushed forward to use the dripping blood battle technique. Nearly 100 people had already fallen under the urging of Jing Menghun's dripping blood battle technique. 30,000 people were fighting against one person. And, 100 of them had fallen. This was an extremely frightening number. Jing Menghun fiercely rushed forward after he finished speaking. He knew that he needed to take the lead this time. After all, the number of casualties just now was too frightening. Moreover, Ironclad's reinforcements were already close at hand. I'm afraid that this attack will be our last chance. Everyone rushed forward once again. This was the last attack. Chu Yang's body was weak. His vision had become somewhat blurry. But, his blood was still burning hot. It seemed as if his soul was burning at this moment. Chu Yang had rushed out of the sea of flames. He had been besieged by 3,000 people. But, he had already rushed out 7,000 feet. This was an unimaginable number. Even if Jing Menghun and Chu Yang had been in the same position, he wouldn't have been able to rush out 7,000 feet like this. However, Chu Yang's oil had finally dried up. He had no strength left after he had released that sword attack. Chu Yang would have left some strength to protect himself if this had happened in the past. But, he was in a strange state this time. Even Chu Yang didn't know why he had burst out with all his strength. Jing Menghun's hideous grin was getting closer and closer. Chu Yang suddenly looked up and roared. At this moment, the tip of Calamity Sword suddenly emitted an ice-cold aura. In an instant, Chu Yang's meridians were filled with this cold energy. It was about to erupt. 7 shades cold energy. Chu Yang woke up with a start. He waved his hand, and a vast expanse of white cold energy spread out. Frost covered the ground wherever it passed. It was freezing cold. Jing Menghun and the other experts who had surrounded him suddenly felt their bodies freeze. A fast horse rushed out of the bend in the distance. It shouted like a clap of thunder, "Stop!" Its voice was shrill and anxious. It even had a hint of a female voice. 2 people's silhouettes jumped up from their horses. They rushed out like lightning. It seemed as if they were walking in the air. They crossed hundreds of feet in a flash. Then, they flashed again, and got a lot closer. They floated in the air like shadows. It seemed as if they were in a dream. Jing Menghun finally launched an attack. Countless experts of the Golden Horse Riders Department launched a frenzied bombardment at the last moment. Chu Yang was in the middle of the attack. He didn't hold back any of his strength. He transferred all of his strength to his sword. The 12 moves of the Tribulation Sword suddenly burst out. A storm was set off again. However, it was so cold that it could freeze 1,000 miles this time. It was completely different from the previous attack. Countless screams resounded at the same time. Many experts of the Golden Horse Riders Department lost their lives under this move. They were frozen stiff. Then, they turned into chunks of frozen meat and danced in the air. At the same time, close to 300 people lost their lives in this explosion. The surroundings looked like an azure hell. It was too horrible to look at. Jing Menghun screamed hoarsely. His shoulder, thigh, and chest were stabbed. He flew up with blood dripping from his body. He roared in the air, "It's over. Retreat." He hadn't expected that he would suffer such injuries under such a dense siege. He had to leave first. The 2 people who were rushing over were clearly Tai Butian's shadow bodyguards. He would lose his life if he didn't leave under the siege of these 2 people. Chu Yang groaned miserably. The enemy had attacked him with all their might. He had been hit by 7 swords, 3 sabers, and 1 kick from Jing Menghun. Chu Yang felt as if his internal organs were about to rupture. He was thrown high up in the air, and tumbled down. He lost consciousness the moment he was thrown up. 2 silhouettes rushed over at lightning speed, and caught Chu Yang in their arms as he fell from the sky. The Iron Cloud's army rushed in like a tide. Butian Pavilion's people and the 2 shadow experts joined the army to chase and kill the remaining 2,000 experts of the Golden Horse Riders Department. However, these 2,000 experts weren't mediocre. 500 of them were killed, and 30 or 40 were captured. However, the rest of them had already fled without a trace. Jing Menghun was the first to escape. He had already fled far away. Chu Yang was lying unconscious in Tai Butian's arms. Tai Butian felt that Chu Yang's body was getting hotter and hotter even though he was unconscious. In fact, he felt like a stove. The 2 shadow experts' gazes were somewhat evasive as they returned. Tai Butian hurriedly asked as if she had seen her saviors when she saw the 2 shadow experts return, "Uncles, look, what's wrong with him?" The 2 shadow experts had already known what had happened from the mouths of the captives. So, they could have guessed what had happened when they saw Chu Yang's appearance. They couldn't help but sigh and say, "I'm afraid, this man can't be saved." Can't be saved? Tai Butian felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her body swayed, and her vision went dark. She asked, "He's still breathing. Moreover, his pulse is very strong. How can he be saved?" "He's poisoned," the shadow said. He then sighed, "Moreover, there's no antidote for this poison." No antidote. Tai Butian was on the verge of collapse. She weakly asked, "What kind of poison is so overbearing? How? This is the lust poison of a lust dragon. We are in the wilderness. There are no women in the army. It's difficult to even find a village girl here. One of the shadow experts suddenly stopped talking and grimaced in pain. It was another shadow who pinched him fiercely. Lust dragon? Lust poison? However, Taibu Tian had already heard it. Her eyes lit up. She thought for a while and said, "Is it the lust dragon whose body will fester and die if it's not detoxified within 5 hours?" One of the two shadows lowered his head, and the other one looked around as if he hadn't heard anything. "Is it?" Taibu Tian asked angrily. "It's hard to say." One of the shadow experts stammered. Then, he said, "But, you don't have to do anything for him even if it's true. After all, as he spoke, he was pinched again. So, he took a step back and didn't say anything else. Tai Budian looked at the other figure with a questioning gaze. "What's going on?" Her expression gradually darkened. "It's his fate that he's in this state." That shadow said, "Moreover, our iron cloud already has King of Hell Chu. We don't need to have two. Besides, this person has always been arrogant and unruly. Besides, the war is imminent. It's really not a good idea to." Tai Butian's gaze was like water as he looked at Chu Yang's face. The expression on his face was constantly changing. One could tell that he was struggling intensely in his heart. After a long time, he finally gritted his teeth, turned his head, and said in a hoarse voice, "Prepare a carriage to send him back." His voice was weak, and he seemed to be on the verge of collapse. The two shadows heaved a sigh of relief at the same time as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. After exchanging glances, they hurriedly went to carry out the orders. At this time, Wu Kuangyan strolled over and stretched his neck to take a look. He couldn't help but shrug his shoulders and laugh. "So it's this little bastard. This guy still owes me a huge debt that he hasn't paid back yet." Tai Budian looked at the dark night with a stupefied expression. His face was expressionless. He stood there motionless. It seemed as if the ruler of Iron Cloud had suddenly turned into a wooden sculpture. The carriage arrived, and Chu Yang was placed on it. The army then began to move back. Tai Budian followed beside the carriage from beginning to end. He didn't say a word. His expression was one of pain. His teeth were tightly biting his lips until his lower lip turned into tea. The two shadows looked at him worriedly. They didn't leave his side even for an inch. "Your Majesty, there's news." Wu Kuangyan held a messenger falcon in his hand. He was sweating profusely as he ran over. "There are 3 cavalry troops rushing in our direction at top speed. They're less than 700 miles away from here." "How far do we have to go back?" Tai Budian asked in a stupefied manner. "There are still 350 li left." Wu Kuangyan bluntly said, "But most of us are infantry. The enemy is cavalry. Moreover, they've already unleashed their speed. Even if we can go back, we'll still have to organize people to withdraw." Tai Budian understood the underlying meaning of these words. "It's not optimistic. The army is under your command. You must return to the slanting valley before the enemy does, no matter what method you use. Then, organize people to withdraw into the heaven-splitting mountain pass." Tai Budian made a prompt decision and gave the order. "Then, what about you, Your Majesty?" Wu Kuangyan was startled. He was startled. "Uncle Zing and I will find a way to go back," Tai Budian said. He then stretched out his hand and pointed, "Leave this man and the carriage behind. You go first. You won't be able to move quickly if you take him with you." "No." Wu Kuangyan was startled. "Execute the order." Tai Budian looked at him fiercely. "You'll be punished for treason if you dare to say another word." Then, he comforted him, "Don't worry. We'll follow behind the army. We'll follow them if we can. If we can't, I'll have 2 king-level experts by my side. So, there won't be any danger." He paused and said, "I'll personally explain to Supreme Commander Tai no matter what the situation is this time. You don't need to show up." Wu Kuangyan didn't listen to him no matter what he said. Wu Kuangyan didn't have the guts to leave the emperor behind in the middle of a burning wilderness at such a critical time. "You won't go?" Tai Butian's eyes suddenly sharpened. He unsheathed his sword with a schwa sound. The next moment, he placed it on his own neck. "I'll die here if you don't go." Wu Kuangyan was sweating profusely. His eyes were at a loss. "You still won't go?" Tai Budian shouted. There was already a bloody mark on his neck. Wu Kuangyun shouted. He was filled with endless grief. Your Majesty, take care. Old Wu is going. He jumped up and mounted his horse. Then, he crazily issued orders. The rear army changed to the front army. The entire army sped up. Wu Kuangyun led the cavalry to the front of the army. Hurry back and guard the mountain pass as soon as possible. Then, I'll personally come out to meet your Majesty. Then I have no choice but to risk my life. Wu Kuangyun, Ironclad Nation is in your hands from this moment on. As long as you guard the heaven-splitting mountain pass, there's still hope. If you can't guard it, then this will be the only time in my life that I, the Emperor of Ironclad Nation, will have to pay a high price. Tai Budian muttered in his heart. He recalled that he had acted impulsively for the sake of that person in the carriage. But now, his life was hanging by a thread. His body was poisoned. But, Tai Budian couldn't help but feel confused as he thought of this. Tai Budian followed the carriage. She wasn't at the rear of the army. Let Wu Kuangyun take the lead in this situation. This is the best choice. Of course, I can lead the team. But, what about Chu Yang? He can't withstand any more bumps. Moreover, he can't hold on for such a long time. Tai Budian bit his lip. He still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. His eyes were constantly darting back and forth. This place is too desolate. Moreover, we just passed through a big fire. What should I do? What should I do? Time passed little by little. Tai Budian had already followed the army for dozens of miles. The army in front was getting farther and farther away. Their voices were getting softer and softer. Tai Budian suddenly reined in his horse. Then, he jumped down. He squatted on the ground. He was motionless. His shoulders were shaking. It seemed, he was crying. The two shadows looked at each other. Then, they sighed deeply. A muffled groan came from the carriage. The three of them turned their heads to look. They saw that the unconscious Chu Yang's body was twitching uncontrollably. His face and the exposed skin on his body had already turned red. He's in great pain. If he wants, I'll give him a quick death, one of the shadows said. Then, he walked towards the carriage. Don't you dare! Tai Budian shouted. He jumped up and stood in front of the carriage. His eyes were red. They looked at each other. Tai Butian's eyes revealed an awe-inspiring determination. He lowered his head after a long time. He said, "Find me a secluded place." Tai Butian's body suddenly trembled as he said this. You. The two shadows cried out in shock. That's the only way. Tai Budian smiled sadly. But, Icy Heart Jade Bone, one of the shadows said anxiously, what will happen? You will be beaten to death by your master. Icy Heart Jade Bone. Tai Budian smiled indifferently. He said, if he's no longer here. Who will I guard my icy heart for? Who will I guard my jade bone for? He smiled faintly, yet somewhat perplexedly, and said, as for master, could it be that I can still be her disciple in this lifetime? The two shadows were speechless. Tai Shichu only had Tai Budian as his only descendant. He was now the ruler of Ironclad Nation. How could he still be mother's disciple? But, it's not worth it. One of the shadows was anxious. He doesn't even know about your life, and, what does it have to do with whether he knows or not? Tai Budian smiled. This has nothing to do with him. Can you? The two shadows were tongue-tied. Can I still have a child with him? Tai Budian smiled sadly. It's because he doesn't know anything that there's less entanglement. Over. The shadows were speechless. With Tai Butian's status, it was impossible. Since that's the case, what does it matter? Tai Budian said indifferently, this is my business. It has nothing to do with him, and it has nothing to do with you, and it has nothing to do with my master. There was a resolute look on his face. It's my business. It's my business alone. He turned around and looked at the two shadows sadly. After the struggle for the lower three heavens is over, whether it succeeds or not, he's going to leave. Once he leaves, we may never see each other again. Just let me have these memories in my life, okay? Tai Budian turned around and looked at the flames that were still burning around her. She said slowly, in my entire life, when I was a baby, perhaps I had experienced joy before. But I have no memories of it. Ever since father was injured, I've had a heavy burden on my shoulders. I've never experienced any joy, nor have I had any friends. I've also never had anyone that I liked, much less any vows of unconditional love. That kind of deep love, that kind of feeling of deep love. Ever since I was born, I've been alone. Other girls can still admire flowers, plant grass, and mourn over the pain of spring as the joy of their boudoir. As for me, I can't even think about it. What has accompanied me from the beginning to the end has been a ruthless and merciless path, the path of an emperor. As father's only flesh and blood, this is my responsibility and I can't shirk it. But who would have thought that even if I were to rule the world, I would still be an ordinary girl? I have my own dreams too. But other people's dreams have a chance to come true, but mine has never. It's simply impossible. When I'm under pressure, I also want a shoulder to lean on and an embrace to make me cry. But I can only persevere and face all the cruelty and coldness with a fearless attitude. Yes, this is my responsibility. But, unknowingly, Tai Butian's face was already filled with tears. But, to put all of this on me, to make me, a weak girl, face the hardships of life, to control this secret so tightly. Moreover, it's a secret that has no end. Facing a hopeless future, to hide all of my youth behind a mask until I grow old. Don't you think this is too cruel? Don't you think this is too cruel? Tai Budian said hoarsely. The two figures sighed sadly and looked at each other speechlessly. But today, I want to save him. Even if I have to give up everything, I have to save him. And even if I don't get anything in return after giving up all this, I'm willing to let this dream disappear without a trace. I'll only be willful this once. I'll just be willful this once. Tai Budian murmured, but I only hope that you will never tell him. We can never let him know. So this is my matter alone. Under the illumination of the firelight, two clear streaks of tears streamed down his face. It's just a pity that your icy heart jade bone divine art is about to advance further. Shadow looked up at the sky and sighed. That's what your master said, she'll come to pick you up, haha. Perhaps by the time she came. Tai Budian looked at the mountain full of fire in the dark night and said, the world has already changed. Then, he smiled, isn't this mountain of fire more beautiful than the most beautiful candlelight in the world? His eyes flashed with a trace of shyness, and a trace of sweetness. Perhaps this time, he thought of something he would never get, the pair of red candles on the beautiful wedding night. At this moment, his eyes were filled with confusion, yet they were also filled with the sweetness of fantasy. Xianxia felt sore all over his body when he woke up. But, there was also an indescribable carefree feeling in his body. He groaned and sat up. Using all the strength in his body, he managed to half sit up. At this time, he discovered that his body was swaying, as if he was on a moving carriage. Was it Iron Cloud's carriage or Great Zhao's carriage? Xianxia was puzzled. Looking at the soft bedding and the soft quilt covering his body, he knew that if the people of Great Zhao caught him, they wouldn't give him such preferential treatment. You're awake? A voice came from outside, indifferent and dignified. Then, the curtain of the carriage lifted and Tai Budian floated in. An ordinary person could get on the carriage with a single step, but Tai Budian, an emperor with a certain level of martial arts, actually floated in using her lightness skill. What are you showing off in front of me? Xianxia couldn't help but want to laugh. He said weakly, why are you here? Tai Butian's face was a little yellow, and her body seemed very tired. She sat down opposite Xianxia, but frowned slightly, revealing a trace of pain between her brows. She said lightly, you don't need to know why I'm here. I only want to ask you, you've slept for a day and a night. How do you feel? Xianxia was stunned. This tone was actually a kind of superior tone. Moreover, there was a natural coldness in her voice that kept people 1,000 miles away. He couldn't help but be shocked. He looked up and asked in surprise, what's wrong with you? I've been under a lot of pressure these days. Tai Budian looked at him for a while, her eyes expressionless. Then, she moved her gaze away and said, the flames of war have been lit. Great Zhao's army is pressing on the border. Fortunately, you came back at this time. Perhaps you can share some of my burden. Chu Yang looked at Tai Budian with a sharp gaze. He clearly felt that there was something wrong with Tai Budian today. He seemed to be deliberately distancing the two of them. Could something have happened while I was away? Chu Yang thought and said lightly, it's just that my ability is limited. I'm afraid I may not be able to help much. He had risked his life for Iron Cloud. Now, the Emperor of Iron Cloud was actually so cold to him. Chu Yang's tone was a little cold. Minister Chu. Tai Butian's eyes drifted and looked at him. Then, she looked away and said, but Minister Chu will still help me, won't you? Chu Yang suddenly felt a little suffocated. He chuckled and said, of course. I will definitely do what I say. When he finished, Chu Yang closed his eyes. It was obvious that he didn't want to talk to her anymore. What could he say to an arrogant emperor? Tai Budian would never lower his head to him, but it was even more impossible for him to lower his head to her. Chu Yang rarely showed his arrogance, but the pride in his bones was something that no one in this world could reach. Since Tai Budian was so cold, he would definitely not use his warm face to kiss her cold butt. That's good. Tai Budian led the way and smiled. Her sharp gaze circled around Chu Yang's face. She seemed to want to say something, but she held back and said coldly, recuperate well. As she spoke, she suddenly coughed a few times uncontrollably. Her eyebrows furrowed even tighter. The pained expression on her face became more and more obvious, as if she was enduring great pain. But Chu Yang's eyes were closed and he didn't see it. Then, Tai Budian got off the carriage. The sound of curtains being lifted sounded. Then, Tai Budian got on another carriage. It turned out that there were two carriages. Chu Yang snorted in his heart. This emperor was really getting more and more arrogant. He clearly saw thousands of troops coming to rescue him. In such an urgent situation, he actually came in a carriage. He really knew how to be comfortable. Sure enough, after one became an emperor, one's temperament and habits would change. The previous Budian was too diligent. Perhaps he would never return? Thinking of this, Chu Yang suddenly felt bored to death. If it wasn't to reverse fate and save Qing Wu, he really wanted to leave just like that. When the battle is over and Diwu Qingru is defeated, I, Chu Yang, will definitely not stay here for another day. The carriage moved forward slowly. The journey seemed to be getting more and more difficult. Chu Yang slowly felt that the surroundings were a little too quiet. Other than Tai Butian's carriage beside him, there seemed to be no other sound. Chu Yang circulated his qi and adjusted his breathing. When he thought of that earth-shattering final attack, he still felt a lingering fear. He actually survived such an attack. Even he felt that it was inconceivable. He called the sword spirit a few times, but this time, something strange happened. No matter how he called, the sword spirit didn't respond. He didn't know that Chu Yang had also erupted with unprecedented power in that final attack. He had killed nearly 300 people in one fell swoop. However, the other party clearly knew that this was their last chance. Almost everyone was fighting with their lives on the line. More than 1,000 people from all directions simultaneously attacked Chu Yang with their greatest strength. How could Chu Yang withstand such an attack by himself? This was a head-on attack. There was no room for any tricks. At the final juncture, when Chu Yang's body was about to be beaten into minced meat, the sword spirit finally couldn't control himself and rushed out. He took over Chu Yang's body, and used all the strength of his spirit body to resist this earth-shattering fatal attack for Chu Yang. But after that, the sword spirit also exhausted all its strength, and fell into a deep sleep. At that time, Chu Yang had already fallen into a coma. So, the sword spirit didn't even have time to tell him. Although the sword spirit knew that Chu Yang's body had a hidden problem that needed to be solved urgently, it was powerless to do anything. Moreover, it couldn't do anything even if it had been awake. Later, Chu Yang also fell into a coma. So, everything could only be left to fate. Chu Yang looked at his body. His meridians had almost been destroyed. He bitterly smiled, and summoned the sword spirit. He took out an incomplete version of the heavy pill, and swallowed it. This heavy pill wasn't the complete version of the mysterious ice jade ointment. However, it was still a first-class healing medicine in the world. Chu Yang's injuries looked serious. However, they were still within the range of treatment. After taking the heavy pill, Xianxia felt that his body was slowly regaining strength in less than half an hour. The injuries in his body were also slowly getting better. Another 2 hours passed. He finally felt that he could move. He sat up and breathed in and out a few times. Then, he felt that his whole body was relaxed. Moreover, it seemed as if some kind of shackle that had been binding him had suddenly broken. He felt as if his body was floating. Xianxia tried to raise his energy. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes wide in shock. He didn't know when his spiritual power had broken through the bottleneck. It had reached the first grade of king level. First grade of Sword King, what's going on? How did I break through when I was injured? Xianxia couldn't sit still as he thought of this. He lifted the curtain of the carriage and was about to jump down. However, he was shocked as soon as he lifted the curtain. He almost couldn't believe his eyes. I'm clearly still in the mountain range of Beyond the Heavens sect. But, where's the army? The army that came last night was clearly Ironclad's army. How come there's not even a shadow of a person? Am I dreaming? Smoke was still coming out of the mountain forest all around. There were still some weak flames in some places. Beside him, there was another carriage that looked very simple and crude. There were 2 carriages and 2 coachmen. Other than that, there was only himself and Tai Budian sitting in the carriage. There were 4 people in total. They didn't make a sound. Only the sound of the wheels was heard. What's going on? Xianxia couldn't help but ask, why are there only these few people? The 2 coachmen acted as if the world owed them 800 strings of coins. They kept a straight face and didn't speak. They just drove the carriage forward as if they didn't hear Xianxia's question. I'm asking you a question. Xianxia said angrily. Shut up. A reprimand was heard. King of Helchu was a little dumbfounded because this was what his coachman had said. Since when are coachmen so awesome? Xianxia's body floated out of the carriage and landed on the roof of the carriage. He looked down from above and became even more certain of his guess. Big tree is gone. Xianxia shrank back and stuck out his tongue as he looked at the 2 coachmen. If I'm not wrong, these 2 should be the 2 shadow experts who are always by Tai Butian's side. They're like shadows. Damn. No wonder they're so stupid. This was the first time that Xianxia had seen the true appearances of these 2 shadows. He saw that these 2 people looked as if they had been cast from the same mold. They were tall and thin, and wore gray robes. In fact, it seemed as if a piece of cloth had been hung from a bamboo pole. Their cheekbones were high and their eye sockets were deep. They didn't have a single ounce of meat on their bodies. They were about 50 years old. He didn't speak, but this shadow didn't let him go. You're fine? You can jump? You're recovering very fast. You're really lucky. No matter how Xianxia listened to these words, it sounded a little strange. It seemed that they had a lot of complaints. He could not help but ask, what's wrong? What happened? In order to save you, His Majesty sent an army of 500,000 soldiers out of the mountain pass to provide support. The mountain pass is currently being besieged by an enemy army of more than 1 million soldiers. Everyone has gone back to provide support. Only the few of us are left. Do you understand now? What? Xianxia was shocked. He didn't expect that Tai Budian would actually take such a huge risk for him. This was practically putting the fate of the entire country on the same scale as his, and his weight was obviously heavier. This was a huge risk. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt a little touched. He thought to himself, no wonder Tai Butian's expression is so foul. So that's why. Because of one person, the entire Ironclad nation was in danger. No matter who it was, they would not be in a good mood. The 2 Yingzins were also very surprised. Although Xianxia's aphrodisiac had been removed, it was impossible for him to be alive and kicking right now. When he was unconscious, both of them had checked his pulse. His injuries were so serious that they couldn't be any worse. How could he be able to walk and jump now? Moreover, he didn't seem to have any major problems. His vitality was too strong, wasn't it? On the other side, Tai Budian didn't move at all. She seemed to have fallen asleep. The 3 of them didn't know that Tai Budian was lying in the carriage. She was in so much pain that she was sweating all over. Her face was pale and her clothes were almost soaked with sweat. Chu Yang's aphrodisiac was extremely overbearing. Tai Budian was still a virgin. How could she withstand such a high intensity and almost cruel ravaging? When the aphrodisiac was removed, Tai Budian died countless times. In the end, she was almost on her last breath. It was also thanks to Chu Yang's lack of consciousness that his actions were only subconscious. Most of the time, it was Tai Budian who took the lead. That was why she didn't really die. Now, Tai Budian still felt like her whole body was being torn apart. She was in intense pain. It was already not easy for her to be able to resist the urge to look at Chu Yang. Minister Chu, this old man is much older than you. There's something I don't know if I should say? Ying said. Elder, please speak. There's no harm in it, Chu Yang said with a smile. Minister Chu is so young. I don't think you have a wife yet. Although it was a question, Ying's tone was certain. I don't have a wife yet, Chu Yang said frankly. Yes, if there's a woman who loves Minister Chu wholeheartedly and is willing to give up everything for him, would Minister Chu be moved? There was a hint of grievance in Ying's voice. He said, I'll be the matchmaker, Ying. Tai Butian's somewhat angry voice came from the carriage beside them. How can Minister Chu's marriage be forced by others? Ying touched his beard embarrassedly and didn't say anything. I already have someone I love. Chu Yang knew what he was getting at. He rejected him cleanly. I'm very fond of her and I love her very much. I don't want to be a second person in my life. Ying had already been stopped by Tai Budian. He didn't want to say anything else. But when he heard this, he flew into a rage. He couldn't control his temper anymore. He said sternly, Are you indifferent when others have sacrificed so much for you? No matter how much others have sacrificed for me, it's not a reason for me to have a change of heart, right? Chu Yang looked at this somewhat angry old man with amusement. He asked with interest, I just don't know, who is this person you're talking about? Humph. Ying snorted angrily. He turned his head and ignored Chu Yang. Chu Yang's mind turned at lightning speed. He had an idea. This old man was probably talking about Wu Qianqian. After all, Wu Qianqian had been in contact with these two old men since CC wasn't an ironclad. It seemed that these two old men were matchmaking for Wu Qianqian today. Thinking of Wu Qianqian, Chu Yang couldn't help but sigh deeply. Wu Qianqian was deeply in love with him. How could he not know? However, his entire life was for Qingwu. No matter what others did, the person he couldn't let down was Mo Qingwu. Wu Qianqian was naturally a peerless beauty. Moreover, she had an orchid heart, outstanding talent, and resourceful mind. Therefore, she was one of the top choices at this time. However, Chu Yang only had Mo Qingwu in his heart. The huge regret from his previous life had tied Chu Yang's heart into a dead knot. Other than Mo Qingwu, there was probably no one else in this world who could undo Chu Yang's love knot. From the beginning to the end, Chu Yang had never thought about what kind of ending he would have with Wu Qianqian. He didn't even have such thoughts. As for other people, they probably wouldn't. In the other carriage, Tai Butian's expression was dim. She sighed deeply with self-pity. Sure enough, Chu Yang had someone in his heart. Since that was the case, wouldn't it be best to bury this matter? Besides, even if Chu Yang didn't have anyone in his heart, what could she do? With her identity as the ruler of a country, could she still marry him? Tai Budian comforted herself. She seemed to have thought it through and made up her mind. However, 2 strings of tears quietly dripped down from her eyes, soaking the pillow. She gently reached out and wiped the tears away. However, the tears quickly gushed out again, as if they would never stop. Let me cry just once. While he's still beside me. Although he didn't know, there was another indescribable silence. In this place of silence, Chu Yang clearly felt that it was full of oppression, as if it would explode at any moment. After a long time, Tai Butian's somewhat tired voice came from the side. Minister Chu's body recovers really quickly. Chu Yang chuckled and said, It's just that my skin is rough and my flesh is thick. Since the misunderstanding between him and Tai Budian had been cleared, Chu Yang naturally wouldn't continue to treat her coldly. Last night, I threw Minister Chu's black clothes into the fire and burned them. Tai Budian said slowly. However, after burning them, I felt that something was wrong. Minister Chu, could there be something in your clothes that you can't let go of? Or a very important secret? Something that I can't let go of? A very important secret? Chu Yang was startled. He scratched his head in confusion and asked, "What does your majesty mean?" "Oh, since there's nothing, I can rest assured." Tai Budian smiled and said, "Because when the clothes were burned, there was clearly a smell of roasted hair. If it was only from Minister Chu's body, there wouldn't be so much smell." Haha, Yuanqing worried too much. Chu Yang smiled and said, "Your majesty may not know, but my clothes were stained with too much blood, or perhaps there were pieces of flesh and blood from the enemy's corpse. Naturally, there would be that smell after burning them." Tai Budian smiled and said, or maybe I haven't experienced it before." She was puzzled. The smell of burning flesh and blood was not the same as that. However, she didn't continue the discussion on this topic. "Minister Chu. You and I are not monarch and minister, nor are we colleagues." Tai Budian said carefully, "Minister Chu has a great future and will definitely not be limited to the small lower three heavens. Then, dare I ask, in Minister Chu's heart, what kind of position am I, the Emperor of Iron Cloud?" Tai Butian spoke slowly. But, there was a faint sense of urgency in his tone. Haha. Chu Yang touched his nose awkwardly and smiled. He felt that this question was really not easy to answer. Tai Budian waited quietly and didn't urge him. "Your Majesty, and I really don't know what to say." Chu Yang smiled calmly and said, "From the beginning, you and I were destined to have a cooperative relationship. Our goal was to defeat Diwu Qingro. And the relationship between us was also built on this foundation. However, I, Chu Yang, still admire your Majesty's character. During this period of time, I have cooperated with your Majesty countless times. I also have a good impression of your Majesty. In fact, we have a tacit understanding." Chu Yang deliberated and said, "In such a situation, I don't dare to say that we are brothers. But, I can say that we are friends." "Friend? Friend?" Tai Butian's voice was very soft, as if she was at a loss. Then, she smiled and said, "To have a friend like Minister Chu in this life, it is indeed unforgettable. In the history of emperors, who is lucky enough to have a true friend in their life?" "Your Majesty is right." Chu Yang laughed and said, "Actually, not only emperors, even ordinary people will not have many true friends in their life. Some people will not treat them with sincerity in their life, and they will not treat anyone with sincerity in their life. Such people are more suitable than emperors." Haha. Tai Budian laughed sincerely and said, "From what Minister Chu means, Yuanqing is very pitiful." "Very pitiful indeed." Chu Yang said seriously, "It is lonely at the top. Emperors are like this. When they sit on the throne and accept the glory of being the supreme ruler of the world, they are also destined to be lonely for the rest of their lives." As soon as these words were spoken, Tai Budian suddenly fell silent. After a long time, a long sigh could be heard coming from the carriage. A soft, almost inaudible voice said faintly, "The Emperor is lonely." "Ji family, friend, haha." The two figures also sighed respectively. It was not clear whether they were sighing for themselves or for others. In short, the meaning was complicated and difficult to understand. In the other carriage, Tai Budian looked at the roof of the carriage with lifeless eyes. For a long time, her eyes did not move. "Friend? Haha, friend. Not bad. You fought hundreds of battles for me. You came up with hundreds of plans for me. You killed madly for me. You risked your life for me. Yuanqing treats me as a friend. I am deeply in love for you. I am afraid for you. I am willing to do anything for you. I am willing to give up my chastity for you. I will do everything I can for you. I will give up everything I have, even the country. Yuanqing, we are friends." Tai Butian's heart was indescribable. At this moment, she actually had the urge to cry out loud. The bitterness and despair in her heart made her want to pull out her sword immediately and kill herself in front of Chu Yang. But she still controlled her almost uncontrollable emotions. She took deep breaths, deep breaths. Tears flowed down quietly like broken pearls. Sigh, why is she crying again? didn't I say not to cry again? Why are you crying now, Tai Budian, you're so useless. Friends, just friends, Chu Yang's words had set the tone between the two of them. Finally, Tai Budian smiled. Friends aren't bad either. Just as he had said, how many emperors from ancient times to the present had friends? As Chu Yang had said, how many true friends could there be among ordinary people? Haha, we'll probably have to wait until the battle at the mountain pass is over before we can return to the mountain pass. There's still a long way to go. Tai Butian smiled and said, Minister Chu, why don't you tell me about yourself? Take it as a way to relieve the loneliness of this journey. How about it? Journey? Chu Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Your Majesty is really relaxed. Don't tell me that your Majesty doesn't care about this war that concerns the fate of the two nations at all? Even if I do, what can I do? Tai Budian smiled and said, I've already done what I should. As for the rest, whether I win or lose, I can accept it. When I was anxious, it was the same. When I wasn't anxious, it was still the same. Why do I have to take it to heart? Your Majesty is really open-minded. Chu Yang was in awe. As an emperor, it was really commendable to have such a breadth of mind. Ha ha ha. Tai Budian laughed very happily. Your Majesty, what do you want to hear? Chu Yang asked. Since we're friends, it's not very appropriate for Minister Chu to keep calling me Your Majesty, Tai Budian smiled and said. Both of them didn't notice that a strange expression would appear on the faces of the two shadows every time Tai Butian and Chu Yang would say the word friend. In fact, they would have a very complicated and indescribable look in their eyes. But Your Majesty still keeps calling me Minister Chu. Chu Yang laughed and said, Since we're friends, what does it matter what I call you? What does Your Majesty want me to call you? Tai Budian was speechless. Yes, what does Your Majesty want me to call you? Budian? Iron Brother? Isn't this rubbing salt on my wound? Does Your Majesty want Chu Yang to call me Little Tian Tian, the special name used by my father before I was 3 years old? That's even more impossible. Then what should I call him? Brother Chu? Tai Yuan, Yang Yang? He probably won't agree to it either. Chu Yang? That's even more impossible. Let's just call it that. Haha, Minister Chu is right. Between friends, there's no need to care about the name. Tai Budian laughed heartily. I'm very interested in the person that Minister Chu can't forget. Minister Chu, why don't you tell me about it? Huh? Chu Yang was a little dumbfounded. To be able to make someone like Minister Chu fall in love with her wholeheartedly, Minister Chu would only take one out of the 3,000 beauties in the world of mortals. In fact, he usually keeps himself clean and never gets involved with women. He doesn't even dare to provoke any feelings. Tai Butian's voice was very strange. It was hard to tell what it meant. He would rather hide his handsome looks with a ferocious mask. In this life, he's only for one person. I'm really curious. What kind of amazing woman can make Minister Chu fall in love with her so deeply? Tai Budian asked. Her. Chu Yang thought of Mo Qing Wu and couldn't help but be fascinated. The corners of his mouth also revealed a smile that was either bitter or sweet. It's hard to say, Chu Yang said softly. Tell me about it. Tai Budian was full of interest. She added in her heart, I want to know where I'm lacking in comparison to her. She's a very silly girl. Chu Yang thought for a while and finally said, and she's also very naive. She always gives to me without any complaints or regrets. She's never asked for anything. This sentence made Tai Butian's heart tremble. When I have to be with her, I can do whatever I want. I can do whatever I want. I don't consider what she'll think at all. But she's never stopped me either. She only silently supported and encouraged me. There was even one time when I got bored and asked her to leave. She didn't say anything either. She just stood in a corner and watched me quietly, waiting for me. There's still. Such a silly girl nowadays. Tai Budian couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Her health wasn't good. She was injured when she was young. She was destined to not have much success in this life. So she always felt inferior when she was with me. Chu Yang subconsciously checked the heavy pill carved on the hilt of the tribulation sword. he said, and I was just so muddle-headed. I didn't know regret. Finally, one day, she left me. Only then did I know how important she was. Without her, my life was completely bleak. At that time, I was obsessed with the sword. But when she was about to leave me, she summoned all her courage and told me with all the grievances and anger she felt when she was with me. Chu Yang, I'm prettier than the sword. Speaking till here, Chu Yang's heart ached. He thought of that heart-wrenching afternoon in his previous life. The setting sun was like blood, the purple bamboo was like the sea. Mo Qinggu was dressed in red, lying in his arms, bathed in blood. She said Chu Yang, I'm prettier than the sword, with her dying breath. His heart suddenly convulsed in pain. Every time he thought of this sentence, he always felt that it was filled with a different kind of sadness. It was as if it could give him a different feeling every time. Tai Budian was silent. As if she could feel the pain in Chu Yang's heart, she sighed in her heart. Recently, I finally found her again. This time, I swear that I'll treat her well. I'll do everything I can and let her be the most blessed woman in the whole heaven. Chu Yang said softly. She's really lucky to have met someone as determined as you. Tai Budian said softly. Her heart ached endlessly. She was very envious of this girl who was lucky enough to have all of Chu Yang's love. She was also very jealous. It should be said that meeting her is also my luck, the greatest blessing. Chu Yang smiled happily. Thinking of how he healed Qingwu's injuries and let her live a happy and worry-free life, he was full of blessings. Yes. You're all lucky. How does she look? She must be very beautiful, right? Tai Budian asked. Outstanding beauty. Peerless in her generation. Devastatingly beautiful. Chu Yang said with certainty, I've never seen a girl more beautiful than her in this world. He thought for a while and said, her style, her elegance, her temperament, her looks, her figure, her temperament, any aspect of her is unparalleled in the world. Chu Yang took a deep breath and said, her beauty doesn't belong to this world. This time, Tai Budian was even more silent. In the carriage, Tai Budian looked at her lower body with a somewhat helpless gaze. The wound there seemed to be fresh blood flowing out again. But the pain now was far from being comparable to the pain in her heart. While Chu Yang was praising his sweetheart nonstop, he was completely unaware that Tai Budian's heart had already broken into pieces in despair. Chu Yang's face was smiling and his heart was filled with happiness. The battle has already begun. After defeating Diwu Qinggu, I'll go to the third heaven to meet Qinggu. Suddenly, he felt something strange beside him. His gaze turned sideways and he suddenly realized that on the two carriages, there were two shadows looking at him furiously. The anger in their eyes seemed to want to swallow Chu Yang whole. In that case, I'm even more curious. Tai Budian forced a smile and said, when can Minister Chu bring her along and let me see this unparalleled beauty in this world? She smiled and said, Xianxia is already an unparalleled beauty. I really want to see what a girl more beautiful than Xianxia looks like. Chu Yang wisely chose to evade this question. If he didn't evade it, he would really offend her. For a long time, Tai Budian didn't speak. Instead, she laughed softly. Her laughter carried an unfathomable flavor. She said, Minister Chu, Miss Xianxia is deeply in love with you. Don't tell me you're not moved at all? Chu Yang pondered for a long time. Then, he smiled bitterly. Then, he replied seriously, Your Majesty, I don't want to repeat this question. You and I are the same. We're both men. Since we're men, we have responsibilities that we can't shirk. You have your responsibilities. That is the road to the emperor and the world. And I have my responsibilities. My responsibilities are the responsibilities of a little man. Xianxia is a beautiful flower. She's talented and knowledgeable. She's also very infatuated with me. How can I not be moved? Since I'm a man, I have lust. I think you won't deny this point. But do I have to let down another person I love if I'm moved? Chu Yang smiled bitterly and said, Let time smooth over everything. He paused and said, Your Majesty, you're also a man. You should understand my feelings. Tai Budian was silent for a long time. Then, she finally smiled bitterly and sighed. I'm also a man, Chu Yang frowned. The emotions revealed in Tai Butian's words were so helpless and sorrowful. Could it be that he also had a girl whom he loved painstakingly but couldn't get? Suddenly, he understood. It seemed that Tai Butian liked Wu Qianqian, but Wu Qianqian liked him. Yes, it must be so. The two shadows really wanted to block their ears. They didn't want to listen to Chu Yang anymore. Hearing this guy say, "You're also a man and you should understand me." They suddenly felt that it was funny and sad. Yes, as a man, being responsible is a good thing. It's also a virtue. But do you know how many people you've hurt? Who have you hurt? Do you know that you're speaking so confidently right now? She's a woman, And she's a woman who's given everything to you but can't ask for anything in return. An infatuated woman, even until the day you die, you might not know that there was such a woman in this world, in your life. For you, he destroyed his cultivation, lost his virginity, lost his future in martial arts, and almost lost everything. But you only treated him as a brother and a friend. How cruel was that? Yet, how helpless was that? Let time annihilate everything. Tai Butian repeated this in a low voice, but she was sighing in her heart. Time can annihilate everything. This saying is true. However, there was one thing that no amount of time could erase, and that was a woman's first time falling in love, her first time falling in love. Moreover, it was a sacrifice without any complaints or regrets, whether it was Wu Qianqian or himself. Even when Hua Banban was about to die 100 years later, they would not forget what happened during this period of time. Naturally, he wouldn't forget about a certain talented person who had appeared out of nowhere like a shooting star and changed the situation of the world. They were in love, but they were destined to never be together. The autumn wind sets the sun, and the sky is about to faint. After the vicissitudes of life, I'm alone in my thoughts. I sigh that heroes have failed me, and my daughter's heart is full of twists and turns. Tai Butian looked at the setting sun and the impending darkness on the earth. She couldn't help but sigh softly and emotionally. Then, she couldn't help but sigh softly again. She was extremely disappointed. Chu Yang thought that she was talking about Wu Qianqian and was speechless for a moment. Then, they fell silent. Only the two figures sighed as they drove the carriage. Their sighs were filled with sorrow and helplessness. They lamented her misfortune and were angry at her failure to fight. The two of them could be said to have watched this girl grow up since she was a child, and both of them were extremely heartbroken. Oh heavens, please open your eyes. Even if you just give this poor girl a little bit of happiness, a little bit of comfort, that's fine too. I don't ask for much, just a little bit of comfort. Can't I get it? In her life, she seemed to be in a high position and had a noble background. But in reality, she had never received any happiness. Not even a truly happy smile, not even once. Tai Butian curled up in the carriage. As they got down the carriage in silence, she felt more and more unbearable pain. The pain in her lower abdomen was so painful that she clenched her teeth and trembled. But she couldn't make a single sound. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans dripped from her forehead. The shadow who was driving the carriage sighed and said, "Minister Chu, I can't say that your injuries were fatal. But, they were extremely difficult to heal. But, you've recovered to this extent in such a short time after you woke up. So, you must have some miraculous medicine on you, right?" He didn't want to ask Chu Yang, but the elixirs on them weren't very useful for Tai Butian. Seeing Tai Butian in so much pain, he really couldn't bear it. With Chu Yang's recovery rate, he should have some miraculous elixirs. Yes, there are some miraculous elixirs. Although there aren't many, the effects are just passable. Chu Yang didn't know the meaning behind his question, but he still answered patiently. His Majesty was seriously injured in order to save you this time. And our elixirs are all used up. Shadow was silent for a while before he said. When he heard this, Chu Yang immediately recalled Tai Butian's unnatural posture and deathly pale complexion. He thought about how this ironclad monarch had almost given up the entire country's advance rescue for him. How could he not be moved? He asked. What kind of injuries did His Majesty suffer? Internal injuries. Shadow said. Internal injuries are easier to treat. Chu Yang nodded. At this time, other than heavy elixirs, he really didn't have any other medicine. After thinking for a while, he took out an incomplete version of heavy elixir and said, "Your Majesty, why don't you try my medicine?" "Okay." Tai Budian was in so much pain that she couldn't do anything about it. She agreed in a low voice and took the medicine. She swallowed it almost without looking at it clearly. Heavy elixirs were the most miraculous medicines in the world. How could their effects be compared to ordinary medicines? Although it was an incomplete version of heavy elixir, in this world, other than the complete version of heavy elixir, its medicinal effects were definitely the best in the world. After Tai Budian swallowed it, she only felt that the elixir melted in her mouth. A cool line slid down her throat and into her stomach. Then, an icy cold line went through her meridians for a round. Then, with a boom, it heated up. A copious amount of medicinal effects healed her body almost instantly. The bleeding in her lower body had stopped and the pain was gone. Moreover, her wounds were also healing. Even her spirit suddenly became much more uplifted. The remaining medicinal effects slowly melted into her meridians and actually nourished her body bit by bit. So many years of exhausting exhaustion actually seemed to be completely healed by this elixir. In fact, it was even better. The state of her body and spirit suddenly climbed to the peak at this moment and then maintained it. What kind of medicine is this? It's so miraculous? Tai Budian was shocked. She couldn't believe the effects of this miraculous medicine, as if she was dreaming. Then, she sat up and tidied up her body. She felt that her whole body was very relaxed. She couldn't help but be surprised and happy. This was given to me by a strange person. I don't know his name either, Xianxia said softly. He thought for a while. Tai Budian's body didn't seem to be in good condition. Moreover, it was chaos now. Almost all of Diwu Qingrou's Golden Horse Riders department had gone to the front line. There were many experts. Tai Budian was the main target. There would be assassins almost any time and anywhere. It was really impossible to guard against. If something happened and he wasn't around, that would be terrible. So, he took out a piece of purple crystal from the tribulation space and used the tribulation sword to make a jade bottle. After hesitating for a while, he finally took out a complete version of heavy elixir and put it in the jade bottle. There were a total of 3 complete versions of heavy elixir. He gave one to Tai Budian and there were 2 more left. It was enough. Xianxia thought to himself, when your father was around, I didn't have one. Even if I had 2, I couldn't take it out. Now, I'll compensate you. Then, he raised his voice and said, Your Majesty, I have a gift for you. I'm going over now. Without waiting for Tai Budian's reply, he jumped out of his carriage and climbed into Tai Budian's carriage. The 2 shadows didn't have any intention of stopping him this time. They let Xianxia go up. The 2 of them knew very well that no matter what Xianxia's gift was, it was probably the only thing that could make Tai Budian happy for a long time. This gift was very important, although Xianxia himself didn't know. Tai Budian was obviously surprised. She looked at him with her eyes wide open. She said stutteringly, What gift? The moment Xianxia boarded the carriage, he smelled a strange fragrance. It smelled like orchids and fans. He laughed in his heart, this young king is really young. To think that in this kind of environment, he would still bring perfume. It's this. Xianxia turned his wrist and a purple crystal bottle the size of a finger appeared in his palm. A soybean-sized elixir lay quietly in the bottle. Even if one looked through the purple crystal bottle, it was shrouded in a mysterious mist. It shone like starlight, as if there was a universe in this purple crystal bottle. What is this? Tai Budian was a little restrained. Then, she calmed herself down and asked. Xianxia lowered his voice and said seriously, This is a magical elixir. No matter what the situation is in the future, it can save your life. If you're injured, as long as your body isn't separated on the spot, as long as you still have a breath, this elixir can make you recover in an instant. Ah? Tai Budian's mouth opened wide. Even if you don't have a breath, as long as your body is warm, this elixir can make you live. Even if your life is at its end, this elixir can extend your life by at least 30 years. Tai Budian looked at the elixirs made by Xianxia and was suddenly enveloped by boundless happiness. In that instant of excitement, his face actually turned a little red. If it wasn't for the support of the miraculous art of disguise, he would have been dead already. At this moment, he would probably be blushing like a little girl. He was satisfied. He was really satisfied, although this elixir might not be as miraculous as Chuyang said. Although Chuyang didn't know what he had done for him, everything was worth it, because the most important thing was this thought. No, I can't accept it. Tai Butian's eyes were a little red. After thinking for a while, he still rejected it. He looked up at Chuyang seriously. Minister Chu, in the lower three heavens, you can live a life of luxury. There may not be any difficulties in your life. But you, if you go to the lower three heavens, every step will be dangerous. The martial world is dangerous and dangerous. Kai Xiao needs this the most. Tai Budian looked at Chuyang steadily. You keep it. It's more useful than me. Chuyang's heart warmed. He blinked and said, I still have. Tai Budian stared at him for a while. Seeing the serious look in his eyes, she knew that he wasn't lying. She finally smiled and gently took the purple crystal bottle from Chuyang's palm. She slowly clenched her fist and put it down. Smiling, she said, since that's the case, I'll accept it. Yes, it's only right. Chuyang smiled warmly. He didn't notice that Tai Butian's body was trembling slightly. It was as if the most tender part of her heart was gently touched and trembling. Her expression was calm. But one of her hands had never let go of the purple crystal bottle since she took it. She used so much force that her knuckles turned white. Chuyang smiled and said, then I'll go over. Okay. Tai Budian maintained her composure with difficulty. Chuyang smiled and stood up. He opened the curtain and jumped out. Tai Budian sat quietly with her head lowered. A happy smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. Actually, it's not like I can't get anything. After a long time, she held the purple crystal bottle in front of her eyes and looked at it carefully. Her eyes were full of tenderness. It was as if she could never get enough of this purple crystal bottle. Then, she held the bottle tightly against her chest, letting the purple crystal bottle feel her body temperature. She didn't move for a long time. Chuyang had carved this purple crystal bottle into a work of art. It was extremely beautiful. However, what Tai Budian valued was not this kind of beauty. After a long time, Tai Butian put down the purple crystal bottle. Then, he put his hands behind his neck and untied a small object. It was a strange jade tablet. Then, Tai Budian picked up a small mirror. As soon as this jade tablet left her body, a dense radiance flashed. Tai Budian, who was originally a handsome young man full of heroic spirit, suddenly turned into a beautiful woman. As it turned out, her disguise was not a disguise, but the jade rock's effect. He just didn't know what it was. Tai Budian quietly looked at the devastatingly beautiful face in the mirror for a while. Then, she let out a bitter laugh and said in a low voice, in this lifetime, this face. I'm afraid no one will be able to see it, right? Then, she wrapped the purple crystal bottle with a tough silk thread and tied a dead knot. She hung it around her neck. Then, she untied her underwear and let this purple crystal bottle quietly stick to her most private part, sticking close to her delicate skin. Stay with me. Stay with me for the rest of my life. It will be very, very good. Tai Budian looked at herself in the mirror, at the faintly discernible purple spot on her chest, and said softly. A teardrop fell gently. Tai Butian's hand trembled a little. However, she still put the small jade tablet back on slowly and resolutely. The radiance changed. That short-lived beauty disappeared without a trace. What replaced it was an emperor with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He looked down on the world and held the world in his hands. Tai Budian, the transmogrification effect of this jade tablet actually changed Tai Butian's temperament, skin color, appearance, and so on. Ever since she received that heavy pill, Tai Budian seemed to have untied the knot in her heart. Or rather, she had tied a dead knot in her heart. From then on, the events of this day and night would remain in her memory. I am Tai Budian, the Emperor of Iron Cloud Nation. The Emperor of a generation, I will ascend the 4 seas and rule the world. The last ray of light fell from the horizon. The boundless darkness suddenly swept over and descended upon the earth. Since Tai Budian and Chuyang's injuries had already healed, they were worried about the battle. The 4 of them naturally had to speed up their journey. They simply abandoned the carriage and moved lightly. Taking advantage of the darkness, they rushed forward for a while. The four of them used their lightness techniques and carried Tai Budian along. Chu Yang rushed out with a swoosh sound. His body movement was agile and confident. He leapt out like a wisp of green smoke, and covered a distance of 70 feet. Moreover, his body swayed slightly in the air without borrowing any force. Then, he gently extended his hand, and swept across the ground with a swoosh sound. And, a fat hair appeared in his hand. Then, his eyes flashed as if he had discovered something. He didn't land on the ground. Instead, he strangely turned around and caught 2 pheasants in the weeds behind the rocks by the roadside. Then, he gently landed on the ground. The 2 shadows opened their eyes wide as if they had seen a ghost. They looked at Chu Yang. Their eyes were full of disbelief. What's wrong? Chu Yang carried the hare and the 2 pheasants. He smiled and said, I'm afraid these aren't enough for our meal. Fortunately, I have some dry food here. The 2 shadows didn't care about whether they had enough to eat or not. They only opened their eyes wide and asked, You're a king-level expert now? When these words came out, even Tai Budian opened her eyes wide and looked at Chu Yang. King-level expert? Xianxia was 17 years old when she met Chu Yang and Lu Dan. She had repeated her grade. Chu Yang has already become a king-level expert in just 1 year's time? This is too fake? I'm ashamed. I'm only a first-grade king-level expert, Chu Yang said modestly. The 2 shadows looked at each other. They were speechless. Martial warrior level, martial artist level, martial teacher level, martial great master level, martial honored sect. King-level expert. This bastard had crossed more than 40 levels in 1 year. And he still shyly said I'm ashamed. I'm only a first-grade king-level expert. Only? Ashamed you're a**s. Only you're a**s. You can't hit us like this. The 2 shadows were somewhat sad. The king level was their real cultivation. But, they also knew that this was the highest level of cultivation in their lives. They were already 10 years old. So, they wouldn't be able to make any progress in their lives. Now, Chu Yang had reached king-level expert at the age of 18. Then, how big would his future development be? County level? Definitely more than that, then. Saint level? It was very possible. Thinking of this, the 2 shadows looked at Chu Yang in front of him. They suddenly felt that they were looking up at a tall mountain. You're a king-level expert? Tai Budian looked at Chu Yang. There was a trace of pride in her eyes. Yes. Chu Yang laughed. Actually, it's not a big deal. If you didn't have so many things to do, with your aptitude, you wouldn't be I'm bad. Tai Budian laughed and said, Not necessarily. One of the shadows asked, Then, what kind of king are you? This question came out of nowhere. But Chu Yang understood the meaning of this sentence. He smiled and said, I'm a sword king. King Ku. The 2 shadows were shocked once again. He wasn't an ordinary king-level expert. He was a sword king, one of the hardest king-level experts to reach. Since the Tribulation Sword Master appeared in this heavenly layer, the sword had become a sacred weapon in this heavenly layer. This also led to the fact that the majority of moonsword martial artists in the world were martial artists. There were no clear rules for other martial arts. Only the sword. When one broke through the king-level expert and reached the emperor level, he would be a sword emperor. And not a sword emperor. This was the rule of the Tribulation Sword Master. No one had dared to disobey it for tens of thousands of years. Moreover, Sword Emperor had become the supreme honor of a sword cultivator. It could be said that a first-grade Sword Emperor could easily kill a Saber Emperor of the same grade. The might of a sword cultivator could be imagined. A sword king at such a young age. The 2 shadows looked at each other. They were speechless. That was because they had understood the meaning of each other's eyes. How many sword kings are there in the big clans of the upper 3 heavens at such a young age? Such a person has appeared in the lower 3 heavens instead of the upper 3 heavens. What does this mean? How much would it cost to nurture such a person in the big clans of the upper 3 heavens? They can't even think about it. That massive amount of elixirs and heavenly treasures is enough to bankrupt an ordinary small clan. Or, is this a good thing? The 2 shadows. had this thought in their hearts. I don't know how the heaven-splitting mountain pass is. Tai Butian was standing on a big rock. She was looking into the distance. Her expression was faint. But, one could see that she was anxious. There shouldn't be any problem, Chu Kuang comforted her. Chu Yang comforted him, Wu Kuangyan is good at fighting. Moreover, he seems to be straightforward. But, he's brave and resourceful. He makes quick decisions. He's willing to give up when he has to. And, he has a good grasp of gains and losses. He's willing to risk hundreds of kilometers to go back. Moreover, the heaven-splitting mountain pass is a natural stronghold. He knew what Tai Butian was worried about. And, his words had dispelled Tai Butian's worries. Yes, there isn't enough time to withdraw all 500,000 people into the heaven-splitting mountain pass. Wu Kuangyan must make sacrifices to ensure the safety of the majority of his troops. And, he must ensure that the mountain pass doesn't fall into his hands. The key point is how to give up. However, the two of them hadn't expected that the attack and defense of the heaven-splitting mountain pass would be so fierce and earth-shattering. Diwu Qingrou's calculations were extremely accurate. He had calculated every detail from thousands of kilometers away. He could have defeated Tai Butian's troops in one fell swoop if he had followed his plan. But, he hadn't calculated one thing. And, he hadn't calculated this one thing. And, it had led to a change in the course of the war. Ripples have been erupting for a few days now. But, I can't erupt today. It took me more than 10 hours to write 1,000 words. Diwu Qingrou had envisioned that Jing Menggui would lead his winged horse. After killing King of Hell Chu at the last moment, they would continue to create obstacles for the Ironclad's army. They would delay the enemy for 2 to 4 hours. And, this should be the case. In fact, 3,000 experts could have rushed to the front of the army to set up roadblocks to stop the cavalry since they were dozens of times more skilled than ordinary soldiers. It would have been very easy to do these things in this mountainous forest. They could have casually cut down a few big trees. Moreover, Diwu Qingrou had ordered the entire mountainous forest to be set ablaze. This had created a terrifying atmosphere. Jing Menghun would have been able to delay the enemy for 2 to 4 hours under such circumstances. Moreover, Diwu Qingrou had envisioned that Tai Butian would have needed to find King of Hell Chu's whereabouts. This would have required time and energy. In general, Tai Butian's return journey would have been delayed by no less than 4 hours. She might have been unable to complete the task in 8 hours or even 16 hours. But, Diwu Qingrou only needed 4 hours. This requirement wasn't high. The delay of 4 hours would have been more than enough even if someone had planned this journey. However, these 4 hours were the most important time. In other words, Diwu Qingrou's 300-kilometer journey would have taken place. 4 hours wasn't a short time. But, the elite cavalry wouldn't have been able to cover 300-kilometer distance after a long journey. But, it was enough to shorten the distance by 250 kilometer. In fact, it might have been even shorter. The enemy would have fallen into chaos as long as they'd seen or heard the movements of the cavalry. Diwu Qingrou needed this kind of internal turmoil. That was because hundreds of thousands of troops couldn't pass through the slanting valley in an orderly manner at such a distance. They wouldn't have been able to pass through if there had been internal chaos. They would have only been able to squeeze into a group. This was human nature. Everyone wanted to live. Everyone wanted to squeeze forward to find a way to survive. Even experienced soldiers would have been reduced to a motley crew in such a chaotic situation. Diwu Qingrou had grasped the timing very well. These 4 hours were the time to unify the world. The war between the two nations would have ended within these 4 hours. And, the final outcome of the war would have been decided within these 4 hours. However, Diwu Qingrou had never expected that the king-level experts who had led thousands of experts wouldn't be able to do anything in the blink of an eye. They did not make any effort to stop the army and fled. That was because Diwu Qingrou had never imagined that King of Hell Chu, who should have been on the verge of death, would have erupted with such a terrifying fighting strength at such a critical juncture. Jing Menghun had besieged 3,000 experts. But, Yi Shiwen had single-handedly killed more than 1,000 of them. Even Jing Menghun, who was at the peak of the king level, had sustained serious injuries. He was fleeing for his life in distress. This was a terrifying variable, and also a variable that no one would have thought of even if they cracked their heads. Moreover, he hadn't expected that King of Hell Chu and Taibu Tian's army would arrive at the same time. They met head-on. This way, all the searching time would be saved. Then, Taibu Tian made a prompt decision, and ordered Wu Kuangyin to lead the army back. This saved a lot of time. And the time that Di Wuqingrou's army could take advantage of had become very small under this situation. Fortunately, the three generals that Di Wuqingrou had selected were daredevils who were eager to make progress. They didn't have a 4-hour buffer. But, they had been galloping as fast as they could. And they had managed to shorten the time. This had gradually made the situation close to a stalemate. Wu Kuangyin had used a hawk to send a message on the way back to reinforce his army. I order Wu Yi to return to the heaven-splitting mountain pass as soon as possible. And, he clearly stated, I, Wu Kuangyin, won't come out of the heaven-splitting mountain pass to provide support if both our army and the enemy arrive at the same time. Wu Yi saw the urgency of the situation after he received this message. So, he immediately ordered his 200,000 troops to rush back overnight. Only an empty slanting valley was left behind. Wu Kuangyin's cavalry rushed into the slanting valley like a thunderbolt while they were retreating into the mountain pass. They went straight into the heaven-splitting mountain pass. Wu Kuangyin's cavalry entered the heaven-splitting mountain pass. Then, Di Wuqingrou's three armies arrived at the same time. Wu Kuangyin's rear army, nearly 50,000 men, were overtaken outside the heaven-splitting mountain pass. They were forced to turn around and fight to the death with the enemy. None of the 500 officers and men survived this battle. The enemy had also crossed the slanting valley, and had stationed their troops under the heaven-splitting mountain pass. They took advantage of the aftermath of the battle, and launched a siege on the city without stopping for even a moment. The heaven-splitting mountain pass's natural stronghold played a huge role at this moment. Hundreds of thousands of people were attacking the heaven-splitting mountain pass at every moment. And even more people were rushing forward at every moment. Both sides wanted to attack, but couldn't. Wu Kuangyin wanted to attack, but couldn't because he had to defend the heaven-splitting mountain pass. After that, he had to provide support to His Majesty. Therefore, he couldn't retreat even an inch. He relied on the natural stronghold to fight without retreating. And the three tiger generals of Great Zhao were in an even more difficult situation. They hadn't expected that they would fall into such an incomparably dangerous situation. They advanced triumphantly, and defeated the enemy along the way. They rushed into the slanting valley with irresistible force, and rushed to the heaven-splitting mountain pass. Then, they found out, what the F***ck is this place? The slanting valley stretched for hundreds of kilometers. It was surrounded by cliffs on both sides. But, they found themselves in such a large open space after entering the valley. It was hundreds of kilometers in radius. In fact, it looked like a huge gourd with an incomparably long stem. It would be very difficult to get out after entering this place. Their front and back had entered this open space. And their rear and back were still in the slanting valley. This kind of situation was simply unbearable to the extreme. The heaven-splitting mountain pass was a natural stronghold in front of them. But, how could they retreat? Wu Kuangyin of the heaven-splitting mountain pass would certainly come out and chase after them if they retreated to a certain extent. Then, they wouldn't be able to advance or retreat in this narrow slanting valley. In fact, they would be bound to be annihilated by the enemy if they retreated to a certain extent. And, that would be a huge sacrifice. Moreover, they were reluctant to give up this great opportunity. So, the three of them were riding a tiger and couldn't get off. Moreover, these three people were the Golden Tiger General Jin Nangkai, the Silver Tiger General Long Ao, and the Jade Tiger General Yu Qinglong. These three were aggressive generals. To put it nicely, they were brave and good at fighting. And, to put it bluntly, they were the king's disciples. These three people were the king's disciples. And, they were staunch supporters of the king's disciples. And, they had been selected by Di Wuqingrou to carry out this 1,000-mile mission because of their special characteristics. However, Di Wuqingrou had been cautious all his life. But, he had made a huge mistake here. That was because he hadn't said what to do in case such a situation occurred. And that was because he hadn't thought that such a situation would occur. At the very least, they would have severely injured the enemy. And they would have won a glorious victory. However, this glorious victory had turned into a situation where they couldn't get off the tiger because of King of Hell Chu. And this was something that Diwu Qingro hadn't thought of even if he had heaven-defying wisdom. These three king's disciples, who were riding a tiger and couldn't get off the tiger, had given the order to gather all the rocks and trees in the heaven-splitting mountain pass. Then, they had set it on fire. And the heaven-splitting mountain pass was suddenly filled with a terrible stench. That pungent smell made people want to vomit. This move was simply cruel and inhumane. Both the enemy and the king's disciples felt a chill down their spines. There were more than 100,000 corpses in the slanting valley. They hadn't had enough time to clean up the corpses from the previous battle. So, there were more than 300,000 corpses this time. There were some corpses of Iron Cloud's soldiers. But, most of them belonged to Great Zhao. How could a mountain of incense be set on fire? Who wouldn't feel sorry for the rabbit and the fox? We fought for Great Zhao. 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 That's what we should do. Because we're Great Zhao's people. But, even our corpses have become weapons against the enemy after we've fought. Isn't this too cruel and inhumane? A tree that's 1,000 feet tall will return to its roots. But, our ashes won't even be able to return home. What if I'm the next one to die? Won't my corpses also be thrown into this fire? Will they become a pile of skeletons after being set on fire? The fire was burning fiercely. Countless soldiers on and below the city walls were deep in thought. Each of them was thinking about their own matters. And this noisy battlefield suddenly became silent. The three tiger generals were helpless. What do you want us to do? Don't burn? Do we want to burn? But, this is summer. The weather is hot. If we don't deal with the corpses, it'll lead to a plague. Once the plague was unleashed, all of the 1 million Gui present would die here. Digging holes to bury them is unrealistic. This is a mountainous area. Brothers, you can chop down with your axe and leave a white mark on the ground. Stone fragments will fly everywhere. Well, these three teams don't need to bury hundreds of thousands of corpses. So, they don't need to do anything else. However, the three tiger generals didn't have much of an effect even though they had tried to explain. The implementation was like this. But, understanding it or not was another matter. Even if we burn them, we can't burn them like weapons, right? The battle was at a stalemate. They attacked the city every day. The results weren't great. But, the three tiger generals were helpless. They couldn't think of any other way. So, they could only suffer day after day. Wu Kuangyun was burning with impatience inside the heaven-splitting mountain pass. Mother **Ker. If you can't attack, then retreat. This old he promises that he won't pursue you. Once you leave, this old he will send you off with a Yanga song. But, what's the point of being entangled here? This old he still has to go and rescue his majesty. However, the enemy didn't retreat after Wu Kuangyun's words. Instead, they became even more vigilant. Their attacks became even more intensive. Long Ao urged his horse forward and scolded Wu Kuangyun, Mother **Ker. Do you think you still have any credibility? You've already turned into a pile of **King ashes. You still want to swear on it? Who are you trying to deceive? You think that everyone is as stupid as your Wu clan? Wu Kuangyun was furious. He scolded, "You're old. You dare to scold me? You're disobedient and unfilial. You're wicked beyond redemption. You're deceiving your master and destroying your ancestors. You're treacherous. Long Ao, you mother **King B** starred. You're a B** starred born of a black turtle." This persuasion eventually developed into a quarrel between the two armies. The two of them weren't satisfied with the quarrel. So, they gathered their subordinates and lined them up. Then, they shouted and cursed together. Wu Kuangyun didn't want to be outdone. He divided the defenders into several groups. Then, they took turns to go into battle. He was shirtless as he shouted. That atmosphere was truly earth-shattering. They cursed until the sky turned dark. They cursed until the sun and moon lost their light. Each of these soldiers is a boorish man. Each of them is an expert in cursing. So, they used all kinds of vulgar language to curse people. There were hundreds of thousands of people on the city wall. They cursed until their female relatives could be traced back to 17 or 18 generations of ancestors. Meanwhile, Chu Yang, Tai Butian, and the others were taking a detour to this place. Tai Butian and the shadows didn't know that there was another way to the heaven-splitting mountain pass. However, Minister Chu led the way. Not only did they find a winding path, but Minister Chu also had time to find a rare wild ginseng and a 100-year-old red spirit mushroom on both sides of the path. He also collected a pile of Solomon's seal flower and other things. The two experienced and knowledgeable shadows were flabbergasted by this ability. How did this guy find these things? Chu Yang would often make an "oh" sound while he was walking. Then, he would sniff and squat down to take a look. Then, he would dig through the grass and find a medicinal herb. Moreover, each of them could be regarded as a top-quality item. This ability is heaven-defying. With this ability, even if his aptitude was poor, he would still be able to improve his cultivation. The two shadow hearts thought to themselves. This was a road, a veritable narrow path. The narrowest part was so narrow that a thin person could barely squeeze through. Moreover, there were many such narrow places. Fortunately, the four of them were not fat, so they were able to squeeze through. Along the way, Minister Chu discovered that when other people passed through such places, they generally had an easy time. Only the skinny and petite Tai Budian actually had her chest squeezed a few times when she passed through such places. This made Minister Chu very puzzled. This guy's chest is flat. He's so thin. His chest muscles aren't developed either. Why did he have to squeeze in? This is really weird. The mountain path was getting more and more difficult to walk. It was unknown how many years ago this was a small path. Now, there was basically no road. The path was densely covered with thistles and thorns. They had not even climbed half of the peak when they reached the point where it was almost impossible to move an inch. If not for the fact that the four of them had high cultivation bases, it would have been very difficult for them to make it here. In the end, when Tai Butian's strength was insufficient, one of them had to carry her. Chu Yang felt a little apologetic. After all, this shadow looked like an old man with wrinkled skin and white hair. Chu Yang was young and strong. Moreover, he was a martial king. Therefore, he suggested that he carry her for a while. He did not expect that as soon as he said this, he would be strongly opposed by the two shadows and Tai Budian. The intensity of these three people's reactions gave Chu Yang a fright. He had no choice but to continue to let the old man carry Tai Budian. He secretly cursed in his heart. Are you guys afraid that I'll throw this emperor down the cliff? Therefore, he was a little depressed. At the same time, he was also a little puzzled. It's true that Tai Budian wants the shadows to carry her. But why is she the only one carrying her? The other one doesn't even know to suggest that she should switch hands. Seeing her own brother so tired that he's breathing white smoke, Tai Budian was also helpless. The illusion effect of the jade pendant could only deceive one's vision but not one's feelings. If Chu Yang were to carry her, he would definitely feel that something was wrong. As for herself, she only wanted one to carry her. Because of these two shadows. Although she had always called them uncles, in fact, they were a couple. They finally arrived at the top of the mountain after passing over one cliff after another. The biting cold wind was whistling at the top of the mountain. The four of them had to circulate their martial power to stand still. It was midsummer, but the top of the mountain was still very cold. We'll reach the heaven-splitting mountain pass if we go down that side of the mountain. However, there's a concave cliff that we can't descend if we want to enter the heaven-splitting mountain pass. That section is 70 or 80 feet high. Chu Yang pointed his finger and said, below this protruding cliff is the slanting valley. Tai Budian nodded. She thoughtfully looked down below. Your Majesty, you don't need to worry. The road we've taken is an extremely hidden path. Only revered martial artists and above can climb up here. It would be even more ridiculous if the army were to pass through here. Tai Budian faintly smiled and said, I'm not worried about this. I heard you say that the slanting valley is below here. Wu Kuanyin is guarding the mountain pass. So, the army of the Great Whip Army must be guarding the slanting valley. How can we destroy them? Or, what can we do if we descend the pole? It can't be a coincidence, right? Ying said, you must know that there must be a suitable terrain. How can we know if it's a coincidence or not if we don't take a look? Tai Budian frowned and said, moreover, it's not easy to come up here. So, I won't be willing to go down without doing anything. However, she didn't notice that Chu Yang had begun to frown and think hard since she had said this. Then, Chu Yang said, I have an idea in that case. Come with me. Then, he went down the same way he had come. Tai Budian and the other two didn't know what he was doing. So, they had no choice but to follow him. They could vaguely hear the vigorous cursing from below. The mountain was high, but 3 of the 4 king-level experts had superhuman hearing. So, how could they not hear it? Awesome. Chu Yang said from the bottom of his heart, to be able to fight to Wu Kuanyin's level, it can be said that no one has ever done it before. Tai Budian almost burst into laughter and said, it seems that General Wu is also very anxious. How can he not be anxious? He abandoned you, the Li Emperor, and ran back alone. Even though it was your order, if something happened, he wouldn't be able to explain himself even if he jumped into the heavenly river. Right now, this guy's heart must be scratching with 100 claws. But, he's still suffering in silence. He can't speak of his bitterness. Chu Yang mischievously smiled and said, General Wu must be feeling very good right now. Tai Budian finally couldn't help but laugh and said, yes, you can ask him when you see him. Then, you'll know how good he is. She suddenly blushed as she said this. It was unknown what she had thought of, I don't need to ask him. I know what he will say. Chu Yang curled his lips. What will he say? Tai Budian asked curiously. If he sees you go back, and I ask him how he felt when His Majesty wasn't around, how would he feel? How good would he feel? Chu Yang immediately said, once he's relaxed, he'll definitely say that, do you? Tai Budian asked curiously. Chu Yang suddenly imitated Wu Kuanyin's hoarse and rough voice. He covered his chest and shouted, "Awu, so good. I feel so good, awu, 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 awu." Her movements were gentle and graceful, and her voice lingered in the air. It was enough to make one's imagination run wild. Tai Budian staggered and almost rolled down the mountain. She kicked Chu Yang's buttocks and said with a flushed face, "Nonsense. How could there be such a thing?" The 2 shadows staggered, and nearly fell down. They stood up, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry as they looked at Minister Chu. They stared at him for a long time, and didn't know what to say, but you're pretty good at imitating his voice. Tai Budian composed herself and said with a smile, I heard that the 2 of you know each other. Yeah, we've known each other for a long time. Our relationship is very good. Chu Yang shook his head and sighed, I caught him when he tried to assassinate Du Shiqing. He was my captive for more than 10 days. During those days, he shouted and cursed every day. It was impossible not to be familiar with his voice. But later, he annoyed me. I said something, and he immediately became obedient. Eh? What did you say that was so effective? Tai Budian was even more curious. With Wu Kuanyin's temperament, he sometimes dared to yell at Tai Longqing. But, Chu Yang and Wu Kuanyin were in a hostile position at that time. So, what could Chu Yang say to Wu Kuanyin that would immediately make him behave? I said, if you scold me one more time, I will immediately feed aphrodisiac to all the warhorses. Then, I will take off their clothes, and put them in the warhorse shed. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes and said in a pleased manner. You. Tai Butian's intuition stirred. She almost jumped off the cliff because of this sentence. Not for Wu Kuanyin, but for herself. Feed him aphrodisiac, and then put him in a position. Isn't this the same thing that happened the night before when Chu Yang was unconscious after taking aphrodisiac? Is he talking about me? Was he conscious at that time? Tai Budian was so ashamed that she couldn't restrain herself. She angrily asked, what do you mean? The 2 shadows looked at each other in dismay. This minister is very sad, ah? Minister Chu was startled. He looked at her innocently, scratched his head and said, what's wrong? Humph. Tai Budian suddenly realized that she had misunderstood. She looked at this guy's expression. How could he have disguised himself when he was caught off guard? He must have threatened Wu Kuan-yun. However, she was still angry when she thought about it. She clasped her hands behind her back and walked away angrily. Minister Chu's eyes widened innocently. He felt very wronged. You asked me to say this, okay? I said it to amuse you. Why did you suddenly get angry? It's really hard to fathom the emperor's appearance. No wonder they say that accompanying the emperor is like accompanying a tiger. These words are really true. You deserve to be scolded. The two shadows glared at him fiercely and chose to agree with the emperor without any mercy. They despised this bastard who abandoned her after having sex with her. Chu Yang looked at the backs of the three people in a daze. He was so depressed that he couldn't bear it anymore. He shouted, "Crap, what's going on? What's going on? Crap, I'm being wronged. This is too unclear. Why did I suddenly provoke public anger?" The other three people had their own thoughts. But they couldn't help but laugh when they heard that this guy was so depressed. Well, here it is. We're here. Chu Yang pointed to the front. These three people didn't pay any attention to him after he told them how to deal with Wu Kuan-yun. He kept his head down and racked his brains. He thought, there's nothing wrong with what I said. Why did the three of them get angry? What's going on? The more you talk, the more mistakes you make. They finally arrived at the destination. So, they heaved a sigh of relief. It must be said that it wasn't a good feeling to leave people hanging like that. Especially when they were still in a heated discussion just a moment ago, and the next moment, they were all angry because of what he said. Anyone would be at a loss. So what if it's here? Tai Budian asked. There's a cliff here. There's a slight slope. You can't see it from here. It's more than 3,000 feet down. It's a slope. It's very steep. So, it's impossible to come up from below. But, it doesn't prevent you from going down. Chu Yang said, of course, people can't go down. What are you talking about if people can't go down? Tai Butian squinted at him. She had been trying to tease him ever since he said that. But, other things can go down. For example, stones. Chu Yang mischievously smiled and said, I remember that the slope here is slanting downwards. Then, it rushes into the slanting valley. That road. And the slanting valley is now crowded with Great Zhao's army. Haha, this is very interesting. Tai Butian's expression changed at once. Her eyes also sharpened at once. You mean, Chu Yang smiled and said, my idea is very simple. Since a part of Great Zhao's army is crowded in this narrow slanting valley, then we might as well open up a bloody path for them. Moreover, we can cut off their supplies to a certain extent. In Chu Yang's smile, there was something called cruelty faintly shining. Even the two shadows couldn't help but shudder when they saw his expression. Tai Budian pondered for a moment before saying, you're right, but with just the strength of the three of us, we're overestimating ourselves. She lowered her head and thought for a while. Then, she said, even if we use rolling logs and rocks, with our strength, we won't be able to do much damage. At most, we'll just be a distraction. It won't be of much use. That's why I said I had to find a suitable terrain. Otherwise, why do you think I brought you all around? Chu Yang was very surprised at Tai Butian's stupidity. Why didn't she use her brain at all? However, he didn't know that most women had a special characteristic. As long as there was a reliable man by their side, they would be used to letting their man solve any problem. They would never consider that they could solve any problem easily. Tell us your plan. Tai Budian also realized that she was acting strangely. She coughed twice to cover it up and said, do you see that mountain? Chu Yang pointed at a mountain peak in front of them that was hidden in the clouds and said excitedly. The three of them looked at it and were shocked. They saw that a few thousand feet in front of them, there was a mountain peak that protruded out. It was like a huge arm that pierced straight into the sky. They didn't know how high it was above the clouds. The top of the mountain was smooth and there weren't any weeds or trees. It was like a rock that stood between the heavens and the earth. Do you see it? That mountain peak is just right. We only need to push it down, and it will rush down the slope by itself. When it rushes down, it should be right in the middle of the slanting valley. I reckon that with such a huge momentum, it should be able to rush forward for another few dozen li like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Moreover, there should be at least 100,000 Great Zhao's army in between these few dozen li, and all of them should be turned into minced meat by then. Chu Yang pointed at the mountains and rivers in a very imposing manner. He didn't notice that the three people beside him were dumbstruck. They were looking at him as if they were looking at a monster. Push it down? Tai Budian looked at Chu Yang as if she was looking at a prehistoric creature. Then, she said after a long while, Minister Chu, I have to say that your idea is very good. Moreover, if this mountain peak is pushed down, it will cause more than 100,000 casualties. But, the problem is, how are you going to push it down? Let's not talk about the weight. Let's talk about the size of this mountain peak. Even if we look at it now, it will still be several hundred feet tall. And, its diameter will also be several hundred feet. Let's not talk about pushing it down with the strength of the four of us. We won't even be able to make it sway a little with our strength. Chu Yang immediately smiled and said, I didn't say that I would push it down at once. This kind of thing has to be done step by step. Strike while the iron is hot. Moreover, I have to tease it slowly. When the time is right, it will be half unwilling and half willing. Yes, once it enters the harbor, it will be directly destroyed with a bang, and it will be a success. Minister Chu's words made the two women of the three people blush at the same time. What is this bastard talking about? It sounds like a wolf is molesting a little girl. How did a good plan to kill the enemy turn into such a wretched thing when it came out of his mouth? The two figures shook their heads as they looked at the mountain peak. Even a martial monarch would find it difficult to get rid of such a mountain peak, right? Not to mention, the only people who could do this were the legendary martial sages and the supreme martial artists who were above martial sages. Of course, if a supreme martial artist were to come, he would probably be able to slap this mountain peak down with a wave of his hand. Furthermore, if such a person were to deal with such a human army, would he still need a mountain peak? One person would be enough to kill. With the three of them only having the strength of a martial king, it was absolutely impossible. I have an idea. Chu Yang said confidently, it's just that it will take some time. We can't do it in a short time. Tai Budian curled her lips and said, if we only push it down next year, then we don't need to push it anymore. How is that possible? Chu Yang said angrily, we only need 2 days. It won't even take 2 days. He waved his hand arrogantly and said, if you want to win this battle, then listen to me and follow me. As he said that, he took the lead and walked towards the mountain peak. The three of them had no choice but to follow behind him. They also had the thought of watching him make a fool of himself. The closer they got, the more they felt that Chu Yang's idea was completely unreasonable. It was too big. However, it was also very strange. The entire mountain was made up of rocks. We can't rule out the possibility that there were some bigger rocks here. In fact, there were even huge rocks that weighed millions of kilograms. However, it was somewhat unimaginable that such a huge rock was standing at the highest point of the mountain peak. It could only be said that this was a big site between heaven and earth. I don't know the name of this mountain. But, this mountain peak is called Shenyang Peak. It was very famous in the vicinity. This Shenyang Peak was formed by a single piece of rock. Regarding this rock of the Shenyang Peak, there's also an allusion to it. Chu Yang said in a deep voice while walking, do you know? What allusion? The three asked. What Shenyang Peak? The three of them had come here for the first time. So, they didn't know anything about it. This allusion, haha, it's really difficult to talk about it. Fortunately, there are no women here. I wouldn't have said it if there were. Minister Chu smiled in a somewhat vulgar manner. His eyebrows jumped up and down. He looked at the three of them with a look that said, you know, all men know. He didn't know how ridiculous it was for him to say, fortunately, there are no women here. There were 3 people in front of him. And 2 of them were women. The 3 of them were angry and amused at the same time. They felt somewhat powerless against this guy's nerves from time to time. What's the illusion? Ing asked this time. Look, this mountain peak is straight from the bottom to the top. Moreover, it's divided into the left and right sides. There are also 2 oval-shaped bases. Well, it's very big. It doesn't look very vivid. But, it doesn't matter. The key is at the top. Minister Chu chuckled as he walked in with the three of them. He waved his hand as if he had just discovered something. Then, he said excitedly, "Look, there's a mushroom head at the top. It's a lot thicker than this one. Did you think of it?" Haha. Chu Yang grinned. He was overjoyed as he looked at the situation. But Tai Budian and the other two stared at him with puzzled looks on their faces. "You guys really don't have the slightest bit of imagination." Chu Yang sighed helplessly. "Did you guys realize what it would look like if this thing was shrunk a few 100,000 times?" At this point, he became a little excited. He chuckled and said, "Think about it. We also have this thing. Haha, it's really not much different. Think about it carefully. Doesn't it look like it? Doesn't it look like it?" The three of them shook their heads blankly. However, among the three of them, two of them really didn't think of it. As for the other one, he was trying so hard to hold back his laughter that he was about to suffer internal injuries. He couldn't laugh. He would be in trouble if he laughed. What should have been Minister Chu's misfortune would immediately be transferred to him. "I can't wait to take off my pants and compare them with you guys." Chu Yang waited impatiently, looking at this face, looking at that face, with a lewd expression that would immediately burst out laughing after being recognized. He looked at the three people expectantly, but what he saw were three inexplicable faces and three pairs of very doubtful eyes. Minister Chu's face finally collapsed bit by bit. Finally, he couldn't hold it in any longer and said very gloomily, "Don't you guys think that this thing is really very similar to that thing in our pants?" Minister Chu was about to go crazy. He had never told a joke that had made him this depressed. These three people were too humorless. Minister Chu's gloom wasn't without reason. Because he had directly messed up the whole thing. He really didn't know that it wasn't that they couldn't think of the thing he said, but that one sentence he said really misled them. "We also have it on us." It was this sentence that ruined the whole thing. "You said you have it." The problem was that they didn't have it on them. They really didn't. They obviously didn't have it, but you said you did. Could it be that they didn't have it? So Minister Chu couldn't help but go crazy. The last sentence was roared out very gloomily. As soon as he said this, the three people immediately understood. Even those who didn't immediately understood. In an instant, one of them, who had long suffered internal injuries from holding it in, immediately held his stomach and laughed wildly. I finally laughed out loud. I almost choked to death. As for the other two, they looked at Chu Yang angrily. Looking at their postures, they were about to pounce on him and give him a good beating. Minister Chu saw that someone had finally understood his intentions. So, he was about to let out a wild laugh. But, he was greeted by two ice-cold and angry glares. These glares were enough to stab him to death with 1,000 cuts. Minister Chu only felt a chill down his spine. He was about to burst out laughing, but he held it back. He smiled embarrassedly, touched his nose and scratched his head. He said, "Why isn't it funny?" "It's funny." Tai Budian gritted her teeth and tried her best not to explode. Suddenly, she exploded in anger. "Funny your head. So vulgar, so despicable, so. You actually dare to say it out loud, and even so proud of it. You really have no sense of shame." Tua Ying didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at Chu Yang. He really wanted to beat him up. Chu Yang was dumbfounded. She really didn't know why this joke, which was supposed to be unstoppable among men, had the opposite effect at this moment. This was simply too shocking. Could it be that after becoming an emperor, he was different from ordinary men? You don't even have something to laugh about? Aren't you going to tell us your story? Tai Budian said angrily. He couldn't wait to change the topic. This joke was really embarrassing. Tai Butian's face was already flushed red. Saying this in front of me is simply hateful. How hateful. What a bastard. I don't dare to say it. Chu Yang drooped his head and said weakly. He thought to himself, I've only said a few words, and there's already such an intense reaction. If I wait until the story is told, won't I be hacked to pieces? Go on, it's all right, the male figure encouraged, his eyes full of schadenfreude. Say it. Tai Butian's face was cold, but there was also a hint of a smile that she was trying hard to suppress in her eyes. It really wasn't good to smile. This bastard. Yes, it's like this. Legend has it that there was once a man who was quite good-looking and very rich, but he couldn't find a wife no matter what. He lived until he was over 80 years old, but still couldn't find a wife. He died of depression. As Xianxia spoke, he stole glances at their expressions. Seeing that there was nothing wrong, he went on boldly. So, after he was reincarnated, he was still very handsome, suave and rich, but he still couldn't find a wife when he was 80 years old. He died again. At this point, the three of them were also stunned. What kind of story was this? What does this have to do with this mountain peak? Tai Budian raised her eyebrows and couldn't help but ask. She really didn't know what the purpose of such a ridiculous story was. Don't be anxious, you'll know if you continue listening. Xianxia comforted her. Just like that, he reincarnated continuously. In his last life, before he died, he found out that he was actually a bachelor. This world's virgin has finally erupted like a volcanic eruption. With a sorrowful expression and a sorrowful tone, Xianxia said, so, before he died, he made a great wish: if there are men in this world, there will be women; if there are women, there will be men. Yin and Yang will harmonize and all living things will flourish. This is the principle of Yin and Yang in this world. Unfortunately, I'm talented and virtuous, but I'm a bachelor. This is nothing more than heaven's teasing. Where's justice? Where's humanity? Where's the heavenly Tao? Where's the justice? Xianxia's cadence paused for a moment as he spoke till here. The other three couldn't help but be attracted by this story. Thinking of how heaven had wrongly arranged marriage, causing a talented and good-looking young man to be a bachelor for several lifetimes, it really made one sigh. Other than the words "the justice is unfair," there was really nothing else to say, especially when Tai Budian thought of herself. She couldn't help but sigh. Could it be that I've also wrongly arranged marriage in this life of mine? They shouldn't have met, but they did. They should have been together, but due to various reasons, she was destined to be alone for the rest of her life. How was she different from the man in the story? She couldn't help but sigh and ask, then, what great wish did he make? To have many wives and concubines in his next life? She thought, according to the thoughts of an ordinary man, this should be it. After living a bachelor for several lifetimes, it's understandable to have such a wish. No. Xianxia smiled strangely and continued to narrate. He looked up to heaven and shouted, if Yin and Yang can't be harmonized, what's the use of heaven? So what if I'm reincarnated again? Everyone in this world harmonizes and complements each other. Heaven alone is so unfair to me. If this can be tolerated, what else can? Although I can't harmonize Yin and Yang in this life, even if I die, I will still lead heaven. Tai Budian let out an ah and was instantly speechless. She only felt that her heart was about to stop beating at this moment. In that instant, she was filled with regret. She really had nothing better to do. She let this guy talk about the story here. Great, now it's so awkward. Xianxia was overjoyed. As he spoke, he laughed and shrugged his shoulders. After he finished speaking, he took off all his clothes. Then, he spread his legs and lay down on his back, dead. His resentment shot straight to the sky. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder roared. His body suddenly underwent an unbelievable change. Tai Budian wanted to ask, what change? But after thinking about it, she held back. She guessed that this guy wouldn't say anything good. As the saying goes, nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. His body turned into a mountain range, his arms turned into canyons, his blood turned into rivers, his hair turned into flowers, plants, and trees. Thus, a towering mountain rose into the sky. But the thing under his crotch, as per his request before he died, stood straight at the highest point of this mountain range and rushed straight to the sky. As if it wanted to, make a huge hole in the sky. The other three were already like ducks that had been shocked silly by a thunderstorm. They were in a daze as they broke out in cold sweat. This story was really, really, really speechless. Thus, there was this Chenyan Peak in front of us. Minister Chu finally drew the curtains to this story. Smacking his lips, he looked at this round dashi kwang in front of him with great respect. He said as if he hadn't had enough, so, this mountain peak has another name. Everyone is more familiar with it and it's very similar. Stop talking. Don't continue. Tai Budian shouted. Her face turned from white to red, from red to blue, and from blue to black. She was so angry that even her belly was about to explode. She thought about how she had felt the same way just now. She was secretly sorrowful and self-pitying. All those emotions, and in the end, such a story actually came out. She couldn't help but feel ashamed. If it weren't for the magical jade pendant, she would have been furious. Looking at Chu Yang, she couldn't help but be furious. Glaring at Chu Yang, Tai Budian gritted her teeth and said word by word, Minister, Chu. You're really knowledgeable. Haha. Chu Yang's face was already smiling like a flower. He was laughing so hard that his whole body was shaking and he couldn't speak. He was like a small mimosa plant swaying in the wind. Even his laughter was trembling. Wahahaha. He he he, Tai Budian was speechless. Telling this joke to a man was really nothing. But the problem was, Minister Chu was in a complete tragedy. Just as he was convulsing with laughter, he was suddenly held down by Tai Budian and another shadow. Minister Chu was caught off guard. Moreover, he was so pleased with himself that he lost his sense of measure. So, how could he evade? So, he was captured in a neat and tidy move. Then, it was a series of punches and kicks, bang bang bang, puff puff puff. Poor Minister Chu didn't know where this unexpected disaster came from. He was beaten several times but still didn't have time to stop laughing. After a long while, he suddenly flew into a rage. What's going on? What's going on? The two women beat him up fiercely. Minister Chu screamed incessantly. After a long while, the two women got tired of beating him up. They finally stopped, panting, and let go of him. Minister Chu jumped up, his whole body aching. He flew into a rage. Why did you beat me up? Is there still any law? The alliance is the law. Tai Budian snorted, rubbing her wrist that was hurting from the beating. She said proudly. Her anger still hadn't subsided. The moment she said that, the two shadows couldn't help but laugh even more. The Emperor is right here. What law is there to talk about? If someone else said this, they would be showing off and not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. But the Emperor said that he was the law. Who could refute that? This is my wife, not my brother. The man who had been laughing so hard that his entire face was contorted said while trying to hold back his laughter. F***ck. Why didn't you say so earlier? So there is a woman here. Chu Yang was dumbfounded. Then, he suddenly realized that this beating was really undeserved. If I had known that there was a woman here, I wouldn't have told you dirty stories. That's just looking for trouble. Chu Yang looked at this female shadow maliciously. Then, he shook his head in schadenfreude. Damn it, your wife? She looks more like your brother. Her chest isn't protruding, and her buttocks aren't perky. What's there to be happy about? While they were talking, they had already arrived in front of this Xianxia peak. Tai Budian raised her head and looked at this peak. Then, she suddenly thought of the story that Chu Yang had told her. She couldn't help but feel nauseous. She couldn't help but vomit a few times, too disgusting. She frowned and said, Minister Chu, do you have any way to push down this peak? Let's discuss it. Ever since she had heard that story, Tai Budian suddenly felt that this mountain peak was an eyesore. She couldn't wait to push it down. She had originally thought that it was a pity to destroy such a beautiful scenery. But now, she didn't have the slightest bit of pity. Such a blasphemous thing. Moreover, it was so filthy and unbearable to look at. How could it be so openly preserved? No. Absolutely not. Of course, I have considered this. Chu Yang wanted to cry but had no tears. He rubbed his waist. Then, he used his fingers to gently press the bruises on his face. He bared his teeth. Only when he felt that his teeth were still there and hadn't moved did he feel relieved. Then, he said, look over there. There is a slope over there. This slope is just right. If you walk down this slope, there will be nothing below. You can just follow it down. The man looked and measured it with his feet. Then, he nodded and said, yes, that's right. If we calculate it according to the human body, it is a transitional state between that thing and the lower abdomen. Do you want to die? Both of them gnashed their teeth and looked at him. They suddenly realized that they had misspoken. So, they kept quiet out of fear. Yes, that's the place. You have a good eye. Your judgment is very accurate. Yang said recklessly. But, he saw 4 angry gazes. So, he wisely changed the topic and said, you see, as long as we hollow out this side, and then hollow out the other side, we can pry this mountain peak down with the help of some tools. Empty? Ing suddenly lost his confidence and said, didn't you see? This mountain was originally a single piece of rock. It was much harder than ordinary rocks. Even if there were divine weapons, they wouldn't be able to withstand such torment. Moreover, it was so huge. It was an understatement to say that it was millions of kilograms. How much strength do you need to pry it open? Naturally, we won't be prying the entire mountain peak, but the upper section. Yang said confidently, as for the matter of hollowing out the rocks, leave it to me. You guys are only responsible for moving the rocks. You can also throw these stones down directly. They should be able to cause a lot of damage, and they can also open up a path for the mountain to roll down. The 2 figures looked at him with distrust. Yang smiled and said, the only thing I'm worried about now is whether the heaven-splitting mountain pass can withstand such a big shock. It would be self-defeating if the entire heaven-splitting mountain pass were to collapse because of this shock. And, we'll end up ruining our own way of survival. You don't need to worry about this. Taibu Tian smiled and said, Minister Chu, do you know that this heaven-splitting mountain pass has existed for thousands of years? All the countries that have occupied the heaven-splitting mountain pass have always regarded it as an important military base. It's an impregnable natural stronghold. Especially 700 or 800 years ago. The country that had occupied this place at that time had suffered a loss here. Then, the monarch ordered that the entire base of the heaven-splitting mountain pass city wall be molded with pig iron and molten with molten iron. Later, they found out that this method was effective. So, the entire city wall was molded with pig iron. Taibu Tian said, our iron cloud has overthrown that country. But, there has never been an accident since we've occupied this place. In fact, it's been reinforced and repaired every year. And, this pig iron molded city wall is the main reason why Diwu Qingro hasn't been able to do anything about it for so many years. Taibu Tian smiled and said, otherwise, wouldn't it have been easy for him to break through the heaven-splitting mountain pass if he had brought too many of those powerful siege crossbows? I'm relieved if that's the case, Yang secretly exclaimed in admiration. Fu *K. The front of the city wall is molded with pig iron. What am I worried about if that's the case? Then, he said to Taibu Tian, Your Majesty, please step aside. You'll be a hindrance if you stay here. His first sentence had made Taibu Tian feel sweet in her heart. It's rare for this guy to be so considerate. But, she wanted to kick him when she heard his second sentence. What kind of nonsense is this? What do you mean by a hindrance? She bitterly turned around, and walked to the side. Then, she sat down on a large piece of flat ground. Yang took a big stride forward, and a sword appeared in his hand with a clang sound. Then, he exerted his martial power, and the cold energy suddenly became awe-inspiring. Cold ice energy? The 2 shadows were gobsmacked. They felt that it was inconceivable that Yang could hollow out the mountainside with just a sword. But, they were even more curious about his martial arts. Cold ice energy? Isn't it the signature martial art of some super clan of the upper 3 heavens? No, this isn't cold ice energy. It's even more powerful than cold ice energy. 17 cold energy. Yang shook his head and said, Pay attention, it's time to work. The long sword pierced in with a schwa sound. Then, it cut through the hard mountain peak from left to right like cutting tofu. What a sharp sword. The 2 shadows were gobsmacked. They had seen many divine weapons. But, this was the first time in their lives that they had seen such a thing. It doesn't make any sound when it cuts through such a hard rock. This was simply an unfathomable favor. No wonder you were able to fight your way back from Great Zhao. It turns out that you have such a divine weapon with you. The shadow sighed. Of course. Xianxia laughed. He sliced 3 times with his sword, and a rock that wasn't very big, only half a foot thick, was taken out by him, and casually tossed to the side. A small crack appeared at the base of the mountain peak. The two shadows knew that this was the beginning of the real work after Xianxia had made a crack in the bottom of the mountain peak. Sure enough, the next piece of rock that Xianxia pulled out was as big as a calf. It weighed several thousand pounds. The entire mountain peak was separated from the mountain peak. The shadow took it in his hand, walked a few steps, and threw it down the slope with a bang, then another piece, and another piece. Thus, in this early morning, the rumbling of thunder began. It was more than 10,000 feet from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the slanting valley. It was at least 30 to 40,000 feet high. The people on the ground didn't know what was happening up there. The 3 tiger generals of Great Zhao and Wuquanyin in the heaven-splitting mountain pass heard the rumbling sound. Everyone hurriedly got up and looked at the sky. The 3 tiger generals were so worried that they almost cried. It won't be fun if there's a heavy rain in this kind of weather. Many of Great Zhao's soldiers and horses were camping in the open air. The terrain of the slanting valley was low. Wuquanyin was very excited. Motherfu **Ker, it's raining? It's raining. The bigger the better. It'll be best if it drowns you bastards. Everyone ran out to take a look. They were dazzled by the rising sun. The sky was clear for thousands of miles. How could it rain, however? This rumbling sound was getting louder and louder. What was going on? Moreover, the rumbling sound was endless. It had connected into one. The valley was also echoing with the rumbling sound. Rumble. Rumble. Slowly, the entire valley started to tremble. The mountains also started to tremble. Even the heaven-splitting mountain pass was far away. But it was also trembling. Everyone felt a sense of dread. Is it an earthquake? Wuquanyin's complexion changed. He firmly supported himself on the city wall. His black face was full of shock. Fu *Kami. We're done for if an earthquake collapses the heaven-splitting mountain pass. Finally, an officer of Great Zhao's army who was still in the slanting valley screamed. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His entire body trembled as he pointed at the cliff opposite him. He screamed, It's not good, it's not good, ah 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 ah." His words had become meaningless murmurs. The rumbling sound was getting closer and closer. It was close to the ground. Many soldiers in the slanting valley raised their heads. They were stunned to find that a big square stone was falling from above their heads. It seemed as if it was falling from the sky. It carried a thunderous aura that could destroy everything. It was tumbling down from the sky as it smashed down. In the dust that filled the sky, one could vaguely see that behind this huge rock, there were countless squarish figures rolling over. Their aura was so powerful that it could shatter the heavens and split the earth. Surging violently, they lined up and descended in a single line. It carried a formidable momentum. Quickly dodge, the officer shouted. Blood spurted out from his throat. His eyes were full of despair. Dodge? Where can I dodge? There's nowhere to hide. The huge stone rumbled down. Then, it rushed into the dense crowd. It went on a rampage all the way. Sparks were flickering all over its body. It rushed forward in an unbridled manner. It rushed forward in an unbridled manner. Screams and blood were heard everywhere. Rumble, a big stone had fallen from a height of at least 8,000 meters. It had fallen to the ground. What would it feel like to borrow the momentum of 8,000 meters? How powerful would it be? These boulders had stirred up a lot of dust along the way. Moreover, the boulders had been exposed to the wind and the sun for a long time. But, they hadn't fallen off yet. It was hard to tell how many boulders had fallen off. In fact, a small mountain peak had collapsed along with this boulder flow. My goodness, this is the end of the world. Dust was flying in front of the heaven-splitting mountain pass. It was so dark that one couldn't even see one's fingers in front of one's face. However, the boulder that had taken the lead in rushing down the mountain seemed to have opened up a path ahead of the others. It had bravely and fiercely rushed forward for more than 1,000 feet. The momentum of the boulder had finally stopped. Then, the second boulder, the third boulder, and the fourth boulder, the boulders continued to fall down like dumplings. It seemed that there would be no end to this. The screams of the people below were drowned out by the earth-shattering sounds of the falling boulders. The entire slanting valley was in a tragic state. The people near the exit of the slanting valley were fine. However, these boulders were rolling down the slope. They were smashing and rushing towards the inside of the slanting valley. The entire slanting valley was divided into 3 sections. The latter section was safe and sound. Flesh and blood were flying in all directions in the middle section. But the first section was also safe and sound. However, the section where flesh and blood were flying in all directions was close to 3,000 to 4,000 feet. Neither the men nor the horses were lucky enough to survive. Wu Kuangyin had only seen the dust and smoke rising from the top of the heaven-splitting mountain pass. The rumbling sounds had been unceasingly heard. Then, the entire slanting valley had been filled with dust and smoke. His ears had been shaken to the point that he couldn't hear anything. His whole body had been shaken by the tremors. He only knew that something had happened to the great Zhao's army in the slanting valley. But, he didn't know what had happened. He was too far away. So, he couldn't see the boulders falling down from the top of the mountain. He could only guess in his heart, what's going on? What's going on, my God, my God, my God, who knows about my hardships? So, he came down and gave me such a pleasant visual and auditory feast. He had felt the tremors under his feet. Many of the weapons that had been placed on the ground had been shaken, and had been sent flying. Then, they had fallen down. Fortunately, this heaven-splitting mountain pass was extremely sturdy. This kind of vibration simply couldn't shake its iron foundation. Therefore, it was able to survive. However, one of the city walls inside had collapsed. Fortunately, it was towards his own country. Otherwise, it would be over. Wu Kuangyin prayed in his heart. He rejoiced, and then gloated, "Kill those bastards. Kill them all." Thousands of boulders smashed down. If it was a normal siege, such rolling boulders wouldn't cause much damage. But, how could it be the same as being thrown down from the top of the city walls when it was 8,000 meters in the air? If one had to make a comparison, it could only be said that one was an elephant, and the other was the hair on the elephant's leg. Finally, the thousands of rocks were smashed into the ground. Only then did the surrounding mountain stop shaking. Everyone's ears were still ringing, but in reality, the sound had already stopped. Millions of people lost their hearing at once. The people who were still alive could only see each other's mouths opening and closing. But, they couldn't hear what each other was saying. The 3 tiger generals came out of their tents with pale faces. Their eyes were full of fear. Their mouths were open, and their eyes were blank. They were still baffled as to why such a thing had happened. They shook their heads with all their strength, and patted their ears. They washed their faces with cold water, and poured water into their stomachs. After a while, they could barely hear a little bit of sound. They looked all the way out, and saw that most of the soldiers had 2 lines of blood hanging from their ears. Apparently, their eardrums had been damaged by the huge tremors. In fact, many of them had become deaf. What's going on? What's going on? The Golden Tiger General Xianxia roared. His complexion was ferocious. But, everyone around him was staring at his mouth. So, no one could hear him. Don't be impatient. The Silver Tiger General Long Ao patted Xianxia's shoulder. His complexion was very ugly. After a while, earth-shattering screams and cries were heard from the slanting valley. The sound spread for miles. It must be the enemy's surprise attack. Yu Qinglong shook his head. He still felt uncomfortable in his ears. There seemed to be a rumbling sound inside. Otherwise, it seemed as if 10,000 cicadas were desperately crying inside. But, he could finally hear the sound. Let's go and take a look. The 3 of them looked at each other. They felt that something was wrong. They summoned their personal guards, and mounted their horses. Then, they went towards the place where the cries were the most tragic. They galloped their horses for 20 miles. Then, they finally saw the scene of hell on earth. The 3 of them had been on the battlefield for a long time. Moreover, each of them was a desperado. So, what kind of tragic scene hadn't they seen? But, their complexions couldn't help but change when they saw the tragic scene in front of them. Their bodies swayed, and they felt as if they were about to fall from their horses. They saw the slanting valley in front of them. The big stones had been dyed red. They quietly stayed on the ground, not moving at all. There was blood and flesh all along the way. Broken limbs and body parts were everywhere. Looking around, there was not a single complete corpse to be found in the empty slanting valley. Even the walls on both sides of the valley were stained with blood and flesh. Even the walls of the valley were hundreds of feet high. They were dripping with blood. The red was blood, and the white was brain matter. They were everywhere. Some injured soldiers were lying there not far from the three of them. Their muscles and bones were broken. Their bodies were covered in blood. The luckiest one among these people had a broken arm. Their lives would have been lost if they had been grazed by those crazily flying big stones. The injured ones had only been lightly grazed by the edge of the stones. This section, how many people are there? Xianxia looked at the inhumane scene in front of him. He asked in a trembling voice. No one answered. Everyone was somewhat stupefied. They numbly looked at the scene in front of them. Their hearts were bleeding. Go and take a look, Long Ao ordered in a low voice. Then, someone resisted the urge to vomit. He turned over and mounted his horse. The warhorse didn't listen to him. It opened its frightened eyes, and shook its head. Its body shrank back little by little. It wouldn't rush forward no matter what was said. In the end, he had to get on the horse of one of Xianxia's bodyguards, and rush out. The sound of the horse's hoofs gradually faded away. Xianxia, Long Ao, and the other two frowned. They listened to the sound of the horse's hoofs coming from the slanting valley. It seemed as if they were walking on a silent road. Their complexions couldn't help but become more and more unsightly. They waited until the sound of the horse's hoofs had almost disappeared. After a while, the sound of the horse's hoofs was heard again. It was obvious that the horse had returned. There's no one for 7 or 8 miles, Yu Qinlong's face was calm as he said in a low voice. He didn't wait for anyone to return. He had only heard the sound of the horse's hoofs. The complexions of the other two changed. They had become miserable. 7 to 8 li, considering the density of the soldiers just now, how many soldiers could this slanting valley, which was 20 to 30 zhang wide, hold? They didn't dare to say more than 10,000 people. In other words, at least 10,000 people had died in this sudden incident. However, all of this was still inexplicable. No one knew why this had happened. They only knew that these stones had rolled down the steep slope of the mountain. They raised their heads, and looked at the precipitous cliff above their heads. They couldn't see anything. They could only see clouds and mist above them. Look at these stones, Long Ao reminded. Yes. The three men turned around. Someone had already wiped a stone clean. Then, they carried it over. This stone had been knocked down all the way. So, its volume had become a lot smaller. There were traces of bumps and collisions everywhere. 3 big stones were carried over. The 3 men surrounded them and carefully examined them. What's going on? This stone seems to have been cut by someone. The size of each stone is so uniform. Xianxia said in shock. It's impossible, right? The 2 men sized up the stones over and over again. Then, they were shocked. They finally admitted this fact. Could it be that the enemy had set up an ambush on this mountaintop? Is this a rolling stone? This is absolutely impossible. Xianxia had been to Iron Cloud before. He flatly rejected this idea. It's difficult for birds to fly around these mountain peaks. Not to mention a human, even an ape would probably fall to its death if it tried to climb up. Only a king-level expert could go up there. Or even higher. But, why would such a person make things difficult for us if he was really such a person? Long Ao said disapprovingly. Perhaps, it's just a fight between immortals, and mortals suffer a calamity, or perhaps there was a section of the cliff above. So, it's possible that it had suddenly collapsed. After all, these mountains have existed for tens of thousands of years. Xianxia stared at the illusory clouds and mist above his head. He sighed and said, "Put these stones aside. Nothing should fall down." He sighed after he finished speaking. Then, he turned around and walked back. Yes, it's impossible for a large number of soldiers to be on the mountaintop. It must have been a battle between experts. And, it's over now. So, nothing should have fallen down. Even if it was a landslide, there was no reason for it to happen one after another. What's an expert? An expert wouldn't be childish enough to throw stones for fun. Tiger General Jean was very confident that his decision was correct. Moreover, these stones would have split the army into two halves if they had been left here. War. What's the point of fighting? The three men were in low spirits. They didn't speak much on the way back. However, they were praying in their hearts, please don't let this happen again. Chu Yang and the two shadows were squatting on the ground and gasping for breath on the mountaintop. Even a king-level expert would have been paralyzed by exhaustion after continuous high-intensity labor. The three men had dug out a big hole at the bottom of the mountaintop in the last 2 hours. This gap was 5 feet high from top to bottom. If one were to rush towards the top, one would only be able to reach a depth of a few hundred feet. This gap had already reached half of the thickness of the entire mountain. It looked like a giant had suddenly opened its ferocious mouth. This side is almost done. Minister Chu's image had completely disappeared. He was sprawled on the ground, and was moaning incessantly, my God. I'm so tired. I didn't get any benefits. What he meant was that he had done the same job several times. The first time, he had obtained the sword tip of Calamity Sword. The second time, he had obtained the mysterious ice jade ointment. He had also obtained so many mysterious ice jades. Only this time, he had obtained nothing. He sighed and quickly took out a bottle and poured it down his throat. Gulp. 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 Little, bring the water over. Let's drink it together. The shadow groaned. Small. This water is quite precious, I only have this much. Chu Yang suddenly remembered that he was holding the vitality spring water. Nonsense. It's just a bottle of water. The male shadow snatched it but didn't drink it. He gave it to the female shadow first. The female shadow took it and drank it. Just as the water entered her throat, she felt something strange. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. He could not help but be stunned. He stopped drinking and carefully felt around in his mouth. Suddenly, he exclaimed in shock, Vitality spring water? The other shadow was startled when he heard the voice calling out to him. She didn't care about her tiredness. She jumped up and rushed over to take a look. Vitality spring water? Was it that wonderful spring water that could stimulate people's vitality? The two of them tasted it and were speechless. Then they couldn't help but cry. Even his 4 steady hands started to tremble slightly. They looked at each other and saw the bitterness in each other's eyes. Sure enough. It was the vitality spring water. The two of them had gone to the medicine deity clan several times to beg for the vitality spring water. They had even used up all of their family's wealth and used all of their methods, whether it was by force or by fraud, just to gather some rare tools and bring them to the Medicine King Valley to exchange for a few drops of the vitality spring water. They only needed a little bit of the vitality spring water to expand their body's vitality, and their aging body would be able to make a breakthrough. They only needed to break through to the emperor level. Although it was only a thin line, it was an earth-shaking change. However, he still couldn't get what he wanted. The two of them were already in despair. That was why they had accepted a commission more than 10 years ago to come to the lower 3 heavens to protect Tai Budian. But who would have thought that after more than 10 years, when the two of them were already in despair, they would inadvertently come across this miraculous spring water, and so much more. He was holding it in his hands. This was a divine item that everyone in the great heaven continent yearned for even in their dreams. There is actually such a huge jug here. So it was because of this tool. No wonder, he said, this water is more precious. I only have this much. This was more than just precious. It was a priceless treasure, not to mention a lot, just the little bit that the two of them had tasted just now, even though it was just a small mouthful each, was enough for the two of them. Furthermore, it was an excessive amount. If that small mouthful was converted into money, then using the word priceless to describe it was definitely not wrong. In fact, it was even better. In an instant, the two of them looked at Chu Yang in shock. It was as if he had seen a monster. Even the Medicine God clan's Medicine King Valley's vitality spring water didn't have much in stock. It definitely wouldn't be enough to fill a chamber pot for a year, right? It didn't even have half of this. That was the entire Medicine King Valley's annual supply, and this teenager, King of Hell Chu, actually had so much in his hands, and this person who had the Vitality Spring water actually treated it as ordinary water. He only used it to quench his thirst. Thinking of this guy's 2 mouthfuls just now, the two of them were about to go crazy. Do you know what this is? Ying grabbed the Vitality Spring water as if it was the most precious treasure in the world. In fact, his eyes were red. I know. When he gave it to me, he said so. Xianxia said casually. Then why are you wasting it like this? Ying was about to go crazy. Using the Vitality Spring water to quench your thirst? Heavens, have you ever seen such a prodigal person? Isn't it just a mouthful of water? Xianxia snorted and said, are you drinking or not? If you don't drink, then I will take it back. Wait. Ying glanced at him. Then he took out their water flask and drank it clean. He shook it and poured in a few mouthfuls of Vitality Spring water. Then he plugged the lid. Xianxia's heart was moved. These two people were not greedy. Looking at their personalities, they were also very straightforward. Taibu Tian trusted them so much. It was worth it. But then, he changed his mind. He saw Ying walk up to Taibu Tian and said a few words to him. Taibu Tian was obviously shocked. Then he shook his head resolutely. Shadow said a few more words and saw that Taibu Tian only shook his head. Then, he took off a small kettle from Taibu Tian's body and poured the water out. Then, he poured the entire kettle full of Vitality Spring water. Then he handed it to Taibu Tian. Then he walked over with a red face. He smiled embarrassedly and handed the water flask to Xianxia. Oh? Have you finished distributing? Xianxia shook the water bottle and smiled meaningfully. There's still 1.5 years left in it. I took advantage of you. Ying smiled embarrassedly and said, but this tool, no need to explain. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and smiled. He said, since I'm willing to take it out for you to see, I wouldn't have taken it out if I didn't want to, right? He blinked. I'm very happy that it's useful to you. Ying looked at him for a long time. Then he said, you are very good. Very good. The other Ying also nodded deeply. How could it be just very good? If others had so much Vitality Spring water, who would give it to others for free? Even if it was just a drop. But, this King of Hell Chu is not stingy with his own people. Taibu Tian's eyes were intentionally or unintentionally looking at this side. Her small ears were slightly erect. Although she looked indifferent and cold, she was paying full attention to the news here. When she heard Ying's words, the corners of her mouth quietly revealed a gentle and satisfied smile. It seemed that she was happier when someone praised Xianxia than when she was praised. Then Ying said, don't worry. We'll take good care of His Majesty. We won't let him suffer the slightest harm. Xianxia was startled. He said, this. What do you mean? I'm just giving you some tools in passing. Why? What does this have to do with His Majesty? You guys take good care of him. This is your responsibility. Why are you taking care of me? Taibu Tian gently coughed on the other side. Ying was startled. Then he sighed and lowered his head in silence. Have you rested enough? It's almost time for us to continue our work. Xianxia stretched himself and stood up as he said. Okay. The 3 people went around to the back of the mountain peak and started to move. But the stones were still moved to the front and thrown down. Although this amount of work was a little heavy, it was still a considerable amount of damage to the people below. The soldiers below were originally hiding far away. But there was no news from Old Man Yi. It wasn't right for the infantry to be split into 2. So people gradually came in to clean up the traces. After the sad cleaning, the infantry was finally united again. But when they looked at the clear traces above their heads, they couldn't help but tremble. As a soldier, dying on the battlefield is nothing. But dying like this without knowing the reason for it is really frightening and depressing. However, the commander-in-chief had said that there would be no tools left behind this time. Therefore, everyone felt more at ease. After the cleaning was done, everyone sighed in 2s and 3s and gathered together again. After a while, what's that sound? Someone's ears twitched, there's really a sound. Someone frowned, thunder? It's coming again. The guys are running away. Sure enough, the rumbling sound slowly became louder and louder. Later on, the mountains started to tremble. The earth started to beat again. The people felt ashamed again. The faces of Jin Nang Kai and the other two turned deathly pale when this terrifying sound resounded again. It's coming again, ancestor. How can this be? As expected, there was no other sound in the entire world. Countless square and upright rocks once again rolled down from the height of 8,000 meters with a thunderous momentum. Then, the rocks fell from the sky like a thunderclap and rolled down from the sky like a thunderclap. They fell into the crowd and rushed forward unstoppably, opening up a bloody path among Great Zhao's army like a hot knife through butter, bravely rushing to the end of their stillness. Shani. What a tragic display of extravagance! Wu Kuan-yin on the heaven-splitting mountain pass was so excited that his ears were stuffed with cotton strips. He was crazily shaking his buttocks along with the trembling of the mountain pass. Who asked you to invade us? Motherfu asterisk cur. Heaven will punish you. Heaven won't let you off, haha, this is too satisfying. The chaos of wailing ghosts and howling wolves was drowned out by this huge sound in an instant. This chaos continued for another 2 hours. Only then did they slowly come to a stop. Once again, the army had paid the price of more than 10,000 casualties. In fact, the number of casualties was even higher than the previous time. This time, the distance of the rock was much longer than the previous one. The last time the rock fell, it had already made the ground of the canyon much more solid. Now, it was falling again. It was not elastic at all. Even the cushioning effect was pitifully small. It went all the way to the edge of the canyon. They had encountered such a terrifying thing twice in a row. Jin Nang Kai and the other two couldn't sit still any longer. They looked at the deathly pale faces of the surrounding soldiers, and their eyes were filled with fear. Great Zhao's army was huge. The 3 legions that had gathered here were all elites. Moreover, there were more than 1 million of them. But, no matter how many people there were, they couldn't keep up with this kind of consumption. Pack up the troops. Rather than not receiving any news, let's quickly retreat. Long Ao's complexion was heavy as he slowly said, there's no use in staying here. Instead, we'll be nibbled away by the enemy. Moreover, we'll be buried here if our escape route is cut off. The other two nodded repeatedly. In fact, the 3 of them understood that most of Ironclad's troops were firmly pinned down in the main battlefield. A small part of Ironclad's army was here, and couldn't move. Nothing would happen to Nian Yizhao's escape route. Long Ao had said this to give himself a reason to withdraw the troops. But now, at this critical juncture, everyone was already terrified. They would rather go to the main battlefield and fight with their lives on the line than stay here and face the possibility of falling boulders at any time. However, one of us must stay behind to prevent Wu Kuan-yin from attacking while we're retreating. Jin Nang Kai looked at the other two. Who will stay behind? I'll stay behind, Long Ao insipidly replied. Jin Nang Kai and Yu Qinglong looked at each other and nodded. In the current situation, the danger of staying behind was greater, but there was absolutely no danger of the entire army being wiped out. On the contrary, the army that went out could face the falling boulders at any time. This wasn't easy to control. The 3 of them quickly came to an agreement. The 2 armies would pass through the slanting valley at the fastest speed. Then, Long Ao would lead his troops to retreat. Everything would be easy as long as they were outside the slanting valley. It's a pity that it wasn't easy to get this opportunity. Yu Qinglong sighed. He looked at the heaven-splitting mountain pass with regret. The other masked men also sighed. This kind of situation was very rare. Almost all of Ironclad's troops had been pinned down in the main battlefield. They didn't dare to move. Diwu Qingro had cleverly arranged 3 armies on the side. More than 1 million soldiers had been dispatched to chase after the enemy. They had rushed into the slanting valley and arrived at the heaven-splitting mountain pass. The heaven-splitting mountain pass was the most impregnable mountain pass in the world. However, it wasn't impossible to break through. The Zhao army had the advantage in numbers. So, they kept harassing the heaven-splitting mountain pass every day and night. As long as the supply wasn't exhausted, they could continue to attack the heaven-splitting mountain pass even at the cost of hundreds of thousands of casualties. Although the sacrifice was a bit too much, it was still better than breaking through the heaven-splitting mountain pass. In this chapter, Lone Hand's solo hand against D and the achievement of expanding the territory for a long period of time, this amount of casualties was completely acceptable. And this was the strategy that the three fugitive generals had decided on. In fact, ever since they had marched here, the three of them had no intention of returning empty-handed. Even if it was 10 people against one person from Iron Cloud, this deal was still worth it. However, the faces of Iron Cloud's defenders were filled with exhaustion at the moment. They only needed to strengthen their attacks and harassment. Sooner or later, they wouldn't be able to hold on. However, they couldn't withdraw their troops at such a critical juncture. This was extremely depressing. Since he had made up his mind to retreat, there was no time to lose. He immediately issued the order and ordered the army to get ready. All the officers and soldiers had been frightened by this frightening phenomenon. So, they immediately became energized when they received the order to retreat. They packed up their tools and left at lightning speed. Everyone couldn't wait to leave this place. More than 10% of the soldiers swore, "I'll never come back here in my lifetime as long as I leave this place. I'll kill myself at the mouth of the valley. It's better to die here than to wait for death here." Meanwhile, Minister Chu was chopping wood at the top of the mountain. The base of the mountain peak was almost empty. It looked very shaky, and was on the verge of collapse. Moreover, Chu Yang was digging at the back of the mountain. He had only dug a long passageway. The top and bottom of the passageway didn't look too big. Otherwise, it would have been like trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Then, he also dug at the left and right sides. Only a small part of the passageway was left. It seemed that only a few feet of stones were still connected. The wind was blowing, and it felt as if the city would collapse at any time. Chu Yang used a few stones to support the back of the mountain. Then, he carefully stuffed in a few long trees that he had cut. Then, behind the trees, he made a crowbar that was controlled by a few small crowbars. If he were to use the crowbars directly, the three of them wouldn't be strong enough. So, Chu Yang had to borrow some strength again. Now, not only was the safety factor increased due to the distance, but the control of the crowbars had also increased by several times. For safety's sake, Chu Yang even dug a small cave not far away. As long as the mountain peak collapsed, the three of them would immediately hide in that cave. Everything was ready. Chu Yang said loudly, "Your Majesty, hide further away first. Plug your ears so that you don't get hurt." Tai Budian responded with a sound of acknowledgement. Then, she unleashed her lightness skill and sprinted into the distance. She only stopped when she reached a flat ground in the distance, which was at least several thousand feet away. Her entire person had already become a small black dot. Then, Chu Yang waved his right hand and the three of them exerted their strength together. Dai shouted, 1, 2, 3, push him down, push him down, push him down, spine down. The three of them exerted their strength at the same time. Holding the crowbars in their hands, they slowly pressed down. At this time, they couldn't use too much strength. They had to test it bit by bit. Otherwise, if it shook and couldn't be pushed down, they would be powerless and fall down. The three of them exerted their strength at the same time. They all saw that the mountain peak seemed to shake slightly, but at this time, the three of them had already used all their strength. Chu Yang waved his hand, "Slow down, stop slowly. Don't relax your strength. Reduce your strength little by little." Instead of returning to his original position, Chu Yang scurried up again. Based on what he had just discovered, he cut off a few more rocks. Then, he moved the crowbar's force point a little. After thinking for a while, he cut off a few more rocks from the other side and threw them to one side. The two shadows watched Chu Yang move back and forth under the almost empty boulder. They both broke out in cold sweat. If this boulder suddenly squats down, Minister Chu will immediately turn into a pool of blood. This guy's guts are really fat. Chu Yang worked hard under the boulder as if he was embroidering a flower. Then, he rushed out with a whooshing sound. The two shadows broke out in cold sweat. This bastard, he cut down the base of the mountain peak to a depth of less than 2 feet, he's really daring. Chu Yang quickly ran to his position. Then, he checked the setup of the link again. He adjusted it a bit. Then, he held the crowbar and made a gesture, start. The three of them slowly exerted their strength at the same time. The mountain peak slowly tilted. The three king-level experts saw this situation. Their spirits were lifted. They mustered their strength and shouted, down. They fiercely concentrated all their strength, and pressed it down. The mountain peak slowly tilted forward in super slow motion, like a giant with its head above the blue sky and its feet below the earth. It was rising and falling forward at a slow speed that made people grimace in pain. Push it down. Withdraw. Minister Chu shouted. He threw down the crowbar, and flew back with a whoosh sound. The three shadows whooshed and whooshed in succession. They flew 70 to 80 feet away, and quickly entered the cave that they had dug in advance. The mountain peak fell down. It slowly accelerated as it fell down. It finally landed, boom, the surrounding mountains trembled at the same time, then, the mountain slowly flipped over and rolled down the slope below the cliff. Boom. There was another tremor. It was as if the thunder god was beating a drum along the way. The entire Chenyan peak was like a shooting star as it flew down from a height of 1,000 meters. The mountain peaks within a radius of several hundred miles started to disco dance at the same time, trembling in disco. This was especially true for the mountain where the main event took place. All the boulders on the mountain leaped 3 feet high into the air in high spirits, scrambling to be the first to follow behind the huge, Chenyan peaks. But as he rushed down the mountain, this kind of momentum was earth-shattering. When the giant mountain was halfway down, it was as if a landslide had occurred in all the nearby mountains. This was no longer a mudslide. Instead, it was a boulder flow. Most families used the analogy of mountains and tsunamis, and described the earth cracking and the mountains collapsing. But who had actually seen mountains and tsunamis, earth cracking and mountains collapsing? There was no doubt about it. Especially the emperor's army in the slanting valley. They had truly enjoyed a feast for their eyes. However, they would rather not see anything in their lives than to have such a feast for their eyes. Jin Nangkai and Yu Qinglong reorganized the army. They clapped their hands and bid farewell to Long Ao. Then, they issued an order, and the army set out. The emperor's men had their bows and arrows strapped to their waists. The army's order was like a landslide. Everyone rushed out. The two emperor's generals put on their armor, and mounted their horses. They then sullenly walked at the front of the army. Then, the soldiers lined up behind them. Then, they retreated in an orderly manner. They were well trained. They were definitely excellent soldiers. However, everyone's face was full of fear and sorrow. Even the warhorses seemed to have sensed the gloomy atmosphere of the army. They were listless, and their eyes were lifeless. It didn't take long for them to travel more than a dozen miles. They would arrive at the slanting valley if they were to travel a few more miles. Jin Nangkai's eyes were sharp as he shouted, "What are you all doing? We're only retreating temporarily. We haven't been defeated. We'll come back sooner or later." And this place would have become the emperor's territory by then. He paused for a moment, and then said, "The emperor's generals, cheer up. That road is in front of us. We must speed up. We must rush over there in one spurt of energy. Do you understand?" Yes, everyone promised in unison. "Well, speed up. Release the ropes." Jin Nangkai and Yu Qinglong clamped their legs on their horses' bellies. Then, their horses rushed out. The two of them couldn't wait to leave this damned place. Right at this moment, a loud and heavy sound suddenly rang out. Boom! Boom! Then, the galloping horses were jolted off the ground. The earth trembled fiercely. The mountain peak trembled. The trees on the mountain trembled violently. Jin Nangkai and Yu Qinglong fell down from their horses. They lay on the ground. Their complexions changed. From the looks of it, it was several times bigger than the previous 2 times. Then, there was another dull explosion. Boom! Demaoji was in a mess. Not good. Not good. The big rocks are coming again. Everyone, run. The mountain is collapsing. Oh no, Mother. Mother, oh God, I have an 80-year-old mother at home. Let me go out alive. Fu *K, will that bitch in my hometown steal someone after she dies of old age? Fu *k his ancestors. I snatched a little beauty home before I came here. I didn't have time to enjoy her. Similar screams and complaints were heard all over the place. The entire group was in chaos. Some of the bolder ones had already run out of the group and were running for their lives. Everyone knew that as long as they ran out of here, they would be fine. Immediately, some people ran out. There were also some who tried their best to retreat. However, the place was densely packed with people. Where could they retreat to? Fu *k your mother. Don't push. Get back. Anyway, the old man is going to die. Why are you *king pushing, brothers, let's go, everyone rushed forward. They didn't notice that Jin Nang Kai and Yuqing Long were still lying on the ground. They stepped on their bodies and crazily rushed forward. However, in this chaotic place, there was another huge boom. It drowned out all the sounds and movements. The mountain peak trembled. Boom. Boom. The sound of the explosion became more and more intense. The rocks on the cliffs of the surrounding mountains began to fall down like raindrops. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of the explosion formed a dense line. It was getting closer and closer. Finally, a mountain fell down from the sky in front of everyone's horrified eyes. It fiercely smashed on top of everyone's heads. Boom. A deafening sound rang out, as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was collapsing. The mountain peak slammed into the mountain wall of the slanting valley. Everyone within a radius of several hundred feet fell to the ground at the same time without making a sound. Blood flowed out of their 7 orifices simultaneously. Then, like an elephant stepping into a wheat field, the mountain rumbled and rolled forward along the slanting valley. Wherever it went, broken limbs and body parts flew all over the sky. It unstoppably opened up a bloody alley, and advanced with large strides towards the place where it had leaped into. Jin Nang Kai and Yuqing Long were 2 arrogant and unruly generals. They didn't even have the time to scream before they were crushed by the huge boulder, and turned into 2 piles of blood and minced meat. As 2 of Great Zhao's 10 dragon and tiger generals, they had never achieved anything on the battlefield and had died in such an aggrieved manner under a large rock. It was truly lamentable. Moreover, they had been crushed to death in front of the million-man army they were leading. This made them even more speechless. When the later generations wrote about this period of history, they felt that they couldn't describe it. Therefore, they wrote a paragraph. Great Zhao's generals, Jin Nang Kai and Yuqing Long, led their million-man army to the north. The road was cruel. The people had no way to make a living. The heavens were furious. They were struck by lightning and struck by lightning. Thus, the matter was settled after these 2 had been punished by the heavens. The huge boulder naturally moved forward in an unstoppable manner. At this time, the entire slanting valley was completely submerged by the boulder flow. Even the first half of the slanting valley that hadn't suffered the calamity of the previous 2 waves was also hit by the boulder flow. The boulders were pouring down from the mountains with a rumbling sound. How powerful was this? Not even half a scream could be heard in the midst of such a loud noise. More than half of the slanting valley was submerged by the boulder flow. Sand, dust, gravel, and soil fell down, and buried the entire slanting valley. The mountain peak that had fallen down first bravely rushed forward for 30 li. Then, it hit a corner with a bang. It trembled several times. Then, it staggered to a stop. Dozens of people were crushed to death with a bang. The slanting valley was less than 300 feet wide. But, this huge rock was 25 feet wide. So, the rock was as wide as one could walk. And, the entire Ironclad army was pushed forward in such a manner. In fact, the entire Ironclad army had been transformed into a part of the river of blood. This boulder would have rolled all the way to the edge of the heaven-splitting mountain pass if it weren't for the small corner that was 30 li away. It was very bold and powerful. It was no wonder that it carried the resentment of being a bachelor. So, it got angry when it saw these men with wives and concubines. This chaos came and went quickly. In fact, everything came to an end in the time it took to brew a cup of tea. The silence between the heaven and earth was frightening. There was no more passage outside the heaven-splitting mountain pass. That was because more than half of the slanting valley had been buried. It was completely filled up, forming a new short mountain. The slanting valley was still a slanting valley. However, the terrain was much higher. Moreover, everything had happened inside the slanting valley. So, it didn't affect the heaven-splitting mountain pass outside the slanting valley. A lot of stones had fallen inside the heaven-splitting mountain pass, and many people had been injured. However, it couldn't be compared to the miserable state of the great Zhao army outside. Long Ao's hands and feet turned ice cold. He had helplessly sent Jin Nangkai, Yu, and Qinglong out. Then, he had watched them leave. He hadn't even turned around when all of this had happened. Long Ao staggered and rushed over to take a look. Then, he felt his vision go dark. He looked up, and fainted. It was gone, it was all gone, only half of the army that had been led by those two men remained here. The rest of the army had disappeared. The slanting valley had been filled up in front of Long Ao. There was nothing but rubble. Under the rubble, traces of blood could be seen flowing out slowly. A group of personal guards finally woke Long Ao up by pinching his chest and patting his back. But as soon as he woke up, he was immediately hit again. Blood spurted out of his mouth. He cried out in a heart-wrenching manner, "It's over, it's all over." Suddenly, he thumped his chest and stamped his feet. Tears streamed down his face like rain. Perhaps even the initiator of this disaster hadn't thought that his actions would bring about such a glorious result. Great Zhao's 3 tiger generals had led 500,000 troops to the front line. They had changed their route to the heaven-splitting mountain pass. So, they had brought 1.5 million soldiers with them. They had rushed straight to the front of the heaven-splitting mountain pass. They had stationed 300,000 soldiers in front of it. Many troops had been stationed in the slanting valley for more than 50 kilometers. However, less than 1/4 of the troops had been stationed outside the slanting valley. The number of casualties of Great Zhao's army had exceeded 100,000 because of the collapse. Jin Nangkai and Yu Qinglong had been leading their troops to retreat. So, they had been smashed head-on. And they had been wiped out in one fell swoop. Moreover, the landslide had buried more than half of the slanting valley. And hundreds of thousands of people had been smashed inside with a plop sound. They had been buried alive. Great Zhao's army had become divided into 2 sections. They couldn't take care of each other. The people outside couldn't come in, and the people inside couldn't go out. And the worst part was, the troops inside didn't have any supplies. However, the troops outside had become like headless bees. They were in a mess. The 3 great generals were inside. And the highest-ranking officers in the troops outside were only deputy generals. Moreover, these deputy generals didn't have the opportunity to assume personal responsibility under the strong leadership style of these 3 great generals. However, they had encountered such an earth-shattering event. So, they had become numb. Wu Kuan-yin was inside the heaven-splitting mountain pass. He had finally seen what had happened. He would have been stupid if he hadn't seen what had happened. He was so happy that he jumped up and shouted on the spot. "Great General! Great General! Wu, do you want to go out of the city?" Wu Yi's expression was solemn. "Stop. Uncle, I'll say it for you, okay?" Wu Kuan-yin's liver and intestines felt uncomfortable as he heard this. He raised his hand and asked, do you want to go out of the city and annihilate the enemy?" Wu Yi nodded his head vigorously. Wu Kuan-yin said, "I'll say no." "Do you want to ask again, why don't you want to go out of the city?" Wu Yi nodded. Wu Kuan-yin proudly said, "I'll say now, they've become a crippled army. They're done for if they don't fight." "Do you want to ask again, why are they done for?" "I'll say now, they don't have food." "Do you want to ask again, why don't they have food?" "I'll say now, because of a landslide." "Do you want to ask again, ouch?" He hadn't finished speaking when Wu Yi ruthlessly kicked him. He was sent flying in the air. He flailed his arms and legs as he fell far away. Wu Yi snorted. His complexion was ashen. He turned around and walked away. "Motherfu **, you're not done yet." I just stuttered a little. Wu Kuan-yin crawled up while covering his buttocks. He flew into a rage. "Wu Yi. You're a deputy general. How dare you beat up the great general? Have you eaten a leopard's gall? Ah. I'll report you to the imperial court. I'll remove you from your post and banish you to the army." He roared. But Wu Yi didn't look back. He didn't even pay attention to Wu Kuangyun. Wu Kuangyun was infuriated. He turned his head and looked at his bodyguard who was snickering. He scolded, "What are you laughing at? What are you laughing at? What are you laughing at? You're happy to see me get beaten up, aren't you?" "No, General," the bodyguard stood at attention. "No? Or you don't dare?" Wu Kuangyun fiercely asked. "No. I don't dare." Wu Kuangyun was satisfied. He patted the dust off his buttocks and swaggered away. He left with a burst of laughter behind him. Wu Kuangyun curled his lips and ignored them. He thought, "I don't know what's going on. But it's a good thing. Long Ao will be defeated in one more day. I have to go and look for His Majesty." At this time, on the hilltop, Chu Yang patted the dust off his body and jumped out of the pit. He twisted his waist and patted his buttocks. It seemed as if he had just done a trivial matter. He said in an incomparably relaxed manner, "The matter is done. We should also go. Wu Kuangyun will commit suicide if we don't send His Majesty to the heaven-splitting mountain pass." The two king-level experts' hearts were still thumping because of the big movement this time. When they turned their heads, they saw that this first-grade king-level expert had already jumped up. His face was as calm as the clouds and wind. Such a calm temperament at such an age, both of them cried out in their hearts, "What a freak!" Tai Budian had already sat up. Her sleeves were fluttering as she walked over. Her expression was calm and composed. It seemed that she didn't care about the traces of cracks under her feet. "Finished?" Tai Budian asked with a smile. "Finished." Chu Yang smiled. "I estimate that Great Zhao's army will suffer some losses this time." Tai Budian smiled. "Although it won't hurt them, they should be in a very difficult situation." Chu Yang laughed and said, "According to my estimation, there should be 10 or 20,000 people." 10 or 20,000? Tai Budian was taken aback. She said, "So many?" Chu Yang laughed mischievously. And said, "Your Majesty, such a landslide is rarely seen in 10,000 years. It's absolutely possible." Both of them didn't know that the result this time was earth-shattering. How could a small landslide describe it, and the result this time was even more unimaginable to them. Even if someone were to tell them now, they would never believe that they had destroyed 100,000 of the enemy's troops this time. Not only that, but they also included two of the most famous generals in the continent. Jin Nangkai and Yu Qinglong. "Let's go." Tai Budian smiled. In her heart, it was enough to cause some disturbance. Therefore, she didn't have much hope this time. "All right." Chu Yang laughed out loud, and walked over. Suddenly, there was a surge in his dantian. Tribulation sword point suddenly emerged. It clearly sent out a thought to prevent Chu Yang from leaving. Chu Yang stopped his footsteps with a butterfly sound. Tribulation sword point was a common thing. Chu Yang was very clear about it. This thing was a greedy guy. It wouldn't come out on its own initiative if it didn't see any benefits. Tribulation sword point was actually very puzzled. If it could speak, it would be very surprised. "Go? Why do we have to go? We haven't gotten the good stuff yet. Why do we have to go? Don't tell me that you didn't ask me to dig up the mountain and put in so much effort to dig up treasures. If it wasn't for the treasure, why would we work so hard? Are we minors?" Chu Yang could feel the dissatisfaction and grievance of the sword tip. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and say, "How about this, I'll look around again. There seems to be something good here." Chu Yang was somewhat embarrassed. He touched his nose, and looked very uncomfortable. After all, he was the one who had suggested to leave first. Now, everyone else had suggested to leave, but he had suggested to stay. How should he explain this? Shadow and Taibu Tian had seen Chu Yang's ability to find elixirs. There must be some treasures in the vicinity if he has this kind of feeling. So, they agreed without prior consultation. They were also very curious to see what this mysterious king of Helchu would find in this barren mountain this time. What would he find? The sword point of the calamity sword jumped in Chu Yang's arm, anxiously guiding the way. Chu Yang walked a few steps, and discovered that he was walking in the direction of the severed Chenyang peak. Chu Yang couldn't help but touch his head. He thought to himself, could it be that my luck has exploded? I accidentally destroyed a mountain peak, but I still found a treasure? The closer he got, the higher the terrain became. And, the more cheerful the sword point of the calamity sword jumped. Taibu Tian was walking behind him. She looked around, and said with a smile, this mountain peak is very strange. This mountain is surrounded by verdant and lush forests. But, this Xianxia peak is the only place that is surrounded by rocks for dozens of miles. There isn't even a single big tree in sight. Minister Chu, it seems that the tool you made a moment ago has traveled a very long distance. Haha, you wouldn't have been able to topple this mountain in such a short time if it weren't for your superior martial power. The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener took it seriously. Chu Yang heard Taibu Tian's words, and his whole body suddenly trembled. It seemed as if an electric current had passed through his body. His footsteps suddenly stopped. Let's go. Let's go. No wonder I felt that this place wasn't normal. So, that's how it is. There isn't a single tree in the vicinity. In fact, there isn't even a single tree for dozens of miles around the Xianxia peak. I walked for more than 40 miles, and found withered trees. And, the trees within the radius of hundreds of miles aren't flourishing. Why is this? There's only one explanation for this situation. There's something here that can absorb spiritual energy for its own use. It's precisely because of the existence of this thing that the other plants have the opportunity to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. And, it's making them wither. And a spirit herb that could have such a powerful ability could only be a legendary heavenly treasure, or a miracle herb or something like that. That must be it. Chu Yang's heart couldn't help but pound as he thought of this. He looked at the surrounding area. Not even a blade of grass grew for dozens of miles. And, the trees within the radius of hundreds of miles had withered. And, the trees only grew thicker and taller outside another big circle. This area had already exceeded the area where Chu Yang had found the jade snow spirit ginseng. In fact, it was at least twice as big. Could it be that it's a better elixir than the jade snow spirit ginseng? Chu Yang's heart throbbed. Taibu Tian saw that he wasn't moving. So, she asked curiously, why aren't you moving? Did you find it? No. Chu Yang calmed himself down. Then, he walked forward. His target this time was obvious. It was the half-broken Xianxia peak. Chu Yang walked closer, and suddenly laughed out loud. Look, that thing is actually cut off from the middle. This port, this, TSK, I reckon this dear friend won't be able to use it in the future. This Fu * king thing is worse than the eunuchs in the palace. At least, the eunuchs don't have anything. And, they don't have any impulses. But, this thing has been cut off from the beginning. It has all the functions, but it can't be used. Taibu Tian suddenly became angry. Are you here to look for elixirs or to act like a rogue? The two shadows didn't know whether to laugh or cry as they watched Minister Chu spouting nonsense. Their hearts were full of helplessness. The ignorant are truly fearless. This guy wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous if he knew that Her Majesty was actually a woman. It's simply unbearable to look at. Minister Chu laughed as he finally arrived in front of the Xianxia peak. It looked even more majestic and precipitous up close. Chu Yang stroked the broken part with a lewd smile on his face. He then said with emotion, I'm sorry. I was careless, and cut you off. Taibu Tian's face darkened. She turned her head, and took a deep breath. She felt that her mind was clear. She couldn't help but say, I've never climbed a mountain. But, I've heard that it's very difficult to breathe on the top of a mountain. This mountain is so high. So, it must be even more difficult to breathe, right? But, it's not difficult to breathe here. What's going on here? Could it be that there's an elixir here? The expressions of the two shadows shook. Their countenance suddenly changed. What Taibu Tian had said was common knowledge. But, they hadn't felt anything since they had come up here. So, they had neglected this point. So, it seemed that the thing on this mountain wasn't just a treasure. In fact, it should be extraordinary. The tip of the sword trembled even more fiercely. It pointed directly at the broken part of the Xianxia peak. Chu Yang took a deep breath, and jumped up. Suddenly, an extremely tired voice sounded in his consciousness, from one side, diagonally down, people, Chu Yang was startled. Petal spirit? What have you been doing all this time? I called out to you, but you didn't respond. Sword spirit said in a weak voice, you're still talking. You went crazy and went head-on with the enemy. You were about to be smashed into pieces. But, you fainted. Would you still be alive if I didn't help you block the attack? Unfortunately, you exhausted the spiritual power that I had accumulated for such a long time. So, I had no choice but to fall into a deep sleep, so, that's how it is. Chu Yang was somewhat embarrassed. Well, I also felt strange about that night's matter. Why did I go crazy? I didn't even try to dodge. The Heavenly Lady has absorbed some of the power of the mysterious ice jade ointment these days. So, she has recovered 1 point. Otherwise, she wouldn't have woken up, Sword Spirit said. You should hurry up and get the elixir. I'll rest first. Wait, what's inside? You should know about this, right? Chu Yang asked. What else can there be on the Chenyang Peak? Sword Spirit said in a bad mood, you know that all the things that are naturally formed in the world have its name. So, they can't be aimless. After he finished speaking, he disappeared without a trace. Chu Yang had a belly full of questions to ask him. But, he had disappeared after a while. He had no choice but to touch his nose. Then, he jumped down from above. He wielded the Calamity Sword on one side of the Chenyang Peak, and cut down with a schwa sound. Tai Budian looked on helplessly as Chu Yang's seemingly ordinary cyan steel sword cut into the big rock as if he was cutting tofu. She couldn't help but be shocked. After a short while, Chu Yang took out a big square rock and put it aside. Then, he took out another one. The two shadows skillfully helped. They knew that Chu Yang must have found something. However, they didn't have the slightest bit of greed in their hearts. They only had a simple thought, we must help him take out this treasure in its entirety. They had already taken a big advantage of Chu Yang with the Vitality Spring water today. This kindness was enough for them to be at his beck and call. So, how could they have the nerve to ask for a share of the loot? Besides, this was discovered by Chu Yang. Chu Yang had dug it out himself. Could it be that he wanted the elixir just by moving the rock? How could there be such a thing? Chu Yang dug down 10 feet. A big pit had already appeared on the ground. Chu Yang's spirit was lifted. Looks like it's almost there. Sword Spirit said 10 feet. Now, it's only 10 feet, but this is already happening. Doesn't this mean that this treasure is very awesome? When Chu Yang threw out another big stone, the two figures who were guarding the entrance of the cave clearly felt that something was wrong. The bottom of this big stone was very soft. It was so soft that it could be poked with one's finger. Moreover, it was emitting a strange heat. About an inch at the bottom of this stone had turned dark red. It was this dark red color that was emitting a copious amount of heat. This kind of heat made one feel comfortable all over. Just as Chu Yang was about to continue, there was a sudden vibration in his consciousness space. The sword spirit appeared again and said in a hurried voice, be careful. Everything within a radius of 30 feet will be put into the tribulation space. Huh? Chu Yang asked. Don't worry. Listen to me. Sword Spirit's dispirited spirit was suddenly lifted. His voice trembled as he sighed, I really admire your luck. You can do this. I'm really speechless. My luck is very good? Chu Yang frowned and asked. It's not just very good. The sword spirit was a bit speechless. When you first came up, you found the sword tip and obtained a part of the 7 shades cold chi. This was enough for you to not be injured under certain circumstances. Then, when you obtained the second fragment of the Calamity Sword, you obtained the Vitality Spring water as a martial master. Moreover, it was a full spring. This spring water was supposed to disappear when we took out the second part of Tribulation Sword. But we kept it in the Tribulation space, which became an endless treasure trove. Then, when you chased after the enemy, you got a small part of Jade Spirit Ginseng. The sword point stole its medicinal power. This is very strange. Chu Yang said, Jade Spirit Ginseng? Yes, Diwu Qing Rose Jade Spirit Ginseng is only 3,000 years old, and there are only 2 thin pieces. But don't forget that this Jade Spirit Ginseng is very young. It's not qualified to be a real jade spirit ginseng, but it's one of the most miraculous medicines in the world. It's like a newborn tiger. Even a rabbit can deal with it. But no one can deny that it's a tiger, right? Sword Spirit explained in more detail. Understood, Xianxia said. But it was this little bit of jade spirit ginseng's medicinal power that combined with the other medicinal powers to form the embryonic form of the heavy pill. It was this embryonic form of the heavy pill that stimulated the Calamity Sword's desire for large spirit herbs. It was equivalent to opening a person's spiritual wisdom. Do you understand? In other words, if you don't encounter these things, the Calamity Sword won't be in such a rush. That way, even if the great medicine is right in front of you, you might miss it. But now, it's no longer possible. Then you found the mysterious ice jade paste. Moreover, it's a mature mysterious ice jade ointment. Sword Spirit exclaimed in admiration, this is a 10,000-year-old mysterious ice jade ointment. The price was simply impossible to estimate. Furthermore, it was one of the great medicinal herbs. Your good fortune has come one after another, till today. I was sleeping, relying on the cold energy of the mysterious ice jade ointment to nourish my soul. But when you approached here, a burst of mysterious yang qi rushed in, yin and yang harmonized, and I suddenly woke up. Then I discovered that you actually found this treasure. What the hell is this thing? Qi Yang interrupted the Sword Spirit's chatter. He was somewhat impatient in his heart. Didn't you say that you were weak? Didn't you need to recuperate? Why did you come out and chatter? The mysterious yang jade is everywhere in the radius of 30 feet, and 30 feet below. Mysterious yang jade, you idiot. Sword Spirit said excitedly. Mysterious yang jade? What's its use? Qi Yang asked. You dig it out first, Sword Spirit said impatiently. Qi Yang snorted, and drew a big circle with the Calamity Sword. But, he didn't get enough time to stretch out his hand, and the Sword Spirit impatiently put this big piece of mysterious yang jade into the Calamity space. Then, Qi Yang saw that the mysterious yang jade and the mysterious jade inside the Calamity space had been arranged in a strange circle by the Sword Spirit. And, the Sword Spirit sat down cross-legged in this strange circle. Pieces of mysterious yang jade were extracted, and the Sword Spirit accepted them all with a smile. Then, the strange circle inside the Calamity space also became bigger and bigger. Finally, the last piece of mysterious yang jade was put into the Calamity space. Then, Qi Yang's mind moved, and he took out 3 pieces. The Sword Spirit was furious. He quickly took them back, and said, What are you doing? He looked like an old hen protecting her chicks. In fact, he had almost risked his life to fight Qi Yang. What's wrong? Qi Yang was somewhat speechless. He pointed at the mysterious yang jade that was piled up like a mountain in the Calamity space, and said, You have so much. Take out some of it. How can someone help us? Besides, I didn't take out much. You can't be so stingy, right? Not even a drop. Sword Spirit firmly controlled the Calamity space. He frowned, and said, Who asked them to help us? Can't we do it ourselves? What a joke. Qi Yang felt a headache. He realized that he couldn't take out anything since the Sword Spirit was controlling the Calamity space. So, he helplessly said, Just this once. Just this once? Sword Spirit suspiciously looked at him. Just this once. Qi Yang nodded heavily. Alas, it's a pity, this mysterious yang jade is a genuine treasure. The Sword Spirit reluctantly looked at the 3 pieces of mysterious yang jade in front of his eyes. Then, he put down 2 of them. Then, he broke off the smallest piece of the mysterious yang jade into a palm-sized piece. Then, he divided this small piece into 3 smaller pieces, and threw them out. Take them. Qi Yang almost fainted. I've seen stingy people. I've seen stingy people. But, I've never seen such a stingy person. You almost poked a mountain yourself. But, you're still reluctant to give a palm-sized piece of stone to someone else? You can't be stingy to this extent, right? However, Sword Spirit was already in a daze. He looked as if he was rejecting Qi Yang, and said, Do you want them or not? You won't even have these if you don't want them. Qi Yang forced a smile, You're ruthless. Why aren't you working? Sword Spirit roared, mysterious yang jade essence is below the mysterious yang jade. It's on the same level as the mysterious ice jade paste. It's one of the great miracle medicines. Why aren't you getting them? What are you waiting for? What? Chu Yang was gobsmacked. In fact, he almost stuttered. He had thought that he would be overjoyed if he had obtained so much mysterious yang jade this time. But, he hadn't expected that there would be such a pleasant surprise. He hastily turned around, and saw that the mysterious yang jade was gone. Instead, the ground was flat. However, there was a place that was emitting a pink luster. Chu Yang approached it, and gently picked it up with his sword. Suddenly, a thin thing was lifted up by him. This small thing quickly became smaller after it left the ground. Then, it melted in the air. Below it was a small ball of pink stuff. It was squirming on the ground. Its appearance was similar to the mysterious ice jade essence. However, it was emitting an incomparably warm aura. It seems that this is the mysterious yang jade essence. Chu Yang's mind moved, and this small piece of mysterious yang jade essence entered the tribulation space. Sword Spirit exclaimed in pleasant surprise. He then put the mysterious yang jade essence into the vitality spring. Then, he gasped for breath, and happily said, "Very good. The yin and yang in the tribulation space will be harmonized this time. So, there won't be any problem. Moreover, my spiritual power will increase rapidly after the yin and yang harmonize. So, I'll be able to help you even more." Eh? Yin and yang harmonize? Chu Yang suddenly recalled the story that he had just told. So, he said in surprise, "Don't tell me that the story about the worldly bachelor is true?" "What worldly bachelor?" Sword Spirit looked at him in bewilderment and said, "What kind of nonsense are you talking about?" Chu Yang forced a smile. He had no choice but to repeat the story again. Then, he said, "Isn't it true?" "It's true." Sword Spirit looked at him in a speechless manner. The mysterious yang jade essence has a very strict condition. That is, a lone peak must stand tall in the blue sky. It must be covered by the morning sun for 10,000 years. It must be connected to the pure yang energy of the blue dome of heaven. Do you understand? At the bottom of this mountain is the place where the dragon veins intersect. After a long time, after 10,000 years, this kind of heavenly treasure will slowly appear. So, that's how it is. Chu Yang recalled the story. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then, he suddenly thought of something. Doesn't that mean that this place will produce heavenly treasures in the future? After all, we haven't destroyed these dragon veins. That's for sure. Wait patiently. It will appear after 10,000 years. Sword Spirit sneered. The Tao factory opens after 10,000 years. In other words, this kind of thing will take at least 10,000 years to take shape. I'll wait. Chu Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Damn it. Where will I be buried after 10,000 years? Even if I want to worship my ancestors, I won't be able to find it, right? So, I'll wait. Chu Yang jumped out of the ground with a bang. He had been fiddling with the ground a while ago. So, it was completely dark. So, the people above couldn't see what he was doing. The three of them were happy to see him jump out. You came out? Are you all right? Tai Butian asked. I'm fine, Chu Yang replied. That's good. Let's go. Tai Butian took the lead to turn around and leave. The two shadows smiled warmly and followed behind Tai Butian. They wouldn't ask Chu Yang what he had obtained. After all, it would only make Chu Yang feel embarrassed. This treasure was Chu Yang's. So, how could there be any dispute? Aren't you going to ask me what kind of treasure I've obtained? Chu Yang asked in a puzzled manner. It's yours. No matter what you've obtained, it's yours. The shadow patted Chu Yang's shoulder and smiled warmly, so, we won't ask. Chu Yang flipped his wrist and said, Now, these belong to you three. Looking at the three thin pieces of jade in his palm, he said awkwardly, cough cough, they are a little small, but, cough cough, there weren't many dogs to begin with. Chu Yang felt a little guilty when he said this. They are not that big, they are not even as big as a mountain. But, what should I say? Should I say that the sword spirit of my calamity sword is stingy and won't give it to you? However, the three people opposite him were stunned. Under the sunlight, the three pieces of pink jade in Chu Yang's palm emitted a bright red luster as if they were about to melt under the sunlight. They slowly emitted a dense mist. A burst of warm aura suddenly enveloped the three people. Mysterious Yang Jade! Shadow exclaimed. Then, his eyes widened. His 4 eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets at the same time. No wonder this place is barren. No wonder this mountain peak is called Pure Yang Peak. Pure Yang, so this is it. It turns out that there is such a shocking treasure here that contains the power of Pure Yang, mysterious Yang Jade. Shadow's eyes were brimming with tears. Such a treasure is not a legend, it really exists in this world. Taibu Tian didn't know what mysterious Yang Jade was, but seeing the reaction of the two shadows, she knew that this small piece of jade was extraordinary. This jade. His Majesty can have it, but we can't. Shadow's eyes were fixed on the mysterious Yang Jade in Chu Yang's hand as he said with difficulty. Why? Chu Yang asked. An ordinary man is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. Shadow sighed. Chi, we're not like you. One of you is carefree and can go anywhere you want, while His Majesty is the ruler of a country. He rarely comes out. With such a treasure on him, there won't be any problems. But the two of us have clans. And we have to go back to our clans every once in a while. Shadow's expression was somewhat bitter. There was one thing he didn't say, as long as our clans know that we have such a thing, they will definitely take it back to our clans. The two of us are second-grade martial kings. This is good, but such strength is not valued in our clans. What's more, the two of them were already so old, and their future development wasn't favored by their families. Otherwise, why would he be sent to the lower 3 heavens? Can't you just keep it to yourself and not say anything? Chu Yang asked in surprise. I've already taken it out. Do you want me to take it back, Quo? The two shadows hesitated for a while and finally decided, how about this? We shouldn't have asked for it. Since you've said so, then let us husband and wife take one. Quo. As he spoke, he picked up the smallest and thinnest piece. Then, he handed the largest piece to Tai Budian, but insisted that Chu Yang take back the other piece. For us to be able to take such a small piece is already a blessing to our ancestors, and a great advantage of you. Both shadows were resolute. As for Tai Butian's piece, both of them felt that it was only right. For you, her martial path was ruined, and she gave up the most precious thing as a woman. It's only right for her to take a piece of mysterious Yang Jade from you to nourish her body. Your Majesty, this piece of jade is called mysterious Yang Jade. You can wear it to nourish your body and even your divine soul. Moreover, it has the effect of warming your skin and maintaining your appearance. You're busy with state affairs and have to deal with thousands of affairs every day. It's inevitable that you'll be tired. But as long as you have this mysterious Yang Jade, you'll be immune to all kinds of diseases. Your spirit will always be full, and you'll never feel tired. Moreover, it will never harm your body. Quo, Shadow solemnly exhorted, Your Majesty, this piece of jade must never be seen by others. In the future, this piece of jade can also be a national treasure. Quo, the heirloom of the country? Tai Budian was holding the piece of jade in her hand, feeling the warm aura. She was playing with it lovingly. When she heard Shadow's words, she was immediately shocked. National treasure? What kind of treasure could be a national treasure? As the ruler of a nation, how could Tai Budian not be clear about it? Only those heaven-defying treasures would be regarded as national treasures. I'll let this piece of jade accompany me forever. Tai Budian raised her head, and said solemnly. These words had a profound meaning. At least, the two shadows felt that they had a profound meaning. However, Chu Yang didn't feel anything. The two shadows sighed in their hearts when they saw the expressions of the two people. Such a good marriage. Why does the man have someone else in his heart, and the woman has a heavy burden on her shoulders? One has feelings, and the other has misgivings. The other doesn't know anything about it. There are such strange emotional entanglements in this world. The 4 people went down the mountain. The 4 of them walked until the evening lanterns were lit. Then, they crossed the mountains and arrived at the heaven-splitting mountain pass from another direction. Wu Kuan-yin was burning with anxiety. That was because Long Ao was still outside the pass. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, but that he couldn't. There was a mountain behind him. He was caught in such an awkward situation. He really wanted to cry but had no tears. Hundreds of thousands of people will climb the mountain if we want to retreat. As for riding a horse or taking a carriage, isn't that a fantasy? But, hundreds of thousands of people will climb the mountain. Wouldn't Wu Kuanyin get annihilated if he comes out of the pass? Long Ao wouldn't dare to take his own head as a joke even if he had the guts to do so. Moreover, what would he do if he was lucky enough to climb the mountain, and then a huge boulder fell down? That's really hard to say, therefore, Long Ao could only endure. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. You. Wu Kuanyin received the report, and hurriedly came out to greet him. He was so excited that he almost cried. He wiped his eyes, and was inexplicably moved. You're finally back. I'm about to commit suicide, Tai Budian smiled comfortingly and said, what's the hurry? I'm all right. How's the situation inside the pass? Kuo winked with a frown now, the situation is very good. Wu Kuanyan's words left Tai Budian dumbfounded. Very good? Yes, waha. Today, Old Wu, am very excited. A mountain fell down from the sky, and smashed these bastards to death. Wahahaha, Wu Kuanyin grinned. Even if a mountain falls down, it can't smash them to death, right? Tai Budian frowned. This Wu Kuanyin is exaggerating, right? But this mountain can move, Your Majesty. This mountain tumbles along the slanting valley. Moreover, the mountains on both sides of the slanting valley are shaken by the fall of this mountain. That scene is spectacular. I heard that even Jin Nang Kai and Yu Long were smashed to death. Grey Zhao's casualties are more than 100,000, Wu Kuanyin was so excited that his face turned red. Now. 100,000, Your Majesty, Kuo winked with a frown. 100,000 Your Majesty? Tai Butian's forehead was covered with black lines. Your Majesty has 100,000. What's the value of that? 100,000 emperors of a country? However, he also knew that Wu Kuanyin was extremely excited and incoherent. So, he didn't take it to heart. Now, go in and see. Now, Tai Budian waved his hand. Wu Kuanyin had already arrived in front of Chu Yang. He patted Chu Yang's shoulder with his big hairy palm. Now, hey. Little, do you remember me, Great General Wu? Kuo. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. Now. I'm going to feed aphrodisiac to the warhorses, Kuo. Wu Kuanyin was stunned for a moment. Then, he angrily said, now, Motherf ****. Now, you've just met, and you've already begun to expose my scars. He turned his head and was about to flip out. But, he found that Chu Yang had already walked far behind Tai Budian. Wu Kuanyin caught up with them. He was about to show his power when Tai Budian turned around and looked at him. Then, he whispered in a dignified manner, now, don't be rude to Minister Chu, Kuo. His voice was so low that only Wu Kuanyin could hear him. Wu Kuanyan's mouth gaped open in shock. Minister Chu? King of Hell Chu? This guy is King of Hell Chu? Wu Kuanyin recalled the rumors about King of Hell Chu that had spread throughout the entire Iron Cloud. Then, he compared that terrifying character with this youngster in front of him. Wu Kuanyin tried hard to match the two. But, he found that he couldn't accept this seemingly absurd fact. He opened his mouth to speak. But, he saw Tai Butian's stern gaze looking at him. It was as sharp as a knife. His Majesty obviously doesn't want me to reveal King of Hell Chu's identity. Wu Kuanyin tactfully shut his mouth. But, he was thinking in his heart, His Majesty doesn't want King of Hell Chu's identity to be exposed. So, why is he telling me? The heaven-splitting mountain pass was in a mess along the way. Collapsed houses and city walls were everywhere. Tai Budian couldn't help but sigh, it was really dangerous. If this wasn't the heaven-splitting mountain pass, I'm afraid that any other city would have turned into a pile of wasteland. Tai Budian climbed the city wall and looked at the lone army outside the city. He looked at them for a long time with his sharp eyes. Then, he said, now. Minister Chu, the 500,000 soldiers and horses here will be under your command from now on, Kuo. Chu Yang was stunned. Now, me? Kuo winked with a frown now. Yes, it's you, Kuo. Tai Buddy entrusted him and said, now. I believe that you can end this war as soon as possible, Kuo. Chu Yang looked outside the city and said, now, good, Kuo. Wu Kuanyin had been following behind him. He finally understood, His Majesty wants King of Helchu to command the army. That's why he told me his identity, humph humph. Do you think it's so easy to command the army? A genius isn't equal to a commander. Wu Kuanyin cursed in his heart. Then, he heard Tai Buddy say, now. General Wu, you're in charge of assisting Minister Chu. You must remind him at any time. He looked at Wu Kuanyin indifferently. Now, do you understand? Kuo winked with a frown now. I understand. I understand. Now, Wu Kuanyin nodded like a chicken pecking rice. Chu Yang's black robe covered his entire body. It covered his entire face. He held the first military meeting with King of Helchu's signature image. In addition, he deliberately emitted a trace of 7 shades cold energy. This made the commander's tent look like an ice cave on this hot summer day. Everyone's entire body was emitting cold air. Several valiant generals of the army weren't convinced at first. They wanted to stir up some trouble. But, they felt as if a poisonous snake had crawled up their backs as soon as they met King of Helchu's gaze. They felt a chill run down their spines, and their scalps went numb. Their hearts melted like snow under the scorching sun. Everyone was shocked. This minister is very direct. He went straight to the point. He went straight to the point. Has anyone led an army like this since ancient times? They saw the minister flipping through a small booklet in his hand. The bodyguard standing next to him squinted his eyes and almost laughed out loud. The handwriting on this booklet looked like a turtle's crawl. It was very ugly. It was General Wu Kuanyin's handwriting. This was exactly what Chu Yang had forced Wu Kuanyin to write about his understanding of the various generals and their respective characteristics during the 2 hours he had spent on world-defying stage heavens. These people were Wu Kuanyin's old subordinates. So, he obviously knew their strengths like the back of his hand. Chu Yang had to rely on this to make arrangements for the generals. This battle wouldn't be difficult to fight against the exhausted soldiers outside the city. Tai Butian's intention was to let Chu Yang use this battle to train his troops. Wu Shi? Chu Yang frowned and said. M.O. 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 General is here. Wu Yi stood up straight with a swoosh. He looked like a tough soldier, but his serious stuttering had greatly reduced his image. The generals burst into laughter. Chu Yang was dumbfounded. He raised his head and said, Are you the deputy commander? M.O. 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 Wu Yi's mouth was foaming. Wu Kuanyin hurriedly translated, reporting to the supreme commander. He wanted to say, I am. Oh. Chu Yang looked at the roaring laughter below. Suddenly, his face changed. He slammed the table. What are you laughing at? The generals were stunned. What are you laughing at? It's funny, isn't it? Chu Yang looked at them fiercely. Do you think it's funny that he stutters and you don't stutter? Are you laughing at your own brother? Huh? You guys are really united. Is stuttering funny? Speak. He slammed the table heavily. There was complete silence. Wu Yi. Yes. I order you to immediately lead 50,000 elite soldiers out of the city to challenge. Pay attention. After the battle, you don't need to cause a lot of casualties. You only need to mobilize the enemy's troops. Then, you immediately lead the troops back. Understood. Wu Yi straightened his chest. Go. Yes. Wu Yi received the order and strode away. Then, Chu Yang called out the names of several generals. Basically, every 2 hours, 50,000 soldiers would go out of the city to harass them. Yes, it was harassment. Long Ao was in for a tragedy. He was now secretly letting the army clean up the collapsed mountain. As long as they could make a slope that could allow horses to gallop up, they would be able to leave this place. Of course, this work was deliberately concealed and was extremely secretive. Moreover, it looked like it was about to be completed. At this time, the city gate suddenly opened with a sound. Following that, a group of people surged out like a tide. The leading general shouted under the moonlight, "Long! Long! Long! Ao! You! Do you dare to fight with me?" Long Ao was infuriated. What a bastard, coming up to challenge at such a critical juncture, and even coming up with an ending. However, he had no choice but to fight, because the other party was already charging over. In case they rushed into the camp, he wasn't afraid of disturbing the army. But, he was afraid that the other party would find out about his movements. Even if one of them managed to escape, Wu Kuangyan would be prepared. Then, his army would be annihilated. Therefore, Long Ao had no choice but to hurriedly send troops to resist. Who would have thought that this stuttering general would throw out a sentence after a round of fighting, Ming, 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 Ming. Tomorrow, he hadn't even finished speaking when his shadow disappeared. Long Ao smashed his cup in the commander's tent. Another 2 hours passed, and another wave came. This wave broke through the vanguard of Great Zhao's army with a loud bang. They immediately retreated after killing and setting fire. Another 2 hours passed, and another wave came. Long Ao flew into a rage. He was at his wit's end. The night passed in such a state of high tension. Dawn broke. Long Ao was pacing back and forth in the commander's tent. Suddenly, a loud noise came from outside. It seemed that soldiers were causing trouble. The quartermaster came to report, "Supreme Commander. We don't have any food." "No food?" Long Ao's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "Didn't we tell them to divide the rations for 1 day into 3 days? Where are we going to get food at this time?" But this is a high-intensity battle. In addition, we haven't slept all night, the soldiers are. The quartermaster was also helpless. They had fallen into this situation. All the military supplies were in the rear. He was the quartermaster. So, he didn't have anything in his hands. The only provisions they had after they had been intercepted here were the 3 days' rations that the soldiers had carried with them. The provisions weren't distributed under a unified jurisdiction. They were all in the hands of the soldiers. So, who could bear it if they got hungry? 5 days had already passed. So, what else could be left? The noise outside was getting louder and louder. "They won't let us eat. How can we fight if we don't let us eat?" "That's right. Do you want to win the battle on an empty stomach? We want to eat." This group of soldiers was a rough bunch. Only a few of them were literate. In other words, those who could recognize their own names were highly educated people in the army. They had always been like this. Don't have food? Look for an official. We don't care where this is or how critical the situation is. Anyway, we can't go hungry. Long Ao frowned. He lifted the curtain and rushed out in big strides. "What are you shouting about?" There was a moment of silence. Then, someone shouted, "Marshal! We want to eat." With someone taking the lead, everyone's courage grew. They shouted together, "Marshal, we want to eat." Long Ao's cheeks twitched. He said angrily, "No food? If you don't have food, you won't eat horse meat? There are so many dead horses piled up there. Aren't those eaten?" The soldiers cheered, "Eat horse meat, eat horse meat." They left one after another. Then, there was another conflict at the dead warhorses. Which cavalry didn't treat their warhorses as their lives? When their warhorses died, they couldn't be more sad. How could they allow others to eat their warhorses? Of course, they refused this group of hungry soldiers. So, the conflict arose. The cavalrymen who were guarding the warhorses' corpses were beaten down. Then, the soldiers started to argue again. Some complained that they were given less. Some complained that others were given more. It was noisy. In the end, the quartermaster came forward. He gathered the dead warhorses together and distributed them uniformly. No one had more, and no one had less. Only then was the crisis temporarily averted. However, Long Ao had already seen the signs of destruction. Today, we can eat dead horses. Tomorrow, we can starve for half a meal. But, the day after tomorrow, we will have to kill live horses. How can a cavalry be called a cavalry without a horse? Wu Kuanyin appeared while Long Ao was in a terrible fix. General Wu was shouldering a heavy responsibility this time. Minister Chu had sent him to persuade Long Ao to surrender. Everyone could guess that Wu Kuanyin would persuade Long Ao to surrender given his temperament. Will he persuade Long Ao to surrender? This was simply impossible. Because Minister Chu didn't intend to accept Long Ao's surrender. Because Wu Kuanyin's first words angered Long Ao, Fu *K your mother. I'm here to persuade you to surrender. Long Ao was so angry that he fainted. Originally, he had thought that he might as well agree for the time being if Wu Kuanyin came to persuade him to surrender. Then, he would go to the battlefield and attack Prime Minister Diwu in passing. This would be considered as atonement for his crime. However, the other party had sent Wu Kuanyin to persuade him to surrender. Is this persuasion? This is a declaration of war, okay? I would rather die than surrender. Long Ao spurred his horse out of the formation. He roared with anger. He waited until he got closer. Then, he lowered his voice and said, Wu Kuanyin. You *King persuade me to surrender, but you don't know how to persuade me. His voice was very low. Only Wu Kuanyin could hear him. Long Ao's meaning was, you have come to persuade me to surrender. But, you can't have this attitude. How can I agree with your attitude? You have to promise me a high position and generous salary. You have to show me your will. Then, I will pretend to consider it. You will persuade me again and again. Then, I will surrender. Moreover, you have to give me some face in front of my subordinates in front of the two armies. You can't just shout like a dog, and I will surrender. How can there be such a thing? Wu Kuanyin didn't buy it. He tilted his ear and asked loudly, what did you say? Speak louder. Long Ao almost died from anger. He gritted his teeth and said, Wu Kuanyin, you have to show some will to persuade me to surrender, right? Wu Kuanyin suddenly realized. He lowered his voice and said, you mean one. Long Ao was delighted. It seems there's hope. He said in a low voice, I mean, you put forward some conditions. 1. As if. Wu Kuanyin winked at him. Long Ao's voice became even lower. As if. You will make me a great general. Then, I will be promoted to an official position. Then, how will my subordinates be arranged? How will they be rewarded? You have surrendered. And, you still want to be a great general? Wu Kuanyin shouted. His eyes were wide open in astonishment. His voice was very loud. So, many people heard him. Long Ao was so anxious that his face started to sweat. My dear father, can't you be a little bit quieter? Fu *K. Wu Kuanyin suddenly shouted, even if you are in a hurry to surrender, you won't call me father anymore, right? Long Ao stared at him. Why are you staring at me? Tell me, did you just call me father? Isn't that right? Wu Kuanyin was full of vigor as he shouted loudly. Wu Kuanyin. Long Ao roared. His face turned red, and the corners of his eyes almost cracked. What are you shouting for? Wu Kuanyin's voice became louder. What? You called me your father just now. You still dare to deny it. Long Ao, do you dare to swear to the heavens? Swear in the name of your ancestors that you didn't call me father. Swear. Swear. Swear that you didn't call me father. Send. Send. Long Ao trembled with anger. He glared at Wu Kuanyin. But, he didn't dare to swear. Filial piety was very important in this era. Long Ao was already an old man. Although he didn't mean it that way, he didn't dare to swear on his ancestors. Fu *K, you still want to be a great general. You still want to be promoted. You still want to be rewarded. Fu *K. Wu Kuanyin's voice was like thunder. I tell you, Long Ao, it's useless to call me father. Kneel down if you surrender. If you don't surrender, I will kill you. What? You want to talk about conditions with us? You must be crazy. Wu Kuanyin. You. Long Ao pointed his finger at Wu Kuanyan in grief and indignation as he cried out. However, he saw Wu Kuanyan's malicious mockery. He never intended to persuade me to surrender. He was playing with me. Long Ao almost collapsed when this thought arose in his mind. I've always been proud of my intelligence. But, I've been played so miserably. The enemy troops at the front and the army at the rear burst into loud boos at the same time. This made Long Ao want to draw his sword and cut his own throat to apologize to the world. Humiliation. Extraordinary humiliation. Long Ao had always been proud and arrogant. Moreover, he had never lost a battle. So, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Moreover, it was a heavy blow. His troops were already at the end of their rope. The only thing that could keep them afloat was the prestige that he had built up over the years as the main commander. But, the prestige that I painstakingly built up over the years has been destroyed by the enemy's persuasion. It's over. Long Ao was so angry that he almost couldn't sit still on the horse's back. His vision turned black, and his heart turned disheartened. He almost subconsciously turned his horse around and galloped back to his army. So, this is what the generals who have been defeated and humiliated by me in the past were thinking in their hearts. Long Ao suddenly had this thought at this time. Wu Kuanyan didn't chase after him. He just urged his horse to stand still. He looked at Long Ao with a mocking smile on his face. He thought, it seems that the method taught by King of Hell Chu is really useful. Look at this guy. He's so angry that he's half dead. It's so cool. Long Ao galloped back to his army. He saw a lot of doubts, and disdain in their eyes. The army was speechless as they looked at him. He had deliberately lowered his voice when he was speaking in front of the army. It was clear that he was pleading. But, the enemy didn't lower his voice. The enemy said that Long Ao had called him father. And, General Long didn't refute. The enemy forced him to swear. And, he only spat out a mouthful of blood. He didn't swear. What does this mean? This means that General Long is begging for mercy. He's begging for good treatment after surrendering. He's even bowing and calling him father. But, he's being ruthlessly humiliated. Is this really our Marshal Long? Long Ao felt as if his heart had been struck by a heavy blow as he looked at the silent doubtful eyes of the crowd. He felt as if a knife had been twisted in his heart. He wanted to say something, but he saw stars in front of his eyes. He opened his mouth, and spat out a big mouthful of blood. Suddenly, he felt disheartened, and a sense of death welled up in his heart. He turned his horse's head, and suddenly shouted, Wu Kuanyan. When I was alive, I couldn't eat your flesh, but when I die, I will chase your soul. I, Long Ao, will never coexist with you in this world. As he roared, blood gushed out of his mouth. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand, and pulled out his long sword. He then shouted angrily, Wu Kuanyan, wait for me. Tonight, my ghost will come to find you. He brandished his long sword, and unexpectedly killed himself on the horse's back. His voice was shrill, as if a malicious spirit from hell had suddenly rushed out, howling madly with endless hatred, causing everyone who heard it to feel their hair stand on end. He was dead, and his blood was gushing out, but his body didn't collapse. His eyes were still glaring angrily at Wu Kuanyan. His eyes were as deep as a dead fish's, and seemed to be connected to the netherworld. This generation's famous general had finally chosen to commit suicide. Marshal, the bodyguard burst into tears. Marshal, thousands of people shouted together. They knelt down, and wept bitterly. Wu Kuanyan on the opposite side shuddered. Then, he suddenly burst into laughter. Fu *K, I have killed more than 10 million people in my life. You're not the only one who wants to settle accounts with me for revenge. Come to find me tonight? Then, you'll have to line up first. Fu *K, you're already dead, but you're still scaring people. Then, he waved his arms and shouted, Long Ao is dead. You. When are you going to surrender? He wanted to say, you and the others. But, he felt that he couldn't say it out loud. So, he had no choice but to say, you and the others. On the city wall, a black robe was fluttering in the wind. Behind the black mask was a pair of cold and ruthless eyes. It was King of Hell Chu. Minister Chu, do we summon these people to surrender or? Tai Butian's eyes flashed as he asked. The general is dead. So, we naturally have to summon them to surrender. Chu Yang insipidly said, execute Long Ao's bodyguards after they surrender. Execute several generals who are leading the troops. Imprison the remaining generals. Then, break up the troops and reorganize them. This is a new force. I can understand if the generals are killed or imprisoned. But, why execute the bodyguards? Tai Butian frowned, I'm afraid. Now is not the time to think about mercy. Instead, we should think about survival. Survival is the key to the world's hegemony. Chu Yang coldly said, the reason why your majesty doesn't understand is that your majesty doesn't know what a bodyguard is. Bodyguard. These two words aren't in vain. Tai Butian smiled embarrassedly. A general next to him said, your majesty doesn't command the army. So, it's understandable that you don't understand. However, we can't kill many of these bodyguards with our own hands. Because, as Long Ao's bodyguards, most of them will follow him and commit suicide once he dies. His expression was a little heavy as he said, even if they don't die with him, they will still have the thought of taking revenge before they die. He let out a long sigh, Your Majesty, this is what Minister Chu meant by bodyguards. He paused for a moment and said, the so-called bodyguards are the real hardcore. In other words, they are the embodiment of the word loyalty. Often, there is an unstable rule on the battlefield. That is, the basic condition to measure a famous general is to see whether his bodyguards will die for him. How many people are willing to die for him? Tai Butian was stunned. Sure enough, after Long Ao died, some of his bodyguards wailed on the spot and cut themselves with their swords. The soldiers of Iron Cloud saw that the situation was hopeless after they started to surrender. So, they put down their weapons one after another. The remaining bodyguards killed many of their comrades in anger. Then, their comrades fought back and chopped them into meat paste. Iron Cloud's army didn't move. The ordinary soldiers of Great Zhao and the bodyguards of Iron Cloud were fighting a bloody battle. Each of the bodyguards had tears on their faces. They crazily chopped and killed while crazily shouting, the great commander isn't that kind of person. The great commander isn't that kind of person. You have blasphemed the great commander. You. Such tragic cries didn't disappear until the 3,000 bodyguards were completely buried. In fact, when there was only one person left, that person was still shouting with all his might when he made the last slash, isn't the marshal? This voice was very loud. It seemed to be shouting for the great commander's eternal rest. It was to clear the great commander's name, and to protect the great commander's reputation. It all originated from the unconditional trust of the great commander when he was alive. When everyone misunderstood, the bodyguards sacrificed their lives to offer a final song of praise to the man they were loyal to. The great commander was worthy of our sacrifice, but his voice froze right there. His body was also submerged in the flashes of the swords. Their blood and vigor soared to the sky, just like their loyalty. Tai Butian looked at the bloody scene and sighed deeply. What a pity. Such a famous general died so sullenly. It's a pity. Chu Yang said indifferently, Your Majesty is overflowing with camaraderie. It's undesirable. His words weren't polite at all, but Tai Butian wasn't angry at all. She asked, why? The so-called famous generals have survived hundreds of battles. Naturally, every general has his own loyal followers. When a general dies, many people will be buried with him. And these people are all willing to do it. This is the charm of the general himself. He said indifferently, if he doesn't deserve to be a general. On the battlefield, this kind of thing is too common. Some generals will even deliberately gather some homeless people, orphans, and prisoners on death row as their own subordinates. Because they know that these people have nothing. Even if it's just a smile, they will die for them. What's more, the grace of a new life. Besides, this is a war between two countries and not a civil war within the country, right? Tai Butian asked with a smile. That's right. I understand. The alliance won't pay dividends and won't let the tiger return to the mountain. But, as long as I see such a scene, I can't help but feel touched. Tai Butian laughed and said, because there are so many heroes in the world, but I can't use all of them. Chu Yang was silent for a while. Then, he said, when all the heroes in the world are used by the ruler can only turn them into mediocre people. When the birds are gone, the bow is hidden. When the cunning rabbit is dead, the hound is cooked. Although it's cruel, it's also inevitable after unification. Tai Budian was silent. After a long time, she sighed deeply and said, that's right. These words were obviously derogatory, but Tai Budian and Chu Yang both knew that this was the way to rule a country. When the birds are gone, the bow is no longer hidden. Who is to be shot at? When the cunning rabbit is gone, if the hound is not cooked, it will only bring disaster to the world. At the very least, it will be an unstable factor. Generals all knew that war was for peace. But when there was true peace, it was when the general retired. The greatest value of a soldier could only be reflected in the cruelty of war. That was all. War needed to raise morale, but peace needed stability and harmony. This was an irreconcilable contradiction to begin with. Tai Budian turned her head and looked at Chu Yang. She said deeply, Minister Chu, I didn't expect you to have such a thorough understanding of the way to rule a country. Since ancient times, people have used the phrase, the bow is hidden after the birds are gone, to scold those in power. But hearing it from you today, I realize that although this phrase is unpleasant to hear, it's actually a true way to rule a country. As long as the bow isn't destroyed after the birds are gone, it's already the magnanimity of an emperor, Chu Yang said quietly. Tai Budian took a deep breath and said firmly, absolutely not. This sentence was akin to an oath of allegiance. The conversation between the two was a little solemn. After this sentence, both of them didn't speak anymore. After a long time, Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and said, we can open the city gates to accept the surrender. Tai Budian heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. The battle here has finally come to an end. His face was smiling, but he was thinking in his heart, we're about to go to the main battlefield, and now Xianxia is there. This? I don't know, regarding the bow being hidden after the birds are gone, this is just my personal understanding. I suddenly felt emotional. Everyone can just take a look. After Minister Chu took control of the army, he played a small trick. The enemy's 400,000 soldiers took off their armor and surrendered. He ended the battle without shedding a drop of blood. The enemy had reached a dead end. So, Minister Chu had resorted to trickery. But, one couldn't deny that Minister Chu's strategy had no problems. He had acted swiftly and decisively the moment he had assumed office. He had continuously harassed the enemy dozens of times in one night. This had made the enemy panic. It was like removing salt from a wound. He had asked Wu Kuangyan to go out and persuade the enemy to surrender. Wu Kuangyan had a special status. So, he had personally come to persuade the enemy to surrender. Long Ao would have been despised if he hadn't come out. Moreover, he had sent Wu Kuangyan to persuade the enemy to surrender. This had given Long Ao a vague hint, we can talk. That's because the status of both sides was high enough. Long Ao had reached the end of his rope. Wu Kuangyan's arrival had given him an opportunity to regain his face. So, he had no choice but to go out. Moreover, Long Ao had to go out under such circumstances. This chapter is provided by Baidu Tieba of the world-defying stage Heavens. Wu Kuangyan would have driven Long Ao crazy if he hadn't angered him to death in accordance with King of Hell Chu's teachings. Of course, Long Ao would have lost his prestige in the army at the very least. There would have been a commotion at most under normal circumstances. But, he would have lost his prestige in this life and death situation, and that would have been the end of him. So, Long Ao had committed suicide. The 400,000 soldiers had lost their leader. They had lost confidence in Long Ao. In fact, they even despised him. Moreover, they were in a desperate situation. So, what else could they do but surrender? Even after this incident, they still refused to accept King of Hell Chu's decision. They thought, I could have done it at such a time. However, this thought disappeared without a trace after they had taken over the army. And, they had seen that Long Ao had secretly ordered people to open up a big slope. This slope would have been completed in half a day at most. If the general's thoughts before Chu Yang's arrival had been to wait for the enemy to starve to death and take advantage of the situation, then these 400,000 soldiers would have flown away right under their noses. That would be like a cooked duck flying away. If things really turned out like that, the generals would probably even have the heart to kill themselves. The generals were drenched in cold sweat when they were talking about how to deal with these captives. Especially the surrendered generals who had entered the commander's tent. They were so scared that they almost pissed their pants. Because Minister Chu had said, "Kill them all." Minister Chu was wearing a black robe and a black veil as he spoke. His eyes were cold and cruel, without the slightest bit of emotion. Everyone was horrified. As the ruler of a country, Tai Budian repeatedly pleaded for leniency, believing that this move was against the harmony of the heavens. However, King of Helchu said, "What's wrong with that? Wasn't it just 400,000 people? Since I can smash 100,000 people to death, why would I care about a blood debt of 400,000? Hearing this, all the generals felt their bodies cramp. So, that extremely terrifying landslide that day was also caused by this King of Helchu? Oh my god, is he still human? None of the generals dared to say anything. Minister Chu was determined to kill. He even said, "Let them dig a big hole by themselves, then drive them all in and bury themselves alive." Tai Butian repeatedly pleaded for leniency. Therefore, King of Helchu seemed to have no choice but to relent under the sincere pleas of the ruler of a country. Obviously he was very unhappy, threatening. He said, "Today is for His Majesty, otherwise, I will kill you all. But, if any of these captives isn't obedient, I will kill the whole team. If any of them isn't obedient, I will bury all 400,000 of them alive." The surrendered generals walked out of the big tent after the terrifying meeting was over. Their legs were weak. Their faces were pale, and they were wiping their sweat. They were scared witless as they returned to their troops. Then, they ordered, "No one is allowed to act blindly without thinking. Motherfew *cur, anyone who moves will be whipped." They also explained, His Majesty, the Emperor of Iron Cloud, had repeatedly argued with reason. So, he had saved our lives from King of Helchu's butcher's knife. One could well imagine what the response would be like. Chu Yang and Tai Butian played the role of good cop and bad cop. They pacified the captives, and handed them over to Wu Yi. Then, they left behind 150,000 soldiers to guard the heaven-splitting mountain pass, and led 300,000 soldiers to return in triumph to the main battlefield. Whether it was the defending generals or the surrendered generals, everyone heaved a sigh of relief when King of Helchu left. They didn't know what was going on. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but they felt as if a thick layer of low clouds had shrouded the heaven-splitting mountain pass as soon as they saw King of Helchu's black robe. Tai Butian was grinning from ear to ear on the way. "Minister Chu, you played the role of bad cop very well." Lian Lian was also doubtful. "Didn't you say that you wanted to surrender? So, why did you suddenly want to massacre them?" Fortunately, Lian Lian's brain worked quickly. Chu Yang tilted his head, and looked at Tai Butian with a strange look in his eyes. "Your Majesty thinks that I'm joking?" Tai Butian's complexion changed. She said while stammering, "Don't tell me, you're not?" Chu Yang smiled and said in a cold voice, "These are merely 400,000 people. There's no harm in killing them. You must know that these captives may become the biggest variable if Diwu Qingro doesn't get defeated. After all, this is the heaven-splitting mountain pass. It's better to kill them cleanly. Once and for all. You don't need to worry about anything." Tai Butian was dumbstruck. She realized that she had broken out in cold sweat after a long while. 400,000 people. You want to kill them, and you want to kill them? Of course, you're going to be the lord of this world in the future. So, killing them all won't have a good influence on you. So, you pleaded for mercy, and I pushed the boat along with the current to give you face, Chu Yang said calmly. Lax, black lines appeared on Tai Butian's forehead. Lian Lian's face is really big. Tai Longqing hadn't slept for 3 days and 3 nights by the time Chu Yang and Tai Butian arrived at the main battlefield barracks. Tai Longqing was burning with anxiety because of the constant reports of the heaven-splitting mountain pass movements. Tai Longqing flew into a rage when he heard that Wu Kuanyin had left His Majesty behind, and had run back to the heaven-splitting mountain pass to fight the enemy. He wanted to go there himself. He wanted to chop off Wu Kuanyin's dog head even if the entire front was routed. Tai Longqing was so angry that he vomited blood. He hadn't been able to eat or sleep well these past few days. Each day felt like a year. Tai Longqing almost fainted from excitement when he saw Tai Butian return. He rushed over to greet her. His old eyes were almost brimming with tears. Tai Butian sensitively discovered that Chu Yang, who was beside her, had already disappeared without a trace. Niao Qianqian knew that he had gone to replace Wu Kuangyun. She felt an indescribable sense of loss in her heart. Chu Yang rushed into Butian Pavilion's tent. Based on Wu Qianqian's habits, Chu Yang did not hesitate to find her tent. His speed was extremely fast, it was as if a light breeze had blown by, and he was already gone. He was about to open the door when he suddenly heard a sigh from inside. Chu Yang was startled. He couldn't help but stop his footsteps. His Majesty has returned. Has he returned? Niao Qianqian sat on the chair in a daze. Her heart was in a mess. Niao Qianqian wanted to be the first to run out when she heard that the army had returned. However, she stopped when she reached the door. What if he hasn't returned? What if His Majesty has brought back bad news? What should I do? This chapter is provided by the world-defying stage Heaven's Baidu Tieba. She was worried about personal gains and losses. She didn't dare to move even a step. The truth was right in front of her. She would see it as long as she went out. However, she didn't dare to take this step no matter what. She was afraid that she would cry when she saw Chu Yang return. She was also afraid that Chu Yang hadn't returned, and was dead. She was afraid and hopeful. Her heart was in a mess. She couldn't make up her mind. Suddenly, her eyes darkened. A voice said, Minister Chu, what national affairs are you thinking about? Wu Qianqian's body trembled. She didn't dare to turn around. She closed her eyes and opened them again. A slender jade-like hand was about to pinch her arm. Am I dreaming? Am I dreaming? Then, she viciously pinched him. It doesn't hurt? Wu Qianqian didn't believe it. She pinched again. It still doesn't hurt? She opened her eyes in disappointment. She said dejectedly, it's really a dream, sigh. A voice that seemed to be grimacing in pain said, Sister, of course it doesn't hurt. You pinched my arm. My poor arm is already purple. Wu Qianqian screamed and jumped up. Her chair flipped over with a bang. She turned around in surprise. However, she saw a distorted face. Chu Yang sucked in cold air and said, Sister, please, let go of your hand. Wu Qianqian looked down. She saw that her slender jade-like fingers were pinching Chu Yang's arm. She had jumped up and turned around. However, she didn't let go. Moreover, she had unconsciously used too much strength in her surprise. She knew that his flesh had been twisted by 310 degrees, she quickly let go. She didn't know what to do for a moment. Should I throw myself at him and hug him? Or, should I pretend that nothing happened? However, Niao Qianqian's eyes were already red. Tears streamed down her face. She felt her heart beating wildly. She was so excited that she felt that it was worth it even if she died at this moment. Because he came back safe and sound. He came back. I'm back. Chu Yang smiled and said, You were worried, right? Niao Qianqian smiled sadly. She quickly wiped her tears and turned around. She said, It's good that you're back. Haha, you've made people worried these days. Niao Qianqian's voice had been very emotional when she had started to speak. She was trembling. However, she had calmed down by the time she had finished speaking. She turned around and looked at Chu Yang. She smiled and said, You're back. I can finally relax. It's been such a long time. I'm really tired. Chu Yang saw that Wu Qianqian was trying her best to control her emotions. He suddenly felt a lump in his throat. It seemed that some kind of emotion was blocking his heart. He couldn't breathe. He forced himself to control himself and said, Yes, it's been hard on you. Wu Qianqian smiled faintly and said, You sit down. I'll go get you a cup of water. She turned around and left. The two of them had been separated for a long time. However, they were trying their best to talk about irrelevant things. They were trying their best to control themselves. They were afraid that they would overstep their boundaries. Wu Qianqian turned around and walked out of the tent. But, her small mouth suddenly flattened. Then, she covered her mouth with all her might. Her tears started to flow out violently. But, she controlled them with all her might. She didn't make any sound. She walked faster and faster until she finally reached a corner. Then, she squatted down, and started to cry silently. By the time Wu Qianqian returned, she had already regained her usual appearance. Her eyes were a little red, but her whole person looked bright and beautiful. Her style was peerless, it seemed as if a long-lost vitality had returned to her body at this moment. She did not say anything, nor did she do anything. When Chu Yang was not around, she took over his role. She was king of Hell Chu. She was the black robe that intimidated the entire iron cloud. She was flawless, she killed decisively for him. She commanded heroes for him. She crossed thousands of miles for him. She used thunderous methods for him. She was resourceful for him. She was sinister and vicious for him. She bore everything for him, no one knew what kind of effort she had to put in to do all this. To be able to imitate a man to such an extent as a woman, she had to have a deep understanding of this person. She had to have an unforgettable impression of this person. However, when Chu Yang returned, she suddenly became the same Wu Qianqian who quietly accompanied Chu Yang, quietly watched him, and quietly assisted him when he was around. She was such a woman. She would never force herself to ask for anything, nor would she get anything. She would only silently wait and silently contribute herself. She was very smart. She could clearly see Chu Yang's daily behavior. Therefore, she understood. Therefore, she did not force herself. Therefore, she would only silently endure and silently love herself. I love you. This is my business. It has nothing to do with you. I never said that you have to accept me because I love you. I don't even want you to realize my feelings. I don't want you to feel embarrassed. If you want to leave, you can leave. But I am here. If you want to go back, you can go back. I am here. But as long as you don't take the initiative to confess to me, I will never take the initiative to say these words to you. Chu Yang, I like you, I won't, I am not afraid of your rejection. But I am afraid of waking up from my dream. Because in my dream, you are mine. After a long silence, Wu Qianqian began to speak. Her voice was very dull. Chu Yang, that second martial uncle Li Jinsong, I have already taken care of him. Huh? Chu Yang was startled. Not only him. There are many people from beyond the Heavens sect. I have already taken care of all of them. Niao Qianqian said calmly, this group of people will cause too much trouble in the future. Who knows when they will cause trouble? Once something happens, it will be a big problem. So I might as well clean them all up. Chu Yang's mouth became two big mouths. How did you clean it up? Chu Yang closed his mouth after a long while. He only felt that his chin had almost fallen off. He kept gagging. This girl was really good at pranks. To think that he would even deal with his martial uncles one by one. Wasn't he afraid that his father would make things difficult for him? I wanted to wait for you to come back and clean it up, but I thought that since you have been expelled from the sect, it would be inconvenient. Niao Qianqian said lightly, so, I thought that I might as well do it for you. Eh? Chu Yang gave him a thumbs up. You're so thoughtful. Li Jinsong was poisoned because of his woman. It is called the spring and autumn heartbreak powder. In other words, it will flare up once a year. If there is no medicine to suppress it, the victim will suffer for 3 days and 3 nights before dying. All of his internal organs will rot. Second martial uncle had always been dissatisfied with father's decision to take charge of Beyond the Heavens sect. So, the Golden Horse Riders Department came looking for him at that time. They said that they could provide him with medicine, and that they could help him take charge of Beyond the Heavens sect. So, he was easily manipulated. Wu Qianqian continued, moreover, he loves his woman very much. But Golden Horse Riders Department only provided him with medicine to temporarily suppress the poison. As for the crystal spirit mushroom, they didn't give him anything. They just left him hanging. I see. Chu Yang nodded. Well, when he was eavesdropping, Li Jinsong had asked those people for the crystal spirit mushroom, but it was to no avail. Then, he remembered that he had once entered the treasury of Golden Horse Riders Department. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. It wasn't that Golden Horse Riders Department didn't want to give it to him, but that thing. Golden Horse Riders Department didn't have it. How did you deal with it? Chu Yang asked. Killed him. Xianxia's face was a little sad. I don't know why, but he had a premonition. He chose to assassinate Tai Longqing at night. In the end, he was besieged by people from Butian Pavilion and died on the spot. Before he died, he begged father to let go of his wife and son. But, after that woman knew about this, she committed suicide. Xianxia sighed and said, before she died, she said, I don't care if he is a good man or a bad man. As long as he is alive, I will accompany him. As long as he is dead, I will go find him. After so many years, I've really caused him enough suffering. Now that I've reached the netherworld, I can finally stop causing him trouble and repay him properly. If this matter was told by someone else, it might have been an undying love. But when it came from Wu Qianqian's mouth, it was as plain as water. But it still contained a heavy charm. Chu Yang listened and sighed. Li Jianin was expelled. His legs were broken. I am afraid. Xianxia continued, as for the others, those who should be killed were killed, and those who should be crippled were crippled. They have all been cleaned up. Chu Yang was speechless. Xianxia spoke plainly, but when she did this, she had to endure a lot of psychological pressure. Chu Yang could imagine it even if he only thought about it. I have an idea. Wu Qianqian looked at him and whispered, wait until the war is over. If Iron Cloud is defeated, everything will be taken care of. If Iron Cloud wins, let Father and the others go back to Beyond the Heavens sect and rebuild Beyond the Heavens sect. They don't want Iron Cloud to be consecrated as a national sect. They don't want to hold any positions in the imperial court. Good. Chu Yang was full of admiration. This move of retreating in the face of adversity without any reward was really the best move. I have done everything for you, but I don't want anything. But you are the Emperor of Iron Cloud, the ruler of the world. You can't shortchange us, right? Moreover, I am now the same as you. I am no longer a disciple of Beyond the Heavens sect. Xianxia lowered her eyes. Her expression could not be seen clearly. Why? Chu Yang was startled. Because you will leave sooner or later. So, I will be the king of Hell Chu for a long time. Xianxia smiled gently and added, the king of Hell Chu of this generation. Her laughter was cold and indifferent. It was as calm as stagnant water. She said, you, Chu Yang, are only a passerby. So, you are not the king of Hell Chu. You are the king of Hell Chu for a lifetime. The king of Hell Chu of this generation? The king of Hell Chu? The king of Hell Chu? Such an outstanding beauty with peerless talent would hide behind a black robe for a lifetime? Her youthful elegance and charm would be covered up for a lifetime. Chu Yang's heart suddenly felt as if it was being overturned. He looked at her in a daze. He only felt that his heart was in a mess. Wu Qianqian gently turned her head. Her eyes were like limpid autumn waters. They swept across Chu Yang's face. Chu Yang clearly felt a bone-piercing pain. Then, he heard her say, using your identity as the king of Hell Chu to make Beyond the Heavens sect immortal. Wasn't this your ultimate plan when you supported me in the beginning? Chu Yang felt a pain in his heart. He felt as if the pain had swept over him. His mind went blank in an instant. Iron Cloud readied its troops and horses, and prepared for war. Tai Butian had returned with 300,000 troops. Moreover, the number of troops in the country had increased over this period of time. So, the total number of troops had already exceeded 3 million. Great Zhao had nearly 1 million troops. But, they had lost more than 1 million at the heaven-splitting mountain pass. So, they only had 4 million troops left. Both sides were almost evenly matched. Tai Longqing's heart had been in suspense for a long time. But, he finally felt relieved. Tai Butian and Chu Yang had arrived at Iron Cloud's military camp that night. Suddenly, the Great Zhao's camp burst into thunderous cheers. It was like a tsunami. It didn't disperse for a long time. It was as lively as the New Year's celebration. Then, a big flag was hoisted high from Great Zhao's military camp. A golden dragon was treading on the white clouds. The two words Diwu were swaying in the wind. The whistling summer wind made a rustling sound. Its imposing aura was vigorous as if it wanted to dominate the world. Diwu Qingro had arrived. It wasn't clear whether it was a coincidence or deliberate. In short, Tai Longqing, Tai Butian, and Diwu Qingro had been fighting for several years. And, King of Hell Chu and Diwu Qingro brazenly faced each other at this moment. This battle would decide the fate of the world. Diwu Qingro's complacent expression was swept away. His face was as calm as water. He stepped into the commander's tent. His heart was burning with anger. He had received the news that Jin Nangkai and the others had been annihilated the day before. This news was like a bolt from the blue. It had thrown Diwu Qingro, who had always been calm and composed, into a mess. He had anticipated that it would be impossible for those three armies to be annihilated. However, he couldn't help but sigh when he heard the report. He didn't say anything. The mountain suddenly collapsed, and the ground cracked. The slanting valley was filled up. Hundreds of thousands of people were buried alive. More than 1 million soldiers were divided into two sections. The outside couldn't enter, and the inside couldn't come out. This is the will of heaven. Diwu Qingro's heart was somewhat heavy. Great Zhao's army was much more than iron clouds on the surface. But, he knew that there was a clear difference in the fighting strength of both sides. Iron Cloud was located in the north. So, its people were valiant. Except for a few people, almost everyone could fight on horseback. And, they could dismount and fight on foot. As long as there were enough warhorses, there would be as many cavalry soldiers as there were warhorses. On the other hand, Great Zhao's army couldn't do that. It was located in the south. The climate was mild. And, the people there were soft and tender. They weren't on the same level as the fierce and rough soldiers of Iron Cloud. Therefore, Diwu Qingro could only use his wisdom to make up for it. However, Diwu Qingro also had a great consolation. King of Helchu is dead. Otherwise, it would have been very troublesome for me to face the Iron Cloud Triangle alone. Jing Menghun had rushed to Diwu Qingro's side with bruises all over his body. Diwu Qingro couldn't believe his eyes. He was a peak king-level expert. He had dispatched millions of people to kill a revered level expert like King of Helchu. And, Jing Menghun had crippled him. Moreover, his body was covered with cuts and bruises. He had almost lost his life. This was beyond everyone's expectations. However, Diwu Qingro had heard that hundreds of people had attacked King of Helchu at the end of the battle. And, Jing Menghun had successfully launched a sneak attack. He felt that King of Helchu was dead. And, Jing Menghun was very confident. Even an emperor-level expert wouldn't have been able to withstand that kind of attack. Diwu Qingro sighed the next day. It's a pity that King of Helchu wasn't able to fight a decisive battle with such a hero on the battlefield. It's a real regret of my life. Suddenly, a soldier came to report, Prime Minister, a man from Iron Cloud has come out. He's wearing black clothes, a black robe, and a black veil. He claims to be an old friend of the Prime Minister's mansion. He says that he wants to thank the Prime Minister for his generosity in gifting the orchid incense to you. So, he wants to talk with the Prime Minister. Then, he looked at Jing Menghun with a gentle gaze. Jing Menghun's complexion turned deathly pale. He cried out, "This is impossible." Diwu Qingro insipidly said, "He's here." What's impossible? Jing Menghun was in a daze. Diwu Qingro had already stood up. A group of Iron Cloud soldiers were standing in neat rows on the battlefield. They were standing in a quiet manner. The east wind was blazing. Iron Cloud's military flag was pointed straight to the sky. Then, it was blown up neatly with a flapping sound. The fluttering sound of the military flag could make anyone who heard it feel a desire to kill. It was a desire for war. 2 fast horses were standing motionless in front of the troops. 2 men were standing upright on the backs of the horses. It couldn't be seen how old they were. They were standing in front of a magnificent army. But, they still looked somewhat blurry under the blazing sun. They couldn't be seen clearly. In front of them, a black horse stood alone. There was a man on the horse. He was dressed in black and wore a black robe. He wore a ferocious golden mask. His loose black robe made a sharp sound as it fluttered in the wind of the east wind. Around the black-cloaked man, a biting cold aura was constantly surging and churning. He was alone on his horse. But the soldiers of the great Zhao army on the other side had a clear feeling in their hearts. It was as if an ancient devil god had suddenly drilled out from the depths of hell. He had appeared in broad daylight. Wherever his sharp gaze landed, everyone felt a bone-chilling coldness. King of Hell Chu. He didn't need to announce his name. But the soldiers of Great Zhao couldn't help but think of this name as soon as they saw him. Only this kind of imposing manner, could be on par with Prime Minister Diwu. Only such a person could withstand the all-out pursuit of the Golden Horse Riders Department. And he had violently galloped for a distance of 13,000 miles. And he had appeared here at this moment. The bugle horn of Great Zhao's army resounded in a desolate manner. The entire army suddenly parted like a tide. It left a quiet and dry road between them. Everyone's eyes became full of respect and fanaticism at this moment. The sound of hoofbeats slowly resounded. Diwu Qingrou's guards appeared. Diwu Qingrou appeared in front of King of Hell Chu with a faint smile on his face. The guard was somewhat hesitant, but Diwu Qingrou pointed his folding fan forward. His attitude was very firm. The guards had no choice but to continue to carry him forward. They only stopped when they crossed the line. Then, Diwu Qingrou waved his hand, and all the soldiers retreated. Only Diwu Qingrou's carefree chair was left on the battlefield, and he was facing a 1,000-man army all by himself. Then, Diwu Qingrou slightly raised his head. He looked at Chu Yang and smiled. His smile was light, but it contained many kinds of gratitude. The two shadows were somewhat restless. Diwu Qingrou is rumored to not know any martial arts. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. What if he were to kill or capture him now? The two moved slightly, and Chu Yang was startled. He shouted in a low voice, "Do you want to die?" Ying was stunned. Diwu Qingrou is an emperor-level expert. Chu Yang said in a low voice. The two shadows broke out in a cold sweat, and their eyes became dull. Emperor-level expert? Diwu Qingrou had deceived the world. Then, Chu Yang urged his warhorse. The warhorse resolutely walked towards Diwu Qingrou step by step. The distance was getting closer and closer. The distance between the two was less than 30 feet. This was a very dangerous distance. Especially for Chu Yang, it was even more dangerous. Then, Chu Yang stopped the warhorse, and raised his eyes to look at Diwu Qingrou. Diwu Qingrou also raised his head at this time. He looked at Chu Yang with a warm gaze. Their eyes met. It was unknown why, but all the soldiers behind them who knew that these two men were meeting today felt a strange feeling rise in their hearts the moment their eyes met. It seemed as if the whole world had suddenly shaken at this moment. Then, it suddenly became dark. Then, Diwu Qingrou laughed in a relaxed manner. He sat on the carefree chair. His whole body was extremely relaxed. He said, "It's not easy to meet you." Chu Yang replied with equal harshness, "Prime Minister Diwu also doesn't go out of the house." Diwu Qingrou laughed happily and said, "I need qualifications internally. I also need qualifications externally." Chu Yang also laughed. His meeting with Diwu Qingrou today was also a stroke of genius. Originally, he thought that he would hide in the dark and use his own energy to cause destruction. Then, he would wait for the right opportunity to strike. However, Chu Yang thought for a long time. Then, he gave up and decided to meet directly. The news that King of Hell Chu was still alive would not be hidden from Diwu Qingrou sooner or later. However, if he knew from other people's mouths, his heart would have a buffer. He would be mentally prepared. Diwu Qingrou would quickly adjust himself. He would not be swayed by this news. Moreover, he would quickly formulate countermeasures. When he met Chu Yang again, he would have a sense of accomplishment. He would have a sense of satisfaction that everything was under his control. However, Chu Yang had suddenly jumped out and asked to see Diwu Qingrou when Diwu Qingrou was fully confident that the acting king was dead. This was a heavy blow to Diwu Qingrou's complacency. This would make Diwu Qingrou feel frustrated. So, he didn't die. I paid such a big price, and he didn't die. What Chu Yang needed was for Diwu Qingrou to feel frustrated. Even if it was only a trace, it would make him feel that everything had deviated from his control. This was because the deciding factor of this war was not the number of troops. It was Diwu Qingro. If Diwu Qingro continued to take every possibility into account, then Iron Cloud's side would have gone all out. It would have been a long and arduous war. And they would have been defeated in the end. Therefore, Chu Yang had to do everything he could to break Diwu Qingro's mental state. And this sudden meeting was his first move. Diwu Qingro looked at his ferocious mask with some interest. He laughed and said, "You should have let those two come." Chu Yang smiled mischievously. "Come. I would have given you a chance to make a move. Would I have given you enough reason to kill the three of us in front of everyone?" "No." Diwu Qingro smiled. "They would have died if they had come. But, you. I am not sure." He gently exhaled and said casually, "The mysterious king of Helchu. The king of Helchu who slaughtered the entire 13,000-mile border of Great Zhao." Haha, Chu Yang laughed. "It is my honor to receive such an evaluation from the Prime Minister." Diwu Qingro was silent for a while. Then, he said, "In Great Zhao, those two Chus, were you?" "Yes." Chu Yang did not hide anything. There was no point in denying it at this moment. "Well, you were the one who received my palm, right?" Diwu Qingro asked, but his tone was firm. "Yes." "Well." Diwu Qingro's tone became calmer. He said, "You were the one who entered my hidden treasure house, right?" "Hidden treasure house?" Chu Yang frowned. "Not you." Diwu Qingro asked softly. "No." Chu Yang said. That was a mysterious ability that involved Jiasun. How could Chu Yang admit it? "Oh, so it wasn't you," Diwu Qingro said quietly. He carefully observed Chu Yang's facial expression from the corner of his eye. It was so sharp that it seemed as if it could penetrate his mask and see every inch of his face. After a long time, Diwu Qingro slowly said, "It seems that it was someone else." Unconsciously, he let out a sigh of relief. King of Helchu is not the master of Jiasun. "Prime Minister, you must take good care of the hidden treasure house." Chu Yang reminded him, it would be a huge loss if one or two items were taken away from such an important place. "Are you taking pleasure in other people's misfortune?" Diwu Qingro laughed involuntarily. Then, his eyes slowly became sharp as he said, "You didn't come to see me today to talk nonsense." Chu Yang nodded seriously. "Actually, today I really just want to see what kind of person Prime Minister Diwu is. He is the ruler of the entire Great Zhao, and has the entire world in his hands." Diwu Qingro smiled slowly. "It is also a pleasure to watch the war." He calmly looked at Chu Yang. "The moment you appeared and asked to see me, I knew that the war between the two countries had begun. Prime Minister Diwu, you must go all out in this war of the world." Chu Yang's eyes gradually became sharp. He softly said, "You have a great reputation. Don't ruin it." "I will go all out." Diwu Qingro slowly nodded. He didn't respond to Chu Yang's aggressiveness. Instead, he simply and calmly stated a fact: "Let's see who can decide the fate of this battlefield. Let's see who can rise and fall." "King of Helchu, ha ha ha." Diwu Qingro softly said, "Don't let me down. I'm afraid that the Prime Minister will exceed your expectations." Chu Yang said indifferently. Suddenly, he fiercely looked at Diwu Qingro. His eyes were as sharp as swords. It seemed as if two fierce divine swords were piercing through the blue dome of heaven. Diwu Qingro was still calm. But, his pupils slightly shrank as he said, "Even if it is beyond my expectations, I must face it. I must win." Both of them no longer spoke. The sun was shining in the sky. There were no clouds for thousands of miles. However, everyone in the army behind the two of them could feel that a storm was coming. It seemed as if the entire blue sky was about to collapse at this moment. After a long time, Chu Yang looked up at the sky and insipidly said, "Prime Minister, if you lose this war, your name, Diwu Qingro, will be immortalized on this continent. The world will remember the name, Diwu Qingro. It will become a legend." Diwu Qingro calmly said, "After the destruction of Iron Cloud, I promise to write a biography of you. I will make the name of King of Helchu a legend of the continent." Both of them laughed together. Chu Yang's laughter reverberated throughout the world. It seemed as if it could shake the wind and thunder. King of Hell Chu's arrogant attitude was imprinted in the hearts of the two armies. The heavens trembled, the mountains shook, and the earth moved. The three armies held their breaths. It seemed as if this figure who was roaring towards the sky was like a heaven-shaking god. It seemed as if he could cut the sky and the earth into two halves wherever he passed. So arrogant. So arrogant. This King of Hell Chu is good, Diwu Qingro chuckled and shook his head. I was tricked by this guy in the end. He can proudly declare to the world that he can be as arrogant as he can. But, I can't. But, this has created an illusion in front of the two armies, that I have fallen into a disadvantageous position. This guy. He won't let go of any opportunity. Diwu Qingro slowly thought as he returned to his camp. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and shake his head while thinking about Chu Yang's words. This King of Hell Chu's words seem meaningless on the surface. But in reality, every word he said was aimed at the defenses in his heart. Perhaps I would have been influenced by him if my mind wasn't firm. Immortality, doesn't it affect me? Diwu Qingro's face sank. Millions of soldiers remained silent as they watched the two separate. They watched King of Hell Chu ride his horse back to the camp. They watched Diwu Qingro return. And, the day passed like this. The curtain of night fell, and the world became dark. The Iron Clouds camp was dotted with stars. The patrolling troops were coming and going. The army was ready for battle. Tai Longqing and Tai Butian were sitting opposite each other in the commander's tent. This King of Hell Chu is much more arrogant and overbearing than before. Tai Longqing smacked his lips and praised, he threatened Diwu Qingro. He made Diwu Qingro eat a loss in front of so many people. This is an unparalleled boost to the army's morale. Tai Butian smiled and replied, yes. He thought, that's natural. After all, King of Hell Chu is the real King of Hell Chu. However, Diwu Qingro ate a loss in silence. So, Great Zhao's morale will inevitably be affected. If Diwu Qingro wants to restore his reputation, then he can only use his face to do so. Therefore, Great Zhao may attack the camp tonight. Tai Longqing and Diwu Qingro had fought for half of their lives. So, it could be said that they understood each other very well. It's just that, even if it's a sneak attack, it's hard to predict what kind of measures he'll take and what kind of methods he'll use. Tai Butian frowned. The only thing we can do now is to stick to the status quo. Tai Longqing took a deep breath. In Butian Pavilion's main camp, King of Hell Chu was wearing a black robe and a sinister mask. He looked like the real King of Hell as he sat majestically on the highest chair. His sharp gaze was incomparably sharp as he looked at his subordinates. A bone-chilling cold filled the tent. Chenlong and Chen Miantong both sat straight and expressionless. Their hearts were filled with apprehension. What's going on? The minister had clearly relaxed for a while. Why is his coercion getting heavier and heavier this time? This feeling of oppression was really unbearable, making it hard for him to sit still. She stole a glance at Wu Qianqian, who was standing next to Chu Yang with an ice-cold expression. She cursed silently, when did this Russian granny come? How come we didn't see her, especially during this period of time? The new recruits of Butian Pavilion were seeing the real King of Hell Chu for the first time. They were so frightened by this gloomy atmosphere that they almost peed in their pants. Two hall leaders, please report everything that has happened recently. Chu Yang's finger gently tapped on the table in front of him. It was as if the King of Hell was beating a drum. Both of them cursed silently in their hearts. Didn't you already know? But in this kind of situation, who would dare to say even half a word? They had no choice but to report everything again. Chu Yang quietly listened. Finally, he finished listening and said casually, so, you're saying that everyone has been very busy during this period of time, right? So, everyone's strength hasn't improved. It's not because everyone didn't work hard, but because they were too busy? Isn't that the case? Chenlong and Chen Yutong's faces fell at the same time. This was the only thing that Minister Chu had not urged during this period of time. Everyone felt as if they had been pardoned. They did not expect that he would bring it up today. This is the place where we are right now. Tens of millions of ghosts are screaming day and night. Chu Yang said casually. Now, in my opinion, as long as the war starts, many of you will join the ranks of these ghosts. This is the consequence of not working hard on your own strength. Minister Chu snorted heavily. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. We will soon face golden horse riders. Department. Everyone get ready. Chu Yang said casually. Then, he waved his hand. Chunong and the others hurriedly left. They were sweating profusely. The minister's power was getting heavier and heavier. Only Wu Qianqian and Chu Yang were left in the tent. The strength of these people must be pushed every day. Chu Yang said softly, people are lazy. And, it's impossible for these people to rely on self-conscious practice to increase their strength. Therefore, you must set a goal for them every once in a while. Let them complete it as a mission. This will increase the strength of Butian Pavilion. Yes. Wu Qianqian said. What stage are you at now? Chu Yang looked at Wu Qianqian. 3rd grade martial master. Wu Qianqian said somewhat embarrassedly. She didn't know that her progress was enough to make many people dumbfounded. Not bad. Chu Yang said. It was indeed not bad. The martial arts of Beyond the Heavens sect were known for their steady progress. It was impossible to improve quickly. Wu Qianqian's speed was already beyond Chu Yang's expectations. Wu Qianqian bit her lips and said, Chu Yang, I want strength. I want to advance quickly. Can you help me? She said awkwardly, I know you have many martial arts techniques, I want to improve myself quickly. The faster the better. I don't want to catch up with you. But I want to break into upper 3 heavens or upper 3 heavens when I miss you. I want to listen to your legends. Chu Yang pondered for a moment, okay. I will choose for you. How could Chu Yang not want Wu Qianqian to improve her strength? That way, she would at least have the ability to protect herself. Then, Chu Yang frowned and thought. He asked the sword spirit in his mind, is there a martial art suitable for women to practice? It's more powerful and faster to practice. The sword spirit was sitting cross-legged between the mysterious young jade and the mysterious jade crystal. He had recovered his spirit with the help of the mysterious young jade and the mysterious jade crystal. Moreover, he had made progress. He frowned when he heard Chu Yang's question, a martial art for women to practice? Well, don't talk about the ordinary ones. They are too slow. Chu Yang flatly rejected. Then, there's only one. The sword spirit said, fortunately, my strength has improved greatly. So, I have remembered many things. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to answer your question. What? How about the mysterious scene transformation? The sword spirit was clearly proud of himself. He looked as if he was presenting a treasure. Mysterious scene transformation? Chu Yang was startled, isn't that a devil martial art? Nonsense. The sword spirit angrily said, this is the most orthodox martial art. But, someone tampered with the formula and reversed the meridians. So, this martial art must absorb the power of a girl's mysterious female body to practice. But, I have the complete formula of the mysterious transformation technique here. So, that's how it is. Chu Yang touched his nose. I'm obviously ignorant and inexperienced compared to this 10,000-year-old monster. The sword spirit closed his eyes. Not long after, 3 old books fell out with a bang. Mysterious transformation technique turning soldier step mysterious transformation technique. Chu Yang looked at these 3 books in his consciousness. He couldn't help but be speechless. He suddenly had a feeling that this spirit scraping technique is a martial art treasure trove. Also, I must remind you that this mysterious transformation technique will be faster if you use it with 7 cold energy or mysterious jade crystal. The sword spirit was obviously reluctant to part with the mysterious jade crystal. I understand. Chu Yang mischievously smiled. Since that's the case, you don't need to practice the martial arts of Beyond the Heavens sect. I'll teach you another one. Chu Yang's mind turned. Mysterious transformation technique had caused a huge bloody disaster in the Chongtian continent thousands of years ago. Everyone thought that this was the most evil martial art. It's better not to tell Wu Qianqian my real name. I don't want to bring her endless trouble. What? Wu Qianqian's spirit was lifted. Ice Jade Divine Technique. Qi Yang rolled his eyes and said, I'll teach you the formula now. You must remember it well. Don't form it into words. This is the continent's top martial art. You'll be in big trouble if other people know about it. Okay. Wu Qianqian nodded vigorously. Her eyes shone. The continent's top martial art? That's great. I'll be able to close the distance between you and me. Wu Qianqian was extremely smart. She didn't need a long time to memorize the formula. Qi Yang was already thinking about the mysterious jade crystal. Sword spirit, how many mysterious jade crystals do I need? How many? The sword spirit rolled his eyes. You only need a small piece to wear. Why do you need a lot? Well, I'll take a small piece. Qi Yang looked at the space. The sword spirit was sitting cross-legged in a huge array of mysterious yang jade and mysterious jade crystal. He said, will this array work for me? Of course it will. The sword spirit snorted, this is a yin-yang array. It can gather the purest spirit energy. Why didn't you tell me? Qi Yang asked angrily. I haven't recovered yet. The sword spirit felt somewhat guilty. He said, moreover, you have so many good things. Why did you put them all outside to set up the array? You can't do this even if you want to die. What about the small ones? Qi Yang asked. The small ones also seemed to work. The sword spirit was helpless. He had no choice but to grab a finger-sized piece of mysterious yang jade and a piece of mysterious jade crystal. He kneaded them and made them into a strange shape. He rolled his eyes and said, I know you want to leave a way out for your confidant. Take them. Qi Yang was overjoyed. This is for you. Qi Yang rummaged in his bosom and handed it over to Wu Qianqian. This is. Wu Qianqian was somewhat surprised. Wear this with you. It can double your practice speed, Qi Yang said vaguely. It's beautiful. Wu Qianqian didn't know what it was, but she felt comfortable holding it in her hand. It was slightly cold on one side and slightly warm on the other. However, the cold and warm seemed to be interchanging with each other. She looked at it fondly for a while. Then, she put it away like a treasure. Practice well, Qi Yang said in a very encouraging manner. Wu Qianqian smiled sweetly. She didn't care about the secret manual. She cared about the fact that Qi Yang had finally given her a treasure. He had personally given it to her. This made Wu Qianqian's heart feel very sweet. Qi Yang didn't know that his Xianyin transformation and the yin-yang jade pendant would give birth to a terrifying character. That was because Qi Yang didn't know one thing. Even the sword spirit didn't know, Wu Qianqian had grown up in a place with 7 shades cold energy. Moreover, this extremely intelligent woman was born with the Xianyin female puppet body. The Xianyin transformation, as its name implied, could transform an ordinary woman's physique into a Xianyin female puppet body. Then, it could display a terrifying power. However, Wu Qianqian didn't need this transformation. She could directly enter the Xianyin realm. This was like practicing martial arts or cultivating immortality. An ordinary person would start from the body. Then, they would temper their bones and organs step by step. Then, they would go from Hotian to Xiantian. After that, they would reach foundation establishment and become immortal. However, Wu Qianqian's body had already reached foundation establishment. She was just waiting to receive the bow. Her starting point was much higher than most people's. Everyone started from the flat ground. But, Wu Qianqian started from the clouds. How could it be generalized? Although she wouldn't reach the level of the Master of Calamity Sword, she was more than 1 level higher than Qi Yang in terms of strength. Of course, Qi Yang didn't know this at the moment. This page was destined not to be peaceful. Suddenly, the lights of Diwu Qingrou's army were extinguished. Iron Cloud's side became nervous. Then, a team of soldiers rushed towards Iron Cloud's camp like an angry dragon from the dark. Iron Cloud's side. The archers would quickly prepare, and the arrows would come down like rain. However, the Great Zhao's army suddenly changed its direction when it was still several hundred feet away from the Iron Cloud's military camp. Then, it rolled up like a gale. Then, it took a small detour, and returned to its original position with a rumbling sound. So it was just a false alarm. Then, the Great Zhao's army attacked from all directions. They attacked from the east and the west, and attacked from every angle. However, this kind of harassment could turn into reality at any time, making it difficult for others to grasp. Diwu Qingrou's harassment would be more effective the longer the battle line was stretched out. The soldiers of Iron Cloud had been harassed dozens of times in a row. And this had caused the soldiers of Iron Cloud to curse out loud. Some bad-tempered generals even began to curse. What the F***ck? How could he let her sleep? Why don't you just charge over and start a fight? In the commander's tent, Tai Longcheng's expression was calm as he commanded. Now was not the time for a decisive battle. It would be really bad if he, the commander, was angered as well. As for Tai Budian, she had already gone to bed. His Majesty the Emperor had not been able to sleep well these past few days. Now, he could finally have a good sleep. Diwu Qingrou's harassment was endless. The sky had not yet brightened, but he had already attacked 40 to 50 times. Sometimes, he would attack from 7 or 8 directions at the same time, then, another wave of attack came as dawn approached. This time, 4 troops came at the same time. Alarms sounded from 4 directions at the same time. The troops from the other 3 directions only harassed for a while, and then retreated. Everyone was used to this. They would only use the archers to resist for a while, and these people would retreat. But Gui's seemingly flat army did not retreat. They faced the rain of arrows, and madly rushed into the Iron Cloud's military camp with irresistible force. This was beyond everyone's expectations. The number of this cavalry wasn't very large. It was only about 2,000 or 3,000. But every one of them was brave and unstoppable. Iron Cloud's valiant soldiers couldn't even last one round in front of them. Moreover, the seemingly ordinary armor on their bodies was impervious to swords and spears. The arrows were shot, and issued a crisp sound of impact. Then, they bounced back. They broke through the fences and the defensive positions. Then, they split into small groups and scattered with a loud bang. They fell into the pit that had been dug earlier. Iron Cloud's troops were cheering when they heard an orderly roar. Then, the warhorses fiercely jumped out of the pit, and thrust out their spears like lightning. Screams were heard everywhere. The cavalry had split up, and then suddenly converged into one. They were like an unstoppable flood as they rushed into the depths of Iron Cloud's army. Iron Cloud's high-ranking officers were furious. They mobilized their own troops to encircle and intercept them. Tai Longcheng stood on a high ground, and looked at the Iron Cloud's troops from afar. He sighed and said, "Golden Horse Riders Department's reputation is well-deserved." He paused for a moment, and then said, "Diwu Qingrou is willing to pay such a price." The other high-ranking officers nodded one after another. They looked at this troop with shock in their eyes. They thought of their own subordinates. How many times would our troops be able to withstand such an elite troop if we were caught off guard? This troop of Golden Horse Riders had rushed forward for a short distance. But, it had turned into an iron wall in front of them. However, this troop of riders had suddenly changed direction. They had made a turn that an ordinary cavalry troop would never have been able to make. And, they had slaughtered their way out from another direction. It didn't take long. It had only been half an hour. Smoke billowed, and battle cries shook the sky. Dawn had arrived. This troop of riders had slaughtered their way out of this place, and had left behind a trail of blood and flesh. They had slaughtered their way out of Iron Cloud's tight defensive perimeter, and had returned to their main camp. They had killed around 2,000 of their 2,500 men. For Great Zhao, this was undoubtedly a glorious victory. Our Great Zhao is still invincible. Iron Cloud can't withstand a single blow from us. The morale of Great Zhao's army had suddenly soared. Tai Longcheng's eyes were profound as he watched the Golden Horse Riders leave. His face was calm. "Supreme Commander, why didn't we dispatch our elite troops to stop them in one fell swoop?" A general next to him was somewhat angry and puzzled. "This is Minister Chu's decision." Tai Longcheng indifferently said, "It's not the time to dispatch our elite troops." The dissatisfied generals suddenly became silent as soon as they heard that it was Minister Chu's decision. They remembered the arrogant king of Hell Chu who had embarrassed Diwu Qingrou in front of a 1,000,000-man army. King of Hell Chu's loud roar had silenced the entire 8 million-man army of the two countries. No one had dared to raise any objections. No one knew that Diwu Qingro had been standing alone on the roof of the Supreme Commander's tent that night. He had been looking at the twinkling stars in the sky. His face had turned ashen. Diwu Qingro had arrived here after he had arranged the assault strategy. He had been standing there for the entire night. The soldiers knew that Prime Minister Diwu had gone to sleep. But they didn't know that he hadn't slept at all. Why is this? Diwu Qingro tightly knitted his brows and muttered to himself, the stars had only blurred the mysteries of heaven the last time. But, why did the universe suddenly turn upside down this time? Great Zhao, which was as bright as the sun, suddenly dimmed. And the Emperor Star of Iron Cloud had always been dim and obscure. But it had suddenly shone with boundless radiance. Diwu Qingro was puzzled. The last time I had seen the celestial phenomenon was when the two sides were entangled. It was obscure and difficult to understand. But it's so clear now. What happened during this period of time? Diwu Qingro was confused. He only felt that his thoughts were in a mess. He didn't know that Taibu Tian would have been so ashamed that she would have been unable to show her face if he had asked her about it. After all, she had saved Chu Yang that night before dawn. The intelligent star has dimmed. A large number of military stars have fallen. The north is shining with red light. The south is bowing and surrendering to the north. But, what's going on with this star? Diwu Qingro stared at the night sky. His brows knitted tighter and tighter. A star was shining in the sky within his observation range. It was emitting a dazzling brilliance. The nearby stars were dim and lightless. Perhaps they couldn't be seen at all. This was the Emperor Star. However, above this star, there was another star that shone brightly. The Emperor Star's incomparable brilliance was unable to suppress this star. Furthermore, the two stars didn't repel each other at all. Instead, they seemed to be getting along very well. The auxiliary stars should have been below the Emperor Star. But, why is this auxiliary star above the Emperor Star? The master is weak and the ministers are strong. This is a great calamity. But, why is it so harmonious? The auxiliary star had never appeared before. So, why did it suddenly appear this time? Could it be that this auxiliary star is King of Helchu? Diwu Qingro was distressed as he pondered. There's only one possibility for such a situation to occur. And, that is, something happened between King of Helchu and Taibu Tian. But, what could have happened that could have caused such a huge change in the celestial phenomenon? The wisdom star has dimmed. Could it be that I, Diwu Qingro, will face an unpredictable calamity? Diwu Qingro stood in a daze for a long time. He felt as if his thoughts were in a mess. He couldn't sort them out at all. This sudden change in the celestial phenomenon had thoroughly overturned Diwu Qingro's understanding of the celestial phenomenon. He felt as if his head was about to explode as he thought about it. The Emperor Star is strong. It's clear that it's as bright as the sun. Since that's the case, it's the will of heaven. But, the Emperor Star had always been shining in Great Zhao before this. The red light and auspicious aura were clearly in Great Zhao. Why did it suddenly change? Isn't this change playing with me, Diwu Qingro, for the rest of my life? Diwu Qingro's face revealed endless frustration and anger. Heaven, why are you playing with me like this? The Emperor Star has always been in the south for 25 years. But, it suddenly shifted to the north at this decisive moment. This is the will of heaven. How can you make such a joke? 25 years ago, Diwu Qingro had seen the celestial phenomenon. Therefore, he had shouldered the mission of his clan and had come to the lower three heavens with the ambition of unifying the world. Following the heavens was the way to success. How could Diwu Qingro have chosen the wrong side with the celestial phenomenon as a guide? Therefore, he had entered Great Zhao as he wished. He had slowly grasped power, and had eventually become an ambitious and ruthless person who could command the world by himself. However, the celestial phenomenon had suddenly changed at the time of the decisive battle. This was undoubtedly telling him, all your efforts are just a joke. You are being toyed with, that's all. The black celestial phenomenon you saw is fake. It's fake. The real thing has only appeared now. This was equivalent to toying with Diwu Qingro's life's work. Why would Diwu Qingro have sought refuge with Great Zhao if he had known that the heavens would eventually belong to Iron Cloud? He had suddenly changed his mind when he could no longer look back. Moreover, it was an irresistible heaven's will. How could this not make Diwu Qingro mentally and physically exhausted? Even if it's heaven's will, I will make heaven's will pay the price. However, Diwu Qingro's elegant beard was stained with blood. His eyes suddenly turned gloomy as he fiercely muttered to himself, even if I can't reverse it, Diwu Qingro, can't be humiliated. Even if heaven's will can't be reversed, I will bury these 8 million soldiers with me. I want the world to remember the name of Diwu Qingro. The armies of the two countries frequently killed each other in the next half-month. The war had reached a stalemate. Diwu Qingro's crafty schemes came out one after another. He created a diversion in the east and attacked in the west. It seemed as if his ingenious schemes were endless. Ironcloud had Tai Longqing, Tai Butian, and King of Hell Chu on their side. Diwu Qingro's strategy could be described as unfathomable. His insight into the war situation was so keen that it made people's hearts cold. Diwu Qingro had the overall situation under his control. He wantonly dispatched his army. The Golden Horse Riders Department's army was especially unpredictable. Diwu Qingro knew that his original arrangement was useless now that King of Hell Chu had returned. They would only be defeated by the enemy if they were to disperse. Therefore, he formed another army under Jing Menghun's command. The lethality of this army became even more terrifying. There were dozens of battles every day, but there was no sign of a decisive battle. Tai Longqing, Tai Butian, and Chu Yang had been forced to separate under his immense pressure. He confronted Diwu Qingro. However, during this period of time, Chu Yang had fallen into a strange state of mind. Things started half a month ago. Ever since Chu Yang had given Wu Qingqing the secret manual, she had been allowed to cultivate it by herself. But on the night of the next 2 days, Wu Qingqing came to Chu Yang's tent uneasily. She wanted to say something but hesitated. What is it? Chu Yang asked. Chu Yang, I seem to have broken through. Wu Qingqing was a little uncertain. With some fear and helplessness, she said, No, I didn't act recklessly. I just followed the mental cultivation method of the Ice Jade Divine Technique, and then I discovered the bottleneck of this mental cultivation method. I didn't feel it, but I advanced to the 4th grade of Martial Master. Huh? Chu Yang's eyes widened. Let me see. Even if you are a genius, you can't be this fast. Chu Yang grabbed Wu Qingqing's wrist. His energy entered her body and circled around her meridians. He didn't find any abnormalities. Unwilling to give up, he probed again. Again, he only found vigorous vitality. There is no problem. Chu Yang withdrew his hand and scratched his head. No problem? Wu Qingqing was a little uneasy. Then should I continue cultivating? Cultivate. You should be happy that your strength has increased. Why are you panicking? Chu Yang said. He thought to himself, it seems that she was already on the verge of breaking through the 3rd grade of Martial Master. Chuan, now is the time for a breakthrough. Yes, it must be like this. Then, on the next night, Wu Qingqing came again. She wanted to say something but hesitated. What is it? Chu Yang asked. This Chuan, I seem to have broken through again. Wu Qingqing stammered. Huh? Chu Yang was shocked. What grade is it now? Could it be that she advanced from 4th grade to 5th grade in one day? Isn't this too fast? Martial Master grade. Wu Qingqing was flustered. She wanted to cry. What is going on? How can I break through with just one practice? Could there be a problem? Chu Yang was dumbfounded. After a thorough examination, Chu Yang was sure that there was nothing wrong with Wu Qingqing's body. Moreover, the Xianxia revolving technique was also operating normally. He was finally sure, there is nothing wrong. Wu Qingqing left with a heavy heart. Chu Yang also sat down with a heavy heart. So strange. She broke through with just one practice. She broke through with just one practice? Chu Yang was thinking, what is going on? This girl didn't eat any treasures. Wu Qingqing didn't come for 3 days. Chu Yang also let out a sigh of relief. But on that day, after dealing with Diwu Qingro's attack, Wu Qingqing came again. Chu Yang. What? Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. You didn't break through this time? I broke through to Martial Great Master. Huh? Minister Chu staggered, and almost fell to the ground. Chu Yang had always shocked others with his cultivation speed. Now, he finally had a taste of it himself. In half a month, Wu Qingqing and big sister Wu Qingqing rushed to martial great master grade unstoppably. Towards the end, Chu Yang was shocked until he was numb. It was really too fierce. Later, Chu Yang really couldn't sit still and asked the sword spirit. Then, the sword spirit was also shocked. He asked Chu Yang to call Wu Qingqing over and let him take her pulse. After that, the sword spirit was speechless for a long time. What's wrong? Chu Yang asked anxiously. I can't help it. This is really. The sword spirit said speechlessly, this is really heaven's will. Heaven's will? Chu Yang blinked. This Miss Wu Qingqing actually has the Xian defense body, which is rarely seen in 10,000 years. The sword spirit said speechlessly, I originally had a few female cultivation techniques here. But for convenience, I took out the one beside me. And this is the most powerful one. Chu Yang asked in confusion, why? Is it inappropriate? It's not that it's inappropriate, but this technique is completely tailor-made for her. The sword spirit didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You still remember the name of this technique? Xianxia transformation? Pill. It's the Xianxia transformation. The sword spirit sighed. Only after the transformation can one form the Xianxia female body. And this confidant of yours was actually born with the Xianxia body. What do you think is wrong? Chu Yang sucked in a breath of cold air. You mean, she omitted the transfer procedure? The sword spirit nodded speechlessly. That's right. She started cultivating the Xianxia qi. For her, the first half of this technique is equivalent to a smooth path. There are no bottlenecks at all. She just needs to circulate the technique and she can easily advance. Asterisk asterisk. Chu Yang's eyes widened and he couldn't help but swear. Because of his agitation, he actually said this sentence. And at this time, Chu Yang was still taking Wu Qingqing's pulse. This was equivalent to holding her hand and saying, F***ck, what kind of image was this? Wu Qingqing's face immediately turned red. She fiercely rolled her eyes at him and raised her eyebrows. What did you say? Cough cough. Chu Yang coughed awkwardly and hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. I said. F***ck. After F***ck, my martial power might not be as high as yours, humph. Wu Qingqing rolled her eyes at him. She didn't know what this guy was thinking, so she didn't argue with him. But her face became redder and redder. In Chu Yang's mind, the sword spirit was already laughing. You're such a hooligan. It's all your fault. Chu Yang flew into a rage out of humiliation. He said fiercely, continue. Her advancement now is equivalent to the female Xianxia qi in her meridians being completely transformed into Xianxia qi. It's almost over. But after that, she has the yin-yang dual jades in her body. She also has the Xianxia body and can cultivate Xian qi. This progress can only be described as terrifying. What's the highest level of achievement? Chu Yang asked, can she become a martial emperor? Martial emperor? The sword spirit disdainfully curled his lips. Martial emperor is nothing. Martial monarch? Martial monarch? Nothing. Asterisk asterisk. Martial saint? Chu Yang's eyes had already turned into bells. Martial fate. The sword spirit muttered. Chu Yang thought that he was going to say martial saint again? Nothing. At this time, the sword spirit finally opened his mouth. If she doesn't break down halfway and by chance, she should be able to cultivate to martial saint or even higher. It should be possible. But this path is full of difficulties and obstacles. It's easier said than done for a woman to cultivate all the way to the top. Chu Yang was stunned. Martial saint and even higher? Wouldn't that make her a supreme martial artist? His heart automatically ignored the last two sentences. It's a pity that the person who created the revolving Xian technique didn't cultivate to the supreme martial artist level. So, at the final stage, if she wants to go further, she can only create it herself. The sword spirit sighed. Because the creator of this technique, the Xianxia martial fate, didn't have the Xianxia body at the beginning of cultivation. Chu Yang was finally really shocked. Coming back to his senses, he looked at Wu Qingqing, whose face was full of anticipation and uneasiness. He sighed and said, "There's nothing wrong with the technique you're cultivating." But when Wu Qingqing heard him say "but," her heart jumped. She asked, "What's wrong?" "But it's too compatible with your physique. That's why your cultivation speed is so fast." Chu Yang warned seriously, "After this, don't let anyone test your physique. Also, don't tell anyone about the technique you're cultivating. Otherwise, it'll be very difficult for you to grow." "I understand." Wu Qingqing nodded firmly. She asked with a face full of expectation, "Can I cultivate to the martial king level with this technique?" Because in her opinion, the lowest standard to enter the upper three heavens was the martial king level. So she was very concerned about this martial king level. Martial king level. Chu Yang wanted to say, "Maybe you'll be a martial king level after cultivating for half a year." But after thinking about it, he didn't say it. He said, "Absolutely. And it'll be very fast as long as you work hard enough." "I'll work hard." Wu Qingqing clenched her small fist. Sword Spirit heaved a long sigh and said, "But, you have to go to the upper three heavens or the lower three heavens to reach a certain level. But, you can't improve in the lower three heavens." Chu Yang frowned. He looked at the pleasantly surprised Wu Qingqing and said, "I will ask for her opinion when the time comes." Wu Qingro had been venting his energy like a madman during this stalemate. Iron Cloud could only passively defend. Tai Longqing felt that this super-abnormal phenomenon was very inconceivable. The wind doesn't last forever, the rain doesn't last forever. Wu Qingro understood this principle. He would get tired and take a break from his indiscriminate bombardment. But, Iron Cloud would counterattack at that time, and Wu Qingro would feel very uncomfortable. Why would this wise man of his generation make such an obvious mistake? Chu Yang didn't feel anything about this. He only calmly looked at his 300,000-strong army. Chu Yang was like an immovable mountain no matter how Wu Qingro bombarded indiscriminately. He was sure that Wu Qingro had a plan. Wu Qingro's decisive battle would come when the dagger would be revealed. Moreover, this was a battle tactic. Both sides were tired. Grey Zhao soldiers were physically tired, but their spirits were high. They could see that their mortal enemy could only let go, and they could attack to their heart's content. As a soldier, this was incomparable to their spirit. On the other hand, Iron Cloud's side was sullen and depressed. They could only withdraw and defend in the face of the enemy's indiscriminate bombardment. They had to use all their strength to prevent their position from being destroyed. How could they not be sullen? But they couldn't act blindly without thinking. Wu Qingro's army would fiercely gather once there was a gap in the defensive line. Then, they would expand the gap and attack the entire army. Everyone could see this clearly. This was because every time they attacked, they would send out 3 troops from different directions. 2 of the troops would be on the lookout, while the last one would charge and attack. It was obvious that as long as there was even the slightest mistake on your side, the other 2 troops would immediately join in and tear apart the gap. The other attacking troops would have an opportunity to take advantage of the situation if they were to deploy troops from other barracks. Wu Qingro's battle tactic was crazy and effective. Chu Yang had a faint feeling, Wu Qingro seems to be deliberately forcing the armies of the 2 countries to a point of eruption. Once they are at the end of their rope, they will fight to the death. Chu Yang had this realization, but he couldn't believe it. Why? Wu Qingro had no reason to do this, therefore, he could only slowly continue to speculate, and then steadily deal with the storm-like harassment and attacks of Great Zhao's army. The Great Zhao's army had arrived like a gust of wind. Then, they would disperse like an ebbing tide after a short period of time. And, it seemed as if they didn't know what fatigue was. However, the Golden Horse Riders Department's attack that Chu Yang was looking forward to didn't appear. "Minister, our army's morale is somewhat unstable." Chu Yang was in the tent when Wu Kuangyun walked in with large strides. He looked somewhat anxious. "Everyone is feeling very depressed. If this goes on, when will it end? Is it our brother's morale that is unstable, or is it your morale that is unstable?" Chu Yang raised his head and looked at him. Actually, I just came to ask if Dayuan, the commander-in-chief and His Majesty had any instructions. Wu Kuanyan's dark face turned red. Wait. Qu Yang suddenly felt that the morale of the army would plummet if this continued. Wu Kuanyan had a bad temper. But, he was also a famous general in the army. So, how could the ordinary troops remain calm if even he was like this? Therefore, some measures must be taken. Qu Yang rolled his eyes. He beckoned Wu Kuanyan to come closer and said, after you go down, do this and this. When the Great Zhao's army comes again, do this and this. Wu Kuanyan beamed with joy. He nodded repeatedly. Then, he gave Qu Yang a thumbs up in admiration. Then, he walked away like a gust of wind. Wu Qingqing couldn't help but tremble behind Qu Yang. She thought, this Qu Yang is really mischievous. He doesn't forget to play pranks in such a battle. That night, a howl was heard along with the sound of hoofbeats. The Great Zhao's army was like a pack of wild wolves. At this moment, the Iron Cloud's army suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. This gang of idiots is here again. Look, this gang of idiots is running back and forth like dogs every night. It's really King cool. Brothers, come out and watch the show. Yes, we are just sitting here and waiting for this gang of idiots to act. Mother Cur, it's really cool. It costs money to go to the theater, but it's free here. The Iron Cloud's army suddenly swept away the depressing and dispirited mood of the past few days along with the expansion of this discussion. Everyone started to clamor. Then, the army of thousands of people started to shout loudly, stupid C*NT. You guys are here. Idiots, are you tired? The Great Zhao's army had arrived with great momentum. But, they were met with such treatment. They immediately flew into a rage. They fought for a while, and both sides suffered casualties. Then, they retreated. Then, they heard howls behind them. Idiots, are you leaving again? Idiots, come back earlier. The Great Zhao's general almost fell off his horse. What's more, under the leadership and encouragement of Wu Kuanyan, this group of straightforward men worked together to compose a song within half a day. Then, they promoted it throughout the entire army. The song was called Idiots, Are You Tired? The lyrics were as follows: Idiots, are you tired of being driven like a dog every night? Idiots, can you ride a horse? Can you fight a war? Are you tired of being treated like a toy all night? Idiots, are you tired? Ow, hey, idiots, although you are bitter, although you are tired, but, our hearts are comforted by your hardships every day. Ow, 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 ow. Idiots, you are bitter, you are tired. Idiots, you are a good treasure for us to relax, a good treasure, thump, 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 thump. Therefore, when the Great Zhao's army came again that night, everyone was busy fighting the enemy, but they also built an earthen platform. On the earthen platform, there was a military band of several thousand people. The gongs and drums sounded together, and under the command of the band, 3,000 burly men simultaneously raised their thick necks, and opened their wolf-like voices, and began to sing in a grand and majestic voice, Idiot! Idiot! Are you tired? The surrounding area was heavily guarded. In fact, there was even a special group of guards. Therefore, the singers were only in charge of shouting as loudly as they could, their voices were like thunder. This was rehearsed. Tens of millions of people were shouting and singing at the same time. And, this suppressed the sounds of tens of thousands of people fighting. Therefore, the Good Cloud's army was grinning from ear to ear. They were happy as they killed the enemy. Some of them were seriously injured. But, they were crying out in pain and laughing at the same time. They were very happy. There was very little entertainment in the military camp. So, everyone was in high spirits now that there was such a good program. Many people were waving their sabers while singing along with the melody. The Great Zhao's surprise troops were so angry that their bellies almost burst. They even abandoned their original plan and attacked the earthen platform full of singers. But, this operation led to the complete annihilation of the entire army. There were casualties after the battle. But, everyone was in high spirits. The usual depressing atmosphere after a battle was swept away. Even the Great Zhao's mouths were humming. They were actually looking forward to the Great Zhao's idiots' attack that night. Minister Chu's invention had thoroughly solved many problems for the Iron Cloud's army. In just one night, the entire 3 camps of the Iron Cloud were singing, "Idiots, are you tired?" Idiots, singing, the singing became louder and louder. And everyone was fighting with more vigor. There was a soldier who had been slashed in the chest by the enemy. But, he tilted his head, looked at the enemy soldier, and said with a smile, "Idiots, are you tired? Do you know how comforting I am?" These words enraged the great Zhao soldier. He ferociously rushed forward, "I'll let you comfort me." However, this Iron Cloud soldier had a carefree smile on his face. He pulled out a saber from his chest, and stabbed it into his enemy's heart. Iron Cloud had been on the defensive side of this night's offensive and defensive battle. And they had gained the complete upper hand. Moreover, several enemy troops had been left behind. And they had been completely annihilated. In the commander's tent, Tai Longqing was slapping his thighs and rocking back and forth. He couldn't stop laughing. He smacked his lips, Fu*k. This king of Helchu is really high, ha ha ha. Tai Jitian was on one side. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She was speechless. What could she say? She had nothing to say about Chu Yang's pranks, especially when it came to pranks that only had benefits and no harm. Tai Butian could only choose to cover her ears and not listen. She could only smile bitterly. Tai Jitian had a clear understanding of this. Men are born with a strong tendency to swear, but Tai Butian wasn't in the mood to think about this matter. She was thinking about another problem. A very serious problem. This problem made her flustered. Great Zhao's barracks. Diwu Qingrou's face was serious. He looked a little pale. This situation, where did it first come from? It came from Wu Kuangyun's barracks. That bastard. The general's face was full of hatred. Wu Kuangyun. Diwu Qingrou chuckled. His eyes flashed with a cold light. That's right. According to our previous estimates, King of Helchu should be in charge of Wu Kuangyun's army. He smiled faintly. Now, it's exactly the same as my estimates. King of Helchu should be in charge of Wu Kuangyun's army. Such a strategy is vulgar and seems naive. But, it has a strong effect on raising the morale of the troops. This isn't something that Wu Kuangyun can come up with. King of Helchu is behind this. Diwu Qingrou came to an unquestionable conclusion. The generals were dumbfounded. King of Helchu? Prime Minister, what should we do next? The generals asked in unison. Mengue, are you ready? Diwu Qingrou asked. Good. Diwu Qingrou's eyes flashed with a ruthless light as he said, in that case, tonight's raid will be the last time. Dispatch the Golden Horse Riders Department and give Iron Cloud a heavy blow. Then, immediately withdraw the troops. Withdraw the troops? The generals turned pale with fright. Yes, withdraw the troops. Once the raid is over, immediately withdraw the troops. Leave the tents here. Don't touch anything else. It's enough to completely withdraw the troops, Diwu Qingrou said casually. Yes. The generals didn't understand, but they knew that Diwu Qingrou had a brilliant plan. Their blind trust in Diwu Qingrou made them execute his orders without hesitation. Order the infantry to withdraw immediately. When the cavalry comes back, wrap the horses' hooves with cotton and quietly withdraw. Diwu Qingrou added, make sure no one knows. Prime Minister, isn't this too hasty? If we hastily withdraw, we will have to go over this mountain. And, once this mountain is occupied by the enemy, it will mean that our 10 years of expeditions will be in vain. Moreover, Iron Cloud will have one more natural stronghold. This will be very detrimental to Great Zhao's unification plan. The Heavenly Dragon General Yuhan frowned. Dragon General Li also nodded on the side. He agreed with His Majesty and Yuhan's words. Hasty, it must be hasty. If everything needs to be planned before acting, I'm afraid Iron Cloud will react at that time. Especially King of Helchu. I'm afraid the entire strategy will change once he reacts. Diwu Qingrou's eyes flashed as he said, Yuhan, you should know what I mean about this retreat. Why are you still asking? But the military's morale will inevitably be shaken. Moreover, if we attack back, the casualties will be very heavy. It will be equivalent to perishing together with the enemy. Yuhan's thin face was somewhat heavy and sad. The Golden Horse Riders Department had been constantly making arrangements. How could Yuhan not know what they were doing? Yuhan's body was covered in cold sweat when he saw those vicious arrangements. The enemy had fallen into the trap. But his side didn't have much protection. It was bound to perish together. How could this heavenly dragon, who had always loved his troops, feel comfortable? Therefore, for the first time in his life, he questioned Diwu Qingrou's orders. You only need to carry out the orders. Diwu Qingrou looked at him gently and said, Yuhan, sacrifices are inevitable in war. Yuhan heaved a long sigh. That night, Grey Zhao's attack was even more ferocious. It seemed as if they were covering the sky and covering the earth. Moreover, they didn't stop for the entire night. However, Iron Cloud's side had already recovered. Moreover, along with this violent attack, it clearly conveyed a thought. It seems that this kind of attack is about to stop. Tai Longqing was in the commander's tent. His brows wrinkled as he listened to the sounds of the heaven-shaking bandits outside. Several of his trusted generals were by his side. Diwu Qingrou's attack had stopped. This meant that the time for Iron Cloud to counterattack had arrived. Therefore, the generals could not wait any longer. It won't be that simple. Tai Longqing faintly felt that Diwu Qingrou definitely had more tricks up his sleeve. He waved his hand and said, let's wait until dawn. In the face of Diwu Qingrou's unpredictable strategy, Tai Longqing did not dare to take any risks. He would rather give up this great opportunity than act blindly without thinking. In addition, immediately report this situation to His Majesty and Minister Chu. Let's see what they have to say. Tai Longqing made a decision. If the enemy retreats after dawn, and His Majesty and Minister Chu have no objections, we will immediately pursue and attack. On the other side, Chu Yang had been standing on the top of the flagpole when the chaos had just started. He had been quietly watching for a while. Then, he had come down with a heavy expression on his face. If he had guessed correctly, perhaps Diwu Qingrou would reveal his true intentions tonight. However, he did not know what kind of arrangements this ambitious and ruthless man would make. He came down and saw Wu Qianxian standing beside the commander's tent. She was dressed in black. Her long hair and sleeves were fluttering in the wind. Tonight should come to an end, Wu Qingqing said in a low voice. Huh? Chu Yang looked at her. I can feel Diwu Qingrou's determination in this attack. Wu Qingqing casually said, there are 3 reasons. First, Diwu Qingrou did not prepare an army camp tonight. Second, Diwu Qingrou's total number of troops is close to 1 million if we calculate according to the number of troops he has invested. This is equivalent to a semi-decisive battle. However, it is taking place in the dark night. So, people can't feel the flavor of a decisive battle. As for the last reason, it is my feeling. Chu Yang looked at Wu Qingqing with some gratification. Wu Qingqing could see this point. It showed that she had matured in all aspects. She could take charge of a whole area alone. Especially the last sentence that Wu Qingqing had said with a very certain tone, my feeling. It was a kind of telepathy that belonged to a decision-making person. This was already an outstanding and powerful ability. Especially when the opponent was Diwu Qingrou. This was even rarer. What would you do if you were Diwu Qingrou? Chu Yang probed. If I were him, I would immediately attack after tonight's decisive battle if I could expand the results of the battle. If I couldn't, I would retreat immediately. Although this battlefield is big, it can't accommodate 8 million people at the same time. 1 million for each side is already the limit. Tonight is a semi-decisive battle. However, it will decide the outcome of the battle and the direction of the war. It can't happen tonight, and it certainly can't happen in the future. Therefore, I would retreat and plan slowly. I would conserve my forces and make a comeback. This is the best plan. Wu Qingqing paused and said, however, the elite cavalry of Golden Horse Riders Department hasn't appeared yet. This is my concern. If they don't appear, Diwu Qingrou will have other ideas. If they appear and can't capture Iron Cloud's camp by daybreak, they will retreat. You've seen half of it. Chu Yang looked at her happily. He praised, but it's already not easy. The only half that I haven't seen is Diwu Qingrou's character and Diwu Qingrou's insidious arrangements. Diwu Qingrou is not a person who gives up easily. If he wants to give up, there must be a reason. If he wants to withdraw, there must be a backup plan. Chu Yang said slowly, therefore, even if Diwu Qingro wants to withdraw, it will only be a trap. Trap? Wu Qingqing asked in confusion. Yes, have you seen the camps of both sides? Chu Yang asked himself in his heart. At the same time, he recalled Diwu Qingro's arrangements on the roof of the Prime Minister's manor. He slowly calculated. His words also became more and more intermittent as he continued to calculate. Our Iron Cloud side has a majestic pass to the north and steep mountains on both sides. We can attack and retreat. Moreover, we don't have to worry about the rear. But Diwu Qingro only needs to break through from the front. His path will be smooth. Yes. Wu Qingqing looked at Chu Yang in bewilderment. She thought, isn't this something that everyone knows? But look at Diwu Qingro's tough self. He has clearly put out a dragon coiling and tiger entrenched in the wind. Looking from afar, it looked like a huge dragon was coiling over, but it was holding its head high. Moreover, behind the dragon's body is a tiger's body. When the dragon moves, the wind and clouds gather. When the tiger roars, the fierce tiger comes down from the mountain. This is the posture of swallowing Iron Cloud in one fell swoop. This proves that Diwu Qingro has made up his mind to fight when he came here. How can he retreat so easily? Chu Yang frowned. He seemed to be asking Wu Qingqing, but also seemed to be asking himself. But there is one thing that is very strange. Originally, Great Zhao's camp was further forward. But after Diwu Qingro arrived, they unknowingly retreated 18 miles. Most of the main camp spread to the flat slope halfway up the mountain. Moreover, it changed from a horizontal formation to a square formation. In other words, after Diwu Qingro arrived, it became a dragon coiling and tiger entrenched camp. This shows that Diwu Qingro wants to take advantage of the terrain. Chu Yang rubbed his eyebrows and said with difficulty. He paused every time he said a sentence. It was as if he was pouring out his heart and lungs to analyze. This kind of analysis consumed a lot of energy. It was unimaginable. Especially analyzing the thoughts of the ambitious and ruthless Diwu Qingro, it was even more difficult. Setting up camp at the back of the mountain means that Great Zhao has an endless supply of food. This is a safe method. Moreover, by retreating 18 miles, we can avoid the exhaustion of transporting grain. How can this be called a conspiracy? Wu Qingqing frowned in contemplation and raised an objection. You did not see the terrain clearly. Chu Yang pulled Wu Qingqing into the tent and came to the sand table. Pointing at the terrain on the sand table, he said, Look, Diwu Qingro set up camp here. It is foolproof. Look at the mountain behind him. The terrain of the mountain. It's very flat. This is also the condition created for the supply team. Even if we retreat, there will be no danger. This is a perfect plan. Wu Qingqing stared at the sand table with her pretty eyes. What if this mountain is Iron Cloud's team? Chu Yang pointed at the mountain and asked. If Iron Cloud's team is there, then attacking Diwu Qingro would be as easy as blowing off dust. Wu Qingqing was very puzzled. How could Iron Cloud's team appear there? If they could, then the war would have ended long ago. This mountain is not high, but the terrain is very flat. There is no big slope. It is suitable for cavalry to charge. If the infantrymen are on high ground, they can display 3 times the fighting strength. As for the archers, spear throwers, knife throwers, and axe throwers, it is the best place to use their skills. Once they attack from the top of the mountain and attack Diwu Qingro's camp, they will be meat on the chopping board. They can be slaughtered at will. Even turning around and running away will become an extravagant hope. Because running away in a hurry will not be as fast as the opponent's speed. Chu Yang spoke faster and faster. If Diwu Qingro deliberately creates a situation where they run away in panic, will we chase after them? Of course we will chase. Wu Qingqing said without hesitation. But what if Diwu Qingro set up an ambush on the top of the mountain? Chu Yang asked. When our army enters Iron Cloud's camp to collect supplies, they will suddenly attack like a tiger coming down from the mountain. Wu Qingqing suddenly broke out in cold sweat. Zhuge clan. Chu Yang's body shook. He had already guessed that Diwu Qingro was a member of the Zhuge clan, which was one of the big ruling clans of the upper three heavens. However, he still felt somewhat shaken when he heard Diwu Qingro admit it himself. You may not be familiar with the surname Diwu. Diwu Qingru smiled bitterly, but the glory of our Diwu clan is incomparable to that of the Zhuge clan. Diwu clan? Chu Yang frowned and racked his brains. But he still couldn't figure it out. He said, please enlighten me. The Zhuge clan had 10,000 years of glory and was already a big shot in the entire heavenly layer. But who would remember that our Diwu clan had 20,000 years of glory before the Zhuge clan? It's been 30,000 years since then. Diwu Qingru smiled bitterly, but his voice was still soft. Our Diwu clan was the dominant clan chosen by the 7th generation Tribulation Sword Master. And it was the most important and resourceful clan among the dominant clans. Among the big clans, it was ranked 5th. 10,000 years later, our clan's glory was still the same. Our ancestor Diwu Qingru was born in the heavenly layer, and he was outstanding. Plus, he was very friendly with the 7th generation Tribulation Sword Master. So, 8 of the big clans declined under the Tribulation Sword, but our Diwu clan flourished for another 10,000 years. I see. Chu Yang sighed, so this involves an ancient divine item like the Tribulation Sword. A clan with tens of thousands of years. It's really unimaginable. Diwu Qingru smiled slightly. His eyes flashed and he continued, the 8th generation Tribulation Sword Master was born, and the world was turned upside down again. The Diwu clan finally declined, and the new one to replace it was the Zhuge clan. I see. Chu Yang sighed, what a pity. And the remaining people of my Diwu clan were only 2 or 3 youngsters. The others, including several martial saints and dozens of martial monarchs, were all buried in the Tribulation Sword. 10,000 years of inheritance was destroyed overnight. We had no choice but to live under someone else's roof and be taken in as slaves by the Zhuge clan. Servant. Chu Chen sucked in a cold breath. However, after thousands of years of evolution, our Diwu clan was an intelligent clan after all. Although we couldn't rise again, we succeeded in getting rid of our slave status and became a servant of the Zhuge clan. Furthermore, his position was gradually stabilizing. In the last 1,000 years, he was already able to attend the academy with his clan's younger brothers. He could dabble in anything, whether it was martial arts or military strategy. Diwu Qingru's eyes lit up. Chu Yang remained silent. This was because he was thinking about Diwu Qingru's words. These words had shaken his mind. Several saint-level ancestors and dozens of monarch-level experts were all buried in the calamity. Saint-level. Monarch rank. If Diwu Qingru's words were true, then there would be many hidden powerhouses in the upper 3 heavens. When the Diwu clan was destroyed, several martial saints and dozens of martial monarchs died, and this was just one family. However, he would have to face all the ruling clans of the upper 3 heavens in the future. This was the fate of the Calamity Sword Master. F***CK. Chu Yang's heart beat wildly. My surname is Diwu. When I was born, my father named me Qingtian. Diwu Qingtian. Diwu Qingru smiled gently. It seemed as if he was talking about someone else's matter. The Zhuge clan's younger brothers are divided into 2 lines. Although we all cultivate martial arts, there is a strict rule. Cultivators can't be stained with blood. Use wisdom to conquer the world. Use wisdom to cut off karma. Diwu Qingru laughed. Although the Zhuge clan has many strong cultivators in the past 10,000 years, they can only use their wisdom to solve problems. They can't use their martial arts. In this way, under such pressure, all the Zhuge clan's cultivators try their best to develop their brains. Of course, they become smarter and smarter. I understand. Chu Yang really understood. He had to admit that the Zhuge clan's ancestor was really far-sighted. Such a decision was simply wise to the extreme. Because it could ensure that the Zhuge clan's intelligence would become higher and higher from generation to generation. Martial arts complemented each other. That is the only way to prosper forever. You only have extremely powerful martial strength and no wisdom. You can only be used as a tool in the hands of others. A person who didn't know a word could become a strong martial artist, but he would never become a wise man. This was the fundamental difference between a wise man and a martial artist. The overbearing way of martial arts is gentleness. Diwu Qingro said, every generation of cultivators is an outstanding younger brother of the clan. And in the clan, their status is also very high. So, after the clan chose me as a cultivator, they changed my name to Diwu Qingro. They used the name Qingro to remind me of my identity as a cultivator. Diwu Qingro smiled faintly. I see. Xianxia nodded. Only now did he understand why a man like Diwu Qingro would use such a gentle name. 30 years ago, when the 10,000-year period was approaching, the 5 wise men of the Zhuge clan activated a secret technique. The 5 wise men exhausted their efforts and paid the price of the 5 men's lives. They clearly calculated that the next master of Calamity Sword was about to come out, but the fate of the Zhuge clan was not optimistic. So, they wanted to go against the heavens and change. Diwu Qingro said. Go against the heavens and change fate. Xianxia was really shocked this time. It turned out that he was not the only one in the world who had this idea. Or it should be said that we need to follow the heavens' fate, but we need to borrow fate. Diwu Qingro thought for a while and finally slowly explained again, and this requires the fate of the lower 3 heavens to complement. Do you understand? Xianxia nodded. It is to extract the fate of a country through a certain method to your Zhuge clan. If it goes well, it can continue for another 10,000 years, right? Yes. Diwu Qingro looked at Xianxia in amazement. And this is the reason why you, Diwu Qingro, came to Great Zhao. Is that right? Xianxia asked. Yes. Diwu Qingro said, simply put, it is to overturn the whole world with one person's strength. Moreover, it must be so huge that even the Emperor's dragon energy cannot suppress it. Then, through this person, the entire clan's wise men will set up a fate channel and extract it directly from the firmament with the power of the stars at the cost of this person's life and spiritual energy. This mission has fallen on my shoulders. Because once it is done, this person's life will be sharply reduced, and it is not impossible that he will die. The ordinary clan's younger brothers still care about their own lives, but I, Diwu Qingro, have the ambition to conquer the world. As long as I can unify the world in my hands, even if I die immediately, so what? How many years can a person live in this life? If I don't do anything, would I live up to my peerless talent? Moreover, at that time I was also looking at the star's fortune technique. But, I comprehended a strange technique that others can't comprehend, and that is the stargazing technique. I could accurately grasp the general trend of the world. Although this is limited to the Emperor Star technique, it was very beneficial to this plan. Diwu Qingro heaved a heavy sigh as he said this. So what if it is the Emperor Star technique? So what if it is accurate? The weather changes at the most critical time, so, my master and I came to the lower 3 heavens when we were 20 years old. My master vomited blood and died in order to set up a formation to absorb fate. But, before he died, he had a burst of inspiration, and adopted an orphan. That orphan was my junior brother. At that time, my master's last words were, my junior brother will help me complete this task, and then he will die. Only my junior brother and I were left, and we depended on each other. I taught my junior brother wholeheartedly, and looked for opportunities. Finally, 5 years later, the weather changed, and Great Zhao became the master of the world. So, I came to Great Zhao with a bumpy road, and slowly worked my way up. My junior brother was always hidden in the dark, and when I had a firm foothold, he left me and went to Iron Cloud. Diwu Qingro's eyes revealed a trace of pain, but, he was killed by you. Killed by me? Xianxia was surprised. Who? Tang Xianxia. Diwu Qingro looked at Xianxia with a malicious gaze, and said word by word, that was my junior brother. Eh? Xianxia was stunned, and then his heart suddenly became cold, because he remembered Diwu Qingro's words. Before my master died, he adopted an orphan, and that orphan was my junior brother. My master's last words were, my junior brother will help me complete this task. This ability to calculate could be said to be heaven-defying. Xianxia clearly remembered that in his previous life, Diwu Qingro dominated Great Zhao, and the most difficult bone to chew, Iron Cloud, was completely destroyed by Diwu Qingro and Tang Xianxia. It could be said that Tang Xianxia really helped Diwu Qingro complete his most difficult task. Diwu Qingro's master actually calculated this before his death, this made Chu Yang's heart become even more fearful of the Zhuge clan's wise men. They really had the ability to see through heaven's secrets. Diwu Qingro seemed to know what Chu Yang was thinking, and said casually, "You don't have to worry. This ability comes at the cost of one's life." His eyes revealed a hint of mockery. "There are many people in the world, but I have never seen someone who is willing to sacrifice his life when he is living well." "So, you are also not willing?" Chu Yang asked sensitively. "I have ambitions and aspirations." Diwu Qingro was silent for a while, and then said casually, "But, I also have a family. And, I am only a retainer." Chu Yang let out a long "oh" sound. "You also know my origin, and you also know my identity." Diwu Qingro said, "So, I came here tonight to be open and honest." "Yes," Chu Yang admitted. "And, I guess that you will not fight with me for a long time in this war." Diwu Qingro's eyes suddenly became very meaningful as he said this. "That is not necessarily true." Chu Yang's heart moved, and he said with a smile, "Fast people have fast ways of fighting, slow people have slow ways of fighting. I don't care." Diwu Qingro chuckled and said, "Now, there is an opportunity in front of you to end this war in a very short time. At this point, everyone can write their own guesses in the book review. I need to draw on everyone's wisdom, so please feel free to comment." "You mean, tonight?" Chu Yang's eyes narrowed. "I can see the Emperor Star technique." Diwu Qingru smiled, "And this time, the Emperor Star shines in the world and stands in Iron Cloud. So, no matter how long the war lasts, the winner will be Iron Cloud. Even if I have the ability, I can't change the destiny." Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at Diwu Qingru in surprise. He didn't expect Diwu Qingru to be so frank. He said, "You can see the final outcome?" "Yes." Diwu Qingru smiled deeply, "That's why I came today." Chu Yang smiled. Yes, if Diwu Qingru was sure of victory, he wouldn't have come here today. "Tell me your conditions," Chu Yang said casually. "Now you know that although luck is illusory, it's very important to the clan." "Not only does the Zhuge clan need luck," Diwu Qingru smiled meaningfully, "our Diwu clan also needs luck." "Luck?" Chu Yang pondered and said frankly, "But I don't understand what you're talking about." "You don't need to pretend to understand, I understand." Diwu Qingru smiled gently. At this time, the fighting sounds outside had gradually decreased. It seemed that the enemy was retreating. But Chu Yang didn't think about this at all. Diwu Qingru didn't seem to care either. It seemed that he wasn't worried at all about being alone in the enemy camp with hundreds of thousands of troops. After a long time, Chu Yang smiled faintly, "You're right, but I don't feel at ease if I do as you say. Because I don't trust you." He stared intently at Diwu Qingro. Then, he smiled and said, "Unless you can give me a reason to be completely at ease." "I'm here today to give you this reason." Diwu Qingru said calmly, "Luck is very important, and the Zhuge clan's luck is extracted from Great Zhao. But after this war, Great Zhao won't exist." He smiled meaningfully and said, "So, the Zhuge clan won't be able to extract luck this time." Chu Yang nodded faintly, but his mind was spinning rapidly as he pondered. "So, when the Tribulation Sword Master ascends to the upper three heavens, the Zhuge clan will be in trouble." Diwu Qingru said slightly. "I don't understand." Chu Yang shook his head blankly and said, "Even if the Tribulation Sword Master appears and ascends to the upper three heavens, the Zhuge clan may not necessarily be unlucky. As long as these clans are modest and cautious, and don't offend people easily, it wouldn't be difficult for them to become friends with the Tribulation Sword Master. Even if they don't interfere with each other's business, the Tribulation Sword Master won't easily destroy a large clan, right?" "Ha ha ha." Diwu Qingro couldn't help but laugh, "Minister Chu, if you can say these words, then it can be said that you are an upright person even though your wisdom is outstanding, and your conduct is strange, and your methods are sinister." "Eh?" Chu Yang touched his nose awkwardly. He really didn't understand why he would say that. "The birth of the Tribulation Sword Master is a reshuffle of the heavenly layers." Diwu Qingro said casually, "But, why is there a reshuffle? This is the truth of the heavenly Tao. Why do you want to shuffle the cards?" Chu Yang asked. He had a vague feeling that something was amiss, but he wasn't sure about it. Therefore, he decided to take advantage of this opportunity to get to the bottom of it. Why do countries and dynasties need to be replaced? Diwu Qingro asked back. Then he answered himself, that's because the previous dynasty had already decayed. So, it had to be eliminated. The heavenly layers are the same. Qu Yang nodded, that's true. Any clan that has been in power for 10,000 years will breed many malignant tumors, and these malignant tumors are often fatal. Yes, that's the reason. Diwu Qingro nodded deeply. The Tribulation Sword Master will never provoke the Zhuge clan, but the Zhuge clan will definitely provoke the Tribulation Sword Master. No matter how many times the family had given out orders, the things that were supposed to happen would definitely happen. And, once it happens, the Tribulation Sword Master won't be able to accept a peaceful solution. In the end, the conflict will only intensify and become more and more intense. When the Zhuge clan knows that the other party is the Tribulation Sword Master, things will have reached a point where even the Heavenly Tao can't reverse it. Diwu Qingro smiled deeply and said, this is fate, this is fate. And the Tribulation Sword Master is the origin of fate. So, things will never stop happening around him. He doesn't have to cause trouble, but trouble will always find him. Diwu Qingro's gaze was profound. Even if he were to sleep at home, someone would certainly tear down his house and force him to seek revenge, to seek justice, and to demand an explanation. And this explanation is not something that can be achieved peacefully. It requires force. And force will lead to death. And death will lead to more and more problems. Diwu Qingro smiled mysteriously and said, do you know why? No, Qu Yang said honestly. In the Heavenly Layers continent, this is called tribulation, which corresponds to the word tribulation in the Tribulation Sword. Diwu Qingro chuckled, but in terms of techniques, this is called heart effect, and the Tribulation Sword Master is the heart. If the Heavenly Layers continent is a play, then the Tribulation Sword Master is the main character. Diwu Qingro's eyes were cold, and a sharp light flashed. He said insidiously, and the main character will never have a smooth journey. I see. Qu Yang nodded deeply and said, so, all these can only be described with one word, Heavenly Tao. Am I right? Diwu Qingro laughed, exactly. His sharp eyes swept around and saw Wu Qianqian. He revealed a mysterious smile and said, Minister Chu, let me give you an example. If you were the master of Tribulation Sword, you didn't do anything at home, and you didn't offend anyone. But suddenly, a lecherous young master appeared. And this lecherous young master kidnapped this beautiful Miss Wu. Let me ask you, would you let him go? Without waiting for Qu Yang to speak, Diwu Qingro interrupted, even if this lecherous young master has a dominant clan behind him, and his father is the leader of the #1 clan, will you let him go? Qu Yang was stunned, and then he said fiercely, F***ck. How can I let him go so easily? Wu Qianqian's face turned red. Isn't that right? This is fate. Diwu Qingro said calmly, it's called fate for ordinary people, they can only accept their fate. But it's called tribulation for the Tribulation Sword Master. It's the tribulation of the big clan that the lecherous young master belongs to. Diwu Qingro had been talking about conditions and expanding the topic, but he didn't because Qu Yang changed the topic. But Diwu Qingro wasn't anxious or impatient at all. Instead, he tried his best to explain and dispel Qu Yang's doubts. This point was very bizarre. Diwu Qingro was patient and far-sighted, but he shouldn't be so patient with Qu Yang. I see. The heavens revolves around the Tribulation Sword. Qu Yang let out a long breath. Maybe there's a ruler above the heavens, which is the heaven's will. But in this heavens, the Tribulation Sword is the ruler. Exactly. Diwu Qingro said solemnly. The two didn't speak for a long time. How do you want to cooperate this time? Qu Yang asked. This time, he took the initiative to mention it, which could be considered as returning the favor. When I came to the lower 3 heavens, I secretly learned the fate transfer channel because I was extra careful. I set up a small one myself. Diwu Qingro smiled and said, although it's small, it used up all the materials that our Diwu clan had accumulated for 10,000 years. Oh? Qu Yang raised his eyebrows. Of course, we didn't dare to compete with the Zhuge clan for Great Zhao's fate. At that time, I thought that even if Iron Cloud lost, it still had the noble emperor's aura. At that time, this noble emperor's aura would dissipate between heaven and earth. And the Zhuge clan obviously didn't care about the remaining fate of these losers. So, it was better to let our Diwu clan take advantage of it. What's more, such a small formation has a very small impact on my lifespan. It's only 30 years, and I can afford these 30 years. Diwu Qingro said, so, if Iron Cloud wins, our Diwu clan's days will be much better. Of course, I have to escape the Zhuge clan's punishment for my failure first before I can talk about other things. I see. Chu Yang took a deep breath. Chu Yang sucked in a breath of cold air. I didn't expect that Diwu Qingro had secretly set up this chess piece without anyone knowing. This guy really wanted to leave behind a backup plan no matter the situation. But this way, I'm also in danger. Diwu Qingro smiled bitterly, because I only planned to collect the remaining fate. So, I naturally set it up casually. But Iron Cloud is going to win. This is equivalent to Heaven's will playing with me ruthlessly. When the Tribulation Sword Master dominates the heavens, if the Diwu clan really absorbs the fate of Iron Cloud, then I, Diwu Qingro, will disappear from this world. And the origin of this is the small formation I set up back then. Isn't such an outcome a joke by nature? It's unexpected. Diwu Qingro looked up to the sky and sighed. Chu Yang was also very surprised. He was just admiring Diwu Qingro's unpredictable methods. He didn't expect that things would turn out like this in the blink of an eye. But, Diwu Qingro's life is worth it for the sake of my Diwu clan's longevity. Diwu Qingro insipidly said, but this time, the arrangement is indeed somewhat grandiose, because the formation of this destiny, especially this kind of destiny that can only be generated by the rise and fall of a nation, needs to have soaring blood energy. Soaring blood energy? Chu Yang was expressionless. He thought, no wonder Diwu Qingro started the war so quickly. But this time I attacked openly and retreated secretly. This is somewhat superficial. You will see the flaw, and may not plan it. Diwu Qingro said lightly. This way, there may not be a decisive battle. If we retreat, then we won't have enough fate. Because Great Zhao will weaken day by day, and Iron Cloud will be like the sun. It will slowly prosper. When it develops to the end, it will become a gradual encroachment. Then, there won't be any battle spirit left. Chu Yang's complexion remained calm. Your Iron Cloud's army will launch a surprise attack tomorrow morning. Then, I will immediately return to the army to fight a decisive battle. And, I will give you, King of Hell Chu, a glorious victory. Diwu Qingro said word by word, I will owe you a big favor today. What if I say no? Chu Yang asked expressionlessly. Then, I will immediately lead the army back to Great Zhao. I, Diwu Qingro, won't be able to destroy Iron Cloud in my lifetime. But, Iron Cloud won't be able to unify the world. That way, I won't face any imminent disaster. At least, I, Diwu Qingro, can live for 200 or 300 years with my martial power. But, I don't know if Minister Chu can afford to wait for 200 or 300 years. Diwu Qingro raised his head and looked at Chu Yang. He slowly said each word. Chu Yang stood up. His face was gloomy as he slowly walked forward. He frowned. There was no doubt that Diwu Qingro's previous preparations were all for this one condition. Moreover, this condition had hit Chu Yang's weakest point, 200 or 300 years. Could Chu Yang afford to wait if this situation continued for 200 or 300 years? He couldn't afford to wait. He couldn't afford to wait no matter how he looked at it. However, these were the lives of 8 million soldiers. If Chu Yang accepted Diwu Qingro's proposal, then the war would end, and the world would be decided. And, he would have completed his first big step in reversing the heavens. He would have been able to leave the lower 3 heavens and go to the place he had longed for a long time. His lover was still in the abyss of suffering there. She was waiting for him to save her. His good brothers were fighting a bloody battle for a common future. His master was waiting for him there. Chu Yang wanted to go there, but Chu Yang couldn't afford to pay the price of 8 million people. It was normal for people to die in an ordinary war. Chu Yang wouldn't have felt any psychological burden if Diwu Qingro hadn't come here first. He would have killed millions of people with his own hands if the decisive battle happened today, because this was war. It was an unstoppable war. Either you die or I die, but Diwu Qingro came. He told Xianxia his plan, the direction of the war, and its outcome. It was equivalent to two people plotting for the same goal. This was equivalent to two people conspiring to kill 8 million people. Xianxia couldn't afford to pay such a price. Diwu Qingro seemed to have noticed Xianxia's urgency. He calmly waited for Xianxia's reply after he raised this condition. Why do you think that I won't be able to wait? Xianxia muttered, even if Great Zhao has Diwu Qingro, you won't be able to last for 200 or 300 years. If you really retreat, then in 30 to 50 years, I have absolute confidence that I can destroy Great Zhao. But 30 to 50 years. Can you afford to wait? Diwu Qingro didn't deny it. Instead, he asked. He didn't wait for Xianxia to speak. Instead, he smiled gently and said, ever since you came to Iron Cloud, all of your methods have been swift and decisive. Your methods are Reiho's methods, but not the way to rule a country. Actually, you can use a gentler method for everything. That way, there won't be any side effects. You don't know what methods you're not using. Diwu Qingro casually said, as for Great Zhao, you didn't need to go, but you still went. He pondered and looked at Xianxia. I always feel that all your actions contain a very strong sense of purpose. I don't know your purpose, but I know that your world isn't in lower three heavens. He looked at Xianxia. Xianxia also looked at him quietly for a long time. Diwu Qingro said, you're looking forward to a bigger world. A world that belongs to you. So, don't talk about 30 to 50 years. You can't even wait for 3 to 5 years. Behind Xianxia, Wu Qianqian's delicate body trembled. As the person who understood Xianxia the most, she knew that Diwu Qingro's guess was no longer a guess. It was a fact. So, I launched the decisive battle ahead of time. You shouldn't oppose it. But, more people will die than expected. Diwu Qingro exposed a cruel smile. I'm curious why you made such a change. Xianxia frowned, you said that the destiny of your clan is one of the reasons. But, I don't believe that it's the only reason. Diwu Qingro remained silent for a long time. Then, he finally said, I didn't expect the Diwu clan to rise again at that time. I came to lower three heavens so that my talent and knowledge wouldn't be buried. I also wanted to be a meritorious minister. Even if I'm a powerful minister, as long as I unify the world, I'll naturally be immortalized. What I seek is nothing more than a false reputation. Diwu Qingro said in disappointment, but, I didn't expect that the weather would change just as I was about to succeed. And, my life's work would go down the drain. In other words, even the heavens don't want me, Diwu Qingro, to be immortalized for eternity. His eyes emitted a dazzling radiance. He spoke slowly and softly in an elegant and frightening tone, since I can't be immortalized for eternity. I'll go down in infamy for 10,000 years. If I can't be immortalized for eternity, then I'll be infamy for eternity. So, I deliberately set up this killing trap. Diwu Qingro looked at Xianxia and slowly said, do you agree or not? It's easy for you and for me, as for the 8 million soldiers. Diwu Qingro insipidly said, the lifespan of an ant isn't long. This decision is too crazy. I won't agree to it. Xianxia said indifferently. His eyes exposed a trace of pain as he said, 8 million people will be buried by my hands. I can't bear to do this. Diwu Qingro looked at him for a long time before he said, King of Hell Chu, King of Hell rewards the good and punishes the evil. Xianxia said with an expressionless face, I can kill 8 million people on my own if the war breaks out. And, that's because they want to kill me. But, I, Xianxia, disdain to do such a thing. Then, do you know that? Great Zhao will withdraw its troops if I leave today. Then, it will be a war of at least 30 to 50 years. Diwu Qingro said, the war will inevitably continue for 30 to 50 years. It won't produce any bloody luck. But, the total number of people who will die in the war will be far greater than 8 million. You think that you are being charitable today. So, you let go of the lives of 8 million people. But, you will have to pay the price of at least 10 million casualties in the future. Aren't those living creatures? Diwu Qingro asked aggressively. Those are living creatures. But, I will have a clear conscience. Qu Yang smiled faintly and said, but, I will have a guilty conscience if I conspire with my enemy to kill my own soldiers, even if it's just one of them. I want a clear conscience. I won't hesitate to wield my sword as long as I have a magnanimous heart. I won't hesitate to kill everyone in the heavenly layer as long as I think it's right. Qu Yang seemed to have untied the knot in his heart. He suddenly said with a clear voice, but, I won't go against my heart and plot against my own people, even if it's just a strand of hair. This is King of Hell Chu's bottom line. Qu Yang said proudly. This mental barrier was suddenly removed. Qu Yang suddenly felt that the cultivation of his mental state had improved by another step. Clap, clap, clap. Diwu Qingro gently clapped his hands and praised, you are indeed King of Hell Chu. You are worthy of being called a maverick. Suddenly, the ground started to shake at this moment. Qu Yang's complexion changed. His eyes turned sharp as he looked at Diwu Qingro. Diwu Qingro sighed and said, you don't want this. But, I still want to give you this glorious victory. Moreover, I still owe you a favor. This matter is indeed somewhat sullen. Qu Yang's complexion changed. The sound of the ground shaking was very far away. But, it lasted for a long time. This was clearly the sound of a million-strong army moving out. They have already started the pursuit. Qu Yang asked somewhat blankly. If I'm not mistaken, then, Taibu Tian and Tai Longcheng's 3 million-strong army have already entered the battlefield apart from your 300,000 soldiers. Diwu Qingro chuckled. Minister Chu, there have been many topics since I arrived, but, I have paused for every topic. Diwu Qingro sat calmly. He smiled and said, you have spoken 170 sentences since I arrived. But, it only took you half an hour. But, in order to deal with your 170 sentences, I spoke 421 sentences. And, it took me 3 hours. Diwu Qingro said, 4 hours have passed. Moreover, it's daybreak. These 4 hours are enough for Tai Longcheng to react and launch the pursuit, Diwu Qingro chuckled. Qu Yang's complexion turned cold. He was about to rush out. They have already set out. And, they have already stepped into my trap. It's too late even if you rush out now. Minister Chu, your 300,000 soldiers will decide the outcome of this battle, so, it's better not to act blindly without thinking, Diwu Qingro said indifferently. Qu Yang was about to take a step forward when he stopped. He suddenly turned his head, and looked at Diwu Qingro. His pupils shrank dangerously, you schemed against me? I schemed against you. Shouldn't I? Diwu Qingro chuckled, moreover, I wanted to give you a big gift. Qu Yang slowly sat down. He calmed down and said, but, how can you be sure that Tai Longcheng will attack? That's because Tai Longcheng is the supreme commander. But, you have the right to make the decision. Diwu Qingro said, Tai Longcheng is supporting Iron Cloud on his own. He has worked hard and made great contributions. Taibu Tian won't have any objection to Tai Longcheng's decision. He is the person Taibu Tian trusts the most. Moreover, he trusts him blindly. Therefore, there's no need to be afraid of this uncle and nephew pair. Diwu Qingro sighed, this was my greatest assurance in defeating Iron Cloud. But, it has now become a blessing for Iron Cloud. Haha, the will of the heavens is unpredictable. Tai Longcheng will eventually step into my plan. And, Taibu Tian will also step into my plan if he steps in. Only you can turn the tide. Therefore, the variable in this entire plan is you. Diwu Qingro casually said, therefore, I didn't come here tonight to discuss conditions with you. Instead, I came here to entangle you for 4 hours. He smiled and said, with the status of Diwu Qingro, it is not difficult for me to entangle you for 4 hours. But, the overall situation is already set in stone in these 4 hours. Even if you are the master of Calamity Sword, you won't be able to reverse the situation. Moreover, you aren't, Diwu Qingro said slowly. I have been under a lot of pressure these past few days. I have already thought about the ending of the lower 3 heavens. It will be over in about 10 chapters. But, I am still racking my brain for the entry point of the lower 3 heavens. On one hand, it is ending. On the other hand, it is beginning. But, I have to fulfill my promise. I have to do my best to write every chapter. I have to do my best to make every important character leave a deep impression in everyone's mind. That will be my proudest thing. It will also be my greatest success. And, I want to be proud of it. So, I can't be careless. And, Diwu Qingro is a wise man. He can't let him end things carelessly. Even if he has to change his position, he must do it beautifully. Diwu Qingro has been dreaming of these past few days, very sad. I don't have anything to do today. I finished writing in advance. But, I want to go out and relax. So, I took the initiative to invite a classmate for a drink to relieve the pressure. I am shamelessly asking everyone for votes. Monthly votes, recommendation votes, and evaluation votes. Of course, there are also subscriptions. I hope that capable brothers and sisters can support me. Of course, this is only if you think that this book is worthy of your subscription support. Haha. Chu Yang calmly asked, but, how can you be sure that Tai Longqing will fall into your trap? Tai Longqing is the #1 general of the continent. But, he has been suppressed by me for more than 10 years. In these 10 years, I wanted him to win, and he won. I wanted him to lose, and he lost. Diwu Qingro smiled and said, wouldn't you feel aggrieved if you were in my place? Wouldn't you want revenge? I would, Chu Yang replied affirmatively. No one wouldn't feel aggrieved about this matter. For a famous general who could be called a genius commander, it was an even more deep-rooted humiliation. Therefore, Tai Longqing has an inner demon. He wants to defeat me, Diwu Qingro, fair and square. But, he also knows that it's as difficult as ascending to heaven to take revenge against me. Therefore, he desires this heaven-sent opportunity more than anyone else. But, he is more hesitant than anyone else. That's because he is afraid of a trap. And, that's because he knows how powerful I am. And, he needs someone to affirm his pursuit plan at this time. And, Tai Longqing only needs this affirmation. Diwu Qingro continued, Tai Longqing can turn his hesitation into determination as long as he has this affirmation. Diwu Qingro smiled and raised 3 fingers, and, I have 3 people by Tai Longqing's side who are willing to speak for me. Wu Qianxian and Chu Yang sucked in a cold breath at the same time. The generals of Iron Cloud have followed Tai Longqing for many years. And, they have been suppressed by me. Therefore, they will swarm forward as long as someone affirms. This is their mentality. They thirst for revenge. They thirst for meritorious service. They thirst to change the current situation. They thirst to defeat Diwu Qingro. But, your identity is special. Tai Longqing must ask for your opinion even if he is absolutely certain about his pursuit plan. Therefore, Tai Longqing immediately sent you a message after he analyzed my intentions. And, you are the only person on this battlefield who can stay out of it. In other words, you are the only onlooker. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees everything clearly. Therefore, I firmly believe that you can see through my plan. Therefore, I came in right after Tai Longqing's messenger delivered the letter. Diwu Qingro smiled, this time, I came in and delayed you for 4 hours. On the other side, Tai Longqing has been waiting for your news under the urging of everyone. So, he must have thought that you've acquiesced. Sometimes, he can't wait to chase after you. That's because he doesn't know when he will miss the opportunity. Therefore, it is inevitable for the army to set out. Diwu Qingro insipidly said, this is my tailor-made revenge plan for Tai Longqing. It is also the best opportunity for Iron Cloud to dominate the world. He will definitely seize it and will not miss it. He would rather take the risk than miss it. That's why my plan succeeded so easily. Diwu Qingro leisurely stood up, Minister Chu, you must guard against the Golden Horse Riders Department. Of course, I believe that you've already made preparations. Jing Menghun is nothing more than a clown in your hands. Then, he put on his mask and floated out with his thin body as if he was weightless. Minister Chu, I owe you a favor. I will return it to you if I am lucky enough to meet you in the upper 3 heavens tomorrow. Farewell. The mountains are high and the rivers are long. You and I will meet again. Diwu Qingro's last words drifted in the distant wind. Chu Yang, what should we do? Wu Qianqian anxiously asked. Chu Yang remained silent. He floated out, and arrived next to the flagpole. Then, he floated up. He saw that the distant mountain had already been set ablaze. He calmed down and slowly said, 8 million troops have been thrown into the battlefield. The only thing we can do now is to wait and see. He paused for a moment and said, order the army to advance 50 miles. Wait for my orders at any time. Get ready to respond to any situation. Yes. Wu Kuan-yin. Yes. The selected elite troops, the troops of Butian Pavilion, and the experts of Beyond the Heavens sect are to form an army. They will be independent of the 300,000 troops. Wait for my orders at any time. Yes. Wu Kuan-yin had been waiting for a long time. The war had already broken out. This hot-blooded general couldn't wait any longer. He heard Xu Yang's order, and immediately blew the bugle horn. The 300,000 troops rumbled as they set off. The collision between Butian Pavilion and Golden Horse Riders Department was about to begin. Suddenly, a series of loud explosions resounded on the distant mountain. Flames soared to the sky. Half of the sky was illuminated in red. Chu Yang's heart was heavy. After all, these were the lives of 8 million people. However, Chu Yang's heart gradually calmed down as his warhorse moved forward step by step. He became cold and calm, without a single ripple. This is a calamity. And this calamity has already begun. So, I have to bemoan the state of the universe and pity the fate of mankind. That's all. I have to accept it. And, I have to overcome it. The 300,000 troops were like a sharp arrow as they shot towards the sky. Tai Longqing immediately summoned the generals for a discussion after he had sent the letter. However, the generals unanimously decided to attack. Their faces were flushed with anger. Their fighting spirit was overflowing. They had been oppressed by Diwu Qingro for so long. So, how could they let go of such a heaven-sent opportunity? Tai Butian was distraught at the moment. Her entire mind was troubled by another matter. So, she didn't think much about it. She quickly replied, Uncle Wang can make the decision. I will command the army to follow. Tai Butian's affirmation made Tai Longqing heave a sigh of relief. His fighting spirit blazed even brighter. However, King of Helchu's news still hadn't arrived. Time passed little by little. The enemy had retreated. But, there was still no news from King of Helchu. Supreme Commander. We can't wait any longer. We will lose the opportunity soon, the generals demanded. Perhaps Minister Chu has already made preparations. Otherwise, he would have already spoken out to stop us, an advisor said. Tai Longqing raised his eyebrows in anger. He finally made up his mind. Then, he waved his big hand, mobilized the entire army. Chase and defeat Diwu Qingro. Sky-shaking cheers resounded. A biting cold fighting spirit ignited in the night sky with a loud rumble. The urgent sound of the bugle horn resounded in every military camp. Then, a team of vanguard cavalry rushed out of the camp like angry dragons. They then rushed into the darkness ahead. The thunder-like sound of horse hooves continued to rumble as they rushed into the darkness. Then, more than 1 million soldiers rushed out like a tide. The rumbling sound of horse hooves shook the earth. Tai Butian's troops followed behind Tai Longqing's army, and rushed towards Great Zhao's camp. Millions of people moved at the same time. This momentum was earth-shattering. Tai Longqing's army broke into Great Zhao's camp without any hindrance. Then, they looked around, and found that most of the troops had disappeared without a trace except for a few wounded soldiers. Great Zhao's army had already occupied Iron Cloud Camp by the time Tai Longqing had rushed in. Reporting to Supreme Commander. The camp is empty, the cavalry commander who had rushed in first quickly came forward to report. In fact, it wasn't empty. Those wounded soldiers had been slaughtered under his orders. They had been chopped like vegetables. No one? Did we arrive too late? Tai Longqing frowned, quickly inquire. Reporting to Supreme Commander, Great Zhao's army has retreated to the back of the mountain. Some troops haven't been able to cross the mountainous area in time. So, they are hurrying on with their journey, the mounted scout reported. Chase. Tai Longqing made a prompt decision. Then, the cavalry rushed up the mountain like a tide. Tai Longcheng's cavalry continued to chase after Great Zhao's camp. Tai Longcheng's reinforcements entered Great Zhao's camp. Tai Butian's vanguard troops also arrived outside the camp. At this time, suddenly, the sound of horns resounded from the mountaintops in all directions. Then, a large number of Great Zhao's cavalrymen rushed down from the mountaintops with a loud rumbling sound. They drew their bows and knocked their arrows halfway down, and aimed at the sky. Shoot! Hundreds of thousands of arrows were shot at the same time. The whooshing sound was so loud that it hurt people's eardrums. The densely packed arrows flew into the sky. The sky looked as if it had been dyed with ink. Ambush? Tai Longcheng sneered. How could he not expect an ambush since he had come to chase after them? Great Zhao's army stabilized their footing after a brief moment of panic. Then, they looked for cover on the mountain walls. Simultaneously, their formation changed into a defensive one. Diwu Qingro, I've been prepared for this move of yours, Tai Longcheng laughed loudly. Kill! Countless Great Zhao's cavalry rushed down from the mountaintop with a loud roar. Tai Longcheng's complexion changed. His eyes shone with an incredulous light. Decisive battle? He had expected that Diwu Qingro might have set up an ambush. But, he hadn't expected that Diwu Qingro would choose to launch a decisive battle at this time after abandoning all his military supplies. The Great Zhao's army was swarming in like a swarm. It was clear that the entire army was involved in this battle. The vanguard cavalry of the two countries collided with each other in the blink of an eye. Everyone pulled out their sabers at the same time. The entire dark sky was illuminated by the flashing saber lights. Then, their faces turned ferocious as they roared. Then, they spurred their horses and rushed into the enemy's ranks. The two groups of cavalry were advancing in a frenzy. It was unknown whether they were friends or foes. They fell off their horses and got trampled into meat paste. But, no one cared. There was only one thought in everyone's heart: kill the enemy. Rush out of the enemy's big formation, and pierce through it. Then, turn around and kill. Kill. Hundreds of thousands of people shouted at the same time. It seemed as if the blue sky had been scared out of its wits. A ray of light appeared on the horizon at this moment. The neighing of the warhorses, the screams, the roars, and the sounds of collisions resounded. The vanguard cavalry of Iron Cloud had rushed into the belly of Great Zhao's cavalry. And, Great Zhao's cavalry had also rushed into the middle of Iron Cloud's cavalry. There was no strategy to speak of at this moment. There was only killing, killing, killing. All the so-called martial arts techniques were completely useless in this kind of battle. Heads soared to the sky unceasingly. Severed limbs were flying in the sky unceasingly. Warhorses were falling down unceasingly. Dozens of people were losing their lives every minute and every second. Everyone had fallen into a frenzy. This was a crazy war. Countless banners fluttered in the wind and whistled as they rushed into the battlefield. Millions of soldiers roared as they rushed into the battlefield. Great Zhao's military camp had turned into a battlefield. More than 1 million people were fighting with each other. They were wielding their swords and slashing at each other. Suddenly, there was a flash of fire. Suddenly, the entire military camp was filled with electric sparks. Then, there was a loud rumbling sound, and an earth-shattering explosion suddenly erupted in the heart of Great Zhao's military camp. The violent explosion had blown a hole of several hundred feet in the heart of the camp. Everyone in the heart of the camp, regardless of whether they were friends or foes, regardless of their rank, was blown up into the sky, and scattered into pieces of flesh. Then, the entire military camp suddenly caught on fire. The fire was raging, and quickly spread. It had spread over 500 miles in the blink of an eye. Moreover, it was still rapidly expanding to the surroundings. Bursts of yellow smoke and black fog soared into the sky, and rapidly spread over the entire battlefield in this windless and cloudless weather. This smoke was obviously added with something. Everyone who smelled the yellow smoke felt dizzy. Moreover, their minds seemed to have fallen into an inexplicable confusion. They screamed wildly, and waved their swords madly. They didn't care if they were friends or foes, and started to fight in a chaotic manner. The black smoke rose and spread. Everyone who smelled it felt powerless. It seemed that they couldn't even control their eyelids. Their weapons fell to the ground with a clang sound. They could only look at the enemy's snow-white swords with a terrified look on their faces as they slashed at their bodies. The green smoke rolled and rose. Everyone who smelled it felt excited. It seemed as if their bodies had suddenly become congested with blood. They used their inexhaustible strength, and roared as they slashed at their enemies. The thick purple smoke blew out. Everyone who smelled it felt as if they were in a dreamland. Moreover, the blood vessels in their bodies surged. They suddenly lifted their tents, and found themselves surrounded by beautiful women. They couldn't help but shout excitedly, and pounce on them like perverts. Obscene laughter, strange cries, and screams of struggle, these sounds were unbearable to the eyes. These things turned out to be all kinds of drugs that the Golden Horse Riders Department had spent more than 10 years to collect. Some of them were smokes that could make people feel powerless. Some were poisons, and some were aphrodisiacs. All in all, there were all kinds of poisonous smokes that could make people lose their bearings here. Furthermore, as it burned, it continued to emit and there was more and more poisonous smoke, and as it rose, it kept drifting towards the mountains. However, it was blocked by the bandits and drifted back, continuing to cover the sky above the battlefield. It was as if there was a huge magnet here that kept the poisonous smoke from drifting away. Towards the end of the war, there was no organization and discipline. Everyone was killing based on their instincts. Whether it was the generals or the soldiers, they had all fallen into a state of confusion. Inside Diwu Qingrou's tent, Jing Menghun was fully clothed. He was counting the time. Finally, he stood up and shouted, "It's time for us to move out." All members of the Golden Horse Riders Department were to assemble and attack. Target, King of Hell Chu. Yes. Everyone replied in unison. Jing Menghun was about to stride out when someone suddenly shouted angrily from outside, "How can this be? I want to see the Prime Minister. I want to see the Prime Minister." It was the general of the Heavenly Dragon, Yuhan. He had rushed inside while speaking. He bumped into Jing Menghun. "King-level expert Jing, where's the Prime Minister?" "The Prime Minister isn't here." "If you have something to say, tell me," Jing Menghun replied coldly. "What's going on?" Yuhan angrily pointed at the chaotic battlefield at the foot of the mountain. His eyes were bloodshot. "What kind of a shameful way of fighting is this?" "General Yu, what are you talking about?" Jing Menghun looked at him with dissatisfaction. "I only want to ask, who gave the order to blow up the camp?" Yuhan asked with grief and indignation. "It was me. I, Jing Menghun, gave the order. The Golden Horse Riders Department carried it out." "What's wrong?" Jing Menghun snorted and asked. "What's wrong?" Yuhan roared in anger. Suddenly, he grabbed Jing Menghun's lapel. He clenched his teeth and asked, "Why? Why did you do this?" "This is the Prime Minister's order. You can ask Prime Minister Diwu if you have any doubts." Jing Menghun looked at Yuhan's hand and said in an ice-cold voice, "Let go. Bastard." Yuhan was extremely indignant. He suddenly slapped Jing Menghun's face and said angrily, "You could have detonated the explosives ahead of time. That way, Iron Cloud would have borne the brunt of the explosion and the smoke. Why did you have to detonate the explosives after our people had rushed in? This is a crime." Yuhan screamed in grief and indignation, "Iron Cloud is finished. But we're also finished. Do you know that? You son of a bitch. Those are my brothers. My soldiers. My soldiers." Jing Menghun reached out his hand and stroked the place where he had been slapped. His eyes were like an eagle's. They contained suppressed anger and a faint murderous intention. "General Yu, you don't have the right to speak in this matter. I, Jing Menghun, have a good grasp of the timing. It was also the Prime Minister's arrangement. Now, you let go. I won't haggle over the fact that you slapped me." Yuhan angrily shouted, "I slapped you? Bastard. Even if I cut you to pieces, it won't be enough to compensate for your heinous crimes. This is murder. This is a deliberate rebellion. I want to see the Prime Minister. I want to see Diwu Qingrou." The murderous intention in Jing Menghun's eyes grew more and more intense. "General Yu, there are some things that you can't say." Yuhan pulled out his sword with a clang sound. Then, he crazily rushed towards Jing Menghun and slashed at him. He cursed, "You executioner. You and Diwu Qingro are executioners." Suddenly, Jing Meng Hun reached out and grabbed his neck. He lifted his tall and sturdy body up. He clenched his teeth and fiercely said, "Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? Your soldiers? Can't your soldiers be killed? Don't tell me you have a lot of face. Do you believe that I won't kill you as well?" Yuhan struggled with all his might. "You dare. Kill me if you have the guts. If you don't kill me, Jing Meng Hun, I will." Suddenly, a kacha sound was heard. Yuhan's neck was bent to one side. Blood was flowing out from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Jing Meng Hun in disbelief. Then, the light in his eyes slowly disappeared. Only a pair of stiff eyes were left. They were full of anger and hatred. Unexpectedly, Jing Meng Hun had already broken his neck. Everyone in the tent suddenly cried out in alarm. Then, they became dumbstruck. "Jing Meng Hun has beaten a general to death? You're overestimating your capabilities." Jing Meng Hun coldly snorted. He casually tossed Yuhan's corpse far away and said, "Follow me. We're going to kill King of Hell Chu." The news of Yuhan's death at the hands of the Iron Cloud's assassins soon spread throughout the Great Zhao's barracks. Yuhan's 100,000-strong army was the only unit that Diwu Qingro had left behind to bring up the rear. Moreover, Yuhan was a man of virtue and prestige. He loved his soldiers very much. So, he had always been supported by the soldiers. Now that Yuhan had died, the army had no leader. So, it had become even more chaotic. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers wept at the same time. "Take revenge for the great commander. Kill all of those Iron Cloud bastards." Someone suddenly yelled out crazily with tears streaming down his face. "Go. Kill those bastards." Dozens of people galloped out of the ranks on their horses. They then rushed towards the battlefield in a frenzy. "Take revenge for the great commander," a rumbling sound was heard. Thousands of people rushed out in a frenzy. "Rush up." Tears streamed down the deputy general's face as he clenched his teeth. "Kill them ruthlessly." A rumbling sound was heard as the 100,000-strong army rushed up the hillside. Then, they rushed down like a sudden waterfall. The 30,000-strong cavalry of the Golden Horse Riders Department also rushed in another direction as these people rushed down the hillside. The hilltop had been densely packed with people a moment ago. But, it had become empty now. A cool breeze blew, and a burst of thick smoke drifted over, and covered the hilltop. The thick smoke dispersed, and a black-robed figure appeared on the hilltop. He looked down at the battlefield in full swing, and heard the earth-shaking battle cries. Diwu Qingro crossed his hands behind his back. His eyes were calm and gentle as he looked down. It was as if the bloody tragedy below had nothing to do with him. His black robe was fluttering in the wind. Diwu Qingro's beard was also gently fluttering. His face was calm and cool. He looked like an immortal. He looked like this for a long time. Then, he gently sighed. He took out an invisible mound from his bosom, and placed it on his palm. He stared at it for a long time. Then, he opened his palm and softly said, "Go." The invisible mound flapped its wings and flew up with a flapping sound. It circled in the air, and then disappeared without a trace, as if it had melted into the air. This was a message for Yin Wu Fa, Yin Wu Tian, and the others who were guarding the Great Zhao Prefecture's capital. Diwu Qingro had only written a few sentences on the message that the invisible mound had carried: "Wash the prefecture with blood. Exterminate the imperial clan." Then, Diwu Qingro's seal appeared. Diwu Qingro faintly smiled as he looked at the disappearance of the invisible mound. He looked in Chu Yang's direction, and softly said in his heart, "King of Hell Chu, I owe you. But, don't forget that you also owe me. You and I will meet again in the upper three heavens. At that time." Ha. Then, he took a deep breath, and looked at the battlefield. Then, he turned his head, and looked at the direction of the Great Zhao Prefecture. There was reluctance and unwillingness in his eyes. But, he didn't say anything in the end. He just let out a long sigh. After a long time, Diwu Qingro spoke in a sad and low voice. It seemed as if he was talking in a dream. "The lower three heavens is over? I'm afraid that I, Diwu Qingro, we'll never return to this place in this lifetime. The sky was getting brighter and brighter. The morning wind was also gradually blowing. It was getting stronger and stronger. The poisonous smoke that had originally shrouded the battlefield seemed to have completed its mission. It began to slowly drift away. The poisonous smoke was disappearing faster and faster along with the sound of the wind. A gust of wind came, and the smoke rushed to the summit. It shrouded Diwu Qingrou's thin figure. The thick smoke dispersed, and Diwu Qingrou's figure disappeared without a trace. The situation of the battle became even more chaotic. Yuhan's army rushed in, and a part of them got drugged by the poisonous smoke. These people were already extremely sad and indignant. So, they became even more berserk. It seemed as if millions of people had lost their minds, and were fiercely rushing in to kill. Taibu Tian had also rushed in with Shadow and the army in the beginning. But, she had felt that something was wrong when she had discovered that the poisonous smoke was rising everywhere. So, the two shadows had risked their lives to rescue Taibu Tian. Thick smoke floated in the air. People had lost their minds, and had rushed into the battlefield. However, Taibu Tian and the two shadows were safe and sound. Taibu Tian's chest would flash with a hazy radiance every time the thick smoke floated over. And, her body would be shrouded in this radiance. Shadow was also doing the same. The three of them were flabbergasted. But, they later discovered that the mysterious Yang Jade had taken effect. This piece of mysterious Yang Jade had such a function. Everything was fine after they had withdrawn from the battlefield. However, the bloody smell that had soared to the sky still made Taibu Tian uncomfortable. Her complexion had turned pale, and she felt nauseous in her chest. She retched several times. Then, she walked a little further away. Then, she finally calmed down. Shadow looked at Taibu Tian with a strange and worried look in his eyes. Only several tens of thousands of people had followed Taibu Tian to protect her. The battlefield wasn't far away. So, it wouldn't take long for them to rush over here. However, Taibu Tian was the most important person in the battlefield. Even millions of soldiers of Great Zhao's army didn't look in her direction. Taibu Tian calmed herself down. Then, she focused her eyes on the battlefield. She looked at the surrounding terrain, and suddenly realized something. A look of deep worry and unbearable worry appeared on her face. Diwu Qingrou had set up the 7 Killings Great Array with his own camp and this mountain as the dragon's spine. This Diwu Qingrou is very vicious. 7 Killings Great Array? Shadow was puzzled. The 7 Slaughters Array, as its name suggests, is the most ferocious killing array. It needs the power of living beings to activate it. The more people die in this array, the greater the power of the array. Moreover, Diwu Qingrou had arranged so many drugs inside. So, it made it even more difficult for people to retreat. In the end, the entire army was wiped out. Taibu Tian's complexion changed as he said this. Shadow, you enter the array immediately. Tell Uncle Wang to withdraw immediately. As for the rest of the soldiers, withdraw as many as you can. The formation has already been completed. If we continue to stay here, we will only lose our lives. Ying nodded and leaped up, turning into a stream of light and rushing into the army formation. Tai Budian watched worriedly. Suddenly, he let out a huge sigh. The lives of 8 million people. Diwu Qingrou, what exactly are you trying to do? Why did you make such a crazy decision? Right now, Tai Budian naturally didn't know that Diwu Qingrou had already left this place. That green robe that had once awed the entire lower 3 heavens had already drifted to a faraway place. After a long time, Ying rushed out with a person on his back. His entire body was bathed in blood. He was Tai Longqing, a famous general of his generation. However, he had already fainted. What's wrong? Tai Budian was shocked. I was the one who knocked him out. Ying laughed dryly. He was also charmed. That's good. Tai Budian let out a sigh of relief. Then, he looked in another direction. Why haven't we seen Minister Chu's troops yet? Minister Chu is extremely intelligent. He has foresight. I'm afraid that he has anticipated the situation here. That's why he hasn't moved. However, I'm afraid that our Ironclad's most elite military strength is only left with Minister Chu's 300,000 troops. Ying sighed. Tai Butian's eyes flashed with a trace of comfort and pride. Then, he insipidly said, Minister Chu always makes people feel at ease. Ying and Ying looked at each other. They both saw a trace of different emotions in each other's eyes. Suddenly, the sound of hoofbeats was heard. A group of cavalry rushed over like a whirlwind. The leader shouted, "We are Minister Chu. May I ask if His Majesty is well?" His Majesty is well. What's the situation on Minister Chu's side? Ying replied loudly. Minister Chu is in a confrontation with the Golden Horse Riders Department. Minister Chu said that he will try his best to deal with the Golden Horse Riders Department. As long as His Majesty is well, this war is already won, that person replied loudly. Minister Chu, take care of yourself. Tai Butian replied loudly. Yes. This subordinate will remember. The person who had arrived suddenly pulled the reins of his horse. The horse neighed, and suddenly changed direction. It turned around, and rushed back the way it had come. Minister Chu is indeed a conscientious person, Ying said meaningfully. Tai Butian's eyes revealed a trace of sweetness. But, he understood in his heart, Chu Yang must have known about the situation here. That's why he's concerned about my safety. It's just as he said, everyone is inside the 7 killings great array. Even if there are survivors, there won't be many of them. As for Iron Cloud, it's a victory as long as I'm still alive. That's because I still have Chu Yang's 300,000 troops. And, Diwu Qingro has already thrown all his troops into the battle. Meanwhile, Chu Yang's Iron Bucket Formation was in a confrontation with the Golden Horse Riders Department's cavalry. Chu Yang wouldn't rashly start a decisive battle before Tai Butian's news came back. This made Jing Menghun very sullen. King of Hell Chu. Jing Menghun roared, come and fight me to the death. Chu Yang ignored him. Eventually, the messenger rushed back. He brought back the news that Chu Yang had been longing for, His Majesty as well. Chu Yang felt relieved. Tai Butian as well. So, the only thing left is to deal with the Golden Horse Riders Department. I believe that there won't be any other forces as long as I get rid of the Golden Horse Riders Department. Are you ready? Chu Yang asked. I'm ready. Wu Kuangyan's face flushed with excitement. I can finally move unhindered on the battlefield. He had been holding back for a long time because he couldn't personally go into battle. I'm not asking you. Chu Yang looked at Qin Yutong and the others. I'm ready. Qinong said loudly. What about me? Wu Kuangyan stared blankly and asked anxiously. You take the army and go to help His Majesty. You're needed there. As for the Golden Horse Riders Department, leave it to me. Chu Yang's eyes flashed with a trace of complex emotions when he said the words His Majesty. Chu Yang naturally had a plan to deal with the Golden Horse Riders Department. But, he knew some things that he hadn't known before because of his plan. Chu Yang's plan was, poison. Give them a taste of their own medicine. He had specially studied the nearby terrain for this purpose. And, he had finally set his target at a small lake 350 kilometers away. Chu Yang's plan was to turn the entire lake into poisonous water. Then, he would lure the Golden Horse Riders Department there. This would cause Jing Menghun to lose a lot of his military strength. Then, he would use this method one after another. And, he would be able to wear down Jing Menghun no matter what he did. Chu Yang didn't even think about a frontal battle. Chu Yang and the troops he led were just bait. Tai Longqing was full of resentment towards Diwu Qingro. Therefore, he would do anything to defeat Diwu Qingro. Jing Menghun was also full of resentment towards King Ran of Chu. In fact, it was an irreconcilable hatred. Jing Menghun would kill Chu Yang as long as he had the opportunity. Therefore, Diwu Qingro had specifically assigned Jing Menghun to Chu Yang. He had given Jing Menghun a mission, kill King of Hell Chu. You don't have to worry about anything else. You just have to lead the Golden Horse Riders Department and kill King of Hell Chu. Jing Menghun had received such an order. However, it was also in line with Chu Yang's thoughts. Chu Yang had naturally thought of using the poisonous flood dragon's poison when he had chosen the poison to use. However, the sword spirit had firmly stopped him. That was because the poisonous flood dragon's poison would have been poisonous for countless years if he had used it. Who knew how many people would have died if that had happened? Moreover, many of Jing Menghan's subordinates had already lost their lives to the poisonous flood dragon's poison. Therefore, the sword spirit had recommended another poison to Chu Yang. You can use the lust flood dragon's poison. It's much better than the poisonous flood dragon's poison. Lust flood dragon? Chu Yang asked blankly, what's a lust flood dragon? This sentence made the sword spirit widen his eyes. It can't be, right? You've been poisoned by the lust flood dragon's aphrodisiac. But, you're still saying that you don't know? How did you get rid of it? I've been poisoned by the aphrodisiac? Chu Yang was even more at a loss. Do you remember that you had encountered 2 big snakes when you had met Jing Menghan in the last stage of your escape? One of them had fiercely blown a puff of pink smoke at you. The sword spirit was helpless. How can this guy not know anything? Chu Yang suddenly remembered when the sword spirit said this. Yes, there was such a thing. That was the lust flood dragon. The sword spirit said. He then explained the characteristics of the lust flood dragon. The more he explained, the bigger Chu Yang's mouth opened. In the end, he was dumbstruck like a wooden chicken. You're thinking that I've been poisoned? Chu Yang asked in a daze. Yes, the sword spirit affirmed. You mean that there's no other way to get rid of this aphrodisiac apart from sexual intercourse? The 5 of them would have taken advantage of this opportunity to fester and die? Chu Yang asked while stammering. Exactly, the sword spirit affirmed again. But why didn't I die? Chu Yang's eyes were lifeless. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. How do I know? I was also unconscious at that time, the sword spirit replied in a discontented manner. Is there really no other way? Chu Yang wanted to cry. Doesn't that mean that my pure and spotless body? I don't have any chastity? Cough cough cough. But the problem is. Who opened the bud for me? I couldn't do anything even if I was awake. I could have suppressed the aphrodisiac at most and prolonged it for a while. But it would have eventually been resolved through this channel. The sword spirit helplessly said. Chu Yang sat down. His face was pale. The sword spirit reminded him, so, there must have been a woman who had sex with you. Chu Yang covered his face, but who was that? He remembered that Tai Butian was a man, and there were 2 shadows. Could it be shadows? Chu Yang shuddered as he recalled the rigid face of the female shadow. But then, he concluded that it wasn't the case. If that's the case, there must have been some traces. Moreover, her husband was beside her. That's even more impossible. But, who was this woman who did that to me? Minister Chu was in extreme pain. I lost my virginity unknowingly, and didn't feel anything? Moreover, I don't know who that woman is. I don't even know what she looks like. Is there anything more speechless for a man in the world than this? Is there anything more depressing than this? No matter who it is, Tai Butian definitely knows about it, said the sword spirit. Sigh. Chu Yang heaved a deep sigh. Suddenly, a feeling of suffocation rose in his heart. Tai Butian, you know everything, but you don't say anything? What's going on? Are you playing with me? After suffocation came anger. But, there was also undeniable gratitude. It doesn't matter who that woman is. I'm under the influence of the aphrodisiac. But, I don't know anything. And, I let the other party take the initiative. This is extremely difficult for any woman. Moreover, I have to bear a lot of pain. Because, according to Sword Spirit, my purity is very high. So, an ordinary woman can't bear it, the other party is my savior. But, I don't even know who my savior is. Chu Yang remained silent. He really wanted to go to Tai Butian and ask her what was going on. But, this was a critical moment. He could only wait until after the war. Chu Yang heaved a long sigh. He eventually adopted Sword Spirit's method, create a pool of spring water with the inner core of the lust dragon. First, this poison was more tyrannical than the poison of the poisonous flood dragon. Moreover, it was colorless and tasteless. Moreover, it was convenient. One only needed to throw the inner core into it. The most important thing was, The pool of green water would return to its original state after 3 days of evaporation. The efficacy of the poison would disappear completely. So, there was no need to worry. Therefore, Chu Yang had taken out the 2 inner cores a few hours ago, and hid them in the pool of water. Chu Yang saw that Jing Menghun was still strutting around after he received the news that Tai Butian was safe and sound. He couldn't help but get angry. Motherfu *, I'm depressed. But, you bastards still came here to make a fuss. Wu Qianqian. You follow Wu Kuangyun. Leave this to me. Chu Yang's face was cold. Chu Yang, leave this to me, Wu Qianqian said calmly. Chu Yang turned his head to look, and saw that Wu Qianqian's attire was the same as his. A black robe completely covered her body. She only needed to wear a mask, and she would be a living king of Hell Chu. What are you doing? Chu Yang's face turned cold. I will be the bait for you. Wu Qianqian's eyes were filled with determination. Everyone knew that this battle against the Golden Horse Riders Department was a battle with a huge disparity in terms of ratio. The 30,000-strong army of the Golden Horse Riders Department couldn't be compared to this motley crew that Chu Yang had temporarily assembled. The danger of this battle far exceeded the slaughter of millions of soldiers. Moreover, Jing Menghun, a peak king-level expert, was personally leading the team. There were also dozens of lower-grade revered martial artists. The weakest one was a martial master. Even an emperor-level expert could lose his life if he wasn't careful. Wu Qianqian was very pessimistic. However, there was one thing that she had to do. Even if I have to die a horrible death, nothing must happen to Chu Yang. Therefore, Wu Qianqian had already prepared herself. I will replace Chu Yang and fight with Jing Menghun's people. I will take them to the pond when they are unable to endure the repeated battles. It would be good if they could come back alive. But, Chu Yang would still be alive if they died in this battle. Even if they continued to deal with the Golden Horse Riders Department, they would be weakened by at least half of their strength. It would be much easier for Chu Yang to deal with them. Wu Kuangyun had already begun to lead his troops when she saw that the 3 armies were ready. Wu Qianqian clamped her legs together, and was about to rush out. Her hand reached into her bosom, and was about to take out the mask to wear. Even if I die, my love won't be in vain if I die like this. No. Chu Yang grabbed her, and looked into her eyes with a stern look. I beg you. Wu Qianqian whispered. But, her voice was firm as she said, I beg you. You don't have to go. I will go. I beg you. Chu Yang's mind was shaken. He suddenly became absent-minded, and thought of Mo Qingwu. Back then, Qingwu was the same. No matter what, she would rather be injured and die than let him get hurt. Everything she did was for him. Chu Yang groaned in pain. He suddenly opened his eyes. Qian. I beg you. Don't do this. He closed his eyes, and restrained his surging emotions. Then, he said in a low voice, I already owe a woman my whole life. I don't want to owe another woman my whole life. Then, he suddenly pointed his finger at Wu Qianqian's chest. Wu Qianqian was caught off guard. She didn't have enough time to defend herself. Her body swayed, and she fell into Chu Yang's arms. But, her beautiful eyes were wide open. Her face was full of anxiety. Her eyes were full of pleading, let me go. Let me go. Wu Kuangyun. Chu Yang shouted. Your subordinate is here. Miss Wu is injured. Take her to His Majesty's place to recuperate. Chu Yang ordered. Yes, Wu Kuangyun immediately arranged a carriage. Chu Yang held Wu Qianqian, and gently placed her inside. Wu Qianqian looked at him foolishly. Chu Yang hardened his heart, and turned around to leave. Wu Qianqian's tears finally flowed down silently. She looked at Chu Yang's back as he strode away. Her heart was filled with endless sorrow. Chu Yang, you already owe a woman your whole life. So, you have to repay her in this life. So, you don't want to owe me your whole life. But, you know what? You know what? You've already owed me your whole life. Even though I won't ask you for it, but, you really owe me. Wu Qianqian silently shed tears. The carriage swayed, and slowly started to move. Chu Yang restrained the Golden Horse Riders Department so that Taibu Tian could quickly take care of the battlefield and secure the victory. Who was more important and who was less important? Minister Chu turned around and looked up to the sky. He shouted, "Everyone, get ready." 30,000 elites roared like a tsunami. Ah! The Golden Horse Riders Department is on the other side. They are known as the most elite troops in the world. Are you afraid to face them? We're not afraid. Do you want to defeat the Golden Horse Riders Department? Chu Yang roared, "What's the most powerful in the world? They're just *T in our eyes. The Golden Horse Riders Department is *T. They're worse than *T. 30,000 people raised their arms and shouted. Chu Yang laughed out loud. He spurred his horse forward and shouted, "Jing Menghen, I'll give you a chance to fight a decisive battle. You and I have the same number of people. Do you dare to fight to the last man?" Jing Menghen's eyes emitted a deep hatred. "I swear I'll tear you to pieces as long as you don't run away." Ha ha ha. Chu Yang laughed strangely. He suddenly clamped his legs on the horse's belly and shouted, "Chop these bastards into mincemeat." The sturdy horse issued a long neigh and fiercely rushed out. 30,000 people whistled behind him and rolled out like a gale. Jing Menghen exposed a cruel and evil grin on his face. He waved his hand, "Kill. If you kill King of Hell Chu, you'll be promoted by 3 ranks, and you'll get 10,000 taels of gold." The Golden Horse Riders Department's iron-like army surged forward. They started slowly, and then sped up. They slowly formed a cruel torrent on the ground, and fiercely met Chu Yang's troops. Chu Yang let out a long and loud shout. He jumped up along with his horse. Then, he shouted, "What harm is there in slaughtering the entire world?" He had used this move at this moment. The entire area was covered in blood. But, he had gained a kind of enlightenment. It had become even more cruel and fierce. A bright sword light soared high into the sky. It turned into an unstoppable fierce light. It rushed into the troops of the Golden Horse Riders Department at lightning speed, and went straight for Jing Menghen. Suddenly, a magnificent crown appeared in midair. This crown was golden red in color. It looked like the sun had risen in the sky. It was several times bigger than the crown of an ordinary king-level expert. Jing Menghen exclaimed, "A king-level expert? King of Hell Chu has broken through to the king-level expert in such a short time?" However, he didn't have time to wonder because Chu Yang's sword had already swept away the rain of blood. More than a dozen people screamed as they were cut into 2 halves. Chu Yang had arrived in front of Jing Menghen. "Come on." Jing Menghen flew up from his horse's back. His sword energy shot out in a crisscross manner. He met Chu Yang's move head-on. What harm is there in slaughtering the entire world? Both of their bodies trembled with a loud bang. Jing Menghen borrowed the force of the collision to fly back. He was extremely distressed. "The sword that I've been using for decades has turned into a sawtooth." He then looked at Chu Yang. Chu Yang didn't care about his sword. He let out a long and loud shout, and rushed forward again. Jing Menghen felt a chill in his heart. He had felt that King of Hell Chu had made great progress every time he had fought with him. This time, he was actually able to stand on equal footing with him and not be at a disadvantage. Chu Yang had borrowed the power of the divine sword. Moreover, his sword moves were very mysterious. But, it was still inconceivable that he could achieve this. Jing Menghen saw that Chu Yang's opponent was rushing over with an aggressive momentum. So, he fiercely dodged, and avoided Chu Yang's sharp sword. Then, he grabbed a big saber from one of his subordinates, and prepared to fight with Chu Yang again. However, he turned his head and saw that King of Hell Chu was ignoring him. Chu Yang had killed his way into the cavalry. Blood surged everywhere he went. And, human heads rolled like watermelons. Chu Yang had rushed forward more than 200 feet in a flash. He had left behind nearly 100 mutilated corpses. Jing Menghen roared, and rushed over. Then, the 2 armies collided with each other. It seemed as if the heavenly thunder had ignited the earth's fire. Both sides were doing their utmost to kill each other. They were doing their utmost to advance. 2 people would often exchange a move. Then, they would pass by each other, and would be replaced by another opponent. Everyone was rushing forward with indomitable will. Chu Yang felt a bright light in front of him after a quarter of an hour. The pressure on his body had lightened. He had already broken through the rear of the enemy's cavalry. Only 18,000 of the 30,000 elites were left behind. And they followed Chu Yang as he rushed out. Jing Menghun let out a long and loud shout. He gathered his troops and turned around at the fastest speed. He was ready to welcome the next round of battle. King-level expert Jing's confidence had greatly increased after this round of battle. The enemy has left behind at least 10,000 corpses in this battle. But my side has only paid the price of less than 5,000 people. We will soon be able to kill the enemy as long as we continue to fight like this. However, he was left dumbfounded when he turned around. King of Hell Chu had led his troops. He hadn't turned around. He had rushed in the opposite direction like a wisp of smoke. And he had left behind billowing smoke on the ground. Everyone, run! These bastards are too ferocious, a voice was heard from afar. It was King of Hell Chu. Jing Menghun was so angry that he almost vomited blood. King of Hell Chu. You're shameless. Didn't you say that we should fight to the death? King of Hell Chu's scolding voice was heard from afar. Jing Menghun, you're a moron. What qualifications do you have to fight to the death with me? Don't you think that exhausting you to death is the same as fighting to the death? Don't you think that playing you to death is the same as fighting to the death? Ha ha. Jing Menghun's eyes turned red as he roared, chase. He didn't believe that King of Hell Chu's motley crew could outrun his golden horse armored cavalry. Diwu Qingrou's firm command had made Jing Menghun's heart very determined to kill King of Hell Chu. How could he not chase after him when he had such a big advantage? Suddenly, the two teams started to chase after each other. They left billowing dust on the ground. On the other side, Wu Kuangyun and his army quickly joined Taibu Tian. They looked at the earth-shaking battle inside the Seven Killings Great Formation, and sucked in a cold breath. Your Majesty, why don't you give the order to attack? Wu Kuangyun asked cautiously. Anyone would know that this was the best time to attack. The people inside had clearly exhausted their strength. As long as there were fresh troops inside, it would be easy to capture them. Moreover, there were so many ironclad soldiers. No. Taibu Tian slightly shook her head. Her eyes were filled with pity. It's not that I don't want to. Diwu Qingrou has used the power of heaven to combine the terrain with the mountain range to form a killing formation. Millions of soldiers have been sacrificed to activate the Seven Killings Great Formation. Moreover, this formation connects heaven and earth. It can't be broken. She sighed deeply. Even if millions of people were to enter, they would be affected by the killing formation, and would turn into corpses. Wu Kuangyun sucked in a cold breath. His eyes opened wide. Diwu Qingrou's deranged behavior is intolerable, Taibu Tian said angrily. Everyone was silent. Diwu Qingrou had set up such a formation. It was clear that he wanted to capture all the soldiers of Iron Cloud and Great Zhao in one fell swoop. If he had only schemed against Iron Cloud, it would have been understandable. After all, they were enemies. But to even scheme against one's own people was truly too inhumane. It's a pity. It's a pity that Diwu Qingrou's loyal subordinates have been risking their lives for decades. Wu Kuangyun heaved a long sigh. Those people had risked their lives for Diwu Qingrou. They had guarded the borders for decades without any complaints or regrets. But Diwu Qingrou had mercilessly abandoned them. They couldn't help but feel a little sad. Tai Budian also sighed. Then, he changed the topic and said, however, there's only one person like Diwu Qingrou in these thousands of years. Wu Kuangyun's heart trembled. He bowed and said, yes. Fortunately, we are working under His Majesty, which is 1,000,000 times better than our colleagues in Great Zhao. Then, he looked at the great array and said, Your Majesty, it seems that this battle will only end in the afternoon. Your Majesty, why don't you take a rest first? Leave the matters here to me. Tai Budian smiled faintly. She glanced sideways and saw Wu Qianxian standing at the side. Her eyes lit up involuntarily. Since that's the case, I'll go and have a chat with Miss Wu. Her tone deliberately revealed traces of tenderness. Wu Kuangyun was startled. Then, he exposed an ambiguous smile and said, Your Majesty, please. Tai Budian nodded and walked towards Wu Qianqian. Then, the two of them exchanged a few words. Then, they left under the protection of the Imperial Guards. Tai Budian dismissed everyone in the big tent. Only Wu Qianqian and herself remained. The two of them sat opposite each other. Wu Qianqian had been worried about Qu Yang's safety. So, she was somewhat distracted. However, Tai Butian's mind was in a mess. She didn't know what to say. So, she remained silent for a while. Wu Qianqian recovered after a long time. Then, she asked faintly, "Your Majesty, what's the matter?" Tai Budian smiled embarrassedly and said, "Yes, there's something I want to discuss with Miss Wu. Haha, I also want to say something from the bottom of my heart. This war was really cruel. I hope that such a cruel war will never happen again. The people are in a terrible situation. The common people are in a terrible situation. It's really too horrible to look at." Wu Qianqian said faintly, "With your Majesty's wisdom and martial prowess, the common people's lives will definitely get better and better." Haha. Tai Budian smiled gently. Suddenly, she changed the topic and said, "Miss Wu, what do you think of Minister Chu?" When Wu Qianqian heard the words Minister Chu, her eyes narrowed. Her scattered spirit gradually gathered together. She rolled her eyes and asked coldly, "What do you think?" She thought to herself, could it be that His Majesty wants to give up after seeing that the situation is in his hands? When she thought of this, she couldn't help but feel a strong sense of vigilance. "I'm not talking about that." Tai Budian coughed speechlessly and said, "I'm saying that Minister Chu seems to have a beloved woman in his heart." And, haha, the light in Wu Qianqian's eyes dimmed. She said, "That has nothing to do with me." Of course. Tai Budian had always been eloquent. But now, she felt that every sentence she said was a little stuttering. She didn't even know how to open her mouth. "But Miss Wu, do you intend to continue like this?" Tai Butian's eyes flickered. She said, "You must know that men and women should get married when they grow up. Your Majesty, what exactly are you trying to say?" Wu Qianqian's thoughts were stirred up by her words. She couldn't help but feel a little bad. She was about to turn 20. If she still didn't get married, she would be considered an old lady. Although she was determined, her father would definitely urge her to talk about marriage. It was so annoying. When she thought of this, she couldn't help but be at her wit's end. "I'm saying." Tai Budian coughed a few times. She found it difficult to speak. After thinking for a while, she finally let out a long sigh. "I, Tai Budian, have been too old since I was young. For more than 10 years, I've been under tremendous pressure. Even when I take a breath, I have to be careful. I've also never tasted the love of ordinary men and women." Alarm bells rang in Wu Qianqian's heart. What does this mean? To show his own purity? Tell me, he hasn't been flirting with women? There are only a few maids in the palace. Even when he ascended the throne, he didn't have a concubine. Tai Budian said with difficulty. As the Emperor of Iron Cloud, he doesn't have a single woman by his side, Wu Qianqian snorted. Her face was a little pale. If it weren't for the fact that the other party was the Emperor, she would have left in a huff. But, the unification of the world is imminent. The legacy of the Emperor has to be put on the agenda. There are 3 ways an ordinary family can be unfilial. Having no descendants is the worst, let alone the legacy of the Emperor's grandson. Tai Budian beat around the bush, feeling helpless. She raised her head and saw that Wu Qianqian was still cold and expressionless. Tai Budian sighed again in her heart. So, she continued to work hard. Now, the court officials are busy with the selection every day. It's really annoying. Wu Qianqian snorted again. Suddenly, she was about to stand up. Your Majesty, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Don't. Tai Budian hurriedly stood up to stop her. To be honest, this time, I'd like to ask Miss Wu for a favor. It's just a small favor. What favor? Wu Qianqian asked. Miss Wu. Tai Butian's expression became serious and serious. If I, Tai Budian, am removed from the position of the Emperor and let Miss Wu look at me as an ordinary person, do you have any redeeming qualities? Your Majesty is an extraordinary man. Of course, I have my redeeming qualities. Wu Qianqian said calmly. Then what kind of person am I in your heart? Tai Budian persisted in her questioning. I want to hear Miss Wu's honest thoughts. Your Majesty is handsome and elegant. Every word and action of yours is elegant. When you're gentle, you make people feel like they're bathing in the spring breeze. When you're strict, you make people feel like they're in a thunderstorm. When you're quiet, you're moving like a fleeing rabbit. You're one of the top men in the world today. Wu Qianqian said sincerely, but what? Tai Budian asked anxiously. But, it's just that your height is a little short. Wu Qianqian didn't stand on ceremony and went straight to the point. The way she looked at Tai Budian was clearly saying, you're about the same height as me, Tai Budian was a little speechless. Actually, Tai Butian's height wasn't considered short. With a height of 1.7 meters, he could be said to be a crane in a flock of chickens. But Wu Qianqian herself was a tall beauty. The two of them were about the same height and there was Chu Yang as a comparison. Therefore, in Wu Qianqian's eyes, this man Tai Budian was just a third-level handicap. Actually, I'm not considered short. Minister Chu is only a palm taller than me. Tai Budian defended himself somewhat weakly. Wu Qianqian rolled her eyes. Only a palm taller than you? You make it sound so easy. It's not like you don't know. Not to mention a palm. Even if you're taller by a bean, you're still a height that a person can't reach in his lifetime. If that's the case, the difference between a mountain and the sky isn't that big. At most, it's only a few 100,000 miles apart. What matter does your Majesty have that you need my help with? Wu Qianqian asked somewhat impatiently. You left me here alone with a man and a woman. What if Chu Yang comes back and sees us and misunderstands? Actually, I. Tai Budian stammered. Suddenly, he made up his mind and said, actually, I've always admired Miss Wu. Stop. Wu Qianqian was furious. She thought to herself, you actually said it out loud, but since Tai Budian had said it out loud, why would he stop? He simply continued without a care. Now, the courtiers are urging me to get married. If Miss Wu doesn't mind, I'm willing to make Miss Wu the Empress. For the rest of my life, there will be no second color. What nonsense are you talking about? Wu Qianqian's face was frosty. She stood up abruptly and turned to walk out. Wait. Tai Budian shouted. But why would Wu Qianqian bother with him? The moment she heard that, she walked even faster and was about to walk out. Tai Budian chased after her and hugged her. He said, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Wu Qianqian was furious. Let go of me. She reached out and pushed him away. This pair of hands actually happened to push against Tai Butian's chest. Qianqian was suddenly taken aback. This doesn't feel right. She looked suspiciously at Tai Butian's flat chest and couldn't help but grab and rub it again. Ah! Wu Qianqian screamed, almost sending the tent flying. The person being molested hadn't even screamed, but this person who was molesting someone else actually screamed first. Tai Budian only felt a pinch on her chest and couldn't help but blush. It was summer now and she wasn't wearing much clothes. You're still touching. Tai Budian said angrily with a red face. She felt that the hands on her chest actually didn't stop grabbing and pinching. Ah! Wu Qianqian screamed again. She jumped back 3 steps. She could feel cold sweat trickling down her back. Her face was deathly pale as she stammered, you, what about me? Tai Budian rolled her eyes at her. Don't make any noise. You're like, a girl? Wu Qianqian finally woke up. She lowered her voice and spoke in an incredulous tone. Tai Budian snorted and then slowly reached her hand into her clothes. Then, she took off a jade pendant from her neck. Wu Qianqian only felt a blur before her eyes and a faint halo flashed by. Then, she rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Then, she rubbed them again, it's true. Wu Qianqian moaned and almost fainted. She swore that she really didn't blink just now. And Tai Budian was also really standing there without moving. However, after a flash of light, Tai Butian's entire appearance changed. She was originally a handsome young man full of heroic spirit. But after the flash, she actually turned into she was still dressed as a man. But now, Tai Butian's cheeks were rosy and her hair was like clouds, flowing down elegantly. Her chest was high and her waist was slender. She was obviously a peerless beauty. Wu Qianqian's eyes instantly widened. Tai Butian's eyes turned and she smiled lightly. Did you see clearly? Wu Qianqian nodded in a daze. Thinking about the feeling just now, she couldn't help but reminisce. Her fingers actually unconsciously twirled and two words suddenly came to her mind, so big. How could it be so big? Wu Qianqian lowered her head and looked at her chest. She compared with Tai Butian and Tai Butian. In terms of appearance, they were about the same, but she was really big. Come on. Tai Butian saw her twirling and couldn't help but blush. She pulled her hand and affectionately pulled her to sit down. This time, of course, Wu Qianqian's body. She opened fire by surprise. You're a woman's husband? Yours by surprise? By TS by TS by TSD SSSSSSSS. S's, S by TS she's S's. TTSS Tai Shicheng, the Emperor of Iron Cloud, suddenly went crazy and massacred the entire palace. Even the Empress and the Princess were not spared. Wu Qianqian was also a very intelligent person. She finally understood what was going on. She couldn't help but sigh. Tai Butian saw her expression and knew that she had guessed something. Tai Butian's expression also became a little gloomy. She said in a low voice, back then, my father only had a few daughters. He didn't have an emperor. I was the youngest. At that time, my father seemed to have a premonition. He kept my birth a secret and told everyone that I was the emperor. There was another reason. When I was born, my master was traveling in Iron Cloud. He was in the palace at that time. After seeing me, he felt that I had a good foundation and accepted me as his younger brother. Moreover, he gave me a jade token. That's the one. I see. Wu Qianqian nodded in relief. Wu Qianqian was still puzzled. But why did you? She looked at Tai Butian from the corner of her eyes. Why are you in such a hurry? Tai Butian's face instantly turned red. Wu Qianqian recalled how she used to regard Tai Butian as a scourge. The more she thought about it, the more amused she felt. She chuckled. You're really something. You actually had feelings for me since a long time ago. Tai Butian's face turned red. She said, I was just testing you first, hee. Wu Qianqian was overjoyed. She laughed so hard that her body shook. You're actually an empress. You're really something. You want to be a pervert, but can you do it? Tai Butian finally couldn't take it anymore. She jumped up with a red face and grabbed Wu Qianqian's chest. Little hoof. If you continue to spout nonsense. As she said that, she actually gave Wu Qianqian a taste of her own medicine. She also mischievously rubbed, and pinched her chest. Wu Qianqian felt weak all over. She hurriedly slapped her hand away and said, You wanted my help just for this? Yes. But it's not just this. There's something else. Tai Butian stammered. What is it? Wu Qianqian smiled like a flower. There's also something like. Tai Butian leaned close to Wu Qianqian's ear and said a few words. Ah. Wu Qianqian exclaimed and jumped up. You're pregnant? Why, this. Keep your voice down. Tai Butian reacted quickly. She covered Wu Qianqian's mouth. My little grandaunt. What are you shouting for? Wu Qianqian looked at her in shock. After a long time, she asked, Whose? Tai Butian's face turned red. This matter was really a little difficult to talk about. Who plucked you, the number one flower of Iron Cloud? Wu Qianqian still felt that it was a little unbelievable. Tai Butian steeled her heart and said, Who else? Isn't it your sweetheart? Chuyang? Wu Qianqian was shocked. Her face turned pale and she stood up trembling all over. Yes. But. Tai Butian heaved a long sigh. He himself doesn't know. As she spoke, she told him everything that had happened that day. Since she had already said so much, it was impossible for her not to tell him everything. Wu Qianqian listened slowly. Her pale face slowly recovered. So it was like this. It was she who used her lifetime of cultivation and martial arts, as well as the most precious thing of a woman to save his life, so I need your help. Tai Budian finally finished. She looked at Wu Qianqian somewhat anxiously. I'm angry. I can't do anything about it. With such a thing happening, you don't have to say any more. Wu Qianqian bit her red lips lightly. An intense struggle flashed across her heart. Finally, her eyes revealed a determined look. I promise you. She couldn't be with him forever, but, raising his child with her own hands was also, a kind of consolation, right? Wu Qianqian turned her head and looked at Tai Budian. This outstanding beauty in front of her was really, in the same boat as her. It was just that, in some areas, she was more unfortunate than her. But in some areas, she had something more than her. Wu Qianqian stared at Tai Budian's belly. A wave of jealousy suddenly rose in her heart. His child. This was his child. Recalling how Tai Budian was very determined not to let her go that night, Wu Qianqian couldn't help but think, if the one who went wasn't Tai Budian but herself, then this child would. Thinking of this, Wu Qianqian's face heated up. She tried her best to stop herself from thinking about Tai Budian. Thank you, Qianqian. Tai Budian's eyes shone with gratitude. She said sincerely, but I hope that you won't let him know about this. I understand. Wu Qianqian bit her lips and promised solemnly. She really understood. Since he didn't have her in his heart and had another woman whom he loved deeply, and he didn't even know that she was a woman, what was the use of telling him, make him suffer? Let him choose? Force him to take responsibility? What a joke. Both Tai Budian and Wu Qianqian were extremely proud women. Both of them would never use such methods. Since you don't know, then don't know. We won't make things difficult for you. Even if such methods could really force Chu Yang to submit, both of them wouldn't bother to use them. We don't want this kind of love that comes from charity and forced marriage. If we want it, then we will defeat the woman in his heart fair and square. Tai Budian sighed and said, you have to consider this matter carefully. Although I want you to agree, I don't want you to force him. After all, you still have hope. You're not like me. Wu Qianqian shook her head painfully and said, there's no need to consider. If he accepts, then he'll be pitying me. What use do I have for such pity? I'm already very satisfied with this ending. She looked blankly at the tea and said softly, I know very well. Tai Budian sighed deeply. Then, she picked up the jade pendant and wore it around her neck. A burst of dense light flickered. The peerless beauty suddenly turned into that valiant and exuberant emperor of a generation who looked down on the world. Since that's the case, I'll have to trouble you a lot. Give birth to a son for me and lay the foundation of Iron Cloud. Tai Budian said softly. Wu Qianqian smiled and nodded. Give birth to a son for me? This is really a replacement. Later, I'll immediately send someone to sect leader Wu of Beyond the Heavens sect to propose marriage. I'll take you as my empress. Tai Budian said lightly, Beyond the Heavens sect will be a relative of the emperor. After Iron Cloud unifies the world, Beyond the Heavens sect will be the first protector sect. Qianqian, do you have anything to add? I don't want. Wu Qianqian thought for a while and said, just a little reward is enough. If the reward is too heavy, it will harm Beyond the Heavens sect. After all, a sect is not an imperial court. That's good. Tai Budian agreed. Also, I don't want to give up the position of minister of Butian Pavilion. Wu Qianqian said softly, King of Helchu is me. This is also a secret. Hearing the words King of Helchu, Tai Budian was a little stunned. After a long time, she nodded. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she said, Minister Chu, then, what do you think? On the surface, you're my empress. But when you're minister of Butian Pavilion, I'll be your woman and your wife. How about that? Wu Qianqian was stunned. From these words, she suddenly felt Tai Butian Xian's unconditional love for Chu Yang. Even the title hidden in the deepest part of her heart was so important to this generation's empress. Wu Qianqian nodded silently. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. But tears of sadness came out of their smiles. Chu Yang was rushing through the mountains and forests at the moment. Less than 15,000 people were fleeing behind him. Everyone was exhausted from chasing along the way. They had been going around in circles in the mountains and forests. And they had finally reached the point where they couldn't hold on any longer. The Iron Cloud elites were familiar with the terrain. So, the Golden Horse Riders Department's people were complaining incessantly. Chu Yang had been avoiding water sources along the way. He had been rushing to dry places where there was no mountain spring. Everyone was sweating profusely in such hot weather. Even Qinglong and the others were sweating profusely. They were gasping for breath with their mouths open. Chu Yang silently calculated. Everyone in his team was equipped with 2 water bottles. But they had been without water for 8 hours now. Almost everyone had reached their limit. So, the Golden Horse Riders Department couldn't be any better. Suddenly, a long and loud shout was heard. Then, he whipped his horse and rushed forward along a fork in the road. The army followed behind him. They made a sharp turn, and entered the fork in the road. Jing Menghun's eyes were red as he shouted from behind, "They are finished. Chase after them. Don't leave a single one alive." Jing Menghun had almost been cursed to death by Chu Yang along the way. He was so angry that his belly was about to explode. The people of the Golden Horse Riders Department were also very thirsty. Most of them had blisters on their lips, and their skin was dry and cracked. Their spirits were lifted when they heard these words. They followed the Iron Cloud cavalry like a whirlwind, and rushed into the fork in the road. Everyone could see that the cavalry in front of them was at the end of their rope. They would kill to their heart's content as long as they caught up with them. Along the way, everyone had been angered to the point of death. It was finally time for revenge. Chu Yang took the lead on the mountain road. He looked behind him. He saw the appearance of Jing Menghun and the others. He couldn't help but think that his plan had worked. He didn't hesitate to make a turn, and rushed towards the small lake that had been transformed by the Lust Dragon's inner core. People were falling down from their horses along the way. They were so thirsty that they couldn't bear it. "Speed up! Speed up!" Chu Yang shouted, "The water source is ahead." Everyone's spirits were lifted as soon as these words came out. They clenched their teeth, and rushed forward on horseback. "There's a water source ahead?" Jing Menghun's spirit was roused. They had been chasing after each other for a whole day. Moreover, the weather was very hot. So, how could the water bottle on his body support such consumption? Not a single drop was left. Even Jing Menghun couldn't bear the thirst of the day. "Everyone, hurry up. There's a water source in front of us," Jing Menghun shouted. Immediately, everyone was energized. Chu Yang led a large group of people and horses across the pond like a whirlwind. He secretly ordered that no one was allowed to drink the water. He only sent a few horses to gallop around the pond, and made it extremely dirty. Then, he mounted the horses and galloped away. Jing Menghun rushed over, and saw that the surface of the pond was still rippling. A few lumps of horse dung were floating on top of it. He couldn't help but get angry, his eyes turned red. But now that he was thirsty to a certain extent, he would really die of thirst if he didn't drink water. "Get those messy things out of the water. Everyone should quickly drink a pot of water." Jing Menghun was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Although it was dirty, he still had to drink it. However, the army behind him did not have such concerns. Damn, what's wrong with floating horse dung? It was still water. But now, water was a life-saving thing. Everyone swarmed forward, and drank the water. Then, they filled their pots, and felt that their bodies were full of strength. Everyone drank the water, and conveniently led their horses to the edge of the pond to drink water. Jing Menghun was sulking on his horse. The deputy silently poured a pot of water for him, and handed it over. Jing Menghun heaved a long sigh and said, "I can't believe that a dignified king-level expert like me would suffer such humiliation today. I swear that I won't be a man if I don't take revenge for this." Then, he put the pot near his mouth, and gulped down a few mouthfuls of water. The corner of the deputy's mouth twitched. He thought, only a bunch of big men like you would feel dirty. It's already good enough for people like us to drink. Let alone these lumps of horse dung, Even if it was full of horse dung, wouldn't we still drink it? If we don't drink it, we'll die. Mother Fu *Cur, it's a great disgrace for you. Everyone's spirit rose 100-fold after drinking the water. Their fighting spirit soared. Jing Menghun shouted, everyone, get on your horses, and continue to chase after King of Hell Chu. Yes. More than 20,000 people got on their horses, and turned into a huge black dragon. Minister, they drank it. Qingyang's dry lips parted. His eyes were full of schadenfreude. They didn't let their own people drink it, but let the enemy drink it. So, it's easy to imagine what was in it. Drink it? Qu Yang couldn't help but laugh out loud. He said, it's good that they drank it. It's good that they drank it. What's in the water? Qingyang asked in a low voice as he galloped his horse. It's nothing. It's just some aphrodisiac. Qu Yang squinted his eyes, it's the best kind. If you don't find a woman after taking it for 5 hours, your whole body will fester, and you'll die, hiss. Qingyang sucked in a mouthful of cold air. This is really poisonous. Aphrodisiac. Fu *K, there hasn't been a woman within the radius of thousands of miles since this place was established as a battlefield. This move is really poisonous. Qingyang smacked his lips, and his whole body shivered. He suddenly didn't feel thirsty anymore. If they used poison, they could still use the medicinal herbs from the mountains, and the medicinal herbs that the army carried with them. They could still delay for a while. Although the flow of the pond was slow, it was still running water, and the toxicity wasn't heavy. If they used poison, they could still be saved. But aphrodisiac. It was really powerless. Next to him, Qin Yutong began to chuckle. What are you laughing at? Qingyang asked. I'm laughing. Wahahaha. Qin Yutong grinned, if those guys can't hold it in, will they do that with their horses? That. Thinking of more than 20,000 people doing it with their horses at the same time, I can't help but be overjoyed. That's what it means to be a golden horse, a knight, lying down. Fu *K. Qingyang's face was full of black lines as he cursed. He also began to laugh. Suddenly, he became a little worried and said to Qu Yang, Minister, that. Can the horses be detoxified? Nonsense. Qu Yang looked at him speechlessly, can a horse be your wife? Qingyang lowered his head and didn't dare to speak. Let's go. Let's go to a remote place as far as possible. We'll go back to the battlefield after 2 hours. Qu Yang mischievously smiled, we'll defeat them on the battlefield in a fair and square manner. Defeat them in a fair and square manner? Qingyang and Qin Yutong's facial muscles twitched at the same time. You've given them so much aphrodisiac. I reckon that those guys will begin to fester by the time they reach the battlefield. Yet, you're still shamelessly saying that we'll defeat them in a fair and square manner? Everyone spurred their horses and galloped away. Jing Menghun faintly felt that something was wrong. He drank the water, and chased for an hour. Suddenly, he felt that it was getting hotter and hotter. Moreover, it seemed that this heat was coming from the inside of his body. King-level expert Jing felt a little ashamed. He had been riding a horse for a whole day, and hadn't done anything. His thighs had long since become numb. But, King-level expert Jing had shamefully discovered that he was reacting to the horse he was riding. Fu *K. What's going on? Jing Menghun's mouth and tongue felt dry. He felt that his lower body was getting harder and hotter. It felt like a red-hot iron rod. It was extremely uncomfortable. King-level expert Jing was very embarrassed. He lowered his body. Damn it. If my subordinates see me riding a horse with a tent on my head, I won't be able to live anymore. He was very excited in his heart. Moreover, his blood was flowing faster. His whole body felt limp and itchy. The long-lost male impulse had returned to his body. Jing Menghun suddenly felt that the wind blowing against his face was full of gentleness. It was as gentle as the gentle hand of his wife on the night of his wedding. Jing Menghun felt a little hazy in front of his eyes. He couldn't help but recall that night. Oh, my wife, you've been gone for so many years. Jing Menghun's eyes were full of gentleness. He recalled the best years of his life. He couldn't help but sigh bitterly in his heart. He moved forward while facing the wind. His thoughts were rolling, and he was lost in thought. His subordinates were behind him. Their faces were red, and their eyes were shining with excitement. Everyone's throats were heavy, and their breathing was rhythmic. The warhorses under him were getting more and more excited. They were even more vigorous and lively when they galloped. Moreover, they were even jumping up and down. If one were to look down, they would be able to see red spears protruding from the legs of the warhorses. 10,000 horses were galloping, and 10,000 spears were resting on their heads. By the 4th hour, the beautiful and hazy feeling had disappeared, and everyone had sunk into a frenzy. Everyone was panting, and their eyes were red. Jing Menghun woke up from the ecstasy of his memories. He finally felt that something was wrong. He turned his head, and couldn't help but be surprised. He saw that all his subordinates had the same expression as him. Their eyes were red, and they were panting. Their eyes were full of lust, aphrodisiac. Jing Menghun was scared out of his wits. My God! When did everyone take an aphrodisiac? King-level Master Jing felt that the restlessness in his body was getting more and more intense. Jing Menghun suddenly remembered the pond. His mind flashed like lightning, and he suddenly understood everything. He couldn't help but shout with grief and indignation, King of Hell Chu, you are so poisonous. King of Hell Chu. You are so poisonous. You are so poisonous. Jing Menghun's eyes were bloodshot. King-level Master Jing understood, but he was still puzzled. Where did King of Hell Chu get so much aphrodisiac? An ordinary aphrodisiac wouldn't have any effect if it had been thrown into such a big pond with running water. What did King of Hell Chu use? He didn't know that the aphrodisiac King of Hell Chu had used was the same as the lust dragon he had set on fire. Moreover, Jing Menghun had injured the lust dragon with his own hands. It was almost as if Jing Menghun had given it to King of Hell Chu. Jing Menghun had set the fire, forced the lust dragon out, injured it, and delivered it to Chu Yang. Then, Chu Yang had used the aphrodisiac on Jing Menghun's body. Jing Menghun wouldn't have waited for the aphrodisiac to flare up if he had known this. He would have killed himself. How could such a thing happen in this world? This was even more inconceivable than unthinkable. Last night, he suddenly had a stomachache and had diarrhea. He couldn't bear it and went to the hospital. He received an 4 drip until the wee hours of the morning. His whole body felt weak. He thought that he had a reason to rest. He didn't have a stomachache or diarrhea after sleeping. Jing Menghun's indignant voice resounded from afar. Minister Chu, who was at the front of the Iron Cloud troops, suddenly burst into laughter. It seems that King-level Master Jing has realized something. Unfortunately, this kind of aphrodisiac is incurable. Incurable? Qingyang's entire body shivered. Then, he raised his voice and said, Jing Menghun, I, King of Hell Chu, have said that I will play you to death. Do you believe me now? Are you happy? Ha 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 ha. Jing Menghun became furious. He shouted, King of Hell Chu, I would rather die than drag you down with me. He turned around and shouted, Chase. Jing Menghun, come with me. Chu Yang shouted, let's go. Our 2 armies will go to the battlefield and fight to the death in an open and aboveboard manner. I will defeat you in an open and aboveboard manner. I will make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly. You have already eaten so many aphrodisiacs for us. Everyone is having erotic thoughts now. How can we fight? You have the audacity to say fight to the death in an open and aboveboard manner? Defeat me in an open and aboveboard manner? Make me accept my defeat wholeheartedly? King of Hell Chu, you are shameless. Jing Menghun shouted, how can you be so shameless? He shouted again, and spouted a mouthful of blood. King-level Master Jing was mad with anger. I must kill King of Hell Chu no matter what. Then, he started to think of a way to detoxify the poison. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Wu Kuan-yin had finished cleaning up the battlefield in a day's time. Under the command of Taibu Tian, the huge eye of the array had been filled in. Corpses were everywhere as far as the eye could see. They were densely packed. 8 million soldiers had been thrown in. But, no more than 200,000 were still alive. Moreover, everyone was on their last breath. They were riddled with scars. Wu Kuan-yin was now directing the army to dig holes. They were preparing to bury the corpses. The weather was very hot at the moment. So many corpses were resting. Some of them had already started to rot in a day's time. The plague would be no joke if this happened. So, how could Wu Kuan-yin dare to show the slightest bit of neglect? Wu Kuan-yin was startled when he saw the messy armor of the cavalryman. The leader of the cavalrymen had disheveled hair. His arms were bare, and his face was covered in black dirt. He cut a sorry figure. However, he was smiling brightly. It was King of Hell Chu. The elite troops of Ironclad's army were standing behind King of Hell Chu. Wu Kuan-yin was startled. This guy was already in such a sorry state, what was there to be proud of? Could it be that the Golden Horse Riders Department was completely destroyed? Then, he heard a sorrowful and indignant roar, King of Hell Chu. Don't run. Come and die. Jing Meng-hun led the troops of the Golden Horse Riders Department, and chased after them in a frenzy. Wu Kuan-yin opened his mouth wide and stared with his eyes wide open. This guy is being chased for his life, yet he can still be so proud of himself. He is AF** King Genius. But how did he lead the Golden Horse Riders Department back? King of Hell Chu circled his horse, and roared, "Get into formation." All the horsemen got into formation behind him. They were battered and exhausted. Then, they got into formation behind him. Then, another majestic roar was heard, "Get ready to meet the enemy." Wu Kuan-yin curled his lips, and quickly ran towards his warhorse. He thought, it's already a miracle that your troops are standing straight. But, you still want to meet the enemy? It seems that I have to go into action. However, Wu Kuan-yin was taken aback by what happened next. He saw that the two troops were in the same sorry state. They faced each other for a moment. Then, they got into formation and charged towards each other. However, the cavalrymen of the Golden Horse Riders Department fell off their horses one after another. Some of them were charging towards the enemy. Their noses and ears were rotted off. Then, their arms also fell to the ground. Even the warhorses of the Golden Horse Riders Department were turned into piles of rotten meat as they charged forward. Wu Kuan-yin rubbed his eyes. Holy shit! What's going on? How come these people who were alive a moment ago have turned into rotting corpses in the blink of an eye? It can't be that the horses were originally rotting corpses, right? But, how can these corpses make any sound? Chu Yang smiled proudly. Motherfew * cur. The 2-hour time limit is up. Why aren't you dead yet? More than 20,000 men of the Golden Horse Riders Department were turned into minced meat along with their horses with a crashing sound. Moreover, Chu Yang's troops were so exhausted that they found it difficult to even lift their swords. Jing Meng-hun's troops had collapsed in a bizarre manner. Jing Meng-hun turned his head to look. Suddenly, his entire body trembled. He looked up to the sky and roared. He saw the miserable scene in front of him, and then remembered that he had been poisoned by the same poison. King of Hell Chu. What kind of poison is this? Jing Meng-hun's entire body trembled. He felt that his skin was itching, and had begun to fester. Jing Meng-hun. This is the lust dragon that you burned down the mountain. Chu Yang laughed heartily. I have to thank you. I wouldn't have been able to obtain the lust dragon's inner core if you hadn't seriously injured it. Now, I'm using it on you in order to avenge it. It's also to avenge the people who had their forests destroyed and their livelihood destroyed by you. Chu Yang sneered. Jing Meng-hun, tell me, isn't this retribution? Jing Meng-hun was dumbstruck. He had been talking for a short period of time. Then, he had heard unceasing thumping sounds behind him. Jing Meng-hun was the only one left among the 24,000 cavalrymen of the Golden Horse Riders Department. Moreover, the warhorse he was riding slowly collapsed and festered. Jing Meng-hun stood on the ground. He raised his arm, and looked at the yellow spots that had slowly appeared on his arm. Then, they slowly turned into water stains, and turned into a big hole. Jing Meng-hun laughed miserably. He looked up to the sky and roared, Retribution! Retribution! He suddenly stretched out his hand, and pulled out a long sword with his bony fingers. Then, he fiercely chopped his own throat. His tall and sturdy body slowly fell to the ground. When he landed on the ground with a pop sound, his entire body turned into a pile of minced meat. Chu Yang let out a long sigh. He looked at the pile of minced meat in front of him, and felt a chill run down his spine. This Chen-he is really overbearing. He suddenly remembered that he had also been poisoned by this poison. He would have turned into minced meat if it hadn't been for. His facial muscles couldn't help but tremble. He turned his head, and looked towards Taibu Tian's commander's tent. Wu Kuangyun was rushing over with his cavalry. He was stunned on the road. He felt as if he was in a dream. Everyone rubbed their eyes. What's going on? More than 20,000 people. They were the most elite troops of the entire continent. How did they suddenly vanish like smoke in thin air? Even the leader of the Golden Horse Riders Department, who was at the peak of the king level, had committed suicide. He had turned into minced meat without exception. Everyone was petrified. The decisive battle had finally come to an end. This strange and terrifying scene would forever be branded in everyone's hearts. Chu Yang rested for a while. Then, he hurried to the pond. He wanted to retrieve the lust dragon's inner core. Fu*K. This thing is too vicious. It's safer to leave it in my tribulation space. Taibu Tian, Tai Longqing, and Wu Kuangyun were discussing how to deal with the aftermath. Great Zhao's million-strong army had been annihilated. Ironclad's 4 million-strong army had been left with only 300,000 soldiers. No one had expected such a tragic outcome. Great Zhao's 10 Dragon Tiger generals had been killed in battle. Great Zhao's Golden Horse Riders Department's elites had been killed by King of Hell Chu's vicious scheme. Diwu Qingrou's whereabouts were unknown. After this battle, Great Zhao was like a toothless tiger. The other country, Limitless Nation, had been crippled by Diwu Qingrou before the war between Great Zhao and Iron Cloud had started. Now, it was struggling at death's door. Iron Cloud's march to unify the world had become unstoppable. It was bound to go smoothly, and unify the three heavens. This outcome was already set in stone. However, Taibu Tian was still depressed. She wasn't happy at all. She sighed as she looked at the scene of devastation. The night breeze was blowing. The night was long. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Taibu Tian and Wu Qianqian were slowly walking on top of the mountain. The smell of blood was still lingering in the air. However, the cruel war was finally over. The losses in this war were disastrous. Wu Qianqian pondered and said, "The world may be unified from now on. But, I'm afraid that it will take several years to recover from this loss. It's a great disaster for the common people. I don't know how many families have lost their pillars of support. And how many children have lost their fathers." Sigh. Taibu Tian's complexion was heavy. She looked up at the starry sky and softly said, "It's full of helplessness. This is the human world." After a long time, she slowly said, "After the world is unified, I will grant amnesty to the world. I will re-establish the rules of governance. Only talents will be used. The common people will be exempted from taxes for 3 years. Then, 3.5 years of taxes will be added. They will recuperate and recover their strength." Taibu Tian was a little perplexed. She said, "Ever since I became the head of Iron Cloud, I never dreamed that the world would be under my control. Now, it's actually done. Thinking about it, it's like a dream." Wu Qianqian was silent. Taibu Tian was silent for a while. She looked at the shining stars in the sky and said sadly, "Everything comes to naught after a war. Millions of soldiers are nothing. The hero's dream of unifying the world is no longer dependent on weapons. Minister Chu has made great contributions in this war of the world," Tai Budian said with melancholy. She was obviously thinking about Chu Yang's imminent departure. Wu Qianqian also sighed. However, she said somewhat mischievously, "That's your man. This can be considered a gift from your man." "My man." Taibu Tian's eyes flashed with tenderness. Suddenly, a guard in the distance shouted, "Who's there?" "It's me." It was Chu Yang's voice. "Chu Yang is here." Wu Qianqian's eyes lit up. What is he doing here at this time? Chu Yang climbed up the mountain step by step. His black robe fluttered in the night wind. His footsteps were heavy and somewhat hesitant. His heart was also fluttering in the wind like the black robe. Wu Qianxian looked at the black robe on Chu Yang that she had personally sewn. Her eyes revealed a trace of tenderness. Minister Chu has just gone through a great battle today. Why aren't you resting? Instead, you have the mood to stroll around? Tai Budian smiled. I came here today because I have something on my mind that I really don't understand. I specially came here to seek your advice, Chu Yang said indifferently. In this world, is there anything that Minister Chu doesn't understand? Tai Budian smiled brightly. Chu Yang was silent for a long time before he said slowly, Xianxia, you can leave first. I have something to discuss with His Majesty. Wu Qianxian responded. She looked at the two of them worriedly and was about to turn around. Tai Budian snorted but continued, Xianxian is not an outsider. What can't you say in front of her? Wu Qianxian was instantly caught between the two of them. She couldn't advance or retreat. This is a private matter. It is inconvenient for Qianxian to be here, Chu Yang said indifferently. Private matters and official matters are the same in front of me. They are all matters of the world. Tai Budian said softly, I am the ruler of the world. I have the right to control all matters of the world. Qianxian, you stay. Chu Yang looked at Tai Budian in surprise. His face slowly darkened. He didn't expect Tai Budian to be so domineering today. Why? What is the meaning of this, Your Majesty? Chu Yang asked indifferently. He didn't know that the reason why Tai Budian wanted Wu Qianxian to stay was that she felt guilty and scared. Therefore, she deliberately left Wu Qianxian behind to boost her courage. Minister Chu, what is it? Tai Budian asked. Chu Yang's face was gloomy. His suppressed anger was about to explode. He forcibly suppressed it and said, Since Your Majesty has said so, I will speak frankly. Yes, Your Majesty must have seen it today. Jing Menghun and his 25,000 golden horse riders were all poisoned to death. This poison is called lust poison. As he spoke, his eyes were fixed on Tai Butian's face. Lust poison. The muscles on Tai Butian's face twitched. This kind of aphrodisiac can only be cured by sexual intercourse. Chu Yang said in a heavy voice, I've also experienced this kind of aphrodisiac on the day Your Majesty saved me. But, I'm safe and sound. Tai Butian's gaze became somewhat evasive. Chu Yang took a step forward, his eyes still fixed on Tai Budian. He said slowly, I want to know why I didn't die. Who is the woman who saved me? Tai Butian's expression became flustered. Her mouth was agape as she looked at Chu Yang somewhat helplessly. Wu Qianxian looked at her nervously. I just want to know who she is. Chu Yang said softly. Haha. I didn't expect Minister Chu to finally know the truth. Tai Butian's eyes flickered and she smiled uneasily. This is really the will of the heavens. Heaven's will? Chu Yang's eyes flashed. That's right. Tai Butian's gaze was somewhat distant as she said, Since Minister Chu has asked, I'll also talk about that matter back then. I'd like to hear the details, Chu Yang said lightly. That day, Minister Chu had already fallen into a coma when I arrived with the army. It was the two uncles Ing who risked their lives to rescue you from the encirclement of the Golden Horse Riders Department, Tai Budian said slowly. I know this. What happened after that? Then, we discovered that Minister Chu had been poisoned with an incurable poison. Moreover, it was the aphrodisiac of the ancient strange beast lust dragon. There was no cure for it except for sexual intercourse, Tai Budian said slowly. Huh? Chu Yang knew that she had reached the main point. He listened attentively. But at that time, we were in the wilderness. Where could we find women? Tai Budian sighed. Oh? But, fortunately, there's always a way out. We led Minister Chu to search all the way. But, we actually found a young peasant girl who had entered the mountains to chop firewood. Tai Butian's eyes flashed as she said softly. Wu Qianxian exclaimed, Ah. Tai Butian's tone seemed as if she was going to tell the truth. But, who would have thought that Tai Budian would come up with such a big lie? A peasant girl? Chu Yang frowned. Her home was in the mountains. But, everyone died in a big fire. There was a spring in the valley where she was chopping firewood. So, she survived, Tai Budian narrated with great difficulty. This was a lie that she had prepared long ago in order to deal with Chu Yang's possible interrogation. Continue. Chu Yang's tone was very impolite. His eyes were also very dangerous. We saved her at that time. Then, we asked her, to save you. Tai Budian sighed and said, she agreed. Chu Yang clenched his fists tightly. Where is she? Chu Yang thought that a young girl had sacrificed her chastity for him. And, he didn't even know about it. He couldn't help but feel depressed. He didn't feel humiliated. He was lucky enough to survive in that situation. How could he ask for some outstanding beauty? No matter what kind of person she was, she had used the most precious thing to save him. This was a great favor. It was also a great responsibility for a man. She was killed by me. Tai Budian said dispassionately, that young girl. Although she was a virgin, I don't think the forbidden minister needs such a burden. Besides, Minister Chu's heart belongs to someone else. I don't think you're willing to bear such a responsibility. So, after confirming that Minister Chu was fine, I killed her. At this point, an intense pain flashed across Tai Butian's eyes. Killed, yes, she was killed by me. Killed? Chu Yang was a little dazed. He murmured, killed? A pure young girl had sacrificed her dignity, her chastity, and the most precious thing in her life to save him. Yet, Tai Budian killed her? Why? Chu Yang's body trembled a little. His eyes were burning with anger and were about to spew out. Seeing the panic and guilt in Tai Butian's eyes, as well as her somewhat apologetic expression, Chu Yang instinctively felt that Tai Budian must be telling the truth. No reason. Tai Budian said dispassionately, Minister Chu, I'm doing this for your own good. I'm doing this for your own good. I'm really doing this for your own good. I don't want you to suffer. Chu Yang was furious. For my own good? You killed my savior. You killed such a pitiful girl. Chu Yang suddenly took a step forward. In his fury, he no longer cared about anything else. He reached out and grabbed Tai Butian's neck viciously. His eyes bore into her fiercely. You. How can you be so heartless? Do you know that whether I'm willing or not, whether she's beautiful or ugly, she's still my woman? Is my woman someone you can kill as you wish? Chu Yang asked furiously. Tai Budian was choked by him. She found it hard to breathe and her eyes rolled back. She was in great pain, but a sweet feeling rose in her heart. Chu Yang's words just now had deeply penetrated her heart. That's my woman. Is my woman someone you can kill as you wish? But this strong woman controlled her emotions tightly. She looked at Chu Yang indifferently. Chu Yang. Don't. Wu Qianqian rushed up in panic and tried to pry Chu Yang's hand away. What are you doing? Put His Majesty down. Put her down. She's still. She wanted to say that she was still pregnant with his child, but she didn't dare to say it in the end. Chu Yang loosened his grip slightly, allowing Tai Budian to land on her feet so that she could breathe. But he still maintained his grip on her neck. He asked coldly, give me an explanation. Tai Budian coughed violently but looked at Chu Yang coldly. She said slowly, if I didn't kill her, would you have married her? Chu Yang's face turned pale. He couldn't help but take a step back. His right hand also loosened involuntarily. But Tai Budian took a step forward and asked solemnly, Minister Chu, if I didn't kill her, how were you going to deal with her? How were you going to deal with her? If I didn't kill her, would you stay with her for the rest of your life? Tai Butian's eyes pierced into Chu Yang's like steel needles. Would you? Would you? There were 5 distinct bruises on her neck. Those were the marks left by Chu Yang's grip. Chu Yang retreated step by step in a sorry state. If that woman was still around and alive, would you have married her? Yes, would I have married her? Chu Yang suddenly thought of Emo Qingguo. He suddenly felt a tearing pain in his heart. Would I? Would I? If I married her, what would happen to Qingguo? Then what was the point of me being reborn in this life? But, if you don't marry her, she has already given up everything for you. Are you really that heartless? Tai Butian's question actually left Chu Yang at a loss. Tai Budian covered her neck and coughed painfully. Panting, she said with much difficulty, therefore, I'll let her end in my hands. I'll let everything end in my hands. Wouldn't it be better to just take it as if nothing had happened? When she said this, she felt a stabbing pain in her heart. End in my hands? End in my hands? Chu Yang stood there in a daze. Suddenly, his eyes became somewhat moist. For that pitiful young girl who didn't know him and whom he had never seen before, but who had given up everything, even her life, for him. He was very decisive and merciless when it came to killing. But he wasn't a fickle person. On the contrary, Chu Yang valued responsibility very much. On the battlefield, when the enemy was against him, he wouldn't even blink when he killed 10,000 people. But killing an innocent person would make him feel guilty. This matter made his heart even more heavy and oppressive. His heart started to ache endlessly. After a long while, Chu Yang let out a long breath. In a hoarse voice, he asked, "What is her name?" "Name?" Tai Budian took a long breath. She felt her eyes becoming a little moist. She said in a low voice, "I don't know her surname either. I only know that she's called Tian Tian." She said that her father doted on her a lot and always called her Little Tian Tian, Tian Tian? Little Tian Tian? Chu Yang's voice was very low. It was hard to tell what kind of emotions were surging in his chest. Little Tian Tian. Little Tian Tian. Chu Yang smiled miserably and said, "I didn't expect that I, Chu Yang, would owe such a debt of love." Tai Budian felt that her voice was about to choke up. She hurriedly cleared her throat and coughed a few times before she said, "Minister Chu, there's nothing we can do about it." "Is there no other way?" Chu Yang smiled bitterly. Tai Budian also felt as if her heart was being torn apart. She forced herself to hold it in and laughed softly. Wu Qianxian, who was at the side, lowered her head dejectedly. She only felt endless bitterness in her heart. Was it for Tai Budian or for herself? "Where is she buried?" Chu Yang took a deep breath and said, "I want to pay my respects." He smiled sadly. "It doesn't matter if I've seen her or not, it doesn't matter what she looks like, this woman is the first woman in my life." The first woman in his life. Tai Butian's eyes lit up. She said, "It was a time of turmoil and chaos. The entire mountain was on fire. Moreover, the Golden Horse Riders Department was constantly besieging and ambushing us." "I understand." Chu Yang nodded lightly. Then, he turned around and placed his hands behind his back. He looked up at the starry sky and murmured, "Little Tian Tian. Little Tian Tian. I will never forget you in this life." The three of them remained silent for a long time. The war in the lower three heavens has already ended. Iron Cloud will soon dominate the world. As for me, it's time for me to leave. Chu Yang's tone was a little bleak. Going to the three heavens was what he had been looking forward to the most. But, he didn't know why, but when he talked about leaving this place, he felt a twinge of pain in his heart. "You're leaving?" Tai Budian and Wu Qianxian asked at the same time. Both of them raised their heads at the same time. "Yes," Chu Yang said softly without turning around. The two women felt a burst of confusion at the same time, and they were unable to speak for a long time. Although he knew that this day would come sooner or later, when it really came, he was at a loss. He only felt panic in his heart, and even his mind seemed to be in a trance. "Your Majesty, please, take good care of Xianxia," Chu Yang said in a low voice. "Don't worry about that." Gritting her teeth, Tai Budian sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "When I ascend the throne, Xianxia will be my empress." "Empress?" Chu Yang's heart fiercely shook. He turned around like a whirlwind, and looked at the two in disbelief. "You too?" Wu Qianxian smiled sadly and said, "So you don't have to worry about me." Chu Yang looked at her deeply for a long time. Then, he finally let out a soft sigh. He didn't know what kind of feeling he had in his heart. He had mixed feelings. Then, he finally said with difficulty, "Since that's the case, then I can rest assured." Wu Qianxian's heart ached. She asked softly, "When are you leaving?" "I'll drive you." "Why do you need to send me off?" Chu Yang said lightly, "No need." "No, this is a must." Wu Qianxian shook her head resolutely and said sadly, "I still have to shoulder the position of King of Helchu that you left behind. Now that the real king of hell is leaving, how can I not send him off? King of hell Chu, ha ha ha. Chu Yang laughed in a hoarse voice. After a long time, he said, tomorrow morning, I will leave this place and go to Beyond the Heavens sect to see little Tian Tian, who had sacrificed everything for me. Then, I will go straight to the entrance of the three heavens from there, tomorrow, so early. Taibu Tian's body swayed a little. Ha ha. Chu Yang laughed lightly, is there anything in the lower three heavens that you're reluctant to part with? He shook his head gently and said with a bitter smile, no, there's nothing left. The two women felt heartache at the same time. Their noses turned sour at the same time. No more reluctance? Is there really nothing left? Do you know what you've left behind? What have you left behind? Chu Yang paused for a while. Then, he turned around and said, take care of yourself. Ha ha ha. Then, he floated up. His black robe fluttered in the wind. It issued a whoosh sound as he pounced down from the peak of the mountain. He quickly disappeared into the night sky. He didn't look back from the beginning to the end. Early in the morning of the second day, the sky had just begun to brighten. Chu Yang's black robe fluttered in the wind. He walked out of the camp in light clothes. He was carrying a small package in his hand. He looked back with some reluctance. But endless bitterness rose in his heart. He didn't know why. But he eventually chuckled and shook his head. Then, he walked out in a relaxed manner. He turned around the colonel. But, he was suddenly stunned. He saw that 4 people and 4 horses were already waiting here. Taibu Tian, Ying, and Wu Qianqian. Minister, are you leaving? Taibu Tian's voice trembled a little. She had tried her best to control herself. But, she still couldn't help it. Wu Qianqian looked at Chu Yang in a daze. Her tears couldn't stop flowing. But, she couldn't bear to wipe them away. She was afraid that Chu Yang would disappear in the blink of an eye. I don't know when I'll meet him again, haha, we've settled our grudges. It's time to go. When Chu Yang said these words, the sky suddenly turned dark. The sky, which had just started to brighten up a moment ago, unexpectedly returned to darkness once again. This darkness lasted for a short time. It dissipated after a quarter of an hour. But, the 5 people faintly realized that the sky seemed to be different. Chu Yang's heart was stirred up. It seems that my change of fate has been completed? My future has fallen into the unknown again? Chu Yang suddenly longed to go to Imo Qingwu's side. I'm leaving, Chu Yang said softly. Take care. Taibu Tian's body trembled violently. She looked deeply at Chu Yang and said softly, Minister Chu, you've given me too much in just over a year. I'll always remember this period of time. She paused and said in a trembling voice, this year is probably the happiest time of my life. Chu Yang saw Taibu Tian revealing her true feelings. He couldn't help but feel a little emotional. He said, Your Majesty, you don't have to be so sentimental. The future is long. You and I may meet again someday. Meet again? Taibu Tian's eyes lit up. Minister Chu, you mean, maybe? I'll come back, Chu Yang said quietly. Minister Chu, take care. The mountains are high and the rivers are long. We'll meet again someday. The 2 shadows cupped their hands together and saluted. We'll remember your great kindness in our hearts. We won't say anything more. Well, I hope you 2 take good care of His Majesty, Chu Yang said with a smile. Of course. The shadow took a deep breath and said almost as if he was making an oath, Minister, don't worry. As long as we're still breathing, His Majesty and Miss Wu won't lose a hair. Chu Yang. Wu Qianqian slowly walked forward with a package in her hands. Taibu Tian and the shadow sighed and took a step back. These are the black robes I made for you. There's a total of 7 of them. Wu Qianqian said with a choked voice, take them with you. Every stitch and every thread of these robes was made by me. I remember you said that you like black robes, right? Yes. Chu Yang felt a lump in his chest. He said with difficulty, thank you. Qianqian. I only hope that you'll be safe and sound. Wu Qianqian said in a daze. She looked at Chu Yang's face with infatuation. She slowly walked to his side and tidied his lapel, robe, and then the hem of the black robe. She tidied every part of his body. Sparkling and translucent tears fell to the ground in bunches. Chu Yang held the package, but it seemed as if he was holding the heart of an innocent girl. He suddenly felt as heavy as a mountain. There were 7 such black robes in the tribulation space. They were also made by Wu Qianxian. He took a deep breath and said, "Qianxian, don't be like this. You'll be the empress in the future. People will laugh at you if they see you like this." Tai Butian looked at Wu Qianxian tidying up Chu Yang's clothes like a wife tidying up her husband's luggage for a long journey. A strange look suddenly appeared in her eyes. Envy, jealousy, I'm leaving. Chu Yang controlled himself and didn't hug Wu Qianxian. After all, Tai Butian was still at the side, and Wu Qianxian was going to be Tai Butian's empress. So, he took a step back. However, Wu Qianxian suddenly took a step forward, and suddenly hugged him. She buried her head in his chest, sobbing silently in grief. She hugged him so tightly and with so much strength, as if they would never see each other again. Chu Yang only felt a tremor in the soft part of his heart. He couldn't help but raise his head and look at Tai Butian. However, he saw that Tai Butian's gaze fell on Wu Qianxian. There was a strange look in his eyes, as if endless envy. This kind of gaze made Chu Yang's heart skip a beat. This kind of gaze shouldn't be. I'm hugging his empress, and he's not jealous at all? Wu Qianxian sobbed silently for a while. Then, she suddenly pushed Chu Yang away. She lowered her head and took 2 steps back. She said in a trembling voice, "Go. Go. Go." She suddenly turned around and ran away while covering her face. However, she turned back again after running for a few feet. She looked at Chu Yang with misty eyes. Her delicate body trembled and became more and more weak. Finally, she squatted on the ground and covered her face with her hands. Chu Yang felt bitter in his heart. Finally, he resolutely clasped his fists and said, "Everyone, take care." Just like that, he stomped his feet and faced the crowd. His body floated up and retreated like lightning. When he was halfway back, he suddenly turned around and flew up to the top of a big tree. "Chu Yang!" Wu Qianxian screamed miserably. She suddenly rushed back as if she had gone crazy. Chu Yang stood on the top of the tree with his back facing her. His body paused and trembled. It seemed that he wanted to turn back, but in the end, he didn't. With a clear whistle, his body swept across the sky like lightning and disappeared into the forest. "Chu Yang!" Wu Qianxian screamed as if her heart and liver had been torn apart. Her body suddenly stopped running and she stood there in a daze. Tai Butian watched Chu Yang's figure disappear. The tears that she had been holding back for a long time suddenly flowed out like a river bursting its banks. Her whole body trembled as if she was drifting in the wind. After a long time, she retracted her gaze from that direction. She walked to the area where Chu Yang had stood. She squatted down and stretched out her finger. She drew 2 clear footprints in the area where Chu Yang had stepped on. Then, she looked at this pair of footprints in a daze. Tears streamed down her cheeks. "Chu Yang, will you still come? You've left such a clear and heavy mark in my heart in the lower 3 heavens. Are you going to leave just like that? You owe so many debts. Are you going to leave just like that?" The war between Iron Cloud and Great Zhao had come to an end. Great Zhao's army had been completely annihilated. None of the 10 dragon and tiger generals had survived. And Diwu Qingro had gone missing. Iron Cloud's unification of the world was already unstoppable. In Great Zhao Prefecture, the 2 brothers, Yin Wu Fa and Yin Wu Tian, had received Diwu Qingro's secret order. They had immediately started the purge. First, they beheaded the entire royal family. Then, they massacred the court officials one by one. Finally, they beheaded their long-suspected enemy, Qing Yunhe. The entire upper echelon of Great Zhao had been killed by these 2 men. Then, these 2 brothers took the men of the Golden Horse Riders Department and fled into the mountains. It was said that no one had seen these 2 king-level experts since then. Tai Longqing and Wu Kuangyun had reorganized a 1,000,000-strong army. Then, they went all the way to the south, and swept across the world. The Emperor of Iron Cloud Nation, Tai Butian, returned to Iron Cloud Citadel. He immediately went to Wu Yunliang of Beyond the Heavens sect to ask for Wu Yunliang's hand in marriage. After obtaining Wu Yunliang's approval, Taibu Tian married Wu Qianqian as the Empress of Iron Cloud Nation in a grand ceremony. His actions were so quick that it caused everyone to be greatly astonished. During the wedding, the ministers of Iron Cloud finally understood. Although the bride was a peerless beauty, her waist and abdomen seemed to be a little bloated. No wonder His Majesty was so anxious. It turned out that Miss Wu was already pregnant, therefore, all the ministers came together to congratulate him. Everyone was beaming with joy. Iron Cloud was about to unify the world, and the ruler of the country had a descendant. This was simply a double blessing. The only unexpected thing was that King of Hell Chu hadn't come to congratulate him. He had only sent a congratulatory gift. After Tai Butian's wedding, Wu Qianqian, the Rakshasa lady of Butian Pavilion, disappeared from Butian Pavilion and became the Empress of the Eastern Palace. This matter may have put Minister Chu in a bad mood. Therefore, Minister Chu assigned more and more tasks, and his methods became even more swift and decisive. At the same time, Tai Butian issued an imperial edict. Butian Pavilion will be incorporated into the national organization and become an independent supervisory department. He would be responsible for all the officials of the world. Minister Chu would have full authority to deal with anyone who was found to have violated the law. As a result, Heaven Mending Pavilion came out from the shadows into the light, and its power was enormous. Minister Chu's ferocious name instantly covered the entire Seven Seas continent. Tai Longcheng's expeditionary army won one victory after another. It was as if they were crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. They almost didn't encounter any resistance. Iron Cloud's million-strong army reached Great Zhao in less than half a year, and Great Zhao was destroyed. Therefore, Wu Kuanyin continued to lead the army south to attack the limitless sword god. Tai Longcheng led his army north to wipe out the prairie wolves. Right at this moment, Tai Butian suddenly announced to the world that Empress Wu Qianqian had successfully given birth to a son. Tai Butian was overjoyed and personally named him Tai Yong. He also said, "I hope that when the child grows up, he can be like a white poplar that soars to the sky, indomitable spirit." After Tai Yong turned a month old, Tai Butian personally conferred Tai Yong the title of Crown Prince. Thus, he decided on the next monarch. The entire nation rejoiced. These were all words for another time. On that day, Chu Yang went to the place where the battle with the Golden Horse Riders Department had taken place. He paced back and forth for a long time. Then, he finally let out a long sigh. He brandished his sword and flattened an entire mountain wall. Then, he carved a few big words with the tip of his sword. Then, he floated away. "Tian Tian. Sweetie." It was just these 5 words. Chu Yang sighed sadly. Hundreds of thoughts were running through his mind. Chu Yang's black robe fluttered in the wind as he rushed into a mountain pass that was filled with clouds and mist. This was the entrance to the 3 heavens. Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Yang barged into this passageway that he had walked through once before. His body was surrounded by 7-colored radiance. It was dreamy and illusory. After passing through the long passageway, he arrived at a platform. Chu Yang's expression was calm as he stepped onto the stone platform. Then, the originally misty and empty sky above the stone platform suddenly shrouded Chu Yang's entire body with a dazzling white light. The white light flashed, and Chu Yang's body rose up. Chu Yang suddenly remembered many things when he was about to leave the lower 3 heavens. Wu Qianqian was crazily running towards him. She was sobbing as she shouted, "Chu Yang." Chu Yang closed his eyes and sighed sadly. Then, he recalled Tai Butian's strange and envious look when Wu Qianqian had thrown herself into his arms. "Why did I think of this?" Chu Yang forced a smile. However, he seemed to hear Tai Butian's clear voice in his ears. "I'm afraid that this past year has been the happiest time of my life." Chu Yang closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes, Chu Yang realized that he was already in midair. He was falling down. Below him was a plain with green grass. There were undulating mountains in the distance. The spiritual energy in the air was much thicker than in the lower 3 heavens. Chu Yang circled around and gently landed on the ground. Behind him, a fan-shaped gate was quietly closed in midair. This was the chaotic soul's plane. Chu Yang's eyes revealed a thoughtful look. Then, his figure shot out like lightning. The place he wanted to go the most now was the Mo clan. The Mo clan was located in the west of the chaotic Souls Plains. After all, the Mo clan was located there. The journey to the north was much shorter. But, he had to pass through the Tsonglan battlefront. It was very dangerous. But, how could Chu Yang be afraid of any danger? The Tsonglan battlefront was very busy at the moment. Perhaps, Du Xing and the others were also there. Chu Yang's heart was filled with eagerness as he thought of his brothers whom he hadn't seen for a long time. "Brothers, how are you now, Qing Wu? I'm coming." The entire lower three heavens and the upper three heavens were affected by the changes in the world this morning. Many people of the upper three heavens' big clans immediately went into closed-door training to comprehend the astronomical phenomenon. However, they found that the astronomical phenomenon was a mess. It was completely different from before. It was completely unpredictable. Such a situation immediately aroused vigilance. Especially the big dominating clans, the atmosphere was even more tense. There was no other possibility for the astronomical phenomenon to change except for the Tribulation Sword Master. According to the records of the ancient legends, such a change in the astronomical phenomenon could only mean one thing: the Tribulation Sword Master had completed the first stage of his growth, 2 years. In just 2 years, the Tribulation Sword Master had completed the first stage. Compared to the previous Tribulation Sword Masters, the speed of this Tribulation Sword Master had increased by more than 10 times. Such recognition attracted the attention of the big clans. The upper three heavens, the Chu clan. It was a gloomy and miserable scene. The man in green who had appeared in the lower three heavens was in a sorry state. His whole body was covered with injuries as he stood in the hall. Beside him, there were many people who were also in a sorry state. This time, it was the Chu clan's turn to fight against the Three Stars Divine clan. After a big battle, the Chu clan had suffered heavy losses. "Big brother, how is father?" the man in green asked weakly. Beside him, a man in green who was about 40 years old glanced at him. He sighed and said, "We still have to wait for the divine doctor's diagnosis. I really deserve to die. It's all my fault for being weak." The man in green patted his head regretfully. "If father didn't save me, he wouldn't have been hit by that monster's pole. Fian, it's useless to say these things now." Chu Failing patted his fourth brother's shoulder and comforted him. "Wait patiently. I hope father is blessed by the heavens. Fourth brother, you've been wandering in the lower three heavens all these years for our child. Your cultivation progress isn't fast. Speaking of which, it's your sister-in-law and I who have implicated you." "Big brother, what are you saying?" The man in green, Chu Fian, said seriously. "That's my nephew. How can I not look for him? Only kitchen, couldn't be found." Chu Failing sighed and said, "I still have to thank you. It's been hard on you all these years." While they were talking, an old man walked out from the inner hall with a heavy expression. "Mr. Yu, how's my father?" The two men went forward to greet him. Mr. Yu sighed and said, "The old lord has been poisoned by the cold blood of the Three Stars Divine clan. This poison is a unique martial technique of the Three Stars Divine clan. It's extremely overbearing. After being poisoned, the blood of the whole body will slowly turn cold. Then, it will condense, and the person will die. I can't do anything about this." The complexions of the two men turned deathly pale. "Then, how should we treat him?" Mr. Yu sighed and said, "Have you heard of the world's great wonder medicine?" Chu Failing and Chu Fian opened their eyes wide. They stuttered and said, "Do we need to use the great wonder medicine?" That was a legendary thing. Who had ever seen it? "There's one thing called mysterious young jade essence. It's the best medicine to cure the cold poison in the old lord's body." Mr. Yu sighed and said, "Mysterious young jade essence grows in places where yang has no yin. It's the most young medicine in the world. However, it's very rare to find. I've never heard of anyone finding it in the Double Heavens continent for tens of thousands of years." Chu Failing and the others were startled. "If we can't find the mysterious young jade essence, we can also find the mysterious young jade." Mr. Yu took a step back. "We'll go and look for it immediately." Chu Failing's face exposed a resolute look. "Time is of the essence," Mr. Yu reminded. "I have 1,000-year-old raging fire ginseng in my hands. Its raging fire can temporarily dispel the cold poison. It can guarantee the old lord's health for a year. But, it's hard to say if he'll be fine after a year's time. Mr. Yu paused for a moment. Then, he reminded, this kind of elixir doesn't necessarily belong to the upper three heavens. It can also be found in the lower three heavens. But, the possibility of it being found in the lower three heavens is small. It can't be found in the upper three heavens. But, the elixirs in the upper three heavens have almost been found. So, the possibility of it being found in the upper three heavens is higher. That's good, Chu Failing made a prompt decision and said, second brother, third brother, fourth brother, you stay in the upper three heavens. First, you must ensure that the clan doesn't get obliterated by the big clans because you can't complete the task. Second, you must look for the mysterious Yang Jade essence and mysterious Yang Jade in the upper three heavens. Yes. Big brother, the brothers accepted the order. I'll go and look for it in the upper three heavens. The lower three heavens. Ruo Lan, you go? Chu Failing looked at the beautiful woman beside him. All right. The beautiful woman's name was Yang Ruo Lan. She was Chu Failing's wife. Their child had gone missing in the lower three heavens. Chu Failing had arranged for Yang Ruo Lan to go to the lower three heavens to comfort his wife. Brother Chu, you must pay special attention to the Tsanglan battlefront when you go to the lower three heavens, Mr. Yu said. Spirit beasts run amok in the Tsanglan battlefront. The deeper you go, the more dangerous it is. There are few traces of people there. But, it's because of this that the elixirs can grow. You must know this. Moreover, this is a critical juncture in the battle against the Three Stars Divine Clan. So, the news of you going to the lower three heavens must be kept a secret. Don't let the big clans know. The sooner you come back, the better. 3 days, Mo Clan. Mo Qingwu's life had become better ever since the important men of the various aristocratic clans had come to visit her. However, Mo Qingwu's father, Mo Xingchen, discovered that his little daughter was becoming more and more taciturn. Every day, she would stay in her little courtyard. Apart from practicing martial arts, she would hold the scabbard and stare blankly. Her character had changed from the original lively and adorable to a quiet and introverted one. At such a young age, she seemed to have a lot on her mind. She would no longer hug his neck and sweetly call him father. She would also no longer reveal a sweet smile whenever she saw someone. Occasionally, when she met a clan member, she would only glance at them with indifferent expressions and then calmly walk past them. A little girl who was only a few months away from turning 11 years old. This kind of melancholy and quiet was like a 20-year-old girl who had suffered a great blow and closed herself off from the world. It made people feel uncomfortable when they saw it. When he took away her scabbard, whenever his daughter saw him, she would plead with tearful eyes, "Father, please return my scabbard to me," but now, she no longer made this request. It was as if the scabbard had never appeared in her life. However, Mo Xingchen knew that the scabbard had truly left an indelible scar on his daughter's heart. Her eyes no longer held hope, no longer begged. Even the toys and jewelry that her father, Mo Xingchen, occasionally bought for her could not arouse a trace of emotion in her eyes. She would only say, "Thank you, father." Then, she would not say anything else. As for those jewelry, she had never worn them before. She was only dressed in red. On her head, there was only that monotonous red cloud steel butterfly, spreading its wings and ready to fly. In her hand, there was only that tattered scabbard. Only when she saw these two things, would Mo Qingwu's eyes reveal a sincere desire. She seemed to be hoping for something, but she would never say it out loud. Mo Tianji had been working hard in the Tsanglan battlefront. He constantly ordered people to bring back strange and wonderful things for his little sister. However, Mo Qingwu did not show any expression. He tidied up an empty room and sealed all these things inside. Once, when someone came back and mentioned to Mo Qingwu that the second prince hoped that the young miss would write a letter back, Mo Qingwu said indifferently, "Second brother has great ambitions, he won't need my letter." It was said that Mo Tianji almost broke down when he heard this. From then on, he worked even harder. He worked even harder to build up his own team. He was preparing to snatch back the position of the first successor from Mo Tianyun's hands. Then, he would make proper arrangements for his younger sister. Right now, he was only the second duke. He did not have the authority to arrange such important matters. He knew that his younger sister was sad, but he, Motng, wanted a long time. A moment of happiness could not cover up a lifetime of gloom. Only when she was by her mother's side would Mo Qingwu's eyes reveal her true feelings: unwillingness, reluctance, resentment, and helplessness towards this family. Her little heart clearly knew that her family had abandoned her. She was already abandoned by her family. During this period of time, the family had been indifferent to her. Occasionally, they would send their greetings purely because of GMO, Dongwu Shang, and other brothers with boundless prospects. This made the family realize that there was still something worth investing in her. So, they slightly changed their attitude. But this change in attitude was for the sake of fighting for greater benefits. Although Mo Qingwu was young, how could she not know that growing up in a big family, if these few dukes showed interest in her, the family would probably immediately arrange a marriage for her and contact an important ally, especially the great elder Mo Wu Xian. It was said that he already had this thought and had secretly conveyed this message to GMO, Dongwu Shang, Gudu Xing, Rui Badong, and the others. If not for the fact that they all rejected her because of her young age, I'm afraid that she would have already been someone's fiancée by now. "Young miss, madam invites you over for a moment," the maid reported. "Okay." Mo Qingwu stood up lightly. Compared to when she was in the lower three heavens, she was already half a head taller, but her figure was still very thin and weak. She slowly walked out of the room. During this time, she had been practicing martial arts with greater effort, but it was to no avail. Moreover, once the spiritual power was channeled to her chest, when it was channeled, she would feel pain and it wouldn't flow smoothly. This made her feel even more hopeless. "Little Wu, you're here." Madame Mo looked at her younger daughter with some heartache. She had always seen the changes in her daughter during this time and her heart ached for her, but she was powerless to do anything. Although she was Mo Qingwu's biological mother, she was still only a woman. In this big world where male power reigned supreme and men had many wives and concubines, the status of women was very low. She had no say in the family's affairs. She had no other choice but to accept the family's decision. "Mother, are you looking for me for something?" Mo Qingwu's eyes flashed. "Well, little Wu, you'll be 11 in a month, right?" Madame Mo's eyes flashed with a trace of love. "You'll be 11 next month on the 7th day of the 7th month." Mo Qingwu's heart suddenly thumped and an inexplicable fear shrouded her heart. Why is mother asking about my age? Could it be? "Well, my little Wu has become a big girl in the blink of an eye," Madame Mo said with a sad and frustrated smile. 11 years old. I remember when I was 11 years old. I was already engaged to your father." "What?" Mo Qingwu took a step back and looked at Madame Mo in a panic. "Mother, you." "The Mo clan has been in a precarious situation lately." Madame Mo sighed. "Your eldest brother and second brother's quarrel has become more and more intense. The strength of the clan has also weakened. This isn't a good thing for the entire clan, therefore, the great elder has been discussing with your father to see if they can find a strong and reliable ally for the Mo clan." Madame Mo said with some difficulty. Mo Qingwu's face turned deathly pale. Her body trembled as she looked at her mother. "Therefore, they wanted to arrange a marriage for you as soon as possible." Madame Mo helplessly looked at her daughter. "The main clan came to propose marriage at this time, the main clan?" Mo Qingwu's face was deathly pale as she stammered. An intense hatred flashed in her eyes. "Yes, the main clan. And the main clan has also produced a stunning young expert this time. He's the current Grand Duke of the main clan, Meng Luo. Meng Luo is 23 years old this year. But, he's the undisputed #1 expert among the younger generation of the main clan. In fact, he has already broken through to the king-level expert realm." Madame Mo's lips were somewhat bitter. Meng Luo was correct. This Meng Luo Gong was indeed a king-level expert. He could be regarded as outstanding among the younger generation of the three heavens in terms of strength. It could be said that he was at the peak of the younger generation apart from a limited number of people. Such a talented young man was indeed the best son-in-law of a major clan. But, this Meng Luo Gong had already married. moreover, he had wives and concubines. Moreover, the Meng clan had come forward to propose marriage. And he had benefited from it all. This was also a means for Meng Luo to enhance the strength of the Meng clan. He didn't care about the status of this woman in the clan. He also didn't care about her appearance or aptitude. He only wanted to use this method to increase the influence of the Meng clan. Therefore, Meng Luo had come to propose marriage when he had heard that the daughter of the Mo clan, Mo Qingwu, had lost her 3 meridians. However, Mo Qingwu had been only a year and a half at that time. So, it had been too easy for people to take advantage of her. But, she was now 11 years old. So, she naturally didn't have such misgivings. Generally speaking, the daughters of major clans who weren't very successful would get married at this age. Therefore, Meng Luo had come to propose marriage. However, this was something that the Mo clan couldn't wish for. The Mo clan had serious internal strife at the moment. So, they needed such an ally. I don't agree no matter who he is. Mo Qingwu firmly bit her lips. Mother, my father had promised me that he wouldn't force me. I don't want to become a marriage tool for the clan. But, your father had promised you. Madame Mo helplessly sighed. She thought in her heart, you had 3 divine meridians when your father had promised you. A woman with 3 divine meridians would have a limitless future. So, she naturally couldn't be married off so hastily. But, you don't have it now, the clan has always been very good to me. It has been very good since I was a child. But, it was only because of my 3 divine meridians. Mo Qingwu's lips trembled, so, the clan gave up when my 3 divine meridians were destroyed. They didn't care about her at all, and treated her as if she was a puppy. But, mother, even if it was a puppy, it would still need to be petted and affectionate sometimes. But, your daughter's 3 meridian was gone, and no one cared about her? And now, you want to use the body and happiness of this useless daughter who has already been crippled in exchange for an ally. Mo Qingwu hissed, Mother, am I your daughter? Am I the flesh and blood of the Mo clan? Why is our Mo clan so indifferent and ruthless? I already knew that my fate wouldn't be very good. Immortal, other clans would also ask for the daughter's opinion when they choose her husband and decide her marriage. So, why did you come and tell me directly when it came to me? Madame Mo's appearance was tantamount to the conclusion of this matter. It was up to Madame Mo to make the final persuasion. Although Mo Qingwu was young, she was well aware of this. But, the great elder has already decided on this matter. Madame Mo looked at her daughter helplessly. Your father can't do anything. Father can't wait to agree to this matter, right? Mo Qingwu said sorrowfully, and even somewhat mockingly. Madame Mo was speechless for a while. Suddenly, she said with a trembling voice, Xiao Wu. I can't do anything. We are one clan, this matter. I can't agree. If you want me to agree, I have to ask someone first. Mo Qingwu wanted to say, over my dead body. But, as she said this, she suddenly thought of someone. Her eyes suddenly flashed with a glimmer of hope. As long as he agrees, or if he doesn't care about me, I will agree. Madame Mo sensed the light and happiness in her daughter's eyes at this moment. It was as if that was her last hope. Her heart couldn't help but tighten as she asked, Who? The owner of Dreaming of a Gentle Dance Saber? Great Elder Mo Wu Xian muttered to himself. He rolled his eyelids and asked, Did that little girl really say that? Yes. Mo Xingchen sat upright on the chair and rubbed his brows. Haha. I don't know who the owner of Dreaming of a Gentle Dance Saber is. He gave such a precious saber to a little girl as a plaything. Mo Wu Xian paced 2 steps. He then said with a gloomy smile, but, Tianji once said that the owner of Dreaming of a Gentle Dance Saber is treating the little girl's damaged 3 meridians with a miracle medicine. It seems that he said that it would take a year or 3 years? That's true. Mo Xingchen's eyes lit up. He recalled what Mo Tianji had said when Mo Tianji and Mo Qingwu had returned to the clan. Our Mo clan will have a promising expert if little Wu's 3 meridians can be restored. In fact, she will be more likely to advance to the emperor level than Tianji and Tianyun. Mo Wu Xian muttered to himself, It's a pity that such a promising daughter will become Meng Luo's concubine. but, yes, the problem now is whether the owner of Dreaming of a Gentle Dance Saber is confident in curing the 3 meridians. We will miss a powerful ally of the main clan if we don't have confidence. Mo Xingchen sighed deeply. So, we wait for another year? Mo Wu Xian seemed to be asking himself. He then said, let's use her young age as an excuse. Generally, a girl from an aristocratic family must be at least 12 years old when she gets engaged, as long as it's not an arranged marriage since childhood. I believe that the main clan won't have any objections, but we must form an alliance with the prospective in-laws during this time. This is also good. We can make plans again if little Wu's 3 meridians can be cured after a year. After all, Meng Luo isn't asking for an outstanding beauty as a concubine. He only wants a powerful ally. Mo Wu Xian chuckled. Great Elder, you're right. Moreover, I'm most curious about the owner of Dreaming of a Gentle Dance Saber. He may not be able to cure little Wu's 3 meridians, but he's certainly not an ordinary person. I can use him. Mo Wu Xian's eyes flashed as he said, but, we'll talk about this later. We'll talk about it when he arrives. But what if he doesn't come within a year? If you don't come within a year, then Qing Wu will become a member of the main clan. Our Mo clan has already done our utmost benevolence by delaying for a year for the sake of the Dreaming of a Gentle Dance Saber, Mo Wu Xian said coldly. It seemed that delaying the marriage of his Mo clan's daughter for a year was giving face to an outsider. This matter is settled then, Soul Fighter said indifferently. Watching Mo Xingchen hurriedly leaving, Mo Wu Xian's face exposed a trace of a smile, as he muttered to himself, that person could casually gift out the Dreaming of a Gentle Dance Saber, how could he not have an even more formidable treasure? As long as he came to the Mo clan, even if he had great ability, where could he go? The Mo clan would immediately become powerful if they could obtain the formidable resources in his hands and control him. How could an ally of the main clan compare to such a huge benefit? After all, the clan master of Constellation is still a little narrow-minded. Delay for a year? Mo Qing Wu opened her eyes and looked at her father. Yes, wait for the person who gave you the Dreaming of a Gentle Dance Saber, Mo Xingchen said, but, if there is no news after a year, sigh. I understand. Mo Qing Wu was extremely intelligent. Moreover, she had grown up in such a big clan. So, how could she not understand after hearing this sentence? Just like the younger brothers of the imperial family who were 7 or 8 years old, they knew how to scheme against each other to fight for the throne. The younger brothers of the aristocratic clans were also instilled with the concept of the clan's interests from an early age. Perhaps, a child of an ordinary family wouldn't have such awareness even at the age of 20. This was the difference. How could Mo Qing Wu not understand that her clan had taken a fancy to the owner of the Dreaming of a Gentle Dance Saber? Moreover, it was a win-win situation. Either they could obtain the resources of the owner of the Dreaming of a Gentle Dance Saber, or they could directly obtain this talent. Or they could sell her out, and become an ally of the main clan, and obtain the support of the main clan. However, there was only one key person in the final analysis, and that was herself. She had no value, but suddenly became a cripple again. At this moment, Mo Qing Wu suddenly became disheartened. I understand. Mo Qing Wu gently turned around, and didn't look at her father. Little Wu, we are a clan. Mo Xingchen helplessly sighed. I know, father. You can go back. Mo Qing Wu coldly said. Then, she suddenly remembered Chu Yang's words. She couldn't help but turn around again, and looked at her father indifferently. She then said in a low voice, a clan is a clan, but, a clan without human feelings and with only interests won't last long. When the time comes for destruction, even if 100 daughters are sacrificed and married off, the clan will still be destroyed. A clan that uses its own flesh and blood as tools. Mo Qing Wu bit her lips, and slowly said, it's better to have none. Mo Xingchen's facial muscles twisted. He suddenly shouted, evil creature. What nonsense are you talking about? He raised his hand, and was about to slap her. Mo Qing Wu stubbornly raised her face, and looked at her father. Her eyes were clear and sorrowful. Mo Xingchen finally put down his hand. Looking at his daughter's clear eyes, he suddenly felt ashamed. He coldly snorted, and flicked his sleeves to leave, leaving only one sentence. you have a year's buffer. I hope you think carefully. You are a daughter of the Mo clan. When it's time to sacrifice for the clan, you have to contribute yourself to the clan. Otherwise, what's the point of the clan raising you? What's the point of the clan raising me? Mo Qingwu stood powerlessly. Suddenly, she shouted in her heart, do parents raise their children for their usefulness? Do clans raise their children for their interests? Even an ordinary clan wouldn't be so heartless, right? I don't want this kind of clan. I don't want it, Brother Chu Yang, Brother Mo, come quickly. I really can't stay here any longer. I really want to leave this place. Mo Qingwu's trembling hands hugged the scabbard tightly, and curled up on the ground. It was the middle of summer, but she felt that her heart and body were ice cold. She couldn't feel the slightest bit of warmth. This was a three-way junction, but it had turned into a small town. Or rather, a small market. Originally, there was only a lonely restaurant here. Although it was lonely, it provided a place for pedestrians to rest. Especially at the entrance of Psanglan battlefront, there was an endless stream of people coming and going. Moreover, anyone who came here wasn't an ordinary person. Ordinary people couldn't come here. Therefore, even if they weren't rich, they still had some family background. Since the establishment of the restaurant, it slowly appeared, followed by gambling houses, and then brothels. Slowly, all kinds of businesses started here, and it gradually developed into a market. Here, as long as you can think of it, it's all here. Even if you can't think of it, it's all here. Here, you can buy and sell, you can trade, you can also pawn, and you can even relax in all kinds of ways. At the entrance of all these businesses, there was no exception. There was a sign indicating where these so-called buyers and sellers came from, which power they belonged to. For example, a certain indirectly typed out the words, Black Devil in, these 4 words. There was also the Eastern Restaurant, Gu Restaurant, and so on. Of course, most of the places had 2 rows of green bamboo planted in front of their doors. And these places were often the most popular places for business. There was no other reason, it was safe. Who didn't know that the Three Heavens Bamboo was the biggest underworld organization? There were many such markets in Psanglan battlefront, but every one of them was thriving. For example, this largest and most luxurious restaurant had 2 rows of green bamboo in front of its door. Chu Yang's black robe fluttered, and he slowly walked into the restaurant. There was still an hour before the meal time, but the restaurant was already crowded with people. Most people were drinking tea, and talking loudly. Tea houses and wine shops were the places where news spread the fastest. As soon as Chu Yang walked up, the people at the entrance of the restaurant suddenly felt a cold aura appear. Moreover, it gradually pervaded the air, and shrouded over. Did an expert appear? These people were frequent visitors of Psanglan battlefront. Which one of them didn't have sharp eyes? Suddenly, their hearts trembled, and they turned their heads to look. They saw a black-clothed youth with an indifferent face and a black robe appear at the entrance of the stairs. Then, he took a step forward, and looked around. His malicious eyes seemed to be looking for a seat. A waiter immediately greeted him, "Guest, please come in. May I ask if you want to drink tea or eat?" "Wine and food," Chu Yang said coldly. He casually took out an ingot of gold and said, "I want a seat in the middle." The middle was the most central table in the entire restaurant. Sitting here, one didn't need to use martial power to hear all the movements in all 4 directions. It was the best seat to gather information and inquire about information. Generally, people who asked for this seat were people who needed a lot of information, or people who were nosy. This was also the custom of the 3 days. When Chu Yang put forward this request, the waiter immediately understood. This. The waiter held the gold in his hand, and turned his head somewhat awkwardly. He looked at the middle table, and saw that it was already occupied by 2 people. His face revealed a difficult expression. "It's okay. You go and get the wine and food. I will take care of it," Chu Yang said lightly. The waiter nodded fiercely, and revealed an expression of, "So it's an old customer." Then, he left in a relaxed manner. This was also the custom. This restaurant was Bamboo's restaurant. Chu Yang put forward the request, and took out the gold, and gave Bamboo face. It was also equivalent to using an ingot of gold to buy a pass. "As long as I don't go too far," bamboo can't interfere with me after receiving the gold. Chu Yang's body floated over, and with a strong cold aura, he stood beside the table, and said lightly, "You too, have you eaten and drunk enough?" The strong cold aura seemed to have found its target, and rushed towards these two people like a flash flood. Three heavens, the law of the jungle. Chu Yang had always remembered that strength was the reason. If you tried to reason with people, they would think that you were a coward, therefore, he didn't want to reason with people in three heavens this time. We are from the Black Devil clan. Both of them were revered martial artists. They felt Chu Yang's powerful aura and didn't dare to act rashly. But, they quickly revealed their backgrounds. Well, you are from the Black Devil clan. Go down. Chu Yang rolled his eyes. He thought, if you weren't from the Black Devil clan, I wouldn't have bothered to teach you. A sharp murderous aura surged out. The faces of the two Black Devil clan agents turned pale. They immediately stood up and said, "We will gift you this seat. Leave your name. The mountains are high and the rivers are long. There will be a time when we will be intimate." Nonsense. If you don't leave, you will die. Chu Yang snorted coldly. The two black-clothed men looked at him with hatred. Then, they got up and went downstairs. The waiter quickly tidied up the table. Then, Chu Yang sat down leisurely. It must be said that the feeling of bullying people was very good. Especially, the people he was bullying were from the Black Devil clan. The restaurant became silent for a while. Chu Yang stood up, and gently smiled. He then cupped his fists in all directions, and lightly said, "I think everyone is very clear about the purpose of occupying this table. I just want to know some new information, such as the current situation, and the status of the big clans. Haha, everyone, don't be afraid. Go ahead and do what you need to do. Of course, I won't let you down if I get the information I want from your discussions." Everyone let out an "oh." There was some schadenfreude in their eyes. But, it was completely gone now. This guy had offended the Black Devil clan as soon as he arrived. He was like a hothead. But, his words were like an experienced Jianghu person. Especially the last sentence, "If I get the information I want, I won't let you down." This sentence could only be said by an experienced Jianghu person. Moreover, this sentence clearly showed that this person needed a lot of information. Even he found it difficult to choose the focus. So, he chose this method. Everyone talked, and he listened to himself. F***ck, what kind of old fox would think of such a method? However, this person's cultivation is obviously not low. If we're talking about something that he's interested in, what kind of benefits can he offer? Hey, have you heard? The two brothers from the Ji clan had a quarrel with the Gao clan. I heard that the second duke of the Ji clan, GMO, and the Grand Duke of the Gao clan, Gao Xing, were jealous of each other. The two of them fought to the death. At the table next to them, a person suddenly changed the topic and talked about the anecdotes of the past 3 days. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. GMO? GMO and Gao Xing were jealous of each other. His interest was immediately piqued. With a flip of his hand, an ingot of glistening yellow gold landed on the table of the two men. There was a total of 10 taels. The two turned their heads to look at him in surprise. Chu Yang smiled and nodded, meaning, continue. The two of them were unable to contain their joy. They put the gold in their pockets, and began to talk about the love history of Duke GMO and Duke Gao Xing. When the others saw this, their eyes immediately lit up. Damn it, we can earn gold just by saying a few words? How could there be such a good thing? Suddenly, the atmosphere in the restaurant became lively. Hey, do you know who are the 8 Grand Dukes of the Zhonglan battlefront? The speaker winked. It was obviously for Chu Yang to hear. 8 Grand Dukes? Chu Yang flipped his hand, and another ingot of gold flew out. Speaking of the situation in the Zhonglan battlefront, Pa. Another ingot of gold. Have you heard of the genius young master of the Shua clan, Shua Du Xing? Pa. An ingot of gold. Do you know the top 10 experts of the younger generation? Pa. I heard that the two brothers of the Mo clan are fighting each other fiercely. Pa, damn it, where did this guy get so much gold from? He threw it out like a pile of mud, igniting the atmosphere of the entire restaurant. The power of gold was extraordinary. Everyone was scrambling to talk about it. But, they were all very tactful. Sometimes, they would throw out a topic first, and then wait for others to finish talking about it. Often, people who did this would get a look of approval from Chu Yang, and then they would get an extra ingot of gold. As for gold, Chu Yang had a lot of it. After looting the treasury of the Great Zhao Imperial Palace, even Calamity Sword did not hesitate to absorb the power of gold. Now, he still had a lot of gold. Besides, if he really did not have money, there were so many aristocratic families in the three heavens. If he did not like them, he would just go in and rob them. Therefore, Chu Yang did not feel the least bit of heartache. Then, everyone found that even some rumors and anecdotes that had long since become popular, this guy was still excitedly throwing gold ingots over. This discovery made everyone wild with joy. Some people were even earning their second and third ingots of gold. This restaurant directly became a press conference. Later, people who wanted to come in and eat could not come in. Chu Yang even threw out a bag of gold and bought the entire wine cellar. Chu Yang also gradually straightened out his train of thought while everyone was talking excitedly as if they had been injected with chicken blood. So, the situation in the three heavens was like this. After the Three Stars Divine Clan had wreaked havoc for a period of time, they had encountered the joint resistance of all the forces in the three heavens. Now, they had somewhat restrained themselves, and retreated along the raging Fire Mountain range. From the looks of it, they seemed to have returned to their original state of minding their own business. However, the aristocratic families had already tasted the sweetness. The spirit beast cores they had obtained during this period of time, whether in terms of quality or quantity, had far surpassed what they had obtained in the past by several times. This was a huge fortune. Now, who didn't want to obtain more? The Three Stars Divine Clan had retreated, and the aristocratic families had naturally begun to fight among themselves for resources. This was a chaotic world. Ji Clan, Mo Clan, Gao Clan, Black Devil Clan, Ao Clan, Meng Clan, Shua Clan, Luo Clan, Dong Clan, Xia Clan, Li Clan, Tian Clan, Tu Clan, Zhao Clan, Huyan Clan, O Clan, Huangfu Clan, Li Clan. Dozens of big clans and hundreds of small clans spanned across the entire three heavens. They had turned this area into a chaotic battlefield, and in this endless battle for resources, a few young experts appeared out of nowhere, revealing their outstanding talents. The Ao clan's eldest duke, Ao Xiaoyun, had triumphantly advanced all the way to the 4th grade of king level. He had become the indisputable number one person among the younger generation of the three heavens. Moreover, his actions were secretive, and he often did not take the usual path. But, he was very effective. Therefore, people had given him the nickname Evil Duke. The Shua clan's young clan lord, Shua Du Xing, had led his clan to the north and south. His strength had smoothly broken through to the 2nd grade of king level. However, he was a sword cultivator, and a 2nd grade of sword king level. This proved that his strength was above everyone else's. Therefore, he was tied with Ao Xiaoyun for the first place. Moreover, because of Shua Du Xing's unique characteristics, no matter where he stood, he seemed to be aloof from the world. He was incompatible with everyone else. Therefore, people had given him the nickname Lone Traveler. The Mo clan's eldest duke, Missouri Tianyun, and the 2nd duke, Missouri Tianji, had broken through to king level at almost the same time. Mo Tianji's divine foresight was flawless, and he came up with hundreds of schemes. People called him master of calculation and manipulation. Mo Tianyun was given the nickname Tianyun by people. He was aloof, and the limelight was unparalleled. There were no exceptions. There was also another pair of brothers who had broken through at the same time. The Ji clan's eldest duke, Ji Zhu, and the 2nd duke, GMO, had broken through to king level at the same time in Songlan battlefront. They were called the Ji clan's twin bears. Well, they were not Xiong as in hero, but Xiong as in bear. Because these two brothers were lazier than bears, the Dong clan's Jiang Wushang had rushed into the ranks of the experts with an unimaginable saber. He had broken through to the 1st grade of Saber King, and was given the nickname Black Saber. Since Dong Wushang's Black Saber had been born, the other sabers of the Black Saber clan could not be compared to it. Dong Wushang had also become the representative of the Dong clan. The Luo clan's eldest duke, Luo Kuwu, led the clan. However, the 2nd duke, Luo Kudi, had broken through to king level, and was called Wolf Sword King. The Xia clan's Xianxiang had shaken Songlan battlefront with his viburnum flower. The viburnum flower had unparalleled power, and was called the ancestor of hidden weapons. Xianxiang had broken through to king level, and had become one of the leading figures of the younger generation. Other people like Tu Qianhao, Li Xiongtu, O Du Xiao, Meng Luo, Huangfu Wanyan, Tianbu Hui, and others had also become prominent. The entire three heavens seemed to have entered a new era. The heroes of the younger generation were emerging one after another. The 8 great dukes were Ao Xiayun, Mo Tianyun, Shua Du Xing, Dongwu Lei, Xia Danqiong, Gao Sheng, Meng Luo, and Tianbu Hui. And the top 10 experts were other people. Shua Du Xing, GMO, Luo Kudi, Dongwu Shang, and these few brothers had occupied half of the top 10 experts. In short, there was only one word that could describe the current situation of the three heavens: chaos. These guys seemed to be doing well. Chu Yang held a wine cup in one hand, and stroked his chin with the other as he pondered in his heart. They are one of the top 10 experts and 8 great dukes. They are very awesome. As for the fight between GMO and Gao Sheng, it was even more fiery. GMO had obtained the support of the Dong clan, Luo clan, and Shua clan at the same time. He wanted to snatch a tooth from the tiger's mouth, and snatch his wife away. Gao Sheng didn't like Huyan Ao Bo, but he couldn't swallow the fact that his wife had been snatched away. Moreover, this matter involved the prestige of his clan. Therefore, Grand Duke Gao didn't want to be outdone. He joined forces with the Li clan, Tu clan, Meng clan, and several other clans to prepare for battle. Chu Yang spat out a mouthful of wine on the table when he heard such a thing. He hadn't seen Gao Sheng before, but he had seen Huyan Ao Bo. Chu Yang had experienced it himself. It wasn't a lie to say that she was a heroine, but that Miss Huyan and GMO don't seem to be on good terms. Chu Yang thought of Miss Huyan's stocky back and bear's waist. She had big shoulders and a round waist. She was majestic and tall, and she was powerful and domineering. Then, he thought of GMO's frail body, which was as thin as a chicken. He shook his head again and again. No matter what, he couldn't connect these two people to the same bed in his heart. That was purely a big bear ravaging a small white rabbit. Moreover, that small white rabbit was a man. Do you know? That Master GMO once said on the spot, "It's hard to find a bosom friend in life, especially a bosom friend. What's even harder is that this bosom friend can fall in love. I, GMO, have found my spring, my lover, my lover. I will fight for my love to the end. Even if Gao Sheng is a demon, I will save my princess from the demon's hands." That dear friend used a tone of admiration to recite GMO's declaration of love. Chu Yang collapsed on the spot. Because this guy had a bit of a duck's voice, imitating GMO's words was somewhat different. Chu Yang directly heard it as it's hard to find a chicken in life, especially a chicken in a bosom friend. After a long while, he understood and couldn't help but choke. What a colorful life this was. Chu Yang was a little envious. Regarding the achievements of the brothers, Chu Yang wasn't surprised that Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang could break through to the king level. But Luo Kadi and GMO also broke through. That really surprised him. But there were two pieces of news that he wanted to hear the most. One was news about Mo Qinggu, and the other was news about Meng Charan and Tan Tan. By the time he finished collecting all this information, it was already early evening. The huge flow of information made Chu Yang's head temporarily fill up with a kind of sudden state. For a moment, he actually couldn't decide where to start. No matter what he did, he felt that it was a little rash. His brothers now didn't have his help, but each of them was doing well. If he went up and used the resources of Calamity Sword to forcefully improve them, it wouldn't be good for their future. Moreover, as long as he was there, they would have an invisible mentality of dependence. This was not good for their long-term development at all. This kind of dependence even included Gu Duxing. That lonely person, maybe he himself also realized his dependence on Chu Yang, so he resolutely returned to the upper three heavens. He even chose to throw out the hatred of the Gu brothers to let his heart continue to be lonely. As for Mo Qinggu, what was the attitude of the Mo clan? What were their plans? What were their thoughts? These all needed Chu Yang to slowly investigate. If he rushed in rashly, Chu Yang dared to guarantee that he would be eaten up by the old foxes of the Mo clan. The situation of the Mo clan had been reversed after Mo Tianji had come to power. But, the greedy and cunning nature of those people had left a deep impression on Chu Yang. Especially since Mo Qingwu was still a member of the Mo clan. This point needed to be carefully planned. The situation in the three heavens was chaotic. Where should he start? Chu Yang ate the food and wine as he pondered with rapt attention. He wanted to find his own way out of this mess. After the meal, he deliberately bought a lot of dried beef and found an opportunity to put it into the space without anyone noticing. Then, he went downstairs and walked out. The sky had already darkened. If they were looking for a place to stay, there were plenty of it here, and it was also safe. But Chu Yang didn't want to live here. He chose the forest. Every night in the mountain forest was the time when the spiritual qi was the most abundant and suitable for cultivation. In the inn, it was a little noisy, and the wine, women, avarice, and temper made the air a lot more turbid. Chu Yang didn't want to waste any of his cultivation time. Just as he walked out, he noticed that someone was following him. Chu Yang curled his lips and sneered. He swaggered out of the street and walked along the main road in a very ostentatious manner. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of clothes fluttering in the air was heard. A strange voice rang out, "The god of wealth in front, please wait. Please wait, ha ha ha." Chu Yang stopped in his tracks. In an instant, 7 or 8 people surrounded him. The two in the lead were the 2 people he had chased away. "Young man, you have quite a lot of gold, and quite overbearing." The skinny man looked at Chu Yang eerily. "You actually dared to lay your hands on us brothers. You must be tired of living." Chu Yang glanced at him coldly. "Cut the crap. Tell me what you want. My time is very precious. I'm not interested in wasting time with you." The crowd parted, and a big man walked out. "Young master? Ha ha, which clan's young master of the 3 heavens dares to be so rude in front of the black devil?" Chu Yang's eyes narrowed. He said slowly, "A king-level master?" The big man snorted coldly. With an insufferably arrogant aura, he shouted, "What? Are you afraid? Young man, hand over the things on your body, and then slit your own throat. I'll leave your corpse intact." His body shook, and a fierce and eerie aura spread out. In the air above his head, the aura condensed and slowly condensed into a crown. "You want to kill me, right?" Chu Yang asked very modestly. "Don't tell me you still want to live?" The king-level master of the Black Devil was clearly a second-stage martial artist. He looked at the young man in front of him with some ridicule. In his heart, the young man was already in his hands. He could do whatever he wanted with him. "Very good." Chu Yang smiled faintly. "I was worried that I didn't have a reason to kill you." He raised his head. People are raised by their parents. It's not easy for them to grow up. So every time I kill someone, I need a reason to kill. Congratulations, because you fit the reason for me to kill. The big man looked at Chu Yang's calm eyes. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. For the first time, he felt some regret. This guy was too evil. He didn't seem like a simple fat sheep. He should have investigated thoroughly before making his move. But he didn't have time to regret, because Chu Yang had already made his move. He had already used his killing move. A little bit of cold knowledge. Chu Yang's voice was long and slow. He unsheathed his long sword with a clang sound. His eyes instantly became sharper than the sword light. The sword light spread out with a bang sound. It carried a fierce murderous intention. It exploded in this dark night sky like a firework. A kind of fierce aura that belonged to a swordsman suddenly filled the air. That king-level master was shocked. His eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Jean Sword King, he was scared out of his wits. He desperately pulled out his saber to block the attack, and quickly retreated. He clearly understood that the opponent was a Sword King. Even if he was only a first-grade Sword King, he wasn't someone an ordinary second-grade king-level master like him could deal with. He even forgot about regret now. Soldiers were afraid. There was only one word left in his mind: run for your life. The sword light flashed and disappeared, but the king-level master felt a chill. In front of him, a sword as bright as snow illuminated his panicked face. He raised his head in fear, and saw Chu Yang's indifferent face. It seemed that a few lives couldn't change this face. "Your Excellency, let's talk. Let's talk." The big man's forehead was sweating like soybeans. He looked at the long sword in front of him like a viper. His voice was trembling as he spoke. Bang! Bang! At this time, the 7 people who had been petrified by the sword light fell down one by one. Their throats were violently spurting out blood. However, his throat had been pierced by Chu Yang in that split second. Chu Yang had attacked without mercy. One sword had killed 7 people, and one had been restrained. "You're from the Hamo clan, aren't you?" Chu Yang lightly asked. His cold voice seemed to contain supreme authority. "Yes." The big man felt that his hands and feet were almost numb. He had a saber in his hand, but he didn't dare to lift it. This Sword King's cultivation is so terrifying. We're both king-level masters. But, I don't have any power to fight back. The long sword is pointed at my throat. "Well, what's your name?" Chu Yang's eyes were somewhat gentle. I'm Li De." Li De's eyes flashed with a glimmer of hope. "It seems I won't die for the time being?" "Li De, good name. 2nd grade king-level expert, but your courage is a little putrid." Chu Yang nodded. "A little putrid?" Motherfew *Ker, I'm not a putrid old man. If he coughed too loudly, there would be a bloody hole in his throat. Li De wanted to cry. He had heard from his subordinates that there was a super fat sheep. He had given away dozens of gold ingots. Moreover, he had a conflict with 2 of his subordinates. So, he had come to seek revenge. And, he had also thought that he could make a small fortune. Who would have thought that he would provoke such a killer? He's my mother. 7 people died in a head-on clash. I'm actually a benevolent person. Chu Yang sighed in melancholy. Li De nodded again and again like a chicken pecking rice. He cursed in his heart, "You killed 7 people with one sword strike. You didn't even blink your eyes. You're benevolent? That old man is simply a good man, but I have a deep enmity with your Hamo clan." Chu Yang sighed. "Enmity?" Li De's legs went soft. "May I dare to ask, do you still remember the Mo clan?" Chu Yang smiled coldly. "You should know what you did to the Mo clan, right?" Li De's complexion turned deathly pale. This man is a member of the Mo clan? His heart turned ice cold. The Hamo clan had enemies everywhere. But, the most powerful clan was undoubtedly the Mo clan. Suddenly, a clang sound was heard. Chu Yang coldly shouted, "Who's there?" Then, a sword light flashed and pierced towards Li De. Li De desperately tried to raise his head. But, a deep cut was made on his forehead. Then, another clang sound was heard. Li De felt a sharp pain in his chest. Then, he heard the killer in front of him angrily shout, "Don't go if you have the guts," the sword light soared with a whooshing sound. Then, a subtle clang sound was heard. The killer had gone far away. Ancestor bless me. Li De's face was badly mutilated. He was so grateful that he almost cried. This guy was lured away at such a critical moment. He obviously wanted to kill me to silence me when he was lured away. Li De's whole body was covered in cold sweat. His face had been cut so deep that his bones could be seen. His chest had been pierced 3 times. His flesh and blood had been torn apart. But, one thing was certain. The 3 sword strikes on his chest seemed to have been obstructed by something. So, instead of piercing his heart, there was a strange upward wound. But, who saved me? Forget it. I don't want to think about this. Let's go quickly. This time, when I return to the clan, I must recuperate for a few years. It's too dangerous outside. Well, the sudden appearance of this Mo clan's expert must be reported to the clan. It seems that the Mo clan has begun to make a move against the Black Devil. Li De crawled up in a sorry state and fled in fear. He didn't even care about the corpses of his subordinates. At this moment, Chu Yang, who had been led away by someone, was sitting cross-legged on a hillside in the forest as if nothing had happened. He was guiding the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into his body to cultivate. Who was leading him away? This guy was just deliberately mystifying things. This was a very simple move to sow discord. Moreover, the method was very clumsy. As for whether the Black Devil was plotting or not, what does it have to do with me? The two clans already have enmity. Even if I didn't sow discord, they would still fight to the death. However, I was just creating an excuse for them to make a move. As for whether they make a move or not, it doesn't matter. A mere second-grade king-level master can be killed at any time. It's not a big deal. It's not a pity to let him go. Of course, it would be better if a war broke out between the two clans because of this. Little brother, do you have enmity with the Mo clan? A clear and elegant voice rang out. It seemed to be right next to Chu Yang's ear. Chu Yang was shocked. He suddenly felt his hair stand on end. This voice had appeared without any warning. He didn't even notice it in advance. Even a second-grade king-level master couldn't do this. However, this person had done it. Didn't this mean that this person's martial power was far above his? Chu Yang, who was meditating, was shocked. He almost jumped up. However, he controlled himself and said indifferently, "Who is playing tricks?" A faint laughter sounded. There was a burst of dense air. A green-robed man appeared less than 30 feet in front of Chu Yang. He looked at Chu Yang with interest. Little brother's sword technique is really good. The green-robed man saw that Chu Yang's face was calm. He couldn't help but praise him. It's you. Chu Yang's eyes flashed in the dark night. You got me? The green-robed man was surprised. When I was in the restaurant, you appeared a quarter of an hour behind me. When you came in, people were talking about the 8 great dukes. Chu Yang said quietly, after you came in, you found a seat near the window. You ordered 2 vegetables, a plate of peanuts, a plate of beef, and a pot of wine. From the beginning to the end, he did not say a single word. But you only ate a few peanuts, 3 slices of beef, and half a pot of wine. And after you came in, I booked the entire restaurant, and no one else came in. Chu Yang snorted. His memory could be said to be unparalleled in the world. Moreover, in these 3 days where danger lurked at every step and the strong preyed on the weak, how could he not pay more attention? The actions of the green-clothed man had been accurately described by him. Little brother's memory is truly admirable. You're absolutely right. The green-clothed man looked at him in surprise. It wasn't strange that he could remember him. What was strange was that he could even remember how much he had eaten and drunk. This was much more difficult. He said, you can actually remember me, an insignificant person, in front of so many people. Chu Yang sat cross-legged and didn't move. He insipidly said, this is nothing. The problem is, are you here to repay my kindness for a meal? He smiled and raised his head, the meal you ate in the restaurant was paid by me. I thought you were here to repay my favor. Little brother's memory is superb. I didn't expect your concentration to be even more amazing. The green-clothed man sighed, seeing little brother, I can't help but feel a sense of appreciation for talent. Tell me why you're here. You shouldn't be here to chat with me. Chu Yang smiled insipidly. When this green-clothed man appeared, he knew that this man's cultivation was far above his own. But he had a very strange feeling, this man shouldn't hurt him. This was the first time for Chu Yang to have such a feeling in his 2 lives. Chu Yang himself also found it extremely strange. Why? Why do you think that he won't hurt you? Chu Yang, you aren't a moron, are you? You've never met a person before. He can crush you with 1 finger. But you're so sure that he won't hurt you the moment you meet him? You're simply crazy, but somehow, this clear feeling in his heart couldn't deceive him. So, Chu Yang's heart was conflicted. He immediately awakened the sword spirit. The sword spirit had been practicing martial arts ever since he had set up that strange formation in the tribulation space. He came out as soon as he heard Chu Yang's call. But, he was startled, how did you provoke such a monster? Monster? Chu Yang asked in astonishment in his mind. He's indeed a monster. The sword spirit was very serious, this man, is unfathomable for you. What about for you? Chu Yang snorted and asked, what's his cultivation? He's hiding his strength. But, he's still a 5th grade Saber Emperor even after hiding his strength. He's already at the peak of Saber Emperor level if he doesn't hide his strength. He's about to break through to the Saber Monarch level. The sword spirit cautiously said, but, you have to pay attention to the fact that he's carrying a sword with him. If that's the case, this person has been concealing his cultivation level for a very long time. Xianxia understood the meaning behind the song. Yes. The sword spirit said, you have to be careful when dealing with him. Relax your mind at all times. If this man has evil intentions, I must take over your body and escape if necessary. Xianxia's expression turned cold. The sword spirit's strength hadn't fully recovered yet. But, he had been able to withstand the all-out attacks of hundreds of experts from Jing Menghun. Moreover, he had been enhanced by that strange big formation. But, he still had to escape after taking over his body instead of killing the enemy. How powerful is this black-cloaked man? The black-cloaked man wrinkled his brows as this thought flashed in his mind. Just a moment ago, he clearly felt an aura that was enough to make him feel fear. It was ancient and desolate, and it faintly swept over his body. It seemed that all his disguises had nowhere to hide under this aura. This obscure aura had only flashed for a moment. But, it had still put him on guard from the bottom of his heart. I obviously won't chat with you. But, I need your help. The black-cloaked man smiled in a good-natured manner. Aren't you curious about my identity? What's the use of being curious? You've changed your appearance. So, will you tell me your real identity? Xianxia coldly snorted. Eh? Ha ha ha, you have good taste. The black-cloaked man laughed. He was getting more and more interested in this youngster. He didn't know why, but he had felt a sense of familiarity towards Xianxia since he had first seen him in the restaurant. Therefore, he had decided to appear at this time. He had become more and more appreciative of Xianxia after coming into contact with him. His memory, willpower, courage, and manner of speaking are far superior to me. But, he is neither servile nor overbearing. Even I wasn't as good as him when I was his age, right? The black-cloaked man suddenly wanted to know more about this youngster. His facial expression is very similar to my own when I was young. Ah, his facial features are also somewhat similar to mine. The black-cloaked man seemed to have recalled something. He couldn't help but feel pain in his heart. You didn't panic when you saw me. You didn't run away. I want to know why. The black-cloaked man smiled. He sat down cross-legged in front of Xianxia. Do I need a reason? Xianxia's heart relaxed. He smiled and said, if you came to kill me, the difference in our cultivation is too big. I wouldn't be able to escape. So, whether I panicked or ran away in fear, it would only give you a sense of pleasure. Since you came to kill me, you are my enemy. Why should I give you a sense of pleasure? Xianxia smiled. Even if you want to kill someone, the feeling of killing a struggling person is different from killing a hero who doesn't change his expression even when death is near. Killing a hero doesn't make the heart feel good. No matter how great the hatred is, it is still the same. This is human psychology. Since I can't escape, I'll make sure that you won't feel satisfied even if you kill me. That's my revenge on you. Why should I run away to give you a sense of pleasure? The black-cloaked man laughed and said, yes. But, what if I didn't come to kill you? If you didn't come to kill me, and have no hostility towards me, why should I panic and run away? Xianxia curled his lips. The black-cloaked man was stunned. This youngster's way of dealing with people is really unique. How old are you this year? The black-cloaked man sighed and asked. In his heart, he thought desolately, if my son was still alive, he would be around this age. But, he wouldn't have such achievements, almost 20 years old. Xianxia raised his eyebrows. He was playing a trick with this sentence. He was 18 years old now. But, even in the entire heavenly layer, there was no one who became a sword king at the age of 18. He didn't want to be treated as a monster. Almost 20 years old gave people the illusion that he was 10 years old and would soon be 20 years old. Yes, becoming a sword king at 20 years old was also an amazing talent. But, compared to being 18 years old, the impact was much smaller. At least, the geniuses of the clans in the upper three heavens could say this. Even if he was exposed in the future, he would have a reason to explain. I said I was almost 20 years old, but I didn't say I was 10.5 years old. Is 18 years old not almost 20 years old? Not even 20 years old, so young. The black-cloaked man indeed thought so. He sighed and his eyes flashed with a sense of loss. If my son was still alive, he would only be 18 years old, right? Thinking of this, he looked at Chu Yang's eyes and became calmer. This black-cloaked man was Chu Feiling, who had come down from the upper three heavens to look for medicine. In order to make it easier to find medicine, he had chosen to come down from the nearest exit to the Tsanglan battlefront. But, after coming down, he felt that something was wrong. It seemed that someone was against him. This sense of danger made him immediately react in such an unusual time. That was why he found Chu Yang. He wasn't afraid of the enemy, but he was afraid of delaying his search for medicine. Today, his thoughts were in a mess. He had written more than 13,000 words since he woke up in the wee hours of the morning. He had written several plots. But, in the end, he overturned them all and started from here. His monthly votes had finally exploded. Today was the 24th. He had updated 80 chapters so far in the second month. On average, he updated 10,000 words a day. Many brothers are still saying that I'm not awesome. I feel wronged and depressed. What should I do to be awesome? Did you just say that you need my help? Chu Yang also had an inexplicable favorable impression of this blue-clothed man. However, both sides had a tacit understanding and didn't ask for each other's names. Since the other party had disguised himself, he wouldn't reveal his true appearance. Why would he tell his name? The blue-clothed man also had the same misgivings. He was being mysterious. How could he expect the other party to be honest with him? Yes, I see that you are very keen on the news of Tsanglan battlefront. I think that you will definitely enter Tsanglan battlefront. In that case, we might as well travel together, the blue-clothed man, Chu Feiling, said with a faint smile. Travel together? Chu Yang frowned. With the other party's strength, why would he travel together with him? Yes. I won't hide it from you. My journey will be very troublesome. If I travel too fast, it will attract attention. Moreover, some people will know that I came out alone. This is very inconvenient. Chu Feiling's eyes flashed with a trace of sadness. I see. Chu Yang softly said, oh. Then, he said bluntly, however, have you ever thought that with your strength, those who can cause trouble for you are absolutely experts? If you travel with me, in case something happens, the first to suffer will be me. Of course, I have concerns about this. Chu Feiling obviously appreciated the other party's frankness. He said, therefore, our cooperation will stop at the Raging Fire Mountain Range. Moreover, I won't let you suffer losses. I will always make you satisfied. Also, in case something happens, I have a way to protect you. In other words, I'm just a disguise? Chu Yang frowned. Yes, Chu Feiling said frankly. But, why did you look for me? Chu Yang wondered, there should be many people who are more suitable than me. Moreover, you can also see that I'm not a quiet person. If you follow me, my ability to cause trouble is no less than yours. Because, you are very pleasing to the eye. Chu Feiling smiled and thought, this is fate. I met you 3 days ago. I didn't have time to find another person. I also find you pleasing to the eye. Chu Yang laughed. Chu Feiling smiled warmly. Over the past 20 years, he had been under a lot of pressure. He had a lot of worries, internal and external troubles, as well as tragedies in his life. He had almost never smiled sincerely, and the knot in his heart had never been resolved. But today, he felt exceptionally relaxed. This feeling surprised him, but he hadn't felt this relaxed for a long time. He could not help but credit the young man in front of him. It was as if the young man had a power that could make him feel at ease. This kind of power made him somewhat infatuated. His heart was also very strange. This young man's first move was to kill. Blood splattered everywhere and his expression did not change at all. He was clearly a ruthless person. How could such a person make him feel at ease? But this was the truth, and it was indisputable. Well, let's travel together. Chu Yang chuckled. Well, if you run into any trouble along the way, I can also help you solve it. Chu Feiling's heart warmed as he said with a smile. No need. I've always solved my own troubles. Chu Yang shook his head lightly, if I need someone's help. It's not good for my future. It's also not good for my state of mind. If this becomes a habit of dependence, then I'll be stuck for life. Chu Feiling was startled. A look of appreciation flashed in his eyes. He was also a little surprised. I didn't expect this young man to have such a profound state of mind. It seems that this young man is very ambitious. You must have something to do in the raging fire mountain range, right? Chu Yang asked intentionally. Yes, I'm looking for a kind of elixir. Chu Feiling sighed. He couldn't help but feel anxious when he thought of his injured father. Is it very important? Very important. Well, you're going to save a very important person, right? Yes. If that's the case, then the purpose of the enemy you're facing now is to prevent you from saving that person? Chu Yang asked indifferently. Yes, huh? What's wrong? Chu Feiling looked at Chu Yang. He didn't expect this young man's thoughts to turn so quickly. Logically speaking, with your cultivation and identity, as well as the temperament of someone who holds great power, you should be surrounded by attendants no matter what you do. At the very least, you should bring a few attendants with you. However, you're all alone. Does this mean that your trip is a secret? Chu Yang frowned. Yes. But since it's a secret, someone has come to deal with you. This means that your enemy has clearly grasped your whereabouts. That means, your enemy is from the same family as you? Ah? Chu Feiling suddenly raised his head. Chu Yang continued his deduction. From this point of view, there must be a struggle for interests, or even a struggle for power. In other words, the injured person is very important to your clan. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent an expert like you. Since you've been sent, the enemy still wants to deal with you. This can almost be said to be a bitter struggle. This is fratricidal, right? Chu Yang smiled faintly. Brilliant. Chu Feiling was already somewhat speechless. I didn't say anything. I only said that there's an enemy. He actually deduced so much from this little bit of information. Your aura and demeanor have a kind of natural feeling. It also gives people the feeling that you're taking care of them. This means that you're used to taking care of people. And your temperament is noble. Obviously, you're not a servant. So, you should be the boss in your clan, right? If that's the case, then, the people who want to deal with you should be your sister-in-law. Chu Yang laughed and said somewhat mockingly, in other words, you're a thorn in their side. If they get rid of you, they won't be able to get the medicine. They'll definitely die. The power of the clan will naturally fall into the hands of the person who attacked or manipulated behind the scenes. Chu Feiling's face turned green and then white. How many years has it been since he was this shocked? But the reasoning ability of this young man in front of him actually made him tremble in fear. He admired him from the bottom of his heart. Thinking of how cleanly he killed the enemy, he couldn't help but be shocked. This kind of martial arts, this kind of mentality, this kind of wisdom, this kind of decisiveness. That's why your eyes showed that kind of helplessness and sadness. It means that you can't make up your mind now. You're still thinking about your old relationship. Chu Yang coldly hit Chu Feiling's weak spot. Otherwise, your eyes would have murderous intent. But there's no murderous intent. You only want to hide and don't want to face the enemy head-on. Isn't that right? Chu Feiling sighed deeply and didn't say anything. He did think so, then. After all, he was his own younger brother who could defy the heavens. And they're from the same mother. Since he lost his son, he paid more attention to blood ties. But now that things have developed to this point, he really didn't have the slightest intention to do anything to his brother other than being heartbroken. So, even if you find the elixir, you'll die in your brother's hands sooner or later. Chu Yang said lightly, since you're soft-hearted, but your brother still wants to kill you, I can only say that your brother has lost his humanity. So, death is not to be regretted. Being soft-hearted is a taboo in power. You're the elder. Don't ruin the whole clan's future because of a moment of soft-heartedness. You have to know that if you want to kill, you won't kill your own brother. You'll save the whole clan. Chu Yang said lightly, it's late. Rest early. We'll start our journey early tomorrow morning. After saying this, he closed his mouth and didn't speak anymore. Chu Yang taught Chu Feiling a lesson for the first time they met. Maybe it couldn't be considered a lesson. He was just speculating. But it was undeniable that he was right. Yang also regretted saying these words too late. He felt that he had said too much. How could he speak like this for the first time they met? But for some reason, when he saw the sadness and helplessness in Chu Feiling's eyes, Yang couldn't help but feel an impulse in his heart. Moreover, he felt very anxious and wanted to help him overcome some difficulties. This feeling is really strange. Yang closed his eyes and smiled bitterly in his heart. Do all emperor-level experts have this kind of temperament that makes people unconsciously fall in love with them? When an ordinary person cultivates to emperor-level experts, their temperament will indeed change. If he wants you to have a good impression of him, it's very easy. The sword spirit explained softly in Chu Yang's mind. The aura of an emperor-level expert can already affect a person's mind and judgment. It'll be even more obvious when he reaches monarch level. I see. Chu Yang quietly let out a sigh of relief. He felt a little relieved. He was even more determined to temper his mind. The sword spirit was a little hesitant. There was something he didn't say. Although all emperor-level experts have this kind of ability, the person in front of you clearly didn't use this kind of method on you. But when he saw that Chu Yang was relieved, he didn't remind him anymore. It's now the third day. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth will be denser. But, you have to pay attention to one thing. The path of tribulation sword master starts from the third day. Chu Yang, what are you going to do? The sword spirit was, of course, most concerned about this topic. So he immediately brought it up. The path of tribulation sword master? Chu Yang pondered for a while. What do I need to do? Conquer. The sword spirit said solemnly, conquer all the forces you can see. Build up your team and prepare to rush to the upper three heavens in one fell swoop. You'll become a dragon. Build up my team? Conquer the upper three heavens? Chu Yang repeated softly. He felt his heart beat fiercely. Yes. The upper three heavens will be yours. You'll have to rely on your team to overthrow the upper three heavens in the future. Because if you go to the upper three heavens, the big ruling clans there will be your enemies. And the entire upper three heavens will be under the control of that clan. You'll be the enemy of the whole world. No one can help you. You can only rely on the ambitions of the clans in the upper three heavens. Chu Yang's body shook. He thought quickly. Especially the word replace, these words kept circling in his mind. The ambition of using the three heavens clans to rush to the upper three heavens. Chu Yang sneered and said, this is very unreliable. The martial kings of the upper three heavens can be said to be experts at present. The big clans don't have many emperor-level experts. But, the one in front of us has such a cultivation level. He's an emperor-level expert. So, how many monarch-level and saint-level experts are there in the big clans? How can the three heavens clans replace him with their insignificant strength? Every generation of the big clans has the ambition to rush to the upper three heavens. But, they don't dare to show it. Do you think that these clans with thousands of years of history only have so little heritage? Sword Spirit snorted and said, how many real experts would come out and run around? Wouldn't that be asking the upper three heavens ruling clans to come down and destroy them? But, the Gu clan failed to rush to the emperor level. So, they imprisoned the clan lord's daughter, Gu Miaoling. Moreover, the Gu clan doesn't have any emperor-level experts. This is certain. Chu Yang firmly believed Gu Duxing's words. After all, Gu Duxing had no reason to lie to him. How many years has the Gu clan existed? Sword Spirit said disdainfully, what's so strange about a clan that has only existed for a few hundred years or even a few decades? You'll find out how big the resistance is when you start to conquer. Sword Spirit said slowly, but, you also need to know that the greater the resistance, the greater the motivation. Is this how the previous master of the tribulation sword did it? Chu Yang frowned. Those who follow me will prosper. Those who oppose me will die. Sword Spirit said indifferently, this is the path of the master of the tribulation sword. He paused and said, your temperament is enough. You've been through enough hardships. You have the means and wisdom. The only thing you lack is this tyrannical attitude of those who follow me will prosper. Those who oppose me will die. Making use of the big clan's ambitions. Chu Yang's eyes flashed. He let out a long sigh. Then, his entire mind was immersed in those 8 words. Those who follow me will prosper. Those who oppose me will die. Facing the experts of the upper 3 heavens with such a tyrannical attitude? What kind of spirit was this? Chu Yang just sat there like this. He thought about the heroic bearing of the previous master of Tribulation Sword. That kind of domineering demeanor in the world. He couldn't help but feel lofty sentiments surging in his heart. The Calamity Sword in his dantian also seemed to be affected by this atmosphere. Suddenly, with a clang, it churned in his dantian. A cold aura came out of the tip of the sword and rushed into Chu Yang's dantian like lightning. It moved along his meridians and circled around in an instant. Chu Yang felt as if his meridians were being severed and fragmented at this moment. An extreme pain suddenly triggered a violent and ruthless aura. He almost looked up to the sky and let out a long and loud roar. Startled, he abruptly channeled the heaven-splitting divine technique to the maximum, forcing the violent chi from the Calamity Sword back into his dantian. With a move of his mind, a clear divine sense was sent back sternly. I want to conquer. That's my business. I don't need to be controlled by a sword. I want to conquer the heavens with my own strength, using his own strength, to conquer the heavens. Those who obey me will prosper. Those who oppose me will die. The sword spirit in his mind sighed. He didn't know if it was praise or something else. No wonder. No wonder the previous master of Tribulation Sword was like this. He was completely different from the previous 8 masters of Tribulation Sword. He would use the Calamity Sword, but he wouldn't let it dominate everything. No matter how strong the Calamity Sword was, he wouldn't blindly believe in its power. He only believed in his own strength. Thinking of this, the sword spirit suddenly had an epiphany. Perhaps, this is the real Calamity Sword master. Because he truly dominated the Calamity Sword, although the previous 8 masters of Tribulation Sword were powerful, they all relied on the power of the Calamity Sword. They used the power of the Calamity Sword to conquer, but Chu Yang was different. He would use it, but he wouldn't lose himself. So, the one who overturned the heavens in this generation was the master of Tribulation Sword, not the Calamity Sword. This was the fundamental difference. At this moment, a biting cold aura suddenly rose from Chu Yang's body. An incomparably domineering aura was emitted from his body. Those who obey me will prosper. Those who oppose me will die. In such a short period of time, he had already comprehended this kind of quintessence. The sword spirit sighed and silently returned to the calamity space. He was suddenly full of expectations for the future. Maybe this unique master of Tribulation Sword can help me break free from the shackles of the Calamity Sword and become a real spiritual body? Can I live in broad daylight? Chu Yang was practicing martial arts, but Chu Failing was deep in thought. He was thinking about what Chu Yang said. He had to admit that Chu Yang's words were very reasonable. How could Chu Failing not know that the consequences would be unimaginable if he continued to indulge in this? But he had his own grievances. Because he was the first successor, but he didn't have any children. He had lost his sons and hadn't found them yet. The difference between him and his second brother was that he had 3 sons to continue the Chu clan's bloodline. If he used his thunderous means, how could his second brother be his opponent? But his third brother's 2 sons were weak and didn't have good aptitudes. His fourth brother's daughter was sick all year round. His son was still young and might not grow up well. In the clan, the rising stars were his second brother's 3 sons. If he defeated his second brother, what would happen to the Chu clan in the future? Would he be wronged? Would he want the Chu clan to have no successors, then? He thought about all these years. Ever since he lost his son, his wife had been depressed. He didn't even dare to visit his father-in-law. Every time he went, he would be scolded, useless. You can even lose your own son. Why don't you lose yourself? Every time this happened, Chu Failing would be in a tragedy. His father-in-law's face was darker than the bottom of a pot. His mother-in-law's eyes were filled with tears. In the end, it would definitely develop into a headache between mother and daughter, alas. Chu Failing sighed deeply. Sometimes, he really wanted to roar, damn it, do I really want to lose my son so badly? He's also my own son. My own flesh and blood. I'm not inhumane, isn't there no other way? At that time, both of them were dying. They knew that they would definitely die. They temporarily left their son to lead the enemy away so that he could have a chance to live. Who would have thought that he would encounter an elixir in such a hopeless situation and be saved? What was even more unexpected was that, in just half a day, he ran back as if he was struggling for his life and disappeared. Who can be blamed for this? We can only blame the heavens for making fun of us. I can't even cry here. How can I be better than you? Of course, these words were suppressed in my heart for 18 years. I didn't dare to say it out loud. I could only sulk in my heart. I was so depressed that I went to look for my fourth brother. Chu Failing kept sighing. He looked at Chu Yang more and more softly. Alas, if I can find my son, even if he's a beggar now, I'll treat him like a treasure. I'll use all my heart to make up for my poor son's 18 years of suffering. The dignified young master of the Chu clan actually suffered such hardships. Now, I don't know if he's dead or alive. The night passed quietly. When it was almost dawn, Chu Failing suddenly felt a throbbing in his heart. He stood up abruptly and saw a sudden boom from Chu Yang's body. A tyrannical aura burst out from his body. It was as if the ruler of the firmament had suddenly arrived at this moment. This aura was cold and emotionless. It was filled with the aura of a superior who had absolute power over life and death. It was as if he was telling the world, those who follow me will prosper. Those who go against me will die. At the same time, the aura on Chu Yang's body surged. Suddenly, sword energy spread out. It was shapeless and formless, but it burst out with a chi-chi sound, thud thud thud. The surrounding trees and rocks were hit by the sword energy at the same time. Stone fragments flew everywhere. Small holes suddenly appeared in the trunk of a large tree. Both sides of the tree were transparent. This was caused by the sword energy penetrating through them. Thousands of sword marks appeared on the ground 30 feet in front of Chu Yang. He broke through? Chu Failing was shocked. This young man is really a genius. He actually comprehended the tyrannical tactics in one night. He used the tyrannical tactics in his dantian and turned his spiritual energy into sword energy. He broke through to the second grade of Sword King in one go. Tyrannical tactics was a kind of aura, not a kind of martial technique. Only an absolute superior, and one who had gone through a bloody massacre, could develop this kind of absolute confidence. Chu Yan had been probing since last night. Chu Failing had also sensed the aura on his body several times. But, he really didn't expect that Chu Yang would completely comprehend it in one night. Chu Yang even transformed his aura into sword energy, and directly used sword energy to break through. This was simply crazy behavior, but he succeeded. The sky slowly brightened. Chu Yang slowly got up. The two looked at each other. Chu Yang saw that Chu Failing's eyes were full of concern. He couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. He said, "It's okay. It's just a small breakthrough." Chu Failing nodded speechlessly. "A small breakthrough? Brother, you've broken through to Sword King. It's the most difficult weapon to break through in the entire heavenly layer. Let's go." Chu Yang smiled. The two walked out of the hillside side by side. They rushed all the way. Their footsteps were extremely fast. They were at the edge of the war zone. There was no one around. The two used their martial techniques and ran all the way. They encountered some small troubles on the way. But Chu Failing didn't have to do anything. Chu Yang solved them all. The few spirit beasts that they encountered were also slaughtered by Chu Yang. Chu Failing could feel that Chu Yang was gradually honing his gains from this breakthrough. So, he tried his best not to interfere. He only followed. He felt gratified in his heart. It was as if he was watching his younger generation grow up healthily. They finally arrived at the raging fire mountain range. The hot aura hit them in the face. They looked to the east. Half the sky seemed to have been dyed red. "This is the place, right?" Chu Yang asked. "Yes." Chu Failing smiled gently. He was a little reluctant to part with Chu Yang. "Hee, big brother Chu, you've been very slow. You've made us wait for you." A gloomy voice sounded with some complacency. "Did you think that we'd intercept you on the way? We've been waiting for you at ease. I don't know if it's beyond your expectations?" 8 black-clothed masked men appeared with a swish sound. Their imposing aura was as deep as a mountain. It seemed as if the blue sky had collapsed. Are these Emperor-level experts? Chu Yang quivered as he looked at the 8 black-clothed men in front of him. He felt a cold wind blow at the back of his head. Crap. When did Emperor-level experts appear in the upper 3 heavens? A clear whistling sound was heard. The 8 men parted to 2 sides, and a black-clothed man appeared. His feet didn't touch the ground as he walked forward. He crossed the 8 men, and arrived at the front of the team. He put his hands behind his back, and took a few steps in a confident manner. Then, he flicked his sleeves, and a metallic sound was heard. He smiled faintly and said, "Brother Chu, do you recognize me?" His voice was clear and elegant like a mountain stream. The corners of Chu Yang's mouth twitched as he looked at him. This person's pretentiousness has reached the extreme. His every move is pretentious. It's at the peak of perfection. His face is covered. But, he still asked, "Do you recognize me?" Chu Yang really wanted to say, "I'll recognize you if you take off your mask." Chu Feiling's face looked serious. He sighed and said, "Are you Brother Yi?" The black-clothed masked man put his hands behind his back, and laughed in a cold and mournful voice, "Ha ha ha ha, Brother Chu is indeed worthy of being called Brother Chu. Ha 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 ha, I'm sure Brother Chu must be very surprised to see me here." Chu Feiling took a deep breath. His eyes flashed as he said, "I'm indeed very surprised. Very surprised." He looked at the black-clothed masked man with a serious face and said, "Brother Yi, your clan dominates the upper 3 heavens. It's the indisputable #1 clan. I also respect your clan. So, I don't dare to neglect it. But, I don't know why Brother Yi has come here today." That Brother Yi laughed and said, "Brother Chu, don't tell me you don't know why I've come here?" Chu Feiling sighed and said, "I don't want to be enemies with the Yi clan. Brother Yi, why do you have to get involved in this mess? Why do you have to make things difficult for me?" Chu Yang felt a chill in his heart. So, this black-clothed masked man is from the Yi clan, the #1 clan of the upper 3 heavens? He suddenly recalled the sorrow hidden in Meng Chao Ran's indifferent eyes. Then, a name appeared in his mind, Yi Chuchen. Isn't Yi Chuchen from the Yi clan? This man is a 3rd-grade Emperor-level expert. The sword spirit's voice sounded in his mind. The other 8 people are 3rd-grade Emperor-level experts. It should be the Yi clan's secluded night ultimate array. This array formation is very difficult to deal with. Secluded night unique formation? Chu Yang frowned and said, "Is it very powerful?" This is a powerful formation left behind by the previous master of Calamity Sword for the Yi clan. The sword spirit replied in a heavy tone, "A 1st-grade Emperor-level expert is enough to trap and kill a 1st-grade Monarch-level expert. Don't you think it's amazing? F***ck. Chu Yang felt a toothache. Doesn't this mean that today's danger is huge? The black-clothed and masked Brother Yi let out a wild laugh like an owl. "You don't want to be enemies with our Yi clan? Ha ha ha. Who do you think you are? Do you think you're worthy of being our Yi clan's enemy?" Chu Feiling sighed. His face suddenly regained its calmness. He gently untied the scabbard from his waist and held it horizontally in his hand. His right hand held the sword hilt as he said lightly, "Brother Yi, do you want to fight me to the death today?" Ha ha ha. Brother Chu, you're gravely mistaken. Brother Yi laughed strangely and said, "What do you think? I don't want to fight you to the death. I want you to die for sure." Brother Yi let out a wild laugh. Chu Feiling remained silent for a long while. Then, he said, "Yi Ran Mo, I'm afraid you can't do this with your ability." The black-clothed man Yi Ran Mo said with a smile, "Yes. My strength is almost on par with Brother Chu's. But, my brother and I are going to attack together this time. Brother Chu, how much hope do you think you have?" Chu Feiling smiled faintly, "How much hope do I have? We'll have to fight to know. However, I have a request." "What request?" Chu Feiling pointed his finger and said, "You and I may not be kind. But, this youngster is innocent. Let him go. And, I'll fight you to the death." Chu Yang's body shook. He could feel the care and concern in these words. And, it made his heart soften and tremble. Haha, it wouldn't be a big deal to let him go if it were any other time. But, now. Yi Ran Mo smiled and said in a sinister manner, "He's with Brother Chu." And I don't know what he has on him. So, it would be very bad if I missed something. He shrugged his shoulders and said in a very artificial and regretful tone, Brother Chu, please forgive me. I'll have to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Chu Feiling got angry and shouted, You ran mo. Your Yi clan has interfered in my clan's affairs. And, you've violated the rules. Now, you want to kill an innocent person. Don't you care about the 10,000-year prestige of your Yi clan? Innocent? Haha, he's not innocent as long as he's with you. Yi Ran Mo coldly snorted. He waved his hand, and the 8 black-clothed men scattered. They formed a big circle like 8 wisps of black smoke. Yi Ran Mo laughed heartily. He then took a step back. His aura suddenly became impeccable. It seemed as if his soul had been formed by the heavens. He surrounded Chu Yang and Chu Feiling in the middle. Chu Feiling heaved a long sigh. He was extremely resentful in his heart. I didn't expect that my second brother would seek refuge with the Yi clan in order to deal with me. He regretted it at the same time. Why would I have asked this youngster to accompany me if I had known that the other party was waiting for me in the raging Fire Mountain range? It seems that this young expert with a boundless future has been implicated by me. And, he's going to lose his life for no reason. Little brother, I've implicated you. Chu Feiling said guiltily. Then, he suddenly raised his eyes and whispered, Don't move when the battle starts. I'll open a gap and send you out with all my strength. His voice was low and hurried, Don't look back after you go out. Leave this place at your fastest speed. I'll pin them down, and won't let them catch up with you. Chu Yang turned his head, and said with a smile, I'll remember. Chu Feiling nodded with gratification. Suddenly, a sandstorm arose, a person suddenly spun around, and started to run around Chu Feiling and Chu Yang. Then, this person's figure transformed into a breeze and a flash. The entire sky seemed to have turned black with a whoosh sound. The power of a level emperor-level expert had also shielded the sky above the battlefield. The 2 men's escape routes had been blocked. Then, that whirlwind-like power began to slowly draw closer to the ground. A snow-bright lightning suddenly appeared. It was a saber light that looked like a waterfall. Chu Feiling shouted loudly, and brandished his long sword. Ding! 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 Sounds echoed. Chu Feiling's sword and that saber light had collided countless times in the blink of an eye. A faint muffled groan was heard from the gale. Then, a lightning-like saber light appeared at the same time, and crazily attacked the 2 men in the center. Yi Ran Mo's complacent laughter resounded amidst the intensive attacks. Brother Chu, this Shi has admired Brother Chu's head for a long time. Give me your life. Chu Feiling's body turned into a wisp of green smoke, and continued to revolve around Chu Yang. All the attacks were blocked by him alone. Chu Yang didn't reply when he heard this. He only concentrated on dealing with the attacks. The sound of the wind became more and more mournful, and resounded throughout the world. The attacks became more and more intensive, and crazier. Chu Yang couldn't even see the silhouette of a person with his eyesight. He couldn't even see Chu Feiling's figure. He could only see a vast expanse of black smoke pervading the sky and the ground. But, there was a reassuring green light screen beside him. It had blocked all the attacks without retreating a single step. Chu Yang suddenly had a feeling in his heart, I'll be fine even if the sky falls down as long as this green shadow is here. Chu Yang had also finally felt the might of a true emperor-level expert. I can't even see the attacks clearly. How many moves can I deal with if I were in his place? This is the power of a formation. Sword Spirit slowly said, but, this person will soon be forced to reveal his true strength. Oh? Chu Yang simply closed his eyes, and used his divine sense to sense it. Brother Chu's cultivation is indeed world-shocking. However, how many times can this sword withstand Brother Chu's attacks? How many times can it defend? That sinister and wild laughter resounded again. Then, the saber lights became even denser. The ding-ding-ding-ding sounds of collisions were so dense that they seemed to connect together. Suddenly, a loud bang was heard. Chu Feiling fiercely shouted, and the sword light transformed into little cold stars. Then, it flew out in all directions like lightning. Come on, everyone shouted in unison. A loud bang was heard, and the scene suddenly fell into silence. Chu Feiling's green robe fluttered in the wind. He stood in place, and the figures of the other people also appeared at the same time. They were still standing in a big circle. Everyone's eyes were shining as they looked at Chu Feiling. Chu Feiling's hand only had a broken sword that was riddled with scars and looked like a sawtooth. His sword had been broken. Brother Chu, you're a 5th grade emperor level expert. This Yi didn't expect that Brother Chu would be able to withstand the first wave of attacks. It's really beyond my expectations. Yi Ranmo strangely laughed. There are many things beyond your expectations. Chu Feiling calmly said, Yi Ranmo, you'll find that you'll be even more beyond your expectations. Chu Yang also felt happy in his heart. 5th grade emperor level expert? It seems that this Yi Ranmo only regards Brother Chu as a 5th grade emperor level expert. He doesn't know the true strength of the other party. This matter is very interesting. At the same time, Chu Yang was also thinking about how he could help. My cultivation isn't enough to deal with such a high-level battle. It seems that the strength of the green-robed man is very strong. Even if it's beyond the enemy's expectations, the enemy's secluded night array isn't to be trifled with. Sooner or later, the enemy will be able to trap him inside and kill him. Chu Yang's eyes flickered as he carefully pondered. Oh? Is that so? It's a pity. Brother Chu, your sword is broken. Yi Ranmo mischievously laughed. Brother Chu, don't tell me that you still want to resist stubbornly? Ha ha ha. Yi Ranmo laughed wildly. I want to see how Brother Chu will make me break first. Then, he suddenly shouted, break him for me. Chu Feiling and Chu Yang roared at the same time. They held their long sabers in front of their chests, and suddenly moved. It seemed as if Chu Yang and Chu Feiling were in the middle of a mountain of sabers. The saber light flashed, and a solid mountain of sabers chopped down from the front. The saber light flashed again, and another mountain of sabers fell down with a loud bang. The saber light flashed again and again. This mountain of sabers attacked from multiple directions at the same time. The power of this attack was more than twice as powerful as the previous one. The saber light crisscrossed like a waterfall in a crisscross pattern. Chu Feiling looked up to the sky, and roared. He looked at Chu Yang with a profound look in his eyes. His tall and straight body remained motionless. This mountain of sabers was approaching him at the same time. Chu Feiling suddenly patted his waist with his hand. A clanging sound was heard, and a bluish-green saber light shot out from his waist. The peak-grade saber emperor had finally taken out his trump card for the first time. Chu Feiling had felt the undercurrent surging ever since he had gone missing 18 years ago. So, he had deliberately concealed his strength since then. But, he had finally burst out with his full strength today. The bluish-green saber light descended from the sky like a swimming dragon. It seemed as if it had opened up a passage in this area of shining saber light. A series of 3 stuffy groans were heard, and a blood-red light appeared with a whizzing sound. Chu Feiling's figure flashed, and arrived beside Chu Yang like a wisp of smoke. Then, he grabbed Chu Yang's waist with his left hand without any hesitation. Chu Yang felt as if he was flying on the clouds the next moment. Chu Feiling's body flew up after him. The bluish-green saber light broke through the dense saber curtain in the sky, and soared 300 feet into the sky. Then, Chu Feiling's figure fiercely rotated, and kicked the soles of Chu Yang's feet. Chu Yang felt as if 10,000 giants had suddenly pushed him under his feet. His body flew forward at the speed of light. A chi-chi sound was heard, and it was followed by a pa-pa sound. Chu Feiling's black robe emitted smoke at a speed visible to the naked eye. His black robe was set ablaze due to the intense friction with the air at such a high speed. Chu Feiling's throw and kick could send Chu Yang several thousand feet away. No wonder Chu Feiling was not in a hurry all this while. He was waiting for an opportunity to give the enemy the greatest shock and the greatest injury. When that time came, he would send Chu Yang out. Then, he would be able to hold the enemy back and let Chu Yang escape safely. No matter what happens to me, Chu Yang will not die. Chu Yang flew out, but Chu Feiling's body landed on the ground. A furious voice sounded, "Damn it. I always thought that he was a martial emperor. I never expected him to be a saber emperor. You with the surname Chu, you've really hidden yourself well." Chu Feiling didn't utter a single word. Instead, a bluish-green saber light suddenly flew up, and sprinkled down an earth-shattering saber light. Chu Feiling had unexpectedly switched from defense to offense in the face of the besiegement of the Saber Emperor's ultimate formation. The moment the saber light appeared, it shrouded the enemy like a heavenly curtain. Everyone let out a strange cry at the same time. They felt a great humiliation. They had besieged one person with their individual strength. Moreover, they had used the secluded night ultimate formation to double their individual strength. But 3 of them had been injured in the blink of an eye. Moreover, they had been sent out safely by the person they were supposed to protect. Moreover, they had been forced to gasp for breath by the enemy's offensive? What kind of extraordinary shame and humiliation was this? Don't worry about that little bastard. Let's gather our strength and chop Chu Feiling into minced meat first. Yiran Mo was so angry that his face behind the mask had turned purple. Chu Feiling's heart relaxed. He laughed and said, Yiran Mo, as long as you have the ability. This Chu will accompany you at any time. He knew that the enemy could have suppressed him if they had joined forces. In fact, he might have been buried here today if he hadn't handled things properly. However, he felt that it had been worth it after he had sent Chu Yang out. His bluish-green shadow flickered as he madly attacked. Chu Feiling revealed his true cultivation as a Saber Emperor at this time. It seemed as if he held the saber in his hand. It was glorious and dazzling as it moved horizontally and vertically. Kill him. Yiran Mo crazily shouted, start the 3rd stage of the formation, soul extermination. The man shouted, and the saber light flourished. The blazing white light slowly suppressed Chu Feiling's bluish-green saber light. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard from afar, don't worry. I'll deliver the things you've given me to the upper 3 heavens. Take care of yourself. I'm sure we'll meet again. It was Chu Yang's voice. Even the sword spirit in Chu Yang's mind couldn't help but give him a thumbs up when Chu Yang shouted this. The secluded night ultimate formation, as its name implied, could only display its greatest power when 2 people were together. It wouldn't be an ultimate formation if one person was missing. Even a monarch-level expert would have no choice but to return to heaven after the formation of the ultimate formation had been completed. Previously, the sword spirit had also thought about what would happen if he tailor-made a divine saber for Chu Feiling. However, he also knew that even if he had an additional divine weapon, it would be of no use in this place of absolute danger. However, Chu Yang's shout had taken drastic measures. Firstly, he was already far away from the battlefield. If they wanted to chase him, they had to break the formation. Secondly, they had no choice but to chase him after he had shouted this 19, September 2nd, 25. Even if they had to force him, they had to force him to come out. Chu Feiling wasn't a match for this person if they worked together. However, it wouldn't be difficult for Chu Feiling to defeat them one by one. At the very least, it wouldn't be a problem for both sides to suffer or escape. Chu Yang knew that Chu Feiling's predicament had been resolved. He heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. From the conversation between the 2 parties, he could tell that this big brother Chu was probably from the Chu clan of the upper 3 heavens. In other words, there was a high possibility that he was his own family. Maybe it's my uncle, or my biological father? Who knew? Anyway, he was such a person. But no matter what, he couldn't let him die here today. Even if he wasn't sure if he was from the Chu clan, even if he hadn't decided whether to acknowledge his ancestors, he had to save him. Otherwise, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Therefore, Chu Yang had made up his mind. No matter what, he had to intervene in this matter. At the very least, he had to help Chu Feiling get through this crisis. Chu Yang's voice came from afar. Everyone was startled. The 10 people who were fighting in the melee almost simultaneously moved their sabers. They dodged in a hurry and then froze in place. Then, this little bastard. The 10 people scolded at the same time. Everyone, including Chu Feiling, was gnashing their teeth. Yiran Mo and the others hadn't expected that Chu Feiling would make such a move. So, they all became apprehensive. Even if we can kill Chu Feiling, the little bastard will bring the things and the news to the Chu clan of the upper 3 heavens. Then, it will trigger a strong backlash from the Chu clan, although the Yi clan was strong and they weren't afraid, and the Chu clan couldn't be compared to the Yi clan at all. However, the Tribulation Sword's master had grown rapidly. The entire upper 3 heavens was waiting for him. They were trying their best to avoid trouble. It was inevitable that they would be blamed by their clans. After all, dealing with Chu Feiling had to be done in secret. It couldn't be done openly. If this matter was exposed, a storm would be inevitable. This person wasn't an important person in the Yi clan. It was possible that the Yi clan would push someone out to take the blame if things got out of hand. Everyone's eyes revealed an ominous glint as they thought of this. Chu Feiling was burning with anxiety. You said you'd leave, so you'd leave? What's the point of shouting world-defying heavens? You may think that a few thousand feet is very far. But, a few thousand feet is nothing in the eyes of an emperor-level expert. He can catch you in the blink of an eye. However, Chu Feiling also knew that Chu Yang had done this for his own good. He wanted to send a few people to chase after Chu Yang. But, he wouldn't be in any danger once the formation was broken. He wasn't a match for Chu Yang. But, he could still attack and escape. But, the idea is good. I won't be in any danger. But, Chu Yang will definitely die. A second-grade king-level expert. Even a sword king can't block a blow from a saber emperor. Let alone a third-grade saber emperor. This little bastard is using his life to exchange for mine. Chu Feiling thought of this. He was anxious and moved at the same time. Little brother, thank you for your kindness. But, you'd better leave quickly. You don't have to get involved in this matter, Chu Feiling shouted. His meaning was very simple. Tell Chu Yang that you should leave quickly. Also, tell Yiran Mo and the others, he's lying. Don't believe him. But, what kind of person is Yiran Mo? Yiran Mo had stood out in the struggle of Jianghu step by step. And, he had relied on his paranoia and ruthlessness. Especially, this matter involved such an important matter at this time. So, he would rather believe it than not. So, how could he believe Chu Feiling's words, and give up on chasing Chu Yang? That was absolutely impossible. Old man, the 8 of us will stay here to kill Chu Feiling. You go and bring back that little bastard's head. Yiran Mo made a prompt decision and ordered. Yes. That old man flew out. Chu Feiling roared, and the saber light suddenly rose sharply. But, Yiran Mo and the others joined forces, and stood behind the black-clothed old man to block Chu Feiling's crazy offensive. Go quickly and come back quickly. Yiran Mo waved his saber like rain as he hurriedly said, kill that little bastard at the fastest speed. Then, come back to the formation and kill Chu Feiling. Yes. The black-clothed old man fiercely jumped up. His saber light danced in the air, and transformed into a startling rainbow. He then chased after Chu Yang. Chu Feiling had suddenly erupted a moment ago, and had injured 3 people. The black-clothed old man was one of them. Yiran Mo had deliberately sent him to kill Chu Yang. He wanted him to take advantage of this time to rest. After all, how long could a third-grade saber emperor take to deal with a mere king-level expert? End of chapter 419. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.